The Earth has been besieged by a virus, leaving humanity without a refuge. As the son of the Chaos Sovereign, the character known as Jie, who adopts the alias Imo Qing, has been concealed on Earth by his caretaker, Ji Xian. Ji Xian, a pinnacle of intelligent life, bears the heavy responsibility bestowed upon her by the Chaos Sovereign, leading the young Jie to flee from the battleground of the divine. During their flight, Ji Xian discovers a void Earth in a remote corner of the cosmos. Once again united, Jie urges Ji Xian to covertly assist humanity in their apocalyptic rebirth, leading to an unexpected encounter with Lei Lei, the daughter of the Thunder God, thereby commencing their cosmic mission of revival. Chapter 1. A frightening day at the company. Tianfu City, Year XXX, August 20. Excuse me, please make way. Get off me. Who stepped on me? Damn it. Don't push me. Please move inside. The Chunchi Road subway station. A torrent of commuters jostles for space. Men feeling drained. Women seemingly swollen with pregnancy. Cough, cough, cough. The crowded subway resembles a flock of distressed hens, incessantly cawing. Moments later, gee. The subway gently halts, and the crowd surges forth. Excuse me, please make way. The sunny youth named Mo Qing begins his sprint. The drudgery of commuting during work hours feels like a descent into hell. Breathless, he races desperately and finally arrives at the 20th floor of the office area. Manager Liu, here is my resignation letter. Arriving at Manager Liu's office door, Mo Qing rehearses his words to himself, hesitating briefly before knocking and entering. The resignation letter had been prepared days in advance, but he had been unable to summon the courage to submit it. Recently, an inexplicable illness has befallen many in the company, with employees suffering from fevers and nosebleeds, as if a widespread influenza is on the verge of outbreak. It is likely that at least half of the staff will require hospitalization, that if a significant portion of employees is absent, the company could very well face closure. In this critical moment, Mo Qing's unexpected resignation as an engineer is undoubtedly a further blow, catching Manager Liu off guard. Since Manager Liu lacks compassion, he cannot blame me, Mo Qing, for being ungrateful. Having just emerged from the difficulties of its startup phase, the company was poised to stabilize, yet a multitude of issues has arisen. As the saying goes, in a small pond, the cunning foxes abound, while shallow waters teem with turtles. Intrigues and rivalries abound, shrouded in darkness and corruption. Just as this wave of influenza strikes with ferocity, Mo Qing seizes the opportunity to escape before Manager Liu can dismiss him. Instead, he plans to dismiss Manager Liu first. Upon entering, he hears a pop song resonating. Love is like a gust of wind, coming and going without a trace. Although Mo Qing lacks musical knowledge, he recognizes the flamboyance of this tune. Manager Liu must be profiting handsomely, indulging in a carefree demeanor. Upon entering, he finds Manager Liu lounging on his mahogany sofa, a 10-meter-long Wangwali coffee table before him, leisurely savoring tea. Bai Jie is also present. Bai Jie serves as Manager Liu's secretary, the kind that warms the bed. It must be acknowledged that Bai Jie possesses a sweet and alluring appearance. Exceptionally seductive, especially her fair and delicate skin and her curvaceous figure, she is indeed a temptress. To be frank, who would not wish to indulge with such a siren? Yet at this moment, Mo Qing harbors a resentment towards Bai Jie akin to the relentless floods of the Yellow River. She not only brought her cousin Li Ming into the company, but also seeks to leverage her inappropriate relationship with Manager Liu to have him replace Mo Qing as an engineer. With such a vixen whispering in Manager Liu's ear, how could he not be tempted? Thus, resigning becomes a means of avoiding her presence. What did you say? Over half the company is suffering from this strange illness? As soon as he enters, Manager Liu's voice rises sharply, evidently reacting to Bai Jie's report on the illness. Yes, Manager Liu, several have been admitted to the ICU in recent days. Bai Jie responds anxiously with a nod. Quickly, contact the hospital. If something goes wrong, it will be a disaster. I've called, but the hospital lines are all busy. Damn it. Just as I secured a major contract, this happens. Manager Liu exclaims, taking a large gulp of tea before turning to me. What is it, Mo Qing? Mo Qing steps forward and drops his resignation letter onto the desk. Manager Liu, I wish to resign. Manager Liu is momentarily taken aback, lifting the resignation letter and weighing it in his hands, then tossing it back onto the desk without a glance, speaking in a sardonic tone. Mo Qing, you truly lack consideration. Timing is crucial in such matters. Mo Qing inwardly scoffs at the notion of timing. You can engage with Bai Jie, the vixen, all you want, but to think she could have her cousin Li Ming take my place. How dare you label me as inconsiderate? If not for the fact that you remain my superior, I would have unleashed my anger upon you. Despite Li Ming's youthful vigor, his lack of capability is the reason Manager Liu has not yet acted against Mo Qing. After more than 5 years in the company, Mo Qing understands Lu's character all too well. He would rather betray the world than be betrayed by the world. Mo Qing knows that one day, Manager Lu will turn against him. It is a pleasant euphemism to call him an engineer, but derogatorily, he is just a programmer. Men, once they reach 30, are often deemed disposable, rather than wait for Manager Lu to act, and to spare by Jie the amusement of witnessing his downfall. Mo Qing chooses to resign now, ensuring they remember the existence of Mo Qing. Mo Qing understands that at this moment, Manager Lu wishes to eliminate him, but what of it? Mo Qing smiles dismissively, saying, Lu Fuan, my abilities are limited. I shall no longer serve as an engineer. You must seek out a more capable talent. For 5 years, Mo Qing has referred to him as Manager Lu. Now he addresses him by his true name, Lu Fuan. This name he must sign or not sign. Unable to sway Mo Qing's resolve to resign, Manager Lu, initially inclined to curse, is interrupted by Jie. Engineer Li, the company is in a critical phase of development. Manager Lu is genuinely invested in us. Why not? Though Mo Qing resigns now, Manager Lu is undoubtedly displeased. However, Jie seems quite pleased, though she conceals it well. The weasel pays a visit to the hen without revealing her true intentions. The company is filled with talent. My absence is neither here nor there. With your bedfellow Jie and your cousin Li Ming's talent, I trust the company will surely flourish, navigating smoothly and prospering. Mo Qing interjects, laden with veiled praise and criticism. Jie, provoked by his intentional sarcasm, wears a face akin to a bruised eggplant. Yet, even in her anger, she cannot suppress the desire to engage in a brief dalliance, to vent her frustrations. Just as Jie prepares to retort, a sudden, urgent knocking echoes through the door. If there were not an urgent matter, no one would dare knock so forcefully on Manager Lu's office door. Damn it, knock so loudly, I'm not deaf. Manager Lu, already brimming with ire, stands up from the sofa, storming towards the door. Clearly the visitor is in for a rough time. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it, still knocking? Manager Lu curses as he opens the door, with Jie following closely behind. Mo Qing tilts his head and squints, seeing nothing, yet hears Jie's horrified scream. He rushes over, and the scene before him chills him to the bone. No wonder the earlier knocking was accompanied by a voice, but no figure. A young girl lies on the ground, drenched in blood. This girl is Chun Schwerer from the logistics department. Had he not frequently repaired her computer, he might not have recognized her. Her once beautiful and charming face is now marred, with half of it missing, revealing bone beneath, as if gnawed away by some creature, jagged teeth marks evident, and even a piece of her delicate shoulder has been bitten off. Her garments were tattered and torn, bearing numerous scratches, with her bra viciously bitten away on one side, exposing her right breast, stained with crimson. The reason only one breast remained was that the other had been savagely bitten off. Blood poured from her left chest, and the remnants of flesh were a ghastly sight. Help! Help me! People are eating each other. It hurts so much. Chun Schwerer weakly cried out in agony. Mo Qing observed the gaping hole where her flesh had been torn away, revealing muscle and teeth. As she spoke, he could distinctly see her muscles quivering, an utterly horrifying sight that seemed as though this utterance had drained her of all strength, for after speaking, her upper body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Mo Qing anxiously approached, gently cradling her head. Chun Schwerer, what has happened? Chun Schwerer, after several urgent calls, his fingers found her carotid artery and then moved to her nose. Her breath had ceased. It was evident she had succumbed, her youth forever frozen in that moment. Jie shrieked, trembling all over, yet again startled by something. Mo Qing quickly looked up, his heart sinking. What the hell? This is utterly terrifying. The office area was in disarray, with desks and chairs strewn about, drenched in blood, the walls stained as if repainted, a sight that sent chills down the spine. Faintly, various strange sounds could be heard, causing the hair on one's neck to stand on end. Even more horrifying was the chaos in the corridor, where employees, behaving bizarrely, were engaged in violent altercations. Some were tearing at each other while others were biting, and a few were frantically fleeing or attempting to fight back. In an instant, Mo Qing comprehended the cause of Chun Schwerer's demise. Her words about people eating each other were indeed true. They're eating people. They've all gone mad. Manager Lu was taken aback, retreating in shock. Cousin, what's wrong? Mo Qing then heard Jie's voice rise in alarm once more. He swiftly turned to see her cousin, Li Ming, not far from the fire door, gnawing on a female employee. It was not mere biting. He was, in fact, devouring her. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling gripped Mo Qing as he dashed to the window. The horrifying scene outside compelled him to exclaim. What in the world is this? Is it a world war or the apocalypse? Chapter 2. Crossing the river and dismantling the bridge. The screams outside reverberated incessantly, a sound that chilled the heart and instilled fear. High-rise buildings occasionally bore witness to falling figures, while vehicles on the streets collided in chaotic disarray. The sudden buzzing of distant, multicolored beams of light pierced the sky, causing Mo Qing to involuntarily shudder. What on earth was happening in this world? Mo Qing quickly turned around to see Bai Jia's cousin, Li Ming, with a woman named Ma Xiao Xiao, who was Li Ming's superior. Though her consciousness seemed absent, her body trembled, likely racked with indescribable pain. Mo Qing felt a chilling empathy, sending shivers throughout his body, every pore standing on end. "Stop!" Bai Jia cried out as she rushed towards Li Ming. In the face of such sudden terror, this woman was truly reckless. Bai Jia dashed past Mo Qing, and instinctively, he grasped her arm to pull her back. However, his grip was too forceful, causing them both to tumble to the ground. Bai Jia landed atop him, and the softness of her body pressed against his chest allowed him to feel her warmth and panic. Perhaps Bai Jia's shout triggered something in Li Ming, whose eyes, devoid of reason, appeared hollow yet profound, radiating a chilling, deathly aura. He turned to face them, releasing Ma Xiao Xiao's lifeless body and advancing towards Mo Qing. A pang of dread gripped Mo Qing. This was disastrous. Simultaneously, General Lu attempted to reach out to Bai Jia, but, finding her already pulled down by Mo Qing, grasped at nothing but air. His towering figure, unable to halt in time, collided with the now unhinged Li Ming. Lu's hand, initially aimed at Bai Jia, accidentally brushed against Li Ming, who instantly latched onto him with a ferocious bite. "Ah, my hand. Bastard, let go!" Lu cried out, struggling to free himself from Li Ming's savage grip. Though Li Ming was slight of build, his fury at that moment resembled that of a bloodthirsty beast, refusing to release his hold. Witnessing Lu's agony softened Mo Qing's heart. He could no longer remain a mere bystander. "Damn it, I'm going all out." Mo Qing shoved Bai Jia off him, rising to his feet. Grabbing a nearby chair, he swung it forcefully at the uncontrollable Li Ming, who seemed utterly oblivious. Ignoring the pain, without hesitation, Mo Qing dashed into Lu's office, seizing a baseball bat, and emerged to strike fiercely at Li Ming's back. "Mo Qing, you can't hit my cousin like this," Bai Jia exclaimed as she rushed forward to intervene. "Don't stop me, he's gone mad. Can't you see what he has done? Ma Xiao Xiao is dead because of him," Mo Qing retorted, shaking off Bai Jia's grip in his urgency. "Bai Jia, your cousin is a lunatic. Ah, it hurts. Don't let him bite me." Lu wailed in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and yelled, "Mo Qing, smash his head." The couple now embroiled in a conflict of their own. Mo Qing scoffed coldly, turning to Bai Jia. "What will it be? Save Lu Fuan or crush your cousin?" Bai Jia, realizing the gravity of the situation, fell silent, turning away in resignation. Her complex expression clearly indicated her desire for Mo Qing to save Lu. This was a drama akin to Pan Jinlian and Shimin Qing, forsaking Wu Dalong, decisive but unwilling to voice it. With Bai Jia's tacit approval, Mo Qing could not deny that there was a hint of retribution in his actions against Li Ming. Meanwhile, Lu's arm bore the marks of Li Ming's savage bites, a stark reminder that evil begets its own punishment. Yet, as it was Mo Qing's first encounter with such violence, a sense of trepidation washed over him. Regardless, Lu had managed to extricate himself from Li Ming's wild assault, but the sight of his torn flesh was heart-wrenching. "Ah, my hand, it hurts," Lu cried, jumping in agony, and Mo Qing felt a strange sense of satisfaction at his suffering. Lu stomped his feet, clutching his injured arm. "It hurts. It hurts. That damn creature nearly bit me to death." Our commotion roused several other colleagues who had similarly lost their senses, resembling wolves as they charged towards us, their hollow eyes betraying insatiable hunger. "Damn it, we can't wait to die," Mo Qing thought, realizing that if bitten, he would surely meet a grim fate. He resolved to lead them to safety. Suddenly, despite his injuries, Lu moved swiftly, pulling Bai Jia into the office, clearly enamored with her. Men only behave when hung on the wall. Just as Mo Qing intended to follow them into the office, Lu slammed the door shut, effectively shutting him out. Initially, Mo Qing believed Lu had merely panicked and closed the door unintentionally. "Lu, open up. I'm still outside," he called out urgently, pounding on the door, hoping for a response. However, the solid wooden door remained unyielding. In that moment, panic engulfed him. Lu's betrayal was evident. He intended for Mo Qing to perish. The thought sent cold sweat trickling down his forehead and palms. Throughout history, countless tragedies have echoed the tale of Dong Gua and the wolf. And now it seemed Mo Qing was destined to play his part. The wolf, seeking to devour its benefactor, perhaps due to insatiable hunger, revealed that gratitude is a foreign concept amongst beasts. But what was Lu's motive? What benefits did he gain from such treachery? In the face of life and death, every additional person represented an increase in strength. Unity could offer a glimmer of hope. Just moments ago, Mo Qing had saved Lu's life. Yet Lu had promptly dismantled the bridge, leaving Mo Qing outside to face a certain doom. Despair led Mo Qing to recall a classic quote from teacher Luo Xiang. What could be worse than humanity? This epitomized the darkness of human nature, an abyss without end. We often insult others as being worse than pigs and dogs, a grave insult to those animals. Could pigs and dogs possibly harbor such malevolence? Clearly not. If we were to reverse the roles, how could they resemble humans? Thus, the hearts of men conceal the world's corruption, and within each of us resides a sinister Zhang San. With these thoughts, Mo Qing cursed Lu's ancestors through generations. He understood that, despite his musings, that cold, solid door would not yield, yet at least the acknowledgement of his despair provided a modicum of solace. Chapter 3 The abominable beasts went mad, all mad. What the hell? Those employees, bereft of sanity, quickened their steps, poised to pounce upon Mo Qing. Even Li Ming, with his severed head, began to rise in a grotesque manner. Was this a scene from Xing Tian? What on earth were these monstrous entities? The company occupied the 20th floor of a high-rise, facing south, with corridors stretching west to east, flanked by colleagues infected with an unknown virus, reminiscent of zombies from American films. Suddenly, the mindless colleagues lunging at Mo Qing halted, their bodies trembling before they began to writhe and wail in agony, their pain surpassing that of the most excruciating torment. Soon, their faces contorted grotesquely, hands morphing into claw-like forms, and their feet transforming into scythe-like appendages, with their eyes vanishing. Astonishingly, new eyes sprouted from their armpits, creating hybrid monstrosities that emitted cries akin to those of infants. Even Li Ming exhibited these grotesque changes, his missing head making him all the more terrifying. Mo Qing, a regular reader of Shanhai Jing, recalled descriptions of the Taotai, depicted as a creature with a sheep's body and a human face, eyes located beneath its arms, with sharp fangs and claws, its cries resembling that of a baby. These abominations appeared to be a fusion of humanity and Taotai. This was no mere zombie apocalypse. It was a terrifying manifestation of the alien Taotai. The sight sent shivers down Mo Qing's spine, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. It seems that this office building is teeming with these creatures, taking advantage of their apparent evolution. At this moment, Mo Qing faces two choices: to dash past them, evading through the stairs, or to seek refuge in General Lu's office behind him. The notion of rushing past them is utterly implausible. With their rate of evolution and the presence of these grotesque entities in other areas, Mo Qing's slender frame would barely suffice for them to consume. However, General Lu has locked the door, a solid 4-finger-thick barrier made of pure hardwood. Despite Mo Qing striking it repeatedly with a baseball bat, only minor scratches appeared. Could it be that a fine young man such as myself is destined to become a mere meal for this pack of aberrant colleagues tomorrow? Mo Qing sighed deeply, tears welling in his eyes. Though a man should not weep easily, one can hardly help but shed tears when in dire straits. Just then, Mo Qing noticed the ventilation duct on the ceiling, a discovery that brought him unexpected joy, prompting him to stifle his tears. I can enter through the ventilation system. Heaven has not forsaken me, Mo Qing. Without further ado, he climbed onto the desk and removed the vent cover. At that moment, Li Ming, seemingly fully evolved, lunged at him. Mo Qing trembled, pushed off with his legs, and exerted all his strength to squeeze into the duct, narrowly escaping Li Ming's grasp. After a while of crawling, Mo Qing realized that Li Ming had not pursued him through the duct. If his assumptions were correct, these colleagues transformed into grotesque entities had temporarily lost their wits. Mo Qing, in sheer terror, continued to crawl, moving deeper into the ventilation system. Soon, he reached the ceiling of General Lu's office. He removed the inner vent cover and, using momentum from his jump, finally tumbled into the office. Clang! He landed on the floor, surprisingly feeling no pain, springing to his feet with agility. There he saw General Lu seated on his sofa. Bai Jie was bandaging his wounds with a white shirt. Ungrateful scoundrel, you thought I would perish, but now I shall see you suffer. Mo Qing seethed with rage. It appeared that the office lacked medical supplies, prompting Bai Jie to remove her short-sleeved white shirt to tend to Lu's injuries. After shedding her top, she was left with only a purple bra, and given their familiarity, Bai Jie seemed unconcerned about such attire in front of Lu. Just as Mo Qing shouted in fury, the two inside were taken aback by his unexpected entry through the duct. Upon seeing Mo Qing, both Bai Jie and General Lu froze momentarily, with Bai Jie instinctively covering her chest with her hands. Mo Qing, you dog-like couple, did not expect this, did you? Mo Qing interrupted her. Recalling how General Lu had nearly caused his demise, his anger flaring, especially upon witnessing Lu's companion, Bai Jie, who displayed such loyalty. Fury enveloped Mo Qing, and malevolent thoughts began to fester. Lu Fuan, you ungrateful wretch, wishing for my demise, I shall claim your life. With that declaration, Mo Qing brandished his baseball bat, eyes aflame with rage, lunging at General Lu like an enraged wolf, raising the bat to strike his forehead. To his astonishment, General Lu made no attempt to evade. Perhaps due to his severe injuries or the sheer suddenness of the situation catching him off guard, as Mo Qing's bat struck home. Die, you shall perish. Mo Qing shouted while he struck Lu's forehead, followed by blows to his back and abdomen. Mo Qing, a man of retribution, would repay betrayal 100-fold. Having narrowly escaped death at Lu's hands, he unleashed a flurry of blows that drew blood. Fueled by vengeance, he grew increasingly frantic, intending to send Lu straight to hell. Just as he prepared for a sixth strike, Bai Jie suddenly leaped into his arms, tightly gripping his arm, pleading, "Stop. If you hit Lu any further, he will die? Get away. I want his life." Mo Qing forcefully shoved Bai Jie aside, his face contorted in rage. She fell to the ground, and taking advantage of the moment, Mo Qing swung again, this time missing and striking the chair behind Lu, causing pain to his hand. In that instant, Bai Jie managed to rise from the floor. Gripping Mo Qing's baseball bat tightly, he swung it forcefully, but Bai Jie, undeterred, clung on. "Let go. Do not force me to strike a woman," Mo Qing growled. Yet his heart was consumed by fury. It seemed that rage had taken control of him. Seeing Bai Jie still grasping his weapon, he kicked out violently. Coincidentally, his shoe snagged Bai Jie's purple bra, ruthlessly lifting it, revealing her exquisite form, which swayed momentarily before settling. This sight left Mo Qing momentarily paralyzed. His gaze fixated on Bai Jie's bosom, a torrent of inappropriate thoughts flooding his mind. Bai Jie, however, did not panic at the loss of her bra. Calmly, she implored, "Mo Qing, I beg you stop. Lu is on the brink of death." After speaking, she slowly donned her bra again, maintaining an air of composure, even as her curves remained unmasked, seemingly conveying to Mo Qing that a woman is unfazed by what he might see. General Lu was indeed fortunate. As Mo Qing swallowed hard, glancing at Lu, who was now struggling to sit upright. Goodness, this man is truly resilient. Bai Jie's intervention had thrown Mo Qing off balance, and he pointed accusatorily at Lu's nose, declaring, "Lu Fuan, you are truly ungrateful. Tearing down the bridge after crossing it, engaging in disgraceful acts. If it weren't for my fortuitous survival, I would be nothing but a pile of remains." Lu remained silent, as if dazed by the blows, his gaze unfocused and devoid of coherence, compounded by the earlier bite from Li Ming. Observing Lu, who had exploited him for years now reduced to such a pitiful state, Mo Qing's wrath diminished significantly, prompting him to cease his insults. Bai Jie, witnessing Lu's trembling form, rushed to support him, anxiously asking, "General, please don't frighten me, your injuries." "Do not worry. Thank you." Lu interrupted with great difficulty. It seemed that this phrase drained all his strength. Was it a gesture of gratitude for Bai Jie's concern or her intervention against Mo Qing? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Bai Jie, gazing at Lu's bloodied head, anxiously picked up a tissue from the coffee table to wipe his wounds, her concern evident. Mo Qing, baffled, observed the dynamics between them, realizing that they appeared more affectionate than mere colleagues. Was it sheer luck or perhaps fate that had bestowed Lu with such fortune? Clearly, in a vast forest, one encounters all manner of birds. Earlier, Mo Qing had assumed Bai Jie was merely after Lu's wealth, yet now it seemed she had developed genuine feelings. Mo Qing's heart was a tumult of emotions. Heavens, why are you so blind? Why must I be subjected to this farcical drama? What is happening today? It is utterly insane. Monsters, mutations, now even this absurd plot twist. A beauty falling for Lu Tianfu, a man far worse than myself? Madness. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from outside the office building, sending Mo Qing scurrying to the window in fright. This truly marks the end of the world. Chapter 4. The apocalypse and rebirth. Outside the office building, smoke billowed thickly. Gunfire reverberated incessantly. Faintly, he could discern shockwaves of explosions in the distance. Below, grotesque entities occasionally appeared, only to vanish in an instant. Intermittent screams of humanity pierced the air. In a desperate attempt to verify his fears, Mo Qing repeatedly dialed emergency services, but none of the calls connected. Mo Qing felt an ominous premonition wash over him, his mind consumed by thoughts of an impending apocalypse. It became evident that not only had his colleagues transformed into grotesque versions of themselves, but the situation across other regions mirrored this horror. The entire Tianfu city was engulfed by this terrifying virus. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Bai Jie was tending to General Lu's wounds, blood-stained tissues strewn carelessly across the floor. Upon witnessing this, Mo Qing shivered, a sense of dread prickling at the back of his neck. Although he considered himself somewhat disheveled, he cherished cleanliness, particularly in this confined space littered with refuse and the nauseating stench of blood. Thus, he began to assist in cleaning up, disposing of the bloody tissues out of the window. At that moment, disaster struck. When Mo Qing glanced outside, he was utterly bewildered to see 3 fighter jets pursuing a gigantic golden eagle in the sky, its wingspan extending over 20 meters, larger than any aircraft. The majestic creature, adorned with shimmering golden feathers, was impervious to the onslaught of rockets and cannon fire, swiftly disappearing from view alongside the jets. Meanwhile, the streets below had turned into a scene of utter carnage. A group of men and women had just fled a nearby building only to be devoured by a monstrous entity, moving with a speed that even the fastest sprinter, Lu Xiang, could not rival. Mo Qing now harbored a grim certainty that the unknown virus was highly contagious and that once infected, individuals underwent grotesque transformations. The Golden Eagle, once pursued by the jets, must have succumbed to this virus. This led him to the unsettling conclusion that not just humans, but animals too were not spared from this fate. Regardless of their species, it seemed that the mutations bestowed upon them terrifying strength and ferocity, a shared characteristic. A chilling thought struck him. Despite the chaos outside, there was an eerie silence within the office. Mo Qing pondered whether the exceptional soundproofing of Lu's office was the reason for this dissonance. Indeed, it was entirely plausible that he had been oblivious to the turmoil outside, just as the outside world remained unaware of the pandemonium within. It appeared that the entire Tianfu city had fallen victim to this grotesque virus, and he could not help but dread that this calamity might have spread nationwide or even globally. He gestured for Bai Jie to come closer. As she approached the window and followed his gaze downward, her body visibly trembled. She turned her head in terror, her eyes locking onto his with a mixture of uncertainty and fear. "My heavens," she began, but before she could finish her thought, Mo Qing understood her implication and nodded gravely. Bai Jie exhaled sharply, her body crumpling to the ground. Just as Mo Qing bent down to assist her, a sharp gunshot rang out from the chaotic streets below. The sound of gunfire filled him with a flicker of hope. In Huaxia, firearms were strictly regulated, unlike in foreign lands where they were rampant, making it nearly impossible for ordinary citizens to possess them. The presence of gunfire suggested that the police or military might have intervened, a glimmer of hope for him. Trapped in the office, however, as he looked in the direction of the sound, his heart sank. There were no signs of law enforcement. Instead, he saw that the bank across the street was executing a cash transfer amidst the viral outbreak, armed security firing upon the monstrous entities. A few security guards were quickly encircled by a horde of mutated creatures, and in a moment of panic, one of them fired just 2 shots before a female mutant severed his head. The gruesome sight was too much for Mo Qing to bear. He quickly closed the window and sank to the floor. He fished out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and inhaling deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke in his despair. Just as he prepared to take another drag, Bai Jie suddenly snatched the cigarette from him, taking a puff herself, coughing violently, and then returning it to him. Mo Qing stared at the faint lipstick mark on the cigarette's tip, chuckling softly before placing it back between his lips. Feeling trapped with no means of escape and no assistance available, he sensed a suffocating despair. In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, he attempted to seek a way out, but ultimately surrendered to silence as he continued to smoke. When he lit a second cigarette, Bai Jie suddenly spoke. "Qing Ge, what should we do? Are we going to die?" "Bah, I'm not that easy to kill," he replied defiantly. Mo Qing took a deep drag from his cigarette, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What did you just call me?" Once more, Bai Jie addressed him as Qing Ge. A warmth spread through Mo Qing's heart, and he tossed away the cigarette, rising to his feet. "Just for calling me Qing Ge. I'll be sure to take you with me if we make a run for it." Bai Jie was momentarily taken aback. "Do you mean you thought about abandoning us?" "Huh, why not?" Mo Qing retorted, hands on his hips, speaking with conviction. "Secretary Bai, you nearly got me killed with your antics alongside General Lu. Let bygones be bygones." Seeing Mo Qing's magnanimity, Bai Jie felt embarrassed, her cheeks flushed. It wasn't her intention, it was merely General Lu's betrayal. "Qing Ge, we can't escape," she said in despair. "What do you mean?" Mo Qing inquired. Bai Jie, her face ashen, replied, "If I'm not mistaken, this bizarre virus is clearly airborne and highly contagious, capable of inducing mutations. Right now, the colorless, odorless air is likely teeming with deadly viruses. We don't know how much we've inhaled. It's just a matter of time before we become like our colleagues outside. Qingge, you must listen carefully. There are surely mutated hybrids lurking outside. And if we recklessly venture out, we'll meet a gruesome end. My cousin is among them, transformed into that kind of monster, and it pains me deeply." Wuqing listened to Bai Jie's words as if struck by a thunderbolt, akin to being doused in ice water on a sweltering summer day, sending shivers down his spine. Bai Jie, no doubt, possessed the acumen befitting a secretary. Her thoughts were remarkably astute. While he was consumed by despair, she was able to swiftly grasp the dire situation they faced. Wuqing felt disheartened for but a brief moment before regaining his composure. When hope fills one's heart, disappointment is the most daunting adversary. Yet in the depths of true despair, overthinking is futile. Death is the worst that can happen, and 18 years later, one could be reborn anew. However, should they miraculously escape, they would surely be deemed favored by fate. Wouldn't that be splendid? After a moment of silence, he replied calmly, "I don't think it's as dire as it seems. During the first 10 days of the virus outbreak, I happened to be at the Ministry of Science and Technology. A few colleagues were sent to the hospital, and the situation in other offices was similar. During that time, I'm certain I had contact with the bizarre virus. I hypothesized that I may have developed antibodies." He dared to assert this because the virus erupted almost simultaneously. Their lack of infection implied something significant: antibodies against the virus. Otherwise, they would have ended up like her cousin, but he believed they were not alone in this. For now, he was more concerned about avoiding those monstrous entities than the virus itself. In truth, Wuqing was uncertain whether they truly possessed antibodies. As for immunity against the virus, that was merely a self-comforting notion. Engaging in relentless pessimism was of no benefit. Hence, his tone was filled with confidence, to the point that even he almost convinced himself. Upon hearing Wuqing's analysis, a glimmer of hope flickered in Bai Jie's previously despondent eyes. She began to murmur incessantly, "Yes, yes, yes, it must be the antibodies. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived this long." Wuqing was unsure whether Bai Jie genuinely believed in his words, or if she was merely indulging in self-deception, much like himself. Nevertheless, it was better than succumbing to despair, as it allowed them to glimpse the dawn of hope. "Goodness, I'm such a fool. I should just check my phone," Wuqing exclaimed, patting his head and unexpectedly finding his phone in his pocket. He turned it on, and to his astonishment, he still had internet connectivity. A surge of joy flooding him. At the very least, this indicated that Huaxia had not completely succumbed to catastrophe. The base stations were still operational. He directly logged into Jinri Tushio, yet found himself unable to view any news, save for the glaring phrase "Motion Yapan." The forum was inundated with a plethora of information concerning the virus. As he scrolled down, numerous horrific and bloody images assaulted his eyes: golden gargoyles, colossal lion tigers, eerie wolf packs, and peacocks transformed into phoenixes. Most alarming was the fact that even ants appeared larger than humans. Chapter 5. RR Virus, Genetic Mutation. At this moment, Bai Jie hurried over, leaning close to Ma Qing to observe together. One particularly shocking piece of information revealed that the military had designated the mutated beings resulting from human infection as Yixingtaoya. These creatures were bloodthirsty and exhibited an extreme sensitivity to any scent of blood, interpreting it as a signal to attack. It was said that the eyes beneath their armpits could perceive 3 colors: red, yellow, and blue. Another piece of news was uplifting. Certain humans, after generating antibodies, experienced genetic mutations that endowed them with unpredictable abilities. Major nations around the globe referred to these genetically mutated individuals as wuxia. The state implemented special regulations and protections for these warriors, as they might determine the future of this planet, serving as the key to humanity's rebirth amidst the apocalypse. However, various reports indicated that these genetically mutated warriors were swiftly eliminated on the battlefield by the mutated beasts, or Yixingtaoya. The photos captured on site depicted the gruesome deaths of these warriors. It was no wonder the state imposed special protections and regulations on such individuals. Unfortunately, the global infection count had surged to approximately 3 billion, and the plight of animals was even more dire. Online, those mutated creatures were ominously dubbed Yixingtaoya, a name steeped in terror and despair. Ma Qing was left in shock, having whimsically named the mutated monsters Yixingtaoya. He never imagined this name would manifest into reality. Estimates suggested that over 300 million people in Huaxia had transformed into Yixingtaoya, and this morning alone, The number of those killed by them was conservatively estimated to exceed 200 million. At this rate, humanity truly faced extinction. Given the current situation, Ma Qing feared that by the time the sun rose tomorrow, even more people would vanish. As time progressed, how would humanity ultimately fare? Was this truly the end of mankind? Information from abroad was scarce. The knowledge he had acquired was uploaded by overseas students. However, it appeared that the circumstances in other countries were hardly better. It seemed that the online information aligned with Ma Qing's speculations. The virus had erupted almost simultaneously worldwide, with survivors developing antibodies, which was the only comforting thought. Just then, a new military update labeled the virus as the RR virus. Suddenly, the internet went down, and Ma Qing's attempts to connect were futile. Damn it, the timing couldn't be worse. Upon reaching this point, Ma Qing sighed deeply, contemplating the necessity of acquiring a firearm. The question was, where could he procure one? It seemed the state prohibited citizens from bearing arms, which was a significant drawback. In the face of such a terrifying RR virus, being unarmed equated to a death sentence. Throughout history, most regimes advocated for an armed populace. Historical texts regarded archery as one of the 6 arts, underscoring the importance of weaponry. From the Qin and Han dynasties to the flourishing Tang era, martial valor was celebrated among the populace. However, by the end of the Qing dynasty, this had been forsaken, ultimately leading to foreign invasion. Had it not been for the great leaders who turned the tide, Huaxia would not exist as it does today. Regrettably, after the founding of the nation, citizens were stripped of their right to bear arms. Weapons are the backbone and spirit of a nation, yet tragically, Ma Qing was born in an age devoid of them, lacking a gun and thereby half of his confidence. He reflected that across the ocean in Malike, gunfire rang out as brave souls faced off against monsters. And even in death, there would be dignity. Meanwhile, the people of Huaxia could only confront these beasts and Yixing Taoye with their bare fists. A thought that was utterly disheartening. At this moment, Ma Qing lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag as he let the smoke veil his despondency. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. The cash transport vehicle downstairs likely carried weapons, if only the ammunition had not been exhausted. Yes, that would be the plan. First, secure a gun. Alas, what a headache. Observing the man lost in his thoughts, Bai Jie interjected, "Are you fantasizing again? Hurry and find a way to see if there's any information online about how to deal with these monsters, and then figure out how to get out." "Oh, that question is quite pertinent, but the problem is that I currently have no internet," Ma Qing replied with a forced smile. She was right. The crux of the matter was to devise a means of escape. It was perplexing that such a beautiful and intelligent woman would be enamored with the scoundrel, Liu Zong. After all, that dog reeked of money. With a sigh, Ma Qing continued his attempts to connect to the internet, but alas, he was met with failure. It seemed that those responsible for maintaining the network had likely encountered misfortune. It was clear that relying on the military or expecting rescue was futile. Given the rapid spread of the infection, it was likely that even the national army would be incapacitated, struggling to save themselves, let alone others. Ma Qing rubbed his face. Acutely aware that the greatest threat loomed just outside the office door, his colleagues had transformed into Yixing Taoye. As time passed, the sturdy wooden door would inevitably be torn apart by them. Even more pressing was the dilemma of food and water. They might perish from starvation in the confined space before being consumed by the mutated beings. After much contemplation, Ma Qing resolved to investigate the situation outside the door. The office had only one door and one window, the latter seemingly intended for Liu Zong's private affairs. "Bai Mishu, I am going to check the situation outside." Upon hearing this, Bai Jie panicked, anxiously asking, "Qingge, you won't leave me alone, will you?" Ma Qing smiled reassuringly. "Do you really think I am that kind of person?" He cast a glance at the barely conscious Liu Zong and thought, "I am not that kind of scum. I just want to see what the situation is outside." With that, he fetched a stool, lifted the ceiling's ventilation cover, and agilely ascended. The ventilation duct was narrow and stifling, with the scent of death permeating the air. Meanwhile, Bai Jie sat on the sofa, her gaze complex as she observed Liu Zong's visibly decaying arm, her anxiety growing, not out of fear for herself, but for Ma Qing. She occasionally glanced at the vent, praying that he would not abandon her. Ma Qing struggled to crawl through, finally reaching the escape vent and cautiously peering outside. Suddenly, a slender female, Yixing Taoye, came into view, leaving him astounded. Despite having witnessed numerous astounding sights, the scene before him still shocked him. He saw the deceased Chen Shui'er astonishingly revived. What was happening? Ma Qing had confirmed Chen Shui'er's lifelessness, yet she now wandered the corridor. Her bite wounds transformed into a deathly black. Could the RR virus revive the dead? A chill gripped his heart as Ma Qing recalled his concern for the office's Liu Zong. If this perverse RR virus could resurrect the dead, what would happen if a Yixing Taoye bit him? It was evident that he would undoubtedly be infected. Seeing the mutated Li Ming heightened Ma Qing's unease, and he murmured to himself, if Liu Zong has also mutated, what will become of Bai Jie and me? We wouldn't even have enough to stuff in his teeth. Facing this life-and-death situation, Ma Qing wasted no time returning through the vent to the office. Bai Jie was overjoyed to see him return, yet she was taken aback by the murderous intent etched on Ma Qing's face. Ever since Liu Zong started his business, Ma Qing had stood by him, contributing to his wealth over the years. Ma Qing was unwilling to be exploited by Liu Zong during his lifetime, and even less so to be devoured by him after his mutation, becoming mere waste. With determination, he swiftly brandished a baseball bat and headed straight for Liu Zong, who sat on a genuine leather sofa, his gaze vacant, eyes darting erratically, his complexion ashen and dotted with bruises, clear signs of impending mutation. Ma Qing silently lamented his timely reaction. Had he been consumed by this scoundrel, who would he turn to for justice? The RR virus, in its initial stages, rendered its victims eerily still. If he did not take this opportunity to eliminate Liu Zong, the prospect of facing him post-mutation was terrifying. With practiced precision, Ma Qing swung the bat, striking Liu Zong's head, sending his robust body crashing to the ground. Stepping forward, he pinned Liu Zong's chest and delivered a fatal blow. Just as he prepared to strike again, Bai Jie rushed over, embracing him, exclaiming, "Qinggu, have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting him again?" Ma Qing had anticipated this reaction and calmly replied, "Liu Zong will soon transform into a monstrous entity. We will all perish. I witnessed the deceased Chen Shui resurrected as a creature of horror. This RR virus causes the bitten to revive as abominations. If we do not eliminate him, will we become his meal?" Did Chen Shui truly transform into a monster? Bai Jie asked, astonished. "Am I lying to you? I witnessed it with my own eyes." Ma Qing insisted urgently, tossing his phone to her to show the evidence. Time was of the essence. Liu Zong could mutate at any moment. Bai Jie countered loudly. Even if the dead can become monsters, it doesn't mean the living bitten will transform in the same way. Fuming, Ma Qing felt an overwhelming urge to strangle this obstinate woman. He restrained his fury and reminded her, "Look at Liu Zong's pale complexion and his rotting hand. Observe his eyes, rolling around like bowling balls. These are unmistakable early signs of a viral infection." Chapter 6. Liu Zong and mutation. Upon hearing Ma Qing's words, Bai Jie lowered her gaze towards Liu Zong, her expression complex and grave. Ma Qing could see that she had begun to accept his words. With urgency, he intensified his warning. "Secretary Bai, if you are not afraid of death, I certainly am. Today, even Jesus could not stop me. I am determined to eliminate Liu Tianfu. If you obstruct me, I will deal with you first. Do not force my hand." This was not merely a threat. Ma Qing was serious. Though he was a flawed individual, occasionally engaging in acts of kindness, his survival was paramount. He would not allow compassion to cloud his judgment in matters of life and death. Any potential threat would be decisively eliminated. Once again gripping the baseball bat, Ma Qing glared at Bai Jie, his eyes glinting with menace. To his astonishment, Bai Jie suddenly knelt, banging her forehead against the ground 3 times, her delicate skin breaking and swelling. Through sobs, she pleaded, "Qinggu, I beg you, please do not kill Liu Zong. I understand your intentions, but can we consider another solution? Let us not kill him just yet. If it comes to that, let us wait until he truly becomes a monster. Can we agree on that? Do not push your luck." Ma Qing erupted in fury, his throat burning with exasperation. "Why must you treat me this way? Is there no law? No justice?" He could hardly believe that this woman was so devoted to Liu Zong, which reminded him painfully of his ex-girlfriend's indifferent departure, forcing him to taste the bitterness of unrequited love once more. In that instant, Ma Qing even felt a twinge of jealousy towards the scoundrel Liu Zong. If only a woman were to cherish him so wholeheartedly, he would gladly embrace death. It appeared that Bai Jie had indeed developed genuine feelings, especially for someone like Ma Qing, who had not yet fully succumbed to his desires, leaving him at her mercy. As Bai Jie begged for mercy, Ma Qing's heart softened, deciding to wait until Liu Zong mutated before taking action. However, considering the potential horror of a post-mutated Liu Zong, he coldly remarked, "Once he transforms into a monster, even 100 Qing's would not suffice for him to feast upon. You must handle this yourself. Qinggu, we could bind Liu Zong. That way, he would pose no danger, right?" Bai Jie suggested eagerly. Her repeated address as Qinggu stirred something within Ma Qing. "Where can we find rope?" "I'll look," Bai Jie exclaimed, rushing to the mahogany desk, rifling through every drawer but finding nothing. In her desperation, she caught sight of several rolls of transparent tape. "Qinggu, will this work?" she asked, hastily retrieving it. Bo Qing nodded, considering that if this could prevent unnecessary bloodshed, it was indeed a worthy solution. They quickly set to work, using the tape to securely bind Lu Zong to the mahogany coffee table, wrapping layer upon layer. Once they exhausted one roll, Mo Qing swiftly added 3 or 4 more, ensuring Lu Zong was tightly bound like a mummy, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With the immediate crisis averted, Mo Qing felt a momentary sense of ease, cherishing the precious seconds of life. However, just as he relaxed, he suddenly heard 2 urgent cries, one a low growl from Lu Zong and the other a scream from Bai Jie. Turning, he saw Bai Jie cowering in the corner, trembling and pointing at Lu Zong. Without a second thought, Mo Qing understood. Lu Zong had begun to mutate. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he thought, this is terrifying. It only took a moment. Lu Zong's eyes had become utterly hollow, a chilling sight akin to an unfathomable black void, a clear indication of the RR virus's transformation. In the throes of mutation, Lu Zong was agitated, thrashing his body in a desperate attempt to break free from his restraints. Yet, ensnared by the tape, he could only emit guttural sounds. Enough with the noise. I'll silence you, Mo Qing declared, swiftly removing a sock to stuff Lu Zong's mouth, then wrapping tape around his lips multiple times until he was finally quieted. After securing Lu Zong, Mo Qing turned to the now calm Bai Jie and said, Secretary Bai, you nearly cost me my life twice. I hope there won't be a next time. Bai Jie seemed unusually composed, devoid of tears, which left Mo Qing bewildered. Women truly are enigmatic beings, and he found himself pondering the depths of their nature. Casting a glance at Lu Zong, Mo Qing lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him as he fell into contemplation. How much longer could he survive? Despite being muzzled, Lu Zong continued to struggle, his body writhing on the coffee table, inching closer to Bai Jie with each movement. Mo Qing could not fathom the depth of Lu Zong's feelings for her. Even in his monstrous state, he seemed fixated on his past lover. Such a mystery, Mo Qing mused. Lu Ming devoured his long-admired superior, Ma Xiaoxiao. What could Lu Tianfu possibly want? As Mo Qing stared at Lu Zong inching towards Bai Jie, he saw her panic rise as she pressed herself against the desk, trying to evade the mutated Lu Zong. Despite her evasive maneuvers, Lu Zong, on the verge of becoming a monstrous entity, relentlessly pursued her like a hound. Mo Qing had to admire Lu Zong. The man remained youthful even in death. However, he questioned whether it was love or mere instinct driving Lu Zong's behavior. Something felt amiss. Observing Lu Zong's taped mouth struggling to open and close as heart raced, it was clear now. It was not love or nostalgia that propelled Lu Zong. He was intent on devouring Bai Jie. Yet, why was he fixated solely on Bai Jie? Mo Qing was the closest. Did he smell unpleasant? He shook his head in resignation, recalling his raucous school days, realizing he was indeed a flawed individual. In pursuit of the campus belle, his methods were nothing short of shocking. Yet he ultimately succeeded in winning her over. This outcome was the result of relentless perseverance and unwavering dedication to his singular goal. After graduation, despite being abandoned by the campus beauty, the years spent together were nothing short of splendid. Mr. Lu's befuddled demeanor reminded Mo Qing of her own past, igniting her curiosity. Mo Qing approached with a smile, playfully obscuring Mr. Lu's vision, eager to see whether his lack of sight would render him more compliant. Strangely, after being blinded, Mr. Lu seemed to possess an uncanny ability to detect the presence of Bai Jie, moving with precision while ignoring her attempts to evade him. Observing the terror on Bai Jie's face, Mo Qing chuckled. This fellow is truly infatuated with you. Even without his sight, he can still lock onto you. What a passionate soul. Even infidelity can elicit genuine feelings. Qinggu, please stop joking and subdue him. I am terrified. Bai Jie trembled in fear. Mo Qing stood by, teasingly relaxed. Oh, it's just a minor issue. Mr. Lu is quite sentimental. You once pleaded with me to release him, and now you are eager to escape. If love is in the air, I see no reason not to broadcast this live, she teased. As the man continued to jest, Bai Jie, clad in a purple lace bralette, found herself inadvertently drawing Mo Qing's gaze as she evaded the increasingly erratic Mr. Lu, exclaiming, live broadcast? He wants to devour me. Qinggu, I was wrong. Please make Mr. Lu stop. Chapter 7. The ability to manipulate objects from afar. You said not to harm him. You are the one pursuing him, not me, Mo Qing said with a mischievous grin. He truly wishes to consume me. Qinggu, you must show mercy, Bai Jie exclaimed, desperately dodging the half-morphed Lu. How can you be so certain that Mr. Lu intends to devour you? Mo Qing inquired. Ugh, it's just a woman's intuition, Bai Jie sobbed. Although women's intuition is often deemed accurate, Mr. Lu, bound in tape, was entirely blind. How could he possibly target Bai Jie? If it were his hearing, that seemed implausible, as there were times when he locked onto Bai Jie even when she remained still. Mo Qing dismissed the idea. It is well known that humans possess 5 senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. With sight and hearing ruled out, taste and touch were equally unlikely. Thus, only one possibility remained: olfaction. Mo Qing speculated that Mr. Lu might be tracking Bai Jie by scent. Mo Qing took a whiff of his own scent, recoiling at the foul odor. What on earth is that scent on Secretary Bai? He pondered aloud. Secretary Bai, did you wear any perfume? None. I dislike perfume, Bai Jie replied firmly. Mo Qing, skeptical, moved closer. You wouldn't mind if I took a quick sniff, would you? Upon hearing this, Bai Jie's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly nodded. Having previously dressed Mr. Lu's wounds, Bai Jie was left wearing only her bralette. As Mo Qing gazed upon her graceful curves, he couldn't help but swallow hard, casually sniffing and declaring, "Indeed, there is no scent. You were truthful." However, the absence of a smell was misleading. Bai Jie undoubtedly possessed a faint, pleasant body scent. A natural fragrance. I already said there's nothing, she pouted, only to suddenly exclaim, "Qinggu, hurry. Mr. Lu is going wild again. Don't panic. Just run for a moment while I think." Mo Qing replied, scratching his head in confusion. What are you contemplating? Even if she wore perfume, what does that have to do with Mr. Lu chasing me? Bai Jie questioned anxiously. Mo Qing stroked his chin, grinning. Oh dear, what a blunder. I suspect Mr. Lu's acute sense of smell allows him to filter out any perfume. Therefore, the only explanation left is that he is drawn to the scent of blood. Perhaps your analysis isn't wrong. I'm not feeling well today. My period has started, Bai Jie confessed, hiding behind him with a look of fright. Mo Qing was quite pleased with his hypothesis, declaring, I am truly brilliant. As Mr. Lu, bound and struggling, lurched closer, Mo Qing prepared to intervene, but suddenly felt an invisible force halting Mr. Lu's advance. What was happening? Despite being 3 meters away, it felt as though he could reach out and touch Mr. Lu's head. Moreover, what were those colorful gases between him and Mr. Lu? Maintaining his outstretched hand, Mo Qing noticed Mr. Lu continuing to sway, yet an inexplicable force held him back. Secretary Bai, do you see anything unusual? Mo Qing asked cautiously, perhaps colorful gases? Qinggu, you aren't losing your mind, are you? Bai Jie gasped in alarm. What colorful gases? We should be worrying about how to handle this. Ah yes. I realize these gases can only be seen by me. Mo Qing hesitated before saying, let's test this. Pass me your sanitary napkin. What? No way. That's inappropriate. Bai Jie blushed intensely. Why be shy? If you wish to survive, you must heed my instructions. We are adults. There is no need for embarrassment, Mo Qing insisted. Right now, to live, we must deal with this creature. Your sanitary napkin holds the scent of blood, which I wish to test to see if this creature is indeed bloodthirsty. Fine, but just don't look back, Bai Jie said, her face flushed. Mo Qing heard rustling behind him, knowing full well what she was doing. Yet, he was exhilarated by the unexpected discovery of what seemed to be a telekinetic ability. As Bai Jie retrieved her sanitary napkin, Mo Qing's gaze fell upon a cup on the desk approximately 5 meters away. He extended his other hand, focusing intently, and suddenly the cup levitated off the table. Mo Qing's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that I have awakened a supernatural ability? Manipulating objects from afar. With a current limit of 6 meters. What was happening? Why was I suddenly unable to exert my power? An unsettling emptiness washed over him. As Mo Qing's ability abruptly faded, he sensed that this power was not infinite. It seemed to drain his stamina and energy significantly. Meanwhile, the half-morphed Mr. Lu had drawn closer, prompting Mo Qing to deliver a swift kick to his head. Soon, the rustling behind him ceased. Bai Jie had likely completed her task. Here you go, she said, her voice low and her face still flushed. Turning around, Mo Qing noticed her cheeks reddened like ripe apples. He accepted the sanitary napkin. A faint metallic scent hitting him, and thought to himself, that's quite a considerable amount. Having acquired the sanitary napkin, Mo Qing dashed to a corner of the room to test his theory. As anticipated, the half-morphed Mr. Lu adjusted his course, swiftly closing in on the corner. To ensure accuracy in his experiment, Mo Qing continually changed his position. This Mr. Lu had a nose akin to a dog, always able to pinpoint his location. With a mischievous grin, Mo Qing, ever the prankster, swiftly tore off the tape from Mr. Lu's mouth and waved Bai Jie's sanitary napkin before him. As if injected with a stimulant, Mr. Lu struggled violently, attempting to seize the napkin. Each time he neared success, Missouri Qing would taunt him, allowing him to miss, then enticing him once more, much like a skilled angler. Today is your day of reckoning. Mo Qing secretly chuckled. feeling as though he were not fishing, but rather attempting to catch a monstrous creature. Enough, Qinggu, this is too disgusting, stop it. Bai Jie could no longer bear the sight, and called for a halt. In that moment of distraction, Lu Zong seized the opportunity to bite down on a sanitary napkin and swiftly swallowed it. This grotesque act nearly induced a gag reflex in Bai Jie, who exclaimed, ugh. Qinggu, how revolting. Unfazed by her reaction, Mo Qing proceeded to seal Lu Zong's mouth with tape once more. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. If Lu Zong underwent complete mutation, even this tape would be insufficient to restrain him. Just as Mo Qing sank onto the sofa, preparing to rest for a moment, he wondered, what is happening to me? He realized his senses had heightened. He could hear even the faintest sounds beyond the solid wooden door. Simultaneously, the colorful gases he had previously observed were being absorbed by his body. The weariness that had initially clouded his mind began to dissipate, and his mental state gradually revived. At that moment, Bai Jie approached him, suddenly asking, Qinggu, I'm hungry. The sun is about to set. Are you not hungry? Her words sparked a realization in him that he was indeed feeling hunger. Now that you mention it, I am quite hungry, he replied. Both had been so preoccupied with survival that they had forgotten the pangs of hunger. Qinggu, I am truly famished. Are we going to die? Bai Jie asked weakly. You have a knack for jinxing things, Mo Qing murmured. Just hold on. Once we endure this hunger, we shall no longer feel it. They exchanged a knowing smile before falling into silence once more. Trapped in this predicament, they faced two grim choices, to be devoured by the mutated Lu Zong or to perish from starvation. Mo Qing sighed inwardly, wishing for a third option to present itself. In the presence of Lu Zong, Mo Qing and Bai Jie were engulfed by a sense of dread. Should he fully transform into a grotesque humanoid entity, their lives would be in grave jeopardy. Bai Jie, overwhelmed by hunger, began to regret her decision to save Lu Zong. Ultimately, if escape proved impossible, starvation would claim them. At this moment, worry proved futile. Though Mo Qing felt the pangs of hunger, he observed the vibrant gases around him being absorbed by his body at a snail's pace, leaving him uncertain whether this was due to genetic mutation or the acquisition of some extraordinary ability. Amidst hunger and exhilaration, he diverted the conversation, Secretary Bai. With Lu Zong in this state, do you truly wish to keep him for broth? How should we proceed? That's disgusting. Why not just toss him out? Bai Jie suggested after a moment of hesitation. Resolute in their intent, despite Lu Zong and the coffee table weighing nearly 300 pounds combined, Mo Qing's physique allowed him to manage, whereas Bai Jie, being a delicate woman, struggled. Yet together, they exerted tremendous effort to lift Lu Zong and the coffee table onto the windowsill. With a swift push, Lu Zong, now nearly a grotesque abomination, fell from the 20th floor, shattering upon impact. The reason they could lift over 300 pounds in a state of starvation was due to Mo Qing's newfound, inexplicable strength. However, he chose not to disclose this to Bai Jie, for in this apocalyptic world, self-interest prevailed. Now, Bai Jie's former lover Lu Zong was no more. Wing turned to see that the woman did not appear sorrowful and questioned. Earlier, when I suggested killing Lu Zong, you wept uncontrollably to spare him. You seem to have some feelings for him. Why are you not shedding a single tear now? Everyone must die eventually. He was merely my superior, not worth my tears. Bai Jie replied, locking her gaze with Mo Qing. I understand you look down on me, but do you truly think I could harbor feelings for Lu Zong? You don't like him? Just moments ago, you were on your knees pleading for me not to kill him. It startled me, Mo Qing responded, still in a state of bewilderment. Hee. That was because Lu Zong treated me sincerely. Bai Jie smiled faintly before continuing. When I was young, my parents passed away, and I was raised by my uncle. I worked hard, but what did it amount to? I was still dependent on others. Upon arriving at the company, I realized many executives were interested in me. But when I met Lu Zong, he provided for me, ensuring I had no worries about food or clothing. Even the substantial medical expenses for my aunt's surgery were covered by Lu Zong. I knew his ultimate goal was to be intimate with me. Yet he was not a bad person. He had shown me kindness. Saving him was an act of gratitude, not affection. I acknowledge my cousin's desire to take your place. But it is Lu Zong who sought to deal with you. Listening to Bai Jie's narrative, Mo Qing let out a deep sigh. Although the woman had resorted to unscrupulous means for vanity and had even schemed against him, she undeniably possessed loyalty and a strong sense of obligation. Qinggu, I know you look down on me. To you, I am no different from those streetwalkers. But I was born into a lowly life, losing my parents at a young age. Can you comprehend that? My uncle often berated and struck me, while my aunt fought to protect me, bearing many scars. After graduation, I vowed to give my aunt the best life possible. However, upon entering society, I realized the harsh realities. My salary was lower than that of a beggar on the street. I was honest, and I had a sense of awareness. Mo Qing nodded in agreement, stroking his chin. You have no idea. At that time, my aunt was gravely ill, and the treatment costs were astronomical. My uncle, being lazy, was ready to give up. I understood that my looks and figure were my only paths to survival. Several collaborating bosses attempted to take advantage of me, but I vowed to do whatever it took to save my aunt, yet they all backed down. Only Lu Zong provided me with sufficient medical funds, which saved my aunt's life and granted me everything I have now. Mo Qing acknowledged with a nod that Lu Zong was not as despicable as he initially thought. In fact, Lu Zong had long desired to replace you, Qinggu. I merely fanned the flames, seeking to have my cousin Li Ming take your position as an engineer. You may despise Lu Zong, but he has always been exceedingly compliant with me. Qinggu, I was a fool in the past, but poverty has changed me. My cousin treats me exceptionally well. Contemplating, Wu Qing thought of his own misfortunes. So, you still have grand aspirations, despite everything. Although Bai Jia's words shifted Xing's perception of her, he still recalled the various schemes she had employed against him, which ignited his irritation. In truth, Qinggu, you are quite handsome. I targeted you previously, and it was not without ulterior motives. You are aware of the collaborating bosses I mentioned, right? They specifically requested you because you possessed genuine talent. Lu Zong, however, lacked the discerning eye. I knew you enjoyed slacking off, but only within the confines of ensuring the company's operations. I devised various schemes, hoping you would be dismissed so that my cousin could take your place. And you could then secure a position at those companies and thrive. So it turns out I owe you my gratitude, in the end. I was the one who underestimated you, Mo Qing. Bai Jia, true to her role as a secretary, exhibited a deftness in verbal manipulation, striking the perfect balance between praise and insult. Hearing her address him as Gu repeatedly stirred something within Ming, prompting him to say, all right, let bygones be bygones. Our priority now is to find a way to survive. I knew Qinggu would be magnanimous. From now on, I will rely on you. You cannot abandon me. Bai Jia cooed sweetly. Listening to her gentle voice, Wu Qing felt a warmth wash over him. He had not anticipated sharing a room with such a beauty, especially with her half-cup purple bra accentuating her curves. It stirred his imagination and conjured vivid images in his mind. How wonderful it would be if this Bai Jia were my wife. The unpredictability of life was astounding. Yesterday the world was tranquil. Yet today it felt like the end of days. Previously, Wu Qing and Bai Jia had been adversaries, yet now they found solace in laughter amidst despair. In their dire circumstances, they transformed conflict into camaraderie, both feeling the futility of survival. As their hunger intensified, Mo Qing and Bai Jia leaned against the sofa, sharing trivial jokes and banter to dispel their fears. Gradually, they found themselves in a tender embrace, with Ng's arm unknowingly encircling her waist. In this nearly shattered despair, free from the mundane entanglements and the relentless struggle for possession, Mo Qing and Bai Jia engaged in conversation without restraint. As the sky darkened, the two of them, despite feeling despondent and empty, found the passage of time unbearable, and before they knew it, evening had arrived at 6 o'clock. At that moment, Mo Qing's senses became exceptionally acute, capable of perceiving even the slightest vibrations. Particularly, he could almost sense the presence of the aberrant creatures lurking outside the office. In addition to Li Ming and Ma Xiaoxiao, the two aberrant beings, 12 mutated colleagues were also present. He could gauge their combat prowess, with each one capable of easily ending his life. What astonished Mo Qing even more was that, although his ears could not move, they seemed to instinctively adjust their position whenever he sensed something. His body appeared to welcome the vibrant gases around him, absorbing them to the point that his mental state improved, even alleviating his hunger. This reminded him of the spiritual energy described in cultivation novels, invigorating and enhancing one's power. At this moment, Bai Jia had fallen asleep against Mo Qing's shoulder, clearly exhausted, and no longer viewed him as a stranger. Due to the absorption of the unknown gas, Mo Qing's body was undergoing changes, yet he felt no fatigue. In a state of exhilaration, he opened his eyes and began to observe his surroundings, deciding to experiment with his thoughts once more. Despite the inky darkness of night, the office was within his keen perception. To avoid disturbing the sleeping Bai Jia, Mo Qing cautiously extended his right hand, palm facing a baseball bat positioned 5 meters away in the corner. As soon as his intent shifted, the bat rose from the ground and floated in the air. Mo Qing felt an overwhelming excitement. Not only could he retrieve objects from a distance, but he could also manipulate them. To test his limits, he commanded the bat to ascend higher, first 50 centimeters, then 1 meter, and finally 3 meters. Now, the baseball bat was under his control, hovering close to the office ceiling. He wondered if he could manage to control two objects simultaneously. With a spark of inspiration, he dispersed his focus, causing a fist-sized flower pot on the desk to also rise into the air. Mo Qing suddenly conceived a thought, intending to draw the bat and flower pot towards him through mental control. A faint, almost imperceptible humming sound filled the air, and soon the two objects began to drift toward him. However, an abrupt wave of dizziness and weakness washed over him, as though his energy was being drained. When the two items were still 2 meters away, Mo Qing finally lost control, and they fell to the ground with a clatter, shattering the flower pot in the process. The sound of shattering startled Bai Jie, who trembled in fright and urgently asked, "Qinggu, what happened?" Chapter 9. The Escape Plan Survival Base City Map. "Qinggu, you touched the wrong place," Bai Jie exclaimed with a giggle, as the office was shrouded in darkness, and Mo Qing inadvertently brushed against her upper body. "I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional. I couldn't see," Mo Qing replied awkwardly. "It's fine," Bai Jie said. Her face flushed as she grasped his wrist and queried, "I heard something break. Did those monsters come in?" No monsters. I just accidentally kicked a small flower pot," Mo Qing quickly reassured her. That night, not only was their office engulfed in darkness, but the outside world was as well, due to the malfunctioning power grid throughout the entire Tianfu city. Why is it so quiet outside?" Bai Jie wondered. "Quiet is good," Mo Qing replied hastily, turning on the flashlight on his phone to assess the office's condition. Indeed, there was no movement outside. Could it be that the aberrant creatures also sleep at night? "Qinggu, I'm so hungry." Bai Jie suddenly clutched her stomach. "Wait a moment, Bai Mishu." Mo Qing glanced at the redwood desk. There was a water dispenser with 2 liters of water, but no other food in sight. He brought the 2 liters of water over and said, "Let us drink some water to tide us over, and I'll think of a way later." Bai Jie was so famished that she eagerly took the water and gulped down half the bottle in one go. "Hey, take it slow. No one is competing with you," Mo Qing joked, though he himself was swallowing hard. Soon, after quenching their thirst, the two found some relief from their hunger. Bai Jie nestled against Mo Qing's chest, engaging in cheerful conversation, occasionally causing him to intentionally brush against her softness, prompting her to giggle. Exhausted from the day's fright, Bai Jie curled up on the sofa, resting her head in Mo Qing's embrace as she fell asleep. Happiness arrived suddenly. However, Mo Qing found it difficult to drift into slumber during the long night. He gently moved Bai Jie's head to the sofa and approached the door, using his newfound abilities to sense whether the aberrant creatures had departed. Regrettably, they still lingered in the dark corridor. Upon opening a window, he could hear the sounds of fighting outside, along with cries of both adults and children, as well as the eerie, chilling calls of the aberrant beings. The office was enveloped in darkness, and Mo Qing checked his phone. The battery was down to 43. Suddenly, several 100-meter-high buildings across the street burst into flames, illuminating the office with a bright glow. Gazing into the distance, it appeared that the entire city was ablaze, speckled with flickering flames. Mo Qing returned to the sofa, brazenly lifting Bai Jie's head once more to rest on his thigh. The natural fragrance emanating from her brought him a moment of tranquility. At that moment, he felt a surge of excitement to uncover the true nature of those vibrant gases. Opening his phone, he was fortunate to find a faint signal. Logging into Jinri Tushio, he was overwhelmed with military information that stirred his emotions. He clicked on a news piece titled "Warriors Absorb Cosmic Energy." The article explained that cosmic energy is a form of energy that naturally exists during the formation of the universe. This vibrant spectrum can only be perceived and absorbed by those who have not been infected by the RR virus and have developed antibodies, resulting in a genetic mutation that grants them extraordinary abilities, transforming them into warriors. Cosmic energy not only bestows immortality, but also enhances strength, safeguarding the Earth and providing humanity with a glimmer of hope against the threats posed by monsters and aberrant beings. He then read the next item in the Huaxiao military report. To protect humanity's last hope, the People's Army had established 5 major survival base cities, including the Northwest Base City, Jiangnan Base City, Kyoto Base City, Northeast Base City, and the Tibetan-Mongolian Base City. These base cities were marked on the map and taken over by the People's Army. Mo Qing quickly took a screenshot of the map. The other information contained harrowing images of devastation in the apocalypse, enough to chill one's heart and be unbearable to behold. Soon, the phone signal weakened further, and the battery dwindled to 10, prompting Mo Qing to power off his device to preserve the information. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Mo Qing awoke to find Bai Jie still resting against his thigh, gazing at him intently. "Hey, you're awake," Mo Qing said. feeling a bit embarrassed. Bai Jie smiled slightly and responded with a soft sound. She then got up and walked to the window, looking outside at the aberrant creatures darting down the street. Mo Qing joined her and glanced outside. It was 8 in the morning, which left a sour taste in his mouth. With neither of them having eaten, their stomachs were empty, and the sensation of hunger grew stronger. Bai Jie sat vacantly on the sofa while Mo Qing, with a complex expression, observed the situation outside the window. After enduring another half hour, he turned to Bai Jie and asked, "Do you trust me? I will take you out, but you must promise to trust me, no matter what happens." "Qinggu, I trust you. Even if we rush out and are devoured, it is better than starving to death." Bai Jie spoke with a tone of desperation tinged with a desire to survive. Upon hearing these words, Mo Qing felt a sense of reassurance and promptly took action. Soon, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the ventilation duct. "Must we truly go through with this?" Bai Jie hesitated slightly. "Yes, I will go up first, and then pull you up," Mo Qing replied with unwavering determination. Bai Jie displayed no signs of fear as they swiftly entered the duct. Mo Qing explained his plan to Bai Jie. He had previously participated in the company's renovation and knew that this ventilation duct led directly to the refuge on the 21st floor. Above that was the rooftop, where a hoist was dedicated to high-altitude work and maintenance. He intended to use the hoist to safely transport them downstairs. Since the hoist was equipped with a backup battery, it could operate even during a power outage. If they chose to descend via the stairs, they risked encountering the monstrous creatures at any moment. Currently, within the narrow duct, Mo Qing led the way, with Bai Jie following closely behind. They crawled through the dim tunnel, feeling suffocated. "Bai Secretary, are you all right?" Mo Qing inquired upon hearing Bai Jie's labored breathing. "I'm fine." After a brief pause, Bai Jie continued forward but could no longer suppress her embarrassment. "Qinggu, how much longer? I need to urinate. I can't hold it much longer." Mo Qing estimated that they still needed at least half an hour, so he suggested, "Then just do it right there." It can't be that way," Bai Jie protested in her crawling position. "Don't mind the place," Mo Qing chuckled, urging, "Hurry and go. We have another half hour to crawl, and in this cramped space, you can't squat, so just do it while crawling," he said playfully. After considering it, Bai Jie blushed and replied, "Then you mustn't look. Crawl a bit further away. I can't go if you're too close." "Are you sure?" "Yes, just crawl a little further." "All right." Mo Qing crawled a few meters ahead when suddenly the sound of rushing water filled the duct, and the scent of urine permeated the air. Suddenly, he felt a pang of fear as danger approached. 1, 2, dozens of monstrous creatures rapidly drew near from above. "Damn it, this is bad." Mo Qing sensed the urgency and immediately reversed direction, hastily crawling back toward Bai Jie. "Qinggu, what are you trying to do?" Bai Jie misinterpreted his intentions. Mo Qing grabbed her hand, urging, "Stop urinating, there's danger." "I haven't finished yet." Bai Jie was pulled along, complaining softly, "Qinggu, be gentle, my pants are all wet." Bang! A sudden loud crash echoed as the duct where the woman had just relieved herself was pierced by a monstrous hand. The chilling howls of countless creatures filled the air. Bang! 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 The walls of the duct behind them were torn apart by the monstrous hands. Chapter 10: Extreme Survival. "Do not look back, keep crawling," Mo Qing shouted as they crawled forward, driven by the fear of death. They finally reached the ventilation exit on the 21st floor. Mo Qing quickly removed the vent cover and leaped down. "Bai Secretary, jump quickly. I'll catch you," he called out. In a dire situation, Bai Jie didn't hesitate and jumped into Mo Qing's sturdy arms, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and fear. As he caught her, in the haste of escape, Bai Jie's pants slipped down, and Mo Qing inadvertently brushed against her thigh. Not far away, the sound of the fire door banging echoed, as the monstrous creatures relentlessly pursued them. "Bai Secretary, do not be afraid. I am here." Mo Qing's voice was as firm as the wind, providing her with a sense of limitless security. In his embrace, Bai Jie clung tightly to his neck, appearing both shy and enchanting. Mo Qing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly carried her toward the fire door on the opposite side, leading to the rooftop. He gently placed her down and swiftly locked the heavy fire door behind them. Bang! 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 At that moment, a crashing noise erupted from behind the door, indicating the creatures were in hot pursuit. They took a deep breath, attempting to calm their frayed nerves. Mo Qing pointed to a hoist and explained, "This hoist is usually used for high-altitude work in office buildings, and now it is our only means of escape." The sounds from the fire door grew louder. As the monstrous creatures seemed to have been alerted, that sturdy door would not hold for long. Without further deliberation, they hurried to the edge of the rooftop. The scorching sun bore down upon them, and looking down, The office building stood approximately 80 meters tall, resembling a sheer cliff. Mo Qing gazed at the dizzying height, his legs feeling weak. Bai Jie trembled, asking, "Qinggu, do we really have to go down like this?" "Yes. This is our only hope," Mo Qing replied firmly. He quickly located the backup power supply for the hoist and checked it, confirming it was operational. With the switch flipped, the hoist arm extended, the pulleys rotated, and the specially designed rope slowly descended. After about 5 minutes, the rope reached the ground. Clang! Mo Qing kicked open the fire apparatus, swiftly retrieving the fire axe and rope inside. Fortunately, there were 2 hand-sized auxiliary descenders. After all, descending from nearly 100 meters high with just a rope would be unbearable for the human body. Without the auxiliary descenders, one could suffer severe muscle and skeletal damage before even descending a few meters. Gazing at the towering building, Mo Qing felt a wave of dizziness. His plan was to first descend to the first floor to retrieve the firearms left behind by the armed security at the nearby bank. Although there were still many monstrous creatures roaming the streets, their numbers during the day were relatively low, allowing for a smoother acquisition of weapons. Next would be to choose a hiding place and use the military map obtained last night to reach a survival base. Escaping too far seemed unrealistic. They must first locate a restaurant, diner, or supermarket to address their immediate hunger before considering long-term plans. The city was teeming with monstrous creatures, so they could move along the city's edge during their escape. With plenty of cars on the streets, they could consider using them as convenient transportation. This would not only facilitate food stockpiling, but also increase their chances of survival. However, the immediate concern must be addressed. Everything could only be implemented once they reached the ground. Bai Jie fully supported Mo Qing's plan after listening and quickly checked the descending apparatus to ensure safety. Mo Qing also deliberately sabotaged the hoist's power supply to prevent any accidents during the descent. With the initial battle successfully won, Mo Qing felt a surge of confidence. Once everything was prepared, he secured the fire rope as an additional safety line. On the rooftop, there happened to be a pile of steel pipes. He picked one up casually and handed the fire axe to Bai Jie. Bai Jie, dressed in an OL professional pencil skirt, had no place to put the axe. After a moment of silence, she awkwardly said, "I'll just put it here." Mo Qing silently praised her. Despite her alluring exterior, Bai Jie was a woman of resilience and adaptability. However, as a man, he could not bear to see her in such inconvenience, especially with her poorly made pencil skirt. What if the axe fell during the descent? By secretary, before he could finish, Mo Qing unfastened his leather belt and cleverly secured it around her slender waist to firmly hold the fire axe. Next, he took off his shirt and offered it to Bai Jie. After all, in this chaotic world, safety came first. It was inappropriate for a woman to roam the streets clad only in a bra. Mo Qing had intended for Bai Jie to wear his shirt all along, but he hesitated, reluctant to lose the opportunity to admire her beauty. After all, she was a stunning woman. She looked good in anything. The white shirt, though oversized on Bai Jie, added to her allure. She arranged her clothes, surveyed her surroundings, straightened her chest, and suddenly bent down to remove her high heels. With a few forceful strikes against the ground, she broke the heels and sighed. "Ah, these were my favorite pair." Mo Qing could not help but chuckle. What a delightful woman, both graceful and sensible, with a spark in her eyes. Fortunately, she was not a spoiled little girl, or I would have a headache. Once they were ready, their gazes inadvertently met, and they shared a deep, affectionate glance. Suddenly, Bai Jie tiptoed, pursed her delicate lips, and lingered on the man's mouth for a few seconds. This was a moment of escape, not a farewell to death. Mo Qing, wishing to lighten the mood, smiled and began, "By me," but Bai Jie placed her finger against his lips, saying, "In this situation, are you still going to call me Secretary Bai? How about I call you Bai Mei then?" Mo Qing replied as he enveloped her in his arms and kissed her passionately. "Bai Mei, rest assured, I will protect you. Now let us descend." He swiftly secured the auxiliary descent device to Bai Jie's waist, connecting it to the rope. Suddenly, the fire escape door was flung open by the monstrous creature, and Mo Qing anxiously urged, "Quick, we must hurry down." He leaped off the rooftop, gripping the hoisting rope, with Bai Jie closely following. As she beheld the rapidly approaching creature, panic set in, and she clung tightly to the rope, descending swiftly. "Ah, Bai Mei, that's not how you descend," Mo Qing exclaimed just as Bai Jie, in her rapid descent, landed unceremoniously on his face. Both cried out as they plummeted downward. Mo Qing resolved to risk everything. At this speed, they were sure to meet a fatal end. This was a desperate struggle for survival. Thus, he decided to summon his latent powers, since his mental control ability could manipulate objects from a distance. He aimed to reverse their descent approximately 10 meters from the ground to slow their fall. The monstrous creature on the rooftop watched their rapid descent and let out a roar. At that moment, the headless creature, Li Ming, suddenly leaped up, grasping the rope, and began to descend with ferocity. Other creatures followed suit, clinging to the rope like a swarm of fleas. 30 seconds later, Mo Qing exerted every ounce of his strength, channeling his powers to reverse their descent. Bai Jie anxiously inquired, "Qinggu, they are chasing us. Are we going to die?" Mo Qing shouted as he activated his powers. "With me here, nothing will happen." Bai Jie quickly glanced down. They were less than 10 meters from the ground, and her fear escalated into a scream. Indeed, the power reversal succeeded, and Mo Qing reassured her, "Bai Mei, stop screaming. We are landing safely." What an exhilarating experience. He then wrapped one arm around Bai Jie while drawing the fire axe from her waist, confronting the pursuing creature with a shout, "Is this never-ending? Go to hell." With that, he mentally controlled the fire axe, sending it flying from his hand to sever the 100-meter-long rope. In an instant, the creatures clinging to the rope began to fall. Without looking back, Mo Qing seized the stunned Bai Jie and began to flee for their lives. Chapter 11, no longer called Mo Qing, but rather the son of the Chaos Sovereign, Qi Yi. A week later, Qinggu, wake up. Don't scare me. Qinggu, woo woo woo. In his unconscious state, Mo Qing heard a weeping voice calling out to him. In his dream, he stood at the edge of an abyss. One side sparkled with stars, while the other was a black hole of a universe, impenetrable by light and suffocating in its terror. Am I dead? Mo Qing recalled. He had just safely landed from the rooftop of the company, then severed the rope with the fire axe, witnessing countless creatures plummeting. After that, they had fled for over 10 minutes, but exhaustion overwhelmed him, and his vision faded to black. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his brain as countless fragmented memories surged in, too numerous for even a supercomputer to contain. Among the fragments, a young man clad in dark golden armor cradled an infant, with a stunning woman beside him, seemingly his wife. The scene shifted as the man waved his hand, colorful gas streaming into the infant, whose cries echoed through the air. Following that, an endless array of sci-fi warships emerged in the void, and thousands of soldiers in battle armor materialized. Suddenly, the beautiful woman knelt before the cosmic warships, seemingly pleading for something. Then, a streak of light flashed above the warships, and a dignified elder appeared, who seemed to share a close relationship with the woman. The scene transitioned again, showing the young man in dark golden armor battling against the Cosmic Legion. He fought alongside the stunning woman, their combat swift and mesmerizing, affecting countless celestial bodies, many of which shattered during this bloodbath. Incredibly, with a mere glance, the young man caused numerous warships to disintegrate, and with a wave of his hand, entire star systems were obliterated. More terrifying was the elder opposing him, whose strength was even more formidable. With a single strike, he sent the young man flying, his body piercing through several star systems. Soon after, the elder's hand descended upon him like the Buddha striking Wukong in Journey to the West, brutally casting the young man into the dark depths of the universe. Mo Qing felt as if he were watching a film. Such terrifying power was beyond the capacity of Earth to endure. Not even a sci-fi blockbuster would dare depict such a scene. His thoughts shifted, wondering where the infant had gone. Young master, the nurse has finally awaited your return." Suddenly, a voice in the dream, claiming to be his nurse, called out. "Young master? Nurse?" Mo Qing was utterly perplexed. Buzzing, a four-dimensional triangle suddenly appeared in the dream, declaring, "Young master, it has been 7 million years, and I have finally awaited your arrival." Mo Qing jumped in fright, asking, "What are you?" "Hee." The four-dimensional triangle chuckled softly, explaining, "Young master, I am your nurse." "Damn." Mo Qing cursed. "I grew up drinking formula. Where's the nurse?" The four-dimensional triangle flashed before him, saying, "Young master, Mo Qing is merely your name on Earth. Your true name is Qi Yi, the son of the Chaos Sovereign, the Seven Azuras. Your mother is Kai Shirlia, and your grandfather is Kai Wang, a being surpassing the God King. What you just witnessed were the fragmented memories of your father and grandfather's battle." Upon hearing the four-dimensional triangle's account, Mo Qing learned that Kai Shirlia had fallen in love with the Chaos Sovereign, the Seven Azuras, and they eloped, only to be discovered by the God King, Kai Wang. Kai Wang would never allow his bloodline to be tainted. Even the Chaos Sovereign's 7 Azuras were beneath his notice. After a great battle, the 7 Azuras were cast into the abyssal universe, enduring the 4 punishments and 6 suffering secret methods, the 4 punishments of wind, fire, thunder, and electricity, and the 6 sufferings of void extinction, black hole engulfment, antimatter erosion, soul purgatory, bone burning, and nihilistic torment. Ultimately, Kaisha Lia was taken back by her father, Kai Wang, and was rumored to be imprisoned in the God Clan's secret realm, likely suffering greatly. Mo Qing, now Qi Yi, had fled the battlefield at the behest of his father, the seven Azuras, who ordered the four-dimensional triangle to escape with the infant Qi Yi. In truth, the four-dimensional triangle was named Ji Xian. Whenever Ji Xian transformed into human form, Qi Yi, Mo Qing, would drool uncontrollably. What the hell? A triangle turns out to be a stunning beauty, so breathtakingly enchanting. Ji Xian, with skin as smooth as cream and an ethereal visage, bore a flame-like mark on her forehead and pointed ears. Aside from her ears and the mark, she possessed an elegant abdomen adorned with 6 colorful lines, seemingly a natural trait. Yet, these features did not diminish her beauty. She was extraordinary, like a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Ji Xian approached Qi Yi with a graceful demeanor, stating solemnly, "Young master, from this day forth, you shall no longer be called Mo Qing, but Qi Yi. You bear a mission that transcends the grasp of ordinary individuals. The nurturing presence of your caretaker, Naima, shall undoubtedly assist you in becoming the formidable Qi Yi Shengjun of the cosmos, rescuing your progenitors, your father Qi Xiaoluo and your mother Kai Shai Erlia." Qi Yi was both excited and bewildered, his nose bleeding as he awkwardly reminded Naima, "Could you please don some clothing first? I am a man." Ji Xian chuckled, clearly amused by his reaction. She then became enveloped in a multitude of liquid metal, instantly forming an exquisite suit of armor that accentuated her alluring figure. She continued, "Young master, you are not dreaming. This is your consciousness realm. You are indeed the son of the true god, the chaotic sovereign Qi Xiaoluo, possessing the divine physique of a true god, born as the dream of other cosmic powerhouses." Soon, Qi began to comprehend his past, finding it hard to dismiss the reality before him. Qi Xiaoluo had instructed Ji Xian to take the infant Qi Yi as far away as possible. After several millennia, while traversing the dark cosmos, they inadvertently discovered a hidden coordinate of Earth, concealed by a cosmic powerhouse employing secret methods. Thus, they arrived on Earth during the Stone Age, where the offspring of a true god required vast cosmic energy and cultivation treasures, a demand Earth could not fulfill. Ji Xian was aware that the numerous relics on Earth harbored countless treasures, yet she deemed them beneath her consideration, opting instead to allow the infant Qi Yi to mature and hone his skills gradually. Through the eras of dinosaurs, the Stone Age, ancient civilizations, and the modern scientific revolution, Qi Yi eventually grew up. With Ji Xian's covert assistance, he found a job to experience life. However, it was peculiar that recently, Ji Xian detected gas leaks in several relics on Earth, causing a global impact on both humans and flora and fauna, resulting in genetic mutations. Ji Xian remarked that although many lives would be lost, this event would ultimately benefit humanity, for the inhabitants of Earth were, in the cosmic hierarchy, inferior, scarcely better than ants. Therefore, the sudden emergence of the RR virus forced humanity to confront a stark reality. Earth would inevitably be discovered by other cosmic races, and without some form of genetic mutation, they would face extinction. Upon understanding this, Qi Yi felt a profound confusion. He was unmistakably a terrestrial being, Mo Qing. Yet in an instant, he had transformed into the son of a cosmic true god, Qi Yi Shengjun, were it not for the RR virus. He might have dismissed Ji Xian as a mere madwoman. Perceiving the turmoil within her young master, Ji Xian reassured him, "Young master, I understand that you are still acclimating to your new identity. When you are ready, feel free to summon me." With that, she vanished into the void. Chapter 12. Virtual Intelligence Entity. Ji Xian, Naima, calls out. Qi Yi suddenly awakened from his slumber, gasping for breath as he patted his forehead, muttering to himself, "What is happening to me?" "Qinggu, you have finally awoken," Bai Jia exclaimed, her worried expression transforming into relief, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Why are you crying, Bai Mei?" Qi Yi asked. "Do you not know? You have been unconscious for an entire week. We were nearly terrified to death." "A week?" Qi Yi was taken aback, realizing he had indeed been in a coma for 7 days, just as the woman in his dream had indicated. At that moment, Ji Xian, his Naima, playfully appeared behind Bai Jia, teasing her. Qi Yi broke into a cold sweat, wondering if Bai Mei could not perceive Naima's presence. "Rest assured, young master, she cannot see me. You need only communicate with me through your thoughts," Ji Xian reassured him, appearing intermittently before them, soaring effortlessly without wings, defying Earth's gravity. Suddenly, Qi Yi exclaimed, "Bai Mei hit me." Quickly, Bai Jia stared at him in surprise, then gently tapped his face. "A bit harder," he urged. Slap. Bai Jia applied more force this time, leaving a distinct handprint on Qi Yi's face. He grinned, exclaiming, "This isn't a dream. It's not a dream. I am truly Qi Yi, not Mo Qing. Is Qing Ge losing his mind?" Bai Jia inquired, feeling his forehead and puzzled. "You don't have a fever. Are you sure you're all right?" Qi Yi quickly grasped her hand, pulling her into an embrace. "Bai Mei, I thought I was going to die. Please, from now on, do not call me Qing Ge. Refer to me as Qi Yi Gij." "Qi Yi Gij?" Bai Jia pushed him away, exclaiming playfully, "Qing Ge, have you lost your senses? Qi Yi Gij? How absurd." Qi Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. How could he reveal that he was the son of a cosmic true god? Who would believe such a tale? Thus, he altered his narrative. "Actually, my true name is Qi Yi. I am an orphan, and when I was discovered, a strip of cloth on me read Qi Yi. However, the orphanage registered my name as Mo Qing." Bai Jia chuckled, finding his insistence on the name Qi Yi somewhat amusing. "All right then, Qi Yi Gij, let us eat first," she acquiesced. They were in a small supermarket that Bai Jia had located. During Qi Yi's week of unconsciousness, there had been no monsters or aberrations to disrupt the peace. He surmised that it must have been Ji Xian's doing. Soon, the fire blazed brightly, and the instant noodles were ready. Qi Yi noticed that Bai Jia appeared distracted and inquired, "Do you have something on your mind?" Bai Jia sighed softly. "I have toiled for 6 or 7 years, and all my hard work seems to have come to naught. If only I could return to the past, I would choose a different way of life. Alas, there is no going back, and I often wonder when I might meet my end at the hands of a monster." Qi Yi empathized deeply, as he too had undergone a transformation from an ordinary man to the son of a cosmic powerhouse overnight, a transition more surreal than any science fiction tale. He glanced around, pondering, where has Naima gone again? Is she truly my caretaker? She resembles a blossoming maiden, more enchanting than any beauty. What is on your mind, young master? Ji Xian asked knowingly, appearing before him. You should dine with this human first. Later, we shall visit the bank where I have prepared something special for you. Qi Yi scoffed lightly, beginning to accept the enigmatic presence of his caretaker and the sudden shift in his identity. He slurped the noodles. This bowl of instant ramen was the most delicious he had ever tasted, perhaps the finest meal of his life. After the meal, he and Bai Jia meticulously surveyed the environment surrounding the bank across the street. As his strength gradually returned, their movements became more agile. Before long, a detailed map of the bank materialized in Qi Yi's mind, with Ji Xian marking important locations with red dots. Upon entering the main hall, they were met with the sight of several bodies strewn about, having been torn to shreds by monstrous entities, cash scattered across the floor. But the items Ji Xian had mentioned were nowhere to be found. On the second floor, in several offices, Qi Yi rummaged through the contents until he uncovered a pitch-black long box measuring 3 by 2 meters. Could this be it? He wondered, opening the box to unleash a torrent of runes that surged forth, shimmering with golden light, swiftly entering his mind. Ji Xian appeared, cautioning, "Young master, do not resist it. This is one of the secret arts left to you by your father, known as Wang Hunjiao." She elaborated, "In the universe, there exist many pinnacle races, each possessing formidable martial systems, among which are the mentalists. However, today we shall speak of the rarer divine mentalists. After achieving the status of true god, the offspring of 2 divine beings possess the potential to become divine mentalists. Unlike mentalists, divine mentalists are born with the physique of a true god from the very moment of their existence. This, Wang Hunjiao, was created by your father, Qi Xiuluo. It allows you to manipulate the powers of the souls in the cosmos. Of course, the greater the strength of the souls, the more potent your divine mental energy must be to control them. Qia initially believed that absorbing this technique would be as excruciating as depicted in novels. Yet the reality was entirely the opposite. The Wang Hunjiao secret art did not induce any discomfort. Rather, it invigorated him. Subsequently, a meter-long particle laser gun appeared in the box, a temporary modification crafted by his caretaker, Ji Xian, utilizing the existing conditions of Earth. This laser gun could effortlessly annihilate the alien beast, Tao Tai, and even extinguish the lives of mutated ordinary warriors, including those at the later stages of the war god level. Soon, Ji Xian transmitted foundational knowledge of cosmic cultivation to Qia through data transfer, encompassing various detailed cultivation realms and methods of absorbing cosmic energy. The hierarchy of cosmic warriors is classified into apprentice, planetary, stellar, cosmic, and realm master levels, each subdivided into 9 smaller stages. Following these are the undying, cosmic sovereign, lord of the cosmos, and the supreme being, true god. Upon achieving the status of true god, one ascends to the void, true god, eternal true god. and the Chaos Sovereign, a holy existence, akin to Chiye's biological father, Qi Shilua. Additionally, there exists the God King, reminiscent of Chiye's maternal grandfather, Kai Huang, who touches upon realms beyond that of the God King, along with higher limits of true God cultivation, which only deities of the God King level are qualified to explore. The potency of secret arts varies with the user, with divine-level secret arts being the most formidable, and the Wanhunzhou that Chiye cultivates is one among them. Chiye could not help but laugh, realizing that he too had reached such a day. Some are born into privilege while others toil in vain. Ji Xian looked at him with a smile, saying, "Young master, your birthplace is not Rome, but the divine realm." Hearing this, and reflecting on the cosmic cultivation realms he was just beginning to grasp, Chiye felt a blend of excitement and helplessness. "Young master, I shall begin my cultivation," Ji Xian reminded him, handing over a ring while explaining. Previously, the caretaker was a virtual intelligent life form, and just a few days ago, she attained human form. This ring is a virtual storage ring that can hold any non-living matter. By the way, there are also 6 flying blades in the box, which you can control to kill from 1,000 miles away, although your current strength allows you to command only one. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Xian vanished without a trace. Mo Qing, bewildered, sighed inwardly. The caretaker is truly an oddity. Did I drink her milk when I was a child? Haha. She just mentioned being an intelligent life form? Enough thinking, or my CPU might overheat. Chapter 13. Cultivating the Wanhunzhou. Chiye, momentarily puzzled, casually glanced into the box and indeed found 6 crimson flying blades, approximately 20 centimeters long, exquisitely crafted, gliding through the air like willow leaves. Reaching out to grasp one, he felt a sharp sting as his finger was cut, blood dropping onto the blade, which astonishingly absorbed it. Startled by the pain, Chiye hurriedly withdrew his hand and stored the blade in the virtual storage ring for further study later. What is Bai Mei doing downstairs? He murmured to himself, quickly probing with his divine sense to confirm that Bai Jie was safe below. Since discovering his true god physique and understanding the reason behind his ability to manipulate objects from afar, Chiye realized that it was all related to his identity as a divine sense master and the super control of his divine energy. Previously, the lack of guidance and excessive energy consumption had led to his fainting. Upon arriving at the office of the head, Chiye rummaged through the surroundings in search of potential treasures. As expected, he discovered an array of premium cigarettes, such as Likun Fu Chunshan Ju, Huangjin Yitian Ji, and Dechong Jiu 91, luxurious items beyond the reach of ordinary folks. The aroma invigorated him, and without hesitation, he tore open a pack, eagerly indulging in one, feeling as if he had ascended to the heavens. I didn't expect the head to be so greedy. As the smoke billowed out, he felt even more energized. Continuing his search, he stumbled upon a treasure trove, a case of Guojiao 1573, and most astonishingly, a bottle of 1935-year-old Limao liquor, valued at over 10 million. The excitement he felt upon seeing these treasures surpassed even the revelation of his lineage. Just as he thought he had uncovered all, his gaze fell upon an exquisite shopping bag. Upon opening it, he found 3 sets of alluring transparent lace lingerie in red, purple, and white, clearly indicating that the head had a storied past. Frustrated, Chiye uncorked a bottle of liquor and took a sip. Lacking a refined palate, he could not discern the nuances, but the fragrance was undeniably captivating, refreshing his spirit. He promptly stored these luxurious items in his storage ring, intending to relish them later. Thus, Chiye dashed downstairs and found Bai Jie in the hall, collecting scattered bills into her pockets. Unable to restrain his laughter, he thought, women, always preoccupied with making money. He handed Bai Jie a bottle of liquor, saying, "Bai Mei, have a sip." Bai Jie, seemingly seasoned in the ways of commerce, appeared unfazed by the liquor. Even if she faced Chiye, it would be no challenge to topple him. However, she merely waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Brother Chiye, I'm not adept at drinking. I've only done so out of necessity before. You enjoy it." As she sorted the bills, she gently declined his offer. "Just a little taste. Look at the label of this wine, haha," Chiye said while taking a small sip himself. Gua, Jiao 1, 5, 7, 3, Bai Jie pronounced each word distinctly, clearly familiar with such fine brews. "Bai Mei, having read it, would you like to indulge in a sip? This is exquisite wine worth over 1 million. And you treat it so casually. It's almost wasteful," Bai Jie exclaimed in astonishment. "Ah, that notion is misguided. Even a casual sip can reveal different flavors," Chiye chuckled. "My goodness, this bottle alone is worth my lifetime savings," Bai Jie said, snatching the bottle from Chiye's hands. "I must drink, before I die. I want to taste the life of the affluent." The woman demonstrated an astonishing capacity for liquor, downing 3 hefty gulps, leaving Chiye utterly astonished. Bai Jie continued to drink. Her face soon flushed with a rosy glow, igniting long-buried feelings within Chiye. Before long, the two were seated at the VIP desk, leaning against one another, sharing the bottle until it was emptied. They drowned their sorrows in drink, reveling in oblivion as they confronted the pressures of impending doom. Bai Jie's fair face glowed enticingly, every mundane jest from Chiye eliciting peals of laughter from her, and he joined in with hearty laughter. Perhaps we should pause our drinking, lest we provide the monsters outside a cheap feast? Bai Jie playfully collapsed onto him, her intoxication evident, teasing. Or shall I afford you this privilege? Let me share a little secret. With her delicate fingers tracing circles on his chest, she swallowed hard and continued. Actually, I'm still a sea girl. President Liu hasn't done anything to me. Strictly speaking, he has assisted me. A few days ago, he asked me to offer myself to him. But it all came too abruptly. Chiye was taken aback. He was not truly intoxicated, given his true god physique, which rendered such alcohol ineffective. However, he was astonished to hear Bai Jie claim to be a maiden. Observing Bai Jie's drunken blush as she rambled about President Liu's past assistance, Chiye recalled that just a week prior, Bai Jie had agreed to accompany him to a hotel, ostensibly as a form of gratitude, only for the world to descend into chaos. With President Liu now deceased, Bai Jie had lost her primary support. Fearing that Chiye might abandon or despise her, she used the liquor to divulge everything, hoping he would help her escape. Chiye embraced the inebriated Bai Jie, gently running his fingers through her hair, saying, "Silly girl. Do you think I'm so unreliable? Rest assured, I am Chiye Xingjun. Under the protection of the caretaker, I will not perish." Just then, a pungent odor wafted through the air. With a keen sense of smell, Chiye could surmise a few things. Bai Jie had fled with him a week prior, and during a moment of relief in the ventilation duct, she was pursued by the monstrous creature known as the Tao Tai, resulting in an unfortunate accident. In the days that followed, with water in short supply and Chiye in a state of unconsciousness, Bai Jie had not had the opportunity to tend to her appearance. Upon noticing the several bank employee uniforms neatly arranged in the VIP office, Chiye was struck with a bold idea, recalling the intimate apparel he had seen in a bag just moments before. A few minutes later, Chiye carefully dressed Bai Jie in the bank employee uniform. Her natural beauty was accentuated by the clean attire, rendering her even more ethereal and fresh. At that moment, Bai Jie's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush as she lay asleep on the sofa, intoxicated. Chiye entered the bank's main hall and swiftly secured all doors and windows to prevent any unforeseen monster from launching a surprise attack. Once he had ensured their safety, he returned to Bai Jie's side, sitting quietly and beginning to cultivate the Wanghun Curse secret technique, as instructed by his biological father. Soon, Chiye delved deep into his consciousness, with Ji Xian assisting him. Currently, the military on Earth categorized martial artists into 3 stages: warrior, war general, and war god, each further divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels, essentially providing a detailed classification of the apprentice level. At this moment, Chiye was like a blank slate, with the transformation from 0 to 1 imminent. Thanks to his divine physique, he found cultivation to be as effortless as a fish in water, swiftly grasping the first level of the Wanghun Curse, making the absorption of cosmic energy feel light and effortless. Witnessing Chiye's astonishing comprehension, Ji Xian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "Nai Ma, are you there?" Faced with an unexpected bottleneck, Chiye awkwardly called out. "Young master, I am here." Ji Xian replied with a smile, guiding him. The Wanghun Curse involves entering the path through destruction. Cultivation is no different. Hesitation will only hinder your progress. The essence of slaughter will naturally accompany you, allowing you to learn effortlessly. Ordinary earthlings must practice the genetic original energy cultivation technique to enter the path. However, you, young master, with your divine physique, possess this ability innately. To enter meditation, one must first open the energy meridians. As one of the pinnacle races in the universe, humanity shares this trait with the earthlings. When the meridians are open and the 7 gates are unsealed, myriad laws will come to you. These 7 gates are the heavenly gate located in the Naiwan, the earth gate at the coccyx, the central gate at the tail spine, the front gate at the Mingtang, the back gate at the Yuzhan, the tower gate at the Zhonglu, throat, and the room gate at the Jianggong. These are the keys to human cultivation, directly connecting to the internal organs. During cultivation, one must keep the mind free of distractions and maintain a clear and steadfast focus, allowing for the complete absorption of cosmic energy, which will invigorate you. Once this cosmic energy is absorbed, It can be transformed into the power laws and abilities through the Wanghan Curse. When utilized, merely a thought will allow the power laws to strike foes from 1,000 miles away, causing the earth to tremble. In Chapter 14, a kind heart will only harm oneself. Qi Yi, under Ji Xian's guidance, focused intently on his cultivation. As he gradually opened each major energy meridian, he felt a surge of powerful energy flowing from the depths of the cosmos, filling every cell within him, closing the heavenly gate, earth gate, central gate, and eventually the room gate maximized the purification of cosmic energy. Each level of understanding was a baptism of the spirit and a leap in strength. Throughout this process, his cells rapidly underwent fission, evolving his divine physique's bones, blood, organs, and skin, significantly increasing his strength. Finally, after a profound tremor deep within his soul, Qi Yi experienced an unprecedented clarity and enlightenment, successfully breaking through to the apprentice first stage, reaching the initial warrior standard with a punching force of 900 kilograms and a speed of 25 meters per second. Should he utilize the divine physique to channel his mental energy, his punching force could soar to 8,000 kilograms, and his speed could reach 90 meters per second, capable of sending an apprentice fourth stage war general flying. In this moment, Qi Yi felt as if his body were being restructured, each cell undergoing fission and absorbing even purer and more powerful cosmic energy. To his astonishment, the tables and chairs around him began to levitate under the influence of this newfound power. Previously, even the slightest use of his abilities would leave him faint, yet now he wielded control with ease. Within his consciousness, the fusion of cosmic energy and the Wanghan Curse initiated a spectacular transformation. Qi Yi's consciousness appeared to expand infinitely, with stars shimmering, runes colliding with power, all guided by the fundamental laws of the universe. Observing the young master's rapid progress, Ji Xian nodded in satisfaction before vanishing into thin air. The following morning, a mark of law subtly appeared on Qi Yi's forehead, hidden beneath his skin. Upon opening his eyes, he awkwardly greeted, Bai Jie, good morning. Bai Jie stared at him intently, her eyes seemingly harboring countless questions. Brother Qi Yi, tell me honestly, have you undergone a genetic mutation? In truth, Bai Jie had noticed something unusual when Qi Yi awakened from his coma the day before and had longed to inquire. This was due to her witnessing Qi Yi effortlessly manipulating a fire axe with one hand, severing the ropes of a crane dozens of meters high, before he succumbed to unconsciousness for an entire week. Even a fool could discern that such feats were beyond ordinary capabilities. Seeing Bai Jie awake so early, watching him meditate like a Taoist, her confusion deepened. Bai Jie, please don't be alarmed. Let me explain slowly. Qi Yi realized that hiding the truth from her was inappropriate, especially since she had cared for him for so long. Thus, he candidly revealed the existence of his abilities. Naturally, it was not yet time for her to learn of his lineage as the son of the Chaos Sovereign or the secret of his divine physique. Upon learning the truth, Bai Jie chose to trust him, her cheeks flushing as she looked at the uniform she wore. Shyly, she asked, about last night, my clothes. Were they changed by me? There's a lingering odor. Qi Yi playfully interrupted her, chuckling. Rest assured, I had my eyes closed. And I even used mineral water to help you clean up. Bai Jie's face immediately turned crimson as she grasped his arm, exclaiming, Brother Qi Yi, you've gone too far. Did you touch me in other places? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Qi Yi feigned a pained expression and teased, I don't even know if I did. But I had my eyes closed and saw nothing. Suddenly, Bai Jie began to cry, squatting on the sofa with her head buried in her knees, sobbing. Qi Yi felt he had crossed a line, rubbing her arm gently. Hey, I'm sorry. I just noticed you hadn't changed your clothes for several days. But I promise, I truly didn't look. You must take responsibility for me. Bai Jie suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at him. Upon hearing this, Qi Yi chuckled mischievously. No problem, I'll take responsibility. From now on, I'll help you change every day and wash your clothes, hee. Hearing this, Bai Jie was both amused and exasperated, clearly realizing that he had been waiting for her to say those words. Qi Yi, come here. Hee, no? I'm afraid you'll hit me. You scoundrel. In the bank hall, Qi Yi initially sprinted wildly, with Bai Jie chasing closely behind. The two began to frolic in this apocalyptic world, seemingly forgetting the desolation outside. In such moments, perhaps joy was the most precious of all. After their playful antics, they made their way to the second floor of the bank. Since Bai Jie had not undergone a genetic mutation, she lacked any powers, and Qi Yi could not be at her side constantly. At this time, the number of Taotai on the streets had diminished significantly compared to previous days. Yet numerous creatures still roamed about. The view from above was expansive, revealing around 30 or more Taotai within a 100-meter radius. The two crouched on the upper floor, observing intently when suddenly, Qi-Yi's consciousness received another message from Ji Xian, the nurturing figure. The data reveals that Ji Xian has categorized the monsters on Earth into various ranks: primary beast soldiers, intermediate beast soldiers, advanced beast soldiers, primary beast generals, intermediate beast generals, advanced beast generals, primary lords, intermediate lords, advanced lords, king-level monsters, planetary level, and beast emperors, the more formidable planetary level. These classifications correspond to the martial artists on Earth, ranging from apprentice level 1 to level 9, with the king-level monsters and beast emperors being particularly terrifying entities. At present, the aberrant Taotai within their line of sight are at the primary beast soldier stage, yet to evolve, and their combat prowess is already exceedingly formidable, with intelligence comparable to that of ordinary humans. Subsequently, Qi retrieved a 1-meter-long laser gun from his storage ring and turned to Bai Jie, saying, "Bai Mei, I have something to present to you." Bai Jie was momentarily taken aback, inwardly lamenting, "Where on earth did this fellow acquire such a sci-fi weapon? Here, this laser gun is for you." Observing Bai Jie's astonished and excited expression, Qi began to explain the functionality of the laser gun. This weapon weighs 23 kilograms and is equipped with 3 firing modes: single shot, continuous fire, and sniping. Its energy source is the energy crystal provided by the nurturing Ji Xian, which is exceedingly precious and versatile. Currently, the single shot mode can fire 3,000 times, the continuous fire mode 500 times, and the sniping mode 800 times. When switching modes, the usage count of the energy crystal will adjust accordingly. Qi disengaged the safety, placed the gun in Bai Jie's hands, and said solemnly, "We are heading to the survival base. You will use this gun to eliminate those aberrant Taotai and practice your skills." "But Brother Qi, this is killing," Bai Jie exclaimed in fright, refusing. "They are no longer human. If you do not kill them, they will devour you," Qi patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie realized the gravity of the apocalyptic situation. Harboring kindness would only lead to harm for oneself and others. Qi, unable to bear her hesitation, took the gun back, stating, "Let me demonstrate. No need to be afraid. Just act decisively." Without further thought, he activated the single-shot mode. Bang, bang, bang. 3 aberrant Taotai fell lifelessly to the ground, their flesh exploding. The surrounding aberrant Taotai sensed the threat and began to stir angrily, swiftly locking onto the source of the gunfire. After the 3 shots rang out, the creatures collapsed, blood and gore scattering. Chapter 15. The initial battle with the aberrant Taotai. A roar erupted as a group of aberrant Taotai charged towards the second floor of the bank at a speed of 25 meters per second. Qi had provoked them intentionally, throwing the gun back to Bai Jie and coldly stating, "Just like I did earlier, if we want to break through, either fire now or become their waste tomorrow. Hurry up, move." Bai Jie clutched the laser gun, cold sweat trickling down, trembling in fear. Qi gently placed his hand on her trembling arm from behind, guiding her to aim the laser gun at the rapidly approaching aberrant Taotai. His voice was firm and calm. "Take a deep breath, steady yourself. Remember, this is a battle for survival, not mere slaughter. We must survive." He adjusted her grip on the gun, ensuring her hands were steady. "Focus on your target, breathe deeply, and slowly squeeze the trigger." Qi continued to whisper in her ear, attempting to alleviate her fear, encouraging her to envision them merely as targets, and that she was liberating them. Listening to Qi's guidance, Bai Jie endeavored to calm her breathing, fixing her gaze on a massive aberrant Taotai ahead. Recalling Qi's earlier shooting, she mimicked his actions, her finger gradually pressing against the trigger. Bang! A beam of laser accurately struck its target, causing the creature to collapse in a bloody explosion. The success instilled a slight boost in Bai Jie's confidence. Qi noticed her body had relaxed somewhat and continued to encourage her. "See, you're doing splendidly. Once more, we are one, fighting side by side." Bai Jie gritted her teeth and aimed at another charging monster. This time, her hands were no longer trembling, and her shots were more decisive. Bang! One after another, aberrant Taotai fell, as more and more awakened from the surrounding streets. Bai Jie became increasingly exhilarated. At some point, Qi had let go, and she was firing rapidly. Observing the approaching aberrant Taotai near the bank, Qi realized the threat to Bai Jie's safety was escalating. With a sudden leap, he jumped from the second floor, confronting the encroaching aberrant Taotai head-on. Qi himself was surprised by his own bravery, perhaps spurred by the presence of a beautiful woman beside him. The leap startled Bai Jie, who was shooting from above, prompting her to shout, "Brother Qi, what are you doing?" "It's nothing. I just want to warm up. Just focus on shooting and don't hit me, Qi Yi reassured her fearlessly. After speaking, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending one aberrant Taotai flying. Wow, is my brother really this strong? As the number of aberrant Taotai increased, the battle intensified. Bai Jie remained on the upper floor, accurately striking from a distance under Qi Ye's instructions, while Qi Yi engaged in close combat below. He fought with exhilarating fervor, each strike infused with martial artist power bringing unparalleled excitement. On the rooftop of a nearby building, Ji Xian observed the young master battling the horde of beasts. Reminiscent of his father, Qi Xiu Luo, in his prime, one man single-handedly holding back 1,000 foes. At that moment, Qi Yi kicked away an incoming aberrant Taotai, shouting, "Bai Mei, now is the time." Bang! Bai Jie quickly aimed and shot the aberrant Taotai that Qi Yi had kicked, reducing it to a pulp. Focus on the left. 3 o'clock direction, the large one. Concentrate your firepower. Qi Yi directed loudly, ensuring Bai Jie could focus on the most threatening target. Following his guidance, Bai Jie adjusted her aim, firing repeatedly, each shot hitting critical points and effectively alleviating the pressure on Qi Yi. From afar, Ji Xian projected his voice through telepathy, warning. Young master, a large number of aberrant Taotai are approaching. Evacuate the battlefield immediately. Naima, so you've been watching all along, got it. Qi Yi replied just as he crossed his fists and forcefully swung, sending the aberrant Taotai before him flying several meters away. He shouted to Bai Jie, jump down quickly. I'll catch you. It's time to escape. Huh. Bai Jie gazed at the nearly 8-meter height, her heart racing. Jump, don't hesitate. Qi Yi urged again. Bai Jie quickly stowed the gun, closed her eyes, and mustered the courage to leap. When she opened her eyes, she found herself safely in Qi Ye's embrace. Bai Mei, climb onto my back. Qi Yi swiftly moved, placing Bai Jie on his back while securely supporting her, then began to run. Shall we make it a bit more thrilling? He asked. What? Bai Jie, flushed with excitement, responded. Brother is going to start jumping. Before he finished speaking, he pushed off the ground, swiftly leaping between buildings to escape. Bai Jie, on his back, turned pale with fright, her screams echoing. It was simply too exhilarating. Half an hour later, Bai Jie said from his back, I now believe you are Qi Yi. Oh, now you believe me. Qi Yi laughed as he ran, having distanced himself from the aberrant Taotai. Suddenly, he came to a halt and set Bai Jie down. All right, I'm exhausted. Bai Jie hesitated, astonished by how terrifying Qi Yi had become after his genetic mutation. She remained silent, feeling like a burden as an ordinary person without genetic enhancement. At this very moment, 5 meters away, lay a lifeless alien beast known as Tao Tia. Its limbs had been completely gnawed away, and if not for its head still remaining, it could easily be mistaken for a mere cube. Looking up, the surroundings were filled with horrific scenes. Other corpses of Tao Tia were mangled beyond recognition, their ears bitten off, bellies ripped open, and intestines spilling out like tails trailing behind. Bai Jie felt a wave of nausea wash over her, the stench of decay, prompting Qi Yi to hastily cover his nose. Realizing he had lingered too long, he wished he had moved farther away. At that moment, a colossal beast appeared in the alley, a hybrid of lion and tiger, towering like a giant elephant, merely 50 meters from them. Qi Yi assessed the situation and exclaimed, Goodness! This creature must possess at least the strength of an intermediate beast soldier. A single strike would surely shatter bones. Bai Jie broke into a cold sweat, beads of perspiration trickling down her cheeks. The beast was gnawing on the remains of a Tao Tia, clearly the architect of this gruesome scene. Its gaze was vacant, teeth bared, and in a panic, Bai Jie hurriedly aimed her laser gun at its head, but in an instant, the beast vanished. This sight left Bai Jie trembling, her legs turning to jelly. Had Qi Yi not been by her side, she would not have mustered the courage to aim her weapon. Am I truly so useless? Qi Yi? She lamented. It's all right, adaptation takes time. You'll grow accustomed to it. Qi Yi reassured her. He surveyed their surroundings, using his mental prowess to gauge the danger level, realizing it was quite high. With a woman to protect, they could not afford to linger any longer. Yet, he was curious as to why the mutated beast had not attacked them. In truth, Ji Xuan, concealed in the void, had been silently safeguarding Qi Yi. She understood that as the son of the Chaos Sovereign, he needed more trials to truly grow. Chapter 16. The beast tied suddenly. The ground trembled as if an army of thousands was charging forth. Bai Mei run. Sensing the impending danger, Qi Yi tightly grasped Bai Jie's hand and sprinted forward. Exhausted from their earlier battle, their pace noticeably slowed. At that moment, they beheld a 30-meter-tall building, constructed like a fortress, the Bingen Life Insurance Company. They dashed towards the edifice, its solid structure befitting a leading insurance firm. Chia quickly scanned the surroundings, discovering that the ground floor was securely sealed. Fortunately, the second floor boasted a tempered glass window. "Break that window," he instructed Bai Jia. She nodded, raised her laser gun, and with a loud crash, shattered the window. Chia swiftly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, leaping through the second floor window. His powers had grown stronger, while Bai Jia increasingly felt inadequate. Frustrated by her lack of genetic mutation granting her powers, she feared that the growing distance between her and Chia would only widen. "Haha, how clever am I?" Chia laughed heartily, filled with genuine joy at their narrow escape. "Thank you, Chia," Bai Jia replied, feeling a tad awkward, unable to meet his gaze. Even refraining from calling him brother, Chia keenly sensed her unease. The omission of brother from her address was a subtle change even the dullest observer would notice. "Ouch. That hurts, it really hurts." He feigned injury, tightening his grip on his left wrist, causing it to bleed. "Chia, what's wrong?" Bai Jia asked urgently, pulling his hand away. Without hesitation, she tore a strip from her short skirt to bandage his wrist. In that moment, as she ripped the fabric, the hem of her skirt rose, inadvertently covering her rounded hips. While she tended to his wound, Chia continued to scan the environment with his mental abilities, confirming their safety. Suddenly, distant gunfire and the sound of footsteps grew louder, startling Bai Jia. At that instant, Chia discovered several female corpses on the second floor. In a semi-Tao-Tia state, their bodies appearing hollowed out, a scene of utmost tragedy. It became evident that the Bingen Insurance Building was not a sanctuary after all. Once the bandaging was complete, Chia proposed, "Let us tidy this place up. We shall rest here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow." Bai Jia nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting reproach. "You must not act so recklessly in the future. Do you know how worried I am?" Chia responded with a grin, "I understand, but you must not give up on yourself either. I will always be your Chia. I believe my Bai Mei will eventually acquire powers." Feeling exposed, Bai Jia became slightly embarrassed yet found her spirits lifted. As they cleared the resting area, Chia initially thought Bai Jia would be frightened. However, she boldly grasped the corpse and tossed it out the window. "From now on, do not underestimate me. I am a strong woman. This is nothing," she declared. Chia rubbed his head awkwardly, surprised to discover this beautiful woman had such a resilient side. They quickly organized the space, revealing it to be a reception room with ample office space. Just then, a startled scream erupted. An open safe spilled stacks of cash onto the floor. "Women, they have many virtues, yet they are too enamored with wealth," Chia mused. Having called out several times to no avail, she had seemed so sullen before, yet now she was exuberantly shouting at the sight of money. "Chia, look at all this money. We are rich," Bai Jia exclaimed, bouncing around like a child, her face alight with joy. Chia chuckled helplessly, dousing her enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. "Bai Mei, in this world, do you think money holds any value?" "Don't say that," Bai Jia retorted, her words contradicting her heart, but seeing her disappointed expression, Chia understood she grasped his meaning. "Since you adore money, I shall help you collect it, so you can sleep atop it every night." Chia joked, "There must be millions here. Can you carry it all?" Bai Jia queried with a smile. "Leave that to me. Money does hold value. Once we reach a survival base, we might be able to exchange it for supplies, especially since our military is striving to support survivors." "Is that true?" Bai Jia's excitement reignited at his words. "All right, there is bottled water outside. Let us wash our hands. Tonight, we shall use cash as blankets and indulge in the life of the wealthy," Chia declared. "Wonderful. I have always dreamed of sleeping on a pile of money. I never thought today would bring me such fortune," Bai Jia exclaimed as they hurried outside to wash their hands, relieved that the corpses had not been dead for long. The stench quite minimal. Without hesitation, they washed their hands and then nestled into the pile of cash. Bai Jia tossed the bills into the air like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, her laughter echoing joyfully. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated outside, akin to a stampede. As if an earthquake had struck, the two sprang from the pile of money and rushed to the window, hearts pounding. A giant tortoise, towering 200 to 300 meters, lumbered across the ground, surrounded by enormous beasts ranging from several to dozens of meters in height, creating a scene reminiscent of a beast tied from a novel, more terrifying than the age of dinosaurs described in books. Suddenly, the ground split open, and a colossal black dragon shot into the sky, measuring 300 to 400 meters in length, resembling the divine dragon from the Shanhai Jing, complete with whiskers, claws, and horns, before vanishing into the heavens. At that moment, not far away, a 2-meter-tall Tao Tia appeared to be undergoing a transformation. The expression of pain on her face, reminiscent of someone in distress, tugged at the heartstrings. Qi Yi swiftly pulled Bai Jia back into the room, and the two sat amidst a pile of money. unable to regain their composure for a long while. Bai Jie, pale with fear, felt as though her heart might leap from her chest. The scene was nearly suffocating. Is humanity capable of rebirth? Qi Yi choked on his words. Hearing his voice, Bai Jie came to her senses, her first thought being, will we die? I am still so young. I do not wish to be devoured like this. Suddenly, a chilling, alien roar echoed from outside, causing Bai Jie to dive into Qi Ye's embrace, clutching him tightly. Unbeknownst to them, countless alien beasts were feasting on their mutated counterparts outside, and chaos ensued between the two factions. Qi Yi was a man of strategic pessimism but tactical optimism, especially with a healer, Ji Xian, watching over him. He was acutely aware of his greater mission and could not afford to perish on Earth. If he were to die, it would be among the stars. For even in death, one must maintain grace. Bai Mei, do not dwell on such thoughts. Remember the joke I told you? Would you like to hear it again? Bai Jie nodded eagerly. I want to hear something funny. All right. Once, two kernels of corn got married. The next morning, the male colonel woke up to find popcorn beside him and asked, Hey, who are you? Where's my wife? Haha. The female colonel ran away. Bai Jie laughed heartily. Now, do you know what popcorn would say? Qi Yi struggled to contain his laughter. What could popcorn possibly say? Bai Jie pondered, then said popcorn would surely say, would you like 2 kernels of popcorn? Wrong. Qi Yi smirked, revealing the punchline. Popcorn shyly said, after bursting open, I no longer recognize you. Bai Jie chuckled, but then suddenly pounced on Qi Yi, straddling him, playfully teasing. Qi Yi Gidge, you are so naughty. Don't think I don't know you were telling risque jokes. I admit my fault. I just wanted to make you smile. Qi Yi replied, blushing as he gazed at her. Soon, Bai Jie's laughter faded, her expression turning serious yet captivating. Honestly, do you wish for me to become popcorn? Bai Mei, do not say such things. I am not that kind of person. Qi Yi turned his face away, unable to meet her gaze. I will ask again. Do you want me to become that popcorn? After today? You may never have the chance again, Bai Jie stated earnestly. With nowhere to retreat, Qi Yi's heart raced, and just as she prepared to move away, he blurted out. I do wish for it, but I would never let you become popcorn. I want to love you and make you my woman. I like you, Bai Mei. He pulled her back, embracing her tightly. Bai Jie instantly blushed, her soft lips sealing his adventurous mouth, exclaiming, Qi Yi Gidge, I want that too. Let me become popcorn. Take me. After this night, I hope you remember me. I am not that male colonel. I will ensure we survive, Qi Yi said, unable to resist lifting her skirt. Chapter 17. The Red Mixed Copper Mother Soul-Eating Gun. Is it comfortable? Bai Jie gazed intently at Qi Yi, her face contorted in pleasure as she clutched his arm tightly. Sensing that Bai Jie understood a man's desires all too well. Comfortable. Do you like it? I do. Qi Yi Gidge, you are truly wonderful. This is my first boost. Bai Jie, drenched in sweat, her delicate form radiating desire, continued, you must take responsibility. Do not abandon me. Fear not, Bai Mei. Even in death, I will be ahead of you. We will undoubtedly reach the survival base safely. Trust me, I can hardly bear this. I want you. Qi Yi Gidge, come here. After the storm, Qi Yi sighed in relief, lying down and asking, Bai Mei, are you all right? I shall rest a while, but don't you feel tired? Qi Yi lit a post-event cigarette, taking a few puffs. Bai Jie, lying on him, tenderly reminded, do not smoke so much. It is bad for your health. 1 cigarette after the event, better than a deity. Care for a puff? I wouldn't dream of it. If I win the lottery, smoking is not advisable. Bai Jie said, her face flushed as she got up from him, walking gracefully to drink some mineral water before returning. Her movements were exaggerated and captivating, her hands delicately poised, as if gliding on invisible supports, exuding elegance and charm. Qi Yi chuckled. Bai Mei, if we return to the survival base and I remain that poor boy, will you still be with me? Well, it depends on your performance, if you do not strive. Humph. How dull, alas, women. A good bird chooses its tree. Do you not understand this? But you did not say this beforehand. Do you believe what women say? Fine. Consider me unfortunate. Rest assured, I will uphold my promise to take you to the survival base. Qi Yi seemed somewhat irritated, reminded of a poignant song that evoked a sense of melancholy in his chest. Bai Jie crouched playfully before him, teasing, you are truly foolish. I am already yours. What reason would I have to leave you? Do you know why I advise you to smoke less? What if you win this time and end up pregnant? Do you wish to betray our baby? Upon hearing this, Qi Yi became elated, immediately tossing the cigarette aside. Bai Mei, I knew you were joking. You nearly scared me to death. Qi Yi Gidge is such a silly goose, Bai Jie exclaimed, resting her head on his chest. I am so sleepy. I want a nap. I am utterly exhausted. Watching the woman gradually drift into slumber, Qi Yi felt uncertain. How much of her affection was genuine? And how much was a tactic, a transaction? Contemplating this, he could not help but gaze at Bai Jie's face, increasingly troubled by his own doubts. Alas, she is a woman I have shared my days with. I shall let it be. Buzzing, Ji Xian appeared in the void, observing Qi Yi's expression of insecurity with amusement. Startled by the sudden appearance of the stunning woman, Qi Yi thought, Naima, please turn your face away. I am not dressed. Ji Xian jested. Oh, feeling shy? I raised you. What have I not seen? With that, she quickly flashed in front of Qi Yi, declaring, Young master, women are merely for amusement. This girl, truthfully, is not worthy of you. You are Qi Yi Xingjun, son of the Chaos Master and the Seven Shura. Qi Yi mentally retorted, Naima, though you are an intelligent life form, you are still a woman. It is inappropriate to say merely for amusement. I am a responsible man. By the way, Naima, do you think my Bai Mei is sincere towards me? Young master, do you wish to hear the truth or a falsehood? It must be the truth. The truth is, she genuinely does not like you. What? And the falsehood? The falsehood is that she wishes to survive by your hand. This is merely human nature. However, one thing Naima can assure you of is that this Earth girl will not betray you, as the Earth would say. She will not make you wear a green hat. Upon hearing this, Qi Yi's heart raced. What on earth has Naima learned such cunning words? Young master, you should refrain from sleeping tonight and solidify the secret art of the soul-binding spell, Ji Xian instructed. All right, no problem. Qi Yi suddenly felt shy and asked, Naima, you didn't happen to watch the live broadcast of my encounter with Bai Jie, did you? Ji Xian clasped her hands firmly over her chest and replied resolutely. Young master, the wet nurse is not that kind of person. This is your private matter. Now, let us expedite your training, for I shall provide you protection this evening. Qi Yi promptly entered a meditative state, channeling the energies of the inner and outer universe. His skin began to emanate a golden glow, radiating like ripples across a tranquil pond. Each cell resonated in harmony, while his bones and organs strengthened to accommodate the flow of elevated energies. As the soul-cursing spell's secret technique commenced, his consciousness expanded, the meridians broadened, and energy surged forth like a torrential river, transforming with every breath he took. Ji Xian observed quietly, offering guidance. Young master, the 6 flying blades I previously provided to you were prepared by your father for your coming-of-age ceremony. They are known as the soul-devouring spears, which are weapons of thought energy, capable of unpredictable transformations. The soul-devouring spears possess 2 forms. When separated, they take the shape of flying blades, as you have seen. They can be manipulated by mental energy for long-range assaults, possessing the ability to attack the soul. When combined, they morph into a close combat weapon, representing their ultimate form, the soul-devouring spear itself. These spears are forged from H-grade metal, Qi Huntong Mu, and infused with divine blood. A product of your father's collaboration with a mechanical race's cosmic powerhouse. Divine blood can only be formed within the veins of those who have attained godhood. Qi Huntong Mu is among the hardest metals in the universe. Typically, cosmic metals are categorized into 6 grades: A, B, C, D, E, and F, with Qi Huntong Mu classified as F grade. Metals of A and B grades are relatively common, such as gold, lithium, rubidium, and cesium on Earth. In contrast, metals of grade C and above are exceedingly rare, but you will come to understand this in due course. For now, young master, you may attempt to control one of the soul-devouring flying blades to strike at the wet nurse. Fear not, I have activated the virtual training space, and the woman beside you cannot hear us. As soon as her words fell, whoosh, one of the flying blades suddenly lunged at Ji Xian, catching her off guard. Qi Yi bore a sly smile as he focused his mental energy, akin to a radar, capturing Ji Xian's movements. Wet nurse, forgive me, but I must ascertain the true strength of this soul-devouring flying blade. Young master, you are using trickery. This is merely a strategy of war. Huh. Then let the young master unleash his full might. Apologies in advance. Qi Yi's mental energy swiftly connected with the soul-devouring flying blade, feeling its sharpness and agility. He concentrated, commanding the blade to launch an assault on Ji Xian. The blade shimmered with a faint light in the virtual training space, darting through the air like a swift serpent. Young master, focus intently. Do not allow your concentration to waver. Ji Xian's voice was firm and commanding. Upon finishing his words, Qi Yi unleashed his mental energy, causing the soul-devouring flying blade to streak through the air, probing Ji Xian's defenses with silver flashes. Ji Xian moved gracefully, evading each approaching blade with ease, her movements as fluid as flowing water. Young master, attempt to control a second flying blade simultaneously, merging spirit and form. At this moment, Qi Yi was drenched in sweat, taking a deep breath as he concentrated, now commanding 2 flying blades. They shot forth like twin silver meteors from different directions towards Ji Xian. Ji Xian's expression sharpened, and in a flash, she evaded the 2 blades effortlessly. Excellent, young master. Allow the cosmic energy to merge with the soul-cursing spell, thereby reducing the strain on your mental energy. Qi Yi complied, discovering that his attacks became increasingly fluid, with the frequency and angles of the blade's strikes growing more intricate. He continually adjusted their trajectories, seeking a flaw in Ji Xian's defenses. Suddenly, Ji Xian pivoted, her hands sweeping through the air, forming several energy shields. Bang! Bang! The 2 soul-devouring flying blades lost control, ensnared by the energy and falling into her grasp. After all, these blades were forged from Qi Hun Tong Mu. A direct confrontation would inevitably result in self-injury. A glimmer of approval flashed in Ji Xian's eyes as she gracefully leapt in front of Qi Yi. Young master, your progress is commendable, but you must cultivate greater adaptability and versatility. Qi Yi inhaled deeply, retracting the flying blades, now thoroughly drenched in perspiration, yet a confident smile adorned his face. Thank you. Wet nurse, I shall continue to strive. Ji Xian nodded. Tonight's training concludes here. The soul-cursing spell requires diligent practice. Wait, wet nurse. The humans on Earth will not be annihilated by the beasts, will they? Young master, do you wish to save them? After all, we are all part of the human race. Is there any way to enable them to quickly gain strength to confront the beasts and monsters? A method? Ji Xian pondered momentarily. Yes, let us consider it a gift from you to them during your experience of life on Earth. Chapter 18. The 5 Hearts Towards Heaven Cultivation Method. Baba Ta Qi Ye's intentions were crystal clear, to empower humanity with the strength for self-preservation. Sensing the young master's aspirations, Ji Xian released numerous runes and knowledge data from the spatial realm. Young master, these are foundational techniques for genetic energy enhancement specifically designed for ordinary humans in the universe. The recent RR virus has catalyzed a rebirth among Earth's inhabitants. While some have gained extraordinary abilities, without supplementary enhancement knowledge, they struggle to combat the beasts. The 5 Hearts Towards Heaven cultivation method is suitable for Earth's people, serving as a foundational technique for genetic energy cultivation, devoid of side effects. Moreover, various guiding techniques are available to accelerate their physical strengthening, enhancing their survival chances during this great rebirth. Of course, you are not the only one assisting Earth. I have detected a virtual intelligent entity stirring within a relic, which I believe is linked to the hidden cosmic coordinates of Earth. As her words concluded, Qi Yi had just completed the first stage of the soul-cursing spell's secret technique. He was taken aback to discover that, aside from the wet nurse, Ji Xian, arriving on Earth, other species had infiltrated as well. Wet nurse. The 5 Hearts Towards Heaven cultivation method and other related guiding techniques. Can they be transmitted to the global military districts? Qi Yi promptly ordered, then inquired. You mentioned earlier about a virtual intelligent being akin to you within a relic? Yes, young master. What is its name? Can we ascertain its information and whether it poses a threat to humanity? Please hold on, young master. Suddenly, countless droplets of matter materialized in the air, swiftly coalescing into a metallic sphere surrounded by vibrant energy rings. Numerous neural-like lines traversed throughout the space. Ji Xian remarked, Young master, this is the Yuan Shi Light Brain. It requires your mental energy to activate, enabling the remote analysis of the intelligent life forms information within the relic. Once the mental energy was infused, Ji Xian promptly retrieved the data, calculating meticulously before pinpointing the intelligent virtual life form within the relic. Its name is Baba Ta. With the assistance of the Yuan Shi Light Brain, Qi Yi called out the name of the intelligent being. Information about the entity named Baba Ta rapidly appeared on the projection panel. Virtual intelligent life, Baba Ta. Attributes, super intelligent life. Abilities, mastery of cosmic knowledge. Surpassing 80 of intelligent life. Appearance, a bald child with 2 horns atop his head and a pair of small wings on his back. Creator, Hu Yanbo. The Lord of the Meteor Star, an immortal powerhouse. Hu Yanbo had 9 immortal servants and 4 direct disciples, all of whom have perished. Precise calculations indicate that Baba Ta has been residing on Earth for 50,000 years. Information, other. After examining the intricate information, Qi Yi pondered for a moment, sensing that the intelligent life form named Baba Ta did not appear to harbor any malevolent intentions towards humanity. After all, having remained hidden on Earth for so long, what ill thoughts could it possess? I have previously stated that Earth's coordinates lie within a void in the universe, concealed by powerful beings. This individual is likely Hu Yanbo, Ji Xian asserted. Wet nurse, who is stronger, Hu Yanbo or my father? Qi Yi inquired curiously. Ji Xian chuckled softly, snapping her fingers, and summoned a battle comparison simulation video. Young master, surely you have not forgotten the cosmic strength hierarchy chart I sent you. Do you see it? Once one surpasses the realm of immortality, even a slight disparity in levels can instantaneously obliterate an opponent. Your biological father, Qi Xiaoluo, and my master, the sovereign of chaos, need only cast a glance to annihilate Hu Yanbo along with several star systems, without the need for confrontation. To my master, Hu Yanbo is unworthy of even holding his shoes. Qi Yi was momentarily stunned, his worldview once again completely upended. In the early morning, faint sounds of thud, thud, thud echoed from above. Bai Jie, in the midst of her beautiful dreams, was abruptly awakened, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. She thought to herself, could there be a monster upstairs? Qi Yi, exhausted from last night's training and cultivation, groggily embraced Bai Jie's slender waist and inquired, what's wrong? Listen, there's a sound. I can't hear anything. Really, it seems someone is speaking. Be quiet. Bai Jie spoke earnestly. Qi Yi then extended his spiritual consciousness to explore, perking up his ears to confirm that indeed there were voices above, growing increasingly distinct. There are people upstairs, they both exclaimed in unison. Bai Jie hastily leapt from the pile of money, snatching up her clothes in a hurry. As Qi Yi was still lying down, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the beauty beneath Bai Jie's short skirt. With a grin, Qi Yi remarked, that black little panty is quite alluring. Is it perhaps a tad small? I have 2 new sets, Bai Mei. Why not change into one of them since the ones from last night are dirty? Bai Jie glanced down, quickly clamped her legs together, and bashfully looked at the women's underwear in his hand, questioning its origin. Qi Yi Gu, you are truly mischievous. If a man is not mischievous, a woman will not love. Qi Yi chuckled, entirely indifferent to the commotion above, and teased. Bai Mei, we are so familiar now, why still shy? Humph. Hurry up and see what is going on upstairs. At your command. Qi Yi swiftly dressed in his trousers and shirt. He approached the window facing the street. Opening it to hear the sounds more clearly, extending his neck to listen, it seemed there were survivors above. These individuals were discussing whether to proceed to the nearby military-designated survival base, the Northwest Base City. Truly survivors. For the first time in over 10 days. He heard the voices of other humans. Just then, a girl from upstairs leaned out the window and spotted a handsome young man gazing at her. Their eyes met, filled with mutual bewilderment. Survivors. They both covered their mouths, joy spilling over. Confirming that neither was infected by the RR virus brought them relief as they exchanged information. Excited, Qi Yi returned indoors to share the news with Bai Jie. Bai Jie gazed longingly at the pile of million-dollar bills on the floor, regretting leaving them behind. But survival took precedence, as that money could not be carried away. Just as they prepared to ascend and meet the others, Qi Yi discreetly stored all the cash in his virtual storage ring, and upon noticing the fallen red flowers on the floor, he felt even more assured that Bai Jie had not deceived him. No wonder it was so difficult to enter last night. They ascended to the upper floor, where there were 15 individuals, 9 of whom were women, each voluptuous and curvaceous. It was evident they were all employees in the insurance sector. Only those who were attractive could enter, as several wore name badges. A robust, fair-skinned man wielding a long sword caught Qi Yi's attention. Young master. He is a genetic mutant with the strength of a junior warrior, posing no threat to you. Ji Xian's voice echoed in his mind. The girl from earlier approached, her voice soft. I am Li Xian Ro. You don't seem to be from our company. Do you have any food to spare? Her lips were pale. And upon seeing this, Qi Yi retrieved a bag of crispy noodles from his storage ring and offered, here you go. The girl accepted it and devoured it hungrily. Bai Jie, following Qi Yi, expressed her confusion. When did Qi Yi go bring food? I didn't see it. Upon seeing the food, the others began to stir, all inching closer. Get away from me. Suddenly, the hefty man shouted, exuding an oppressive aura that silenced the others. He approached, placing a hand on Qi Yi's shoulder, saying, Buddy, I'm Li Mu. If you have food, give it to me, and I'll protect you. As for these girls, feel free to choose any one of them. Li Mu's declaration intimidated the other women into silence. It was clear they feared him, possessing the power of a genetic mutation. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength equated to authority, and the law had become a mere fantasy, with the military unable to intervene. Chapter 19, Skeleton Warriors. Remove your hand. Qi Yi was displeased with Li Mu's familiar gesture. Oh, quite arrogant. Li Mu, undeterred, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm as Qi Yi gripped it tightly, his eyes glinting with cold light. You're courting death, Li Mu roared. Attempting to swing his long sword at Qi Yi, who merely smiled coldly, increasing the pressure. Li Mu's complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming as he knelt. You haven't even gauged your opponent as strength, have you? Qi Yi said coolly, releasing his grip. Li Mu's arm dislocated, hanging limply. The onlookers were awestruck, retreating in trepidation. Qi Yi surveyed the room and stated calmly, I want to give it to you. You cannot take it. Now who else wishes to try? The room fell into a profound silence, no one daring to respond. Excellent. Qi Yi nodded in satisfaction and addressed Li Mu, little fatty. Let us keep our peace and not test my limits. You, too, are a mutant warrior? Li Mu strained to tighten his grip. A cracking sound followed as his dislocated arm returned to place. A mutant warrior? Qi Yi shot him a glare and replied, a warrior is a warrior. There's no need to add the term mutant. The military has already issued a notice, stating that mutants are collectively referred to as warriors. Upon reaching the survival-based city, one can enlist and contribute to the protection of Earth. You all must know this, right? Upon hearing this, Li Mu, clutching his long sword in pain, cautiously distanced himself, realizing Qi Yi's strength surpassed his own, nearly costing him his arm. Meanwhile, Qi Yi instructed Li Xianro, who had finished her noodles, to explain their circumstances. After learning that they were all employees of Ping An Life Insurance, Li Mu was their department manager and had recently gained his powers through genetic mutation, wielding the longsword merely for show. Interestingly, upon hearing that there were people downstairs, Li Mu contemplated taking advantage of the situation. Among the 15, only Li Mu had undergone genetic mutation and acquired extraordinary abilities, capable of manipulating invisible forces. Little did he know that Qi Yi was a force he could not provoke. Just as he contemplated unleashing his power against Qi Yi, he found himself unable to muster any strength. Suddenly, terrifying monstrous roars echoed from outside, the air thick with the scent of death. Creak. The horror, the roaring, the tearing. Abruptly, a faceless green monster, its eyes on its shoulders and a gaping maw, crashed through the window and viciously sank its teeth into the neck of a gaunt-faced man standing by the window. With a sickening sound, the artery was violently torn, blood splattering everywhere. Help me get it off. The gaunt-faced man cried in agony, desperately trying to fend off the faceless creature. His last remnants of strength giving way to terror. It hurts. It hurts. Help, I don't want to die, please save me. As he collapsed, the gaunt-faced man's visage twisted in horror, ultimately meeting his demise at the monster's jaws. What on earth is that? Run, retreat. As the crowd retreated, huddling together in the corner, Qi Yi stood his ground, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized the green, faceless creature before him. It wielded a short, sharp sword, its blood-red eyes glaring from its grotesque visage, with a gaping maw filled with protruding fangs and pointed ears. Clad in tattered rags, its green skin revealed an extraordinary ferocity and danger. Bai Jie, in a state of panic, drew her laser gun, aiming at the diminutive green monster. However, after several futile attempts to fire, she discovered the weapon was inoperable. Suddenly, the faceless creature lunged at her with blinding speed, prompting Bai Jie to block with the gun, only for it to be shattered by the creature's claws. In that critical moment, Qi Yi seized Bai Jie's hand, pulling her to safety and creating distance from the small green monster. Damn it, has the alien Tao Tia evolved? Qi Yi pondered, fixated on the creature before him, which bore a resemblance to Tao Tia, towering at nearly 3 meters, exuding a terrifying aura that chilled the bone. Judging by its appearance, this faceless alien Tao Tia possessed strength at the high tier of beast warriors. He urgently called out to Li Mu, who held a long sword. Li Mu, lend me your sword. A colleague of Li Mu's chimed in anxiously, managerly, do something. Why not lend him your sword and take down that disgusting Tao Tia beast? What should I do? Li Mu clutched the iron sword tightly, reluctant to part with it. Don't you have a sword in your hand? Qi Yi confronted the green monster, shouting at Li Mu, then gritting his teeth, urged, hurry up, do you want to die? Fool. Li Mu remained unyielding, firmly grasping the iron sword, retorting angrily, what do you want from me? With a sense of frustration, Qi Yi realized the high-tier beast warrior Tao Tia was acting erratically, feral and furious. The Tao Tia initiated an attack, diving forward with a piercing strike. Qi Yi dodged just in time, lamenting that he should have fled earlier. The Tao Tia then leapt into the air, launching a barrage of thrusts. In a moment of desperation, Qi Yi, having trained with the Wang Huan Shou, executed a powerful sweeping kick, landing solidly on the Tao Tia's face, deforming its visage and sending it flying. Not bad. Am I clever or what? Qi Yi thought, relieved that the creature weighed only about 30 kilograms. A result of his training. The Tao Tia staggered back to its feet, growling in defiance before charging once more. Is it still alive? Clearly. This Tao Tia had toughened due to its evolution. In a fit of rage, Qi Yi seized a nearby chair, determined to end the beast. Embracing the principle of striking while the foe is weak, Qi Yi charged at the Tao Tia, swinging the chair with all his might. The chair crashed down with a resounding thud. The Tao Tia, taken by surprise, not only received a blow from the chair, but also endured several vicious kicks, ultimately being crushed underfoot, its tongue protruding in defeat. Is it dead? Qi Yi panted heavily, facing the lifeless Tao Tia, his heart still racing. The onlookers in the corner were astounded, then erupted in cheers of victory. At that moment, Ji Xian projected himself before Qi Yi, congratulating him. Congratulations, young master. You have successfully slain the Tao Tia, enriching your combat experience. Divine Body Forging Progress, 0001. Combat Experience? Forging 0001. Qi Yi was perplexed. Realizing the urgency of comprehending this information, the concepts of combat experience and forging progress were somewhat elusive. Young master, although you are born as the son of a true god and possess a divine body, you are not yet complete. Only a few powerful beings in the deep cosmos can forge a true divine body after becoming a true god, while simultaneously cultivating the heart of a true god. Typically, a complete divine body requires the absorption of energy from millions of star systems. For you, young master, possessing this divine body is due to your father's bloodline. To put it in earthly terms, it is like a fine steel that requires relentless forging to unleash its maximum potential. Additionally, your cultivation of the Wang Huan incantation can significantly enhance your divine body's energy absorption. Moreover, the Wang Huan incantation has a total of 18 levels. The first level allows you to summon soul-bound undead warriors. Upon hearing Ji Xian's enlightening explanation, Qi Yi felt a surge of clarity, particularly excited by the last point. Eagerly, he began the summoning, proclaiming, in the depths of the abyss, awaken, spirits, heed my call, return, O departed souls. As the secret incantation unfolded, a multitude of energy began to coalesce, a process visible only to Qi Yi. My undead warriors, hurry forth. Qi Yi thought impatiently. Suddenly, a girl in the corner shrieked. Ah, look behind him. Another boy pointed, horrified. The terrifying aura frightened by Jie and Li Xinro, causing their legs to weaken. Qi Yi spun around, only to find that the Tao Tia he had just slain had mysteriously vanished, replaced by a 150 centimeters tall, small white skeleton that materialized in the void. Its rounded skeletal structure and hollow, deep-set eyes seemed to absorb all light, enveloped in a gentle blue flame. With a whoosh, the skeleton, silent yet swift, kneeled before Qi Yi, its blue flames dissipating into its hollow eye sockets. Clad in a cloak that draped over its alabaster bones, Qi Yi marveled internally. Is this the undead warrior? Why is it a skeleton? A wave of exhilaration surged through him, with adrenaline and dopamine coursing through his veins. He rubbed his eyes, finding the skeletal warrior surprisingly endearing. Suddenly, two more green-skinned, faceless Tao Tia burst through the window, their red eyes glinting ominously in the dark as they brandished sharp swords. Panic spread through the training room as the crowd erupted in chaos. Not again. Two more Tao Tia. The two Tao Tia roared at the crowd, advancing like wolves hunting lambs. Young master, your skeleton warrior can be sent out to practice, Ji Xian advised. Seeing the reminder, Qi Yi grinned fiercely, commanding, little skeleton, take them down and rid me of these disgusting creatures. Responding to the command, the skeleton warrior sprang into action, roaring defiantly at the two Tao Tia. It leapt forward, delivering a thunderous strike. With precision, its short sword slashed and thrust, sending one Tao Tia flying as it attempted to block. The skeleton then executed a swift spin, continuing its assault on the other Tao Tia. Clearly, a single skeleton facing two foes was a challenge, but it was evident that the skeletal warrior, while adorable, possessed considerable strength. Qi Yi sighed, his heart racing as he noted the approaching Tao Tia, towering nearly 3 meters, their strength nearing that of high-tier beast warriors. He had to keep his own cultivation hidden from view, at least for now. Damn it, Bai Jia's laser gun was destroyed. This is troublesome. Wait, little fatty. Li Mu, Li Diyi, lend me your sword, quickly. Qi Yi reiterated his request urgently. No way. Li Mu huddled in a corner, clutching his long sword, flustered. Please, lend it to me. Only I can defeat them. No, this sword is mine. Aren't you supposed to be powerful? Come on, why don't you go kill them? If not, we'll all perish. Qi Yi exclaimed, his frustration boiling over as he confronted the obstinate beasts known as Tao Tai. Suddenly, one of the Tao Tai glared at Li Mu, causing him to tremble in fear, his trousers dampening in the process. What a pathetic coward. Just keep that sword to peel your fruit. Qi Yi derided him, waving his hand dismissively. What did you say? Li Mu stammered, shivering uncontrollably. At that moment, the skeletal warrior let out a deafening roar of fury. Sensing one of the Taotai was distracted, it swiftly executed a sharp sliding attack, thrusting its short sword upwards with tremendous force, piercing through the skull of the Taotai. Without hesitation, it bit through the creature's neck and turned mercilessly to engage the other Taotai in fierce combat. Incredible, Qi Yi marveled. Soon, the second Taotai lay defeated at the feet of the skeletal warrior. What an astonishing display. Truly, my skeletal warrior lives up to its reputation. Qi Yi was taken aback, realizing the warrior had single-handedly vanquished both Taotai. It seemed he had underestimated its prowess. The skeletal warrior rushed to his side, its fiery eye sockets fixated intently on its master. Sorry, your appearance is somewhat disconcerting, Qi Yi admitted. Could you please not stare at me like that? As soon as he uttered those words, the skeletal warrior appeared despondent, its demeanor shifting to one of disappointment. It seemed Qi Yi had unwittingly discovered that his words could directly influence its emotions. Young master, now is the time for a mass summon of souls. Let us see how many skeletal warriors we can command. All right, I shall summon them immediately, Qi Yi responded. Soon, the two defeated Taotai vanished, replaced by two white skeletons that resembled the warrior beside him. Brother Qi Yi, what on earth is happening? Bai Jia asked in terror, her legs trembling at the sight of the three small skeletons. Bai Mei, I'm not entirely sure, but I can sense they are manifestations of my martial power. Or perhaps some extraordinary ability, Qi Yi explained, but before he could finish, hurried footsteps echoed, and the door burst open, revealing a young woman in an OL uniform. Manager, I couldn't contact the military district. It's chaos downstairs. She panted. What chaos downstairs? Li Mu inquired nervously. Downstairs? Qi Yi scanned the surroundings, his sharp gaze locking onto the window, where the sky was ablaze. It appears we are not alone in this calamity, he realized, with a swift change of thought. He approached the window and peered through the glass, witnessing flames engulfing the buildings and streets below, smoke blotting out the sun. A scene that filled everyone with shock and dread. Is this the apocalypse? It must be. We need to find a hammer squad. Did you see that? Humanity's end is upon us. Can we truly survive this? Is the whole world facing the same fate? Panic ensued among the crowd as they debated. Qi Yi wore a complex expression, relieved that this was not his concern, observing others in sheer terror. However, some appeared exhilarated. After all, in the apocalypse, one could act without restraint. We must leave. We cannot remain here. Li Mu shouted urgently. No sooner had he spoken than a suited man laughed. Haha, manager, I have a car. Let us head to the garage and survive this. Suddenly, Taotai began pouring in through the windows. 1, 3, 5. Run, run, they screamed, scrambling in terror like mice fleeing a cat. Qi Yi extended his hand, intending to remind them that dispersing would only lead to chaos, but after a moment's thought, he withdrew it. Forget it. Everyone has the right to choose their own fate. Life and death are matters of destiny. Despite the confusion, he recognized that this RR virus was undoubtedly an opportunity for humanity's rebirth. Noticing Li Shinro and Bai Jia had not fled, standing behind him, he fixed his gaze on the three skeletal warriors. You three, protect these two ladies, he commanded. Bai Mei, stay close to Shinro, don't wander off, or I won't be able to look after you. He understood that managing two women would be challenging, yet this was an excellent opportunity for practice, especially as he witnessed the skeletal warriors fighting valiantly. Confronted by the potential threat posed by the Taotai, Qi Yi's thoughts, though somewhat naive, led him to one conclusion: to act. Clenching his fists, he believed that by slaying more Taotai, his divine form would be further solidified. Fortunately, he had these three companions. Otherwise, things would have been dire. Engage them, my skeletal warriors. Upon receiving the command, the three skeletal warriors charged at the Taotai without fear, swiftly embroiled in battle. Clang, clang, clang. One brave warrior plunged into the fray, delivering powerful blows, executing a sweeping technique with grace. Suddenly, a skull flew from the Taotai's ranks, landing at Qi Yi's feet. What? Did this warrior just perish? Qi Yi's mouth twitched, a chill running down his spine. Damn it, it fell so quickly. Thankfully, there are still two left. At that moment, the other two skeletal warriors roared, seizing two isolated Taotai and unleashing a flurry of strikes, subsequently severing the creature's necks with a crisp snap. Qi Yi immediately activated the soul summon spell, absorbing the energy of the slain Taotai. Soon, one Taotai was defeated, boosting their morale. Impressive, I hardly need to lift a finger, Qi Yi thought, elated, grinning widely. Well done, my little warriors. He suddenly realized that the previously sacrificed warrior had not been mindless. Rather, it had bravely paved the way for its companions to seize the opportunity to hunt. It appeared Qi needed to reassess their intelligence. Young master, focus on mastering the realm of the mind for now. The martial prowess can wait, Ji Xian advised. All right, I shall heed your guidance, Qi acknowledged, understanding that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. The mind master possessed power far superior to that of martial artists and spirit masters, thus prioritizing the mastery of the mind was essential. At this moment, he felt his cells buzzing with energy, his organs and bones continuously strengthening, acutely aware of his divine form undergoing a gradual metamorphosis. Qi stroked his chin, grinning mischievously. An assessment of his body materialized in the air, and upon clicking, all information became clear. His physical attributes visibly increased, while his martial cultivation remained at the basic warrior level. In this instant, his mind master cultivation also broke through to the basic warrior stage, enhancing his mental ability, allowing him to perceive the swirling sands and stones within 100 meters. Qi grew increasingly curious about what he would become in the future. Could humanity truly be reborn amidst the assault of the RR virus? The impending cataclysm was fierce and overwhelming. Qi grasped that in order to survive the apocalypse, he was reaping substantial benefits. That much was undeniable. Chapter 21. The Half-Blood Thunder God. Young Master. You are currently using the soul summon to absorb the energy of these Taotai. You can gradually digest it afterward. All beings in the universe, upon the end of life, release energy forms, commonly referred to as souls. These energy entities are not capable of regeneration, for they embody the quintessence of cosmic energy. Upon the death of a living being, the energy entity will detach from the corporeal form and gradually dissipate with the passage of time. From the moment of birth, individuals absorb cosmic energy throughout their growth, solidifying their souls, energy entities, until their organs fail. The reason for human mortality lies in the inability of the cerebral domain to continue its expansion. Particularly for Earthlings, evolution is constrained by their primate genes. Generally speaking, the cerebral capacity of Earthlings can only be developed to 13%, and without robust genetic support, reaching even 3% could lead to cerebral death. Hence, both genes and cerebral capacity are indispensable. Together, they are the keys to absorbing cosmic energy, transcending the limits of life, and achieving longevity. Ji Xian's enlightening exposition captivated Qi Yi, who listened intently while cultivating and absorbing energy entities. At this moment, cellular fission accelerated, strengthening bones, organs, and skin, while his mental prowess became increasingly adept. Naima, what is the extent of my cerebral capacity? Young master, although I have reached human form, my programming was established by your father, and this matter is confidential. You are the son of a true deity. I lack the authority to inquire further. Ji Xian responded firmly. Observing Qi Ye's perplexity, the two skeletal warriors behind him scratched their heads, exchanging bewildered glances. That's fine. I shall strive diligently to join Nai Ma in the cosmos, Qi Yi declared, shifting his gaze to the two skeletal warriors with a mischievous grin. Let us see if I can summon a few more skeletal warriors. Humming, two more skeletal warriors materialized in the void. It appeared that the current necromancy technique had reached its limit, as summoning 4 was the maximum, and each invocation demanded significant mental energy. Qi Yi surveyed the 4 skeletal warriors, their white skeletal frames adorned with cloaks, each pair of eye sockets containing 2 flickering blue flames, presenting an oddly charming sight. The 4 skeletal warriors gazed back at their master with confusion, exhibiting various antics. One scratched its rear, 2 merely touched their skulls, while another incessantly wiggled its fingers. Comical yet endearing. All 4 of you, let me have a moment of peace. Your expressions are quite bothersome, Qi Yi concluded, causing the 4 skeletal warriors to droop in disappointment, their faces etched with dejection. Beside them, Bai Jie and Li Xinro remained silent, hesitant to speak or inquire. Meanwhile, Qi Yi guided them away from the Taotai beast, arriving at a temporarily secure room. The 3 settled on the floor to rest, as the 4 skeletal warriors formed a protective circle around them, ever vigilant. What should we do? Will we survive? I am still so young. Bai Jie, do you think he can truly take us to the survival base? Li Xinro murmured to Bai Jie, her mind still reeling from the harrowing scene of life and death she had just witnessed. Bai Jie remained silent, understanding that in this apocalyptic world, outdated norms and self-righteousness often led to dire consequences. Soon, Qi Yi composed himself and plotted their course, rising swiftly. Let us depart this building. He approached the window, his expression grave, for the streets below were teeming with Taotai beasts. 100 meters away, a man was pinned to the ground, being savagely torn apart. His face contorted in agony. With a scream, he quickly became a meal for these monsters. Qi Yi, helpless in the face of such bloodshed, cursed inwardly. While he could manage on his own, he bore the responsibility of protecting the two young women, and he could not afford to act recklessly. The outside world was perilous, yet they could not remain there indefinitely, for the two beauties would perish from hunger. Muttering to himself, Qi Yi commanded the 4 skeletal warriors to lead the way, attempting to carve a path through the chaos. They cautiously descended the staircase, fortunate that the skeletal warriors' eyes served as torches, guiding them through the dimly lit stairwell. Suddenly, the sounds of ascending and descending footsteps converged, and a striking bald man entered their line of sight, screaming in terror. Ah! He had just encountered one of the skeletal warriors clearing the path. Both parties stood frozen, the atmosphere thick with tension. The bald man, paralyzed by fear, swiftly drew a dagger and lunged at the skeletal warrior's skull. Lei Shun, Brother Lei. Qi Yi immediately shouted the bald man's name, witnessing his warrior being attacked. He called out urgently, Brother Lei, stop. He is one of us. Don't kill my subordinate. Upon hearing the familiar voice behind the skeletal warrior, the bald man promptly halted. Qing Ge, what? What are these things? He, fear not. They serve as my bodyguards, I suppose. What? Bodyguards? Never mind that for now. How did you end up at the stairwell? Qi Yi inquired with eager curiosity. At that moment, the skeletal warrior had been pierced, but fortunately was not mortally wounded. The other 3 were attending to its injury, casting scornful glances at the careless girl. Lei Shun awkwardly waved at them, and then replied to Qi Yi's question. Qing Ge, it's a long story. I accidentally came from the underground mall. By the way, Qing Ge, you haven't mutated into a martial artist, have you? Qi Yi smiled faintly, responding ambiguously. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. These 4 skeletons are manifestations of my special abilities. After all, some secrets are best kept hidden, as is human nature. Lei Shun, a mixed blood with both Huaxia and Indian heritage, possessed a humorous yet down-to-earth character. His father was a master of traditional martial arts, while his mother was a yoga instructor from India. Lei Shun and Qi Yi shared a camaraderie as schoolmates, with Qi Yi being the elder, which led them to forge a brotherly bond. Actually, I've changed my name. I'm no longer Mo Qing, but Qi Yi. From now on, you can call me Yi Ge, Qi Yi declared with a smile. Qi Yi? Lei Shun hesitated, almost speechless. Wow, this bald guy is quite handsome. Bai Jia approached and remarked. Qi Yi, you didn't say such things about me before. Why the change in name? Before Bai Jia could finish her sentence, Mo Qing hurriedly covered her mouth, whispering, he is Lei Shun, my brother. Bai Mei, my real name is indeed Qi Yi, whether you believe it or not. You will understand in due time. He turned to introduce Lei Shun. Brother Lei, this is Bai Jia, my girlfriend, and gestured to the girl behind him. She is Li Xinro, whom I met along the way. Li Xinro politely bowed. Hello, Brother Lei. Nice to meet you. Lei Shun stroked his chin, scrutinizing Bai Jia, then pulled Qi Yi aside. Yi Ge, this woman is indeed beautiful, but I have a feeling she seems to sense something amiss. Brother Lei, she is my woman. We have already crossed that threshold, Qi Yi replied with a grin. Really? Is that so? I believe she has some feelings for me, Qi Yi remarked playfully. Hee, I knew it. My intuition is rarely wrong. Lei Shun sensed the underlying concern. The heart of a woman can be as enigmatic as the depths of the ocean, and Bai Jia possessed such depth. However, overall, women were unlikely to act inappropriately towards Qi Yi. Perhaps in this apocalyptic world, survival necessitated certain compromises. It might just be Qi Yi's unrequited affection. Chapter 22. Such brutality. Lei Shun refrained from further comment, trusting Qi Yi while burying his doubts deep within, hoping that fate would prove kind. Yi Ge, what are your plans moving forward? Well, we shall descend and exit this building. Leave the building? But what about outside? There is no but. I have 4 skeletal bodyguards. Do not worry. I trust you. Yi Ge, then let us carve a path through the bloodshed. With that, Lei Shun brimmed with confidence, knowing that as a descendant of a martial arts master, he possessed skills that had allowed him to survive thus far. I trust you, Ge, and I trust you, Brother Yi. Li Xinro and Bai Jia echoed in unison. Very well, I will protect you both, Qi Yi declared assertively, assuming the role of leader. Though the weight of responsibility pressed upon him, several individuals descended to the ground floor, and at the moment they pushed open the fire door, they encountered 6 fierce Taotai beasts and a monstrous creature resembling a wolf-headed humanoid. The Taotai emitted piercing howls, while their leader, with a horrifying visage and razor-sharp teeth, brandished a large sword, assuming an aggressive stance. Knight, that creature is terrifying. Is it their leader? Lei Shun exclaimed, his face pale with fear as he helplessly clutched a small dagger. The four skeletal warriors beside Qi Yi responded with furious roars. Soon, Ji Xian, who had been lurking in the shadows, addressed Qi Yi. Young master, by invoking your divine thought, you can unleash pressure that suppresses the enemy's combat strength by 50. Additionally, this pressure will enhance the battle spirit of the four skeletal warriors. As Qi Yi released his divine thought, the battle spirit of the skeletal warriors surged with anger, causing the Taotai to appear bewildered and retreat in panic. Hee, now's our chance. Qi Yi grinned, immediately commanding, don't hesitate, eliminate them. With a thud, the four skeletal warriors brandished their short swords, leaping into the air for a powerful dive, engaging the Taotai in a fierce battle. Clang, clang, clang. One of the warriors executed a side thrust, directly slaying a Taotai. The other three were equally formidable, engaging in combat, using bites when their strikes missed. Ha ha. They are incredible. I absolutely adore them. Lei Shen exclaimed, excitedly waving his hands in praise. Qi Yi, seeing his comrade's comical demeanor, couldn't help but cheer alongside him. Bai Jie and Li Xinruo, under the protection of the two gentlemen, clasped their hands tightly, filled with exhilaration. Suddenly, the wolf-headed monster raised its great sword and roared, unleashing a pressure that enveloped the entire lobby. Young master, the leader of the wolf monster can perform mental attacks, Ji Xian warned. In an instant, the Taotai entered a frenzied state, launching a counterattack against the four skeletal warriors, creating a dire situation. At that moment, Lei Shen shouted in alarm, Knight, it's over. Your little comrades are doomed. Just as he finished speaking, one skeletal warrior was violently struck by a Taotai, its bones shattering, and a skeletal hand flew toward Qi Yi. Unable to help himself, Qi Yi half-jokingly remarked to Lei Shen, could you say something more positive? Suddenly, Ji Xian, hidden in the shadows, cautioned, this is not good. Young master, this is a high-tier beast soldier skilled in nerve attacks, and its power is increasing. Qi Yi immediately adopted a defensive stance, concealing his true strength. What to do? What to do? Crack. Another skeletal warrior was felled, as a Taotai kicked it away, smashing through the lobby wall, leaving a gruesome scene of shattered bones. Knight, another of your skeletons has been defeated. Lei Shen cried out. Qi Yi felt a surge of anxiety. If the remaining two warriors were also vanquished, those around him would be in grave danger. Knight, perhaps we should flee, otherwise, we will truly perish. Lei Shen suggested urgently. Calm down, Lei, the outcome is still uncertain. Qi Yi focused on the raised arm of the wolf-headed monster, suddenly struck by inspiration. Indeed, there was something amiss with their leader's bracelet. Forget about the Taotai, focus on severing that giant's arm. The remaining skeletal warriors received the command, instantly igniting their battle spirit, skillfully maneuvering around the Taotai and charging towards the wolf-headed monster. The two skeletal warriors coordinated seamlessly, darting left and right, advancing with a mesmerizing agility towards their target. Wow, these two little skeletons are impressive. They truly have skills, Lei Shen exclaimed, astonished by their performance. Qi Yi unleashed his divine thought, augmenting the battle spirit of the skeletal warriors, enhancing their speed by 5, enabling them to maintain relentless pressure. With a whoosh, whoosh, the two warriors accelerated, lightly stepping upon the walls, leveraging their momentum to leap into the air, executing a flawless 360-degree twist in perfect harmony. One acted as the vanguard, attacking the lower body, disrupting the enemy's formation. The wolf-headed leader fell for the ruse. The other skeletal warrior descended swiftly, severing the arm of the wolf-headed monster that bore the bracelet, resulting in a spray of green blood. Roar! The wolf-headed monster howled in agony, causing its Taotai minions to lose their spirit and retreat in fear. Excellent. Take advantage of its weakness. Qi Yi commanded again, as one skeletal warrior rushed into battle, ensnaring a Taotai with its legs and violently twisting. With a crisp crack, the Taoia's head grotesquely contorted, and it fell lifelessly. Impressive. Another one down. Lei Shen cheered enthusiastically. The other valiant skeletal warrior continued to assault the maimed wolf-headed monster. But the green behemoth, resilient as a rock, blocked each attack with its heavy sword, forcing the skeletal warrior to evade continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, the skeletal warrior dealing with the remaining Taotai displayed remarkable agility, swiftly eliminating the last of the foes. Soon, only one Taotai and the wolf-headed monster remained on the battlefield. Qi Yi commanded loudly, let me handle the small one. You assist in dealing with the wolf-headed monster. The skeletal warrior nodded eagerly, joining the fray against the wolf-headed creature, confident that, given its injuries, they would prevail. Qi Yi picked up a dagger from the corpse of a Taotai, taunting the small green beast. Come. I offer you an honorable chance to die in battle. Let us settle this. The Tao Tai glared at him arrogantly, seemingly assured of victory. Underestimating me, are you? Qi Yi scoffed, charging forward. The Tao Tai met his challenge head-on. As they closed the distance to 3 meters, Qi Yi suddenly grinned mischievously. There's a beautiful lady behind you. The Tao Tai, confused, turned around, momentarily distracted. It had fallen for the trap. In the heat of battle, one could not afford to lose focus. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Yi delivered a fierce kick to the Tao Ye's groin, sending it flying, its face contorted in pain mid-air. Whoosh. Witnessing this, Lei Shen shuddered in empathy. Qi Yi hurled the dagger he held. Before the Tao Tai could land, it was pierced through, succumbing to its injuries, crashing heavily to the ground. Knight, you are utterly brutal, Lei Shen declared, unable to bear the sight. Meanwhile, the two skeletal warriors coordinated flawlessly, one attacking the lower body while the other targeted the upper regions. Exploiting the wolf-headed monster's vulnerabilities, a dagger found its way into its back, while another swept across its neck. With a sickening sound, the monster's head was severed, blood splattering everywhere as it collapsed lifelessly. Qi Yi gasped for breath, temporarily relieved from peril. Brother Yi, are you all right? Bai Jie rushed over, standing before him with a mix of joy and concern. Qi Yi sensed her unease. Bai Mei, what troubles you? Am I truly that useless? I haven't contributed at all. Bai Jie lamented. Useless? Qi Yi replied awkwardly, quickly reassuring her. Bai Mei, as a man, it is my duty to protect you. Then, with a playful smile, he boldly suggested, if you truly feel useless, let me give you a kiss. Then you will be useful, haha. Bai Jie's cheeks flushed, and with a hint of shyness, she retorted, if you're just teasing me, I want to go along with it. Look, you're blushing. I was merely joking, Qi Yi said, promptly suppressing his smile. Ahem, Lei Shen intentionally coughed twice. You too, stop flaunting your affection. Do you treat me and Xian Rou as if we were invisible? Yi Ji's expression turned serious. We must find a way to escape from here. After all, this is merely a high-level monster leader. The real danger still lies ahead. Hey, Yi Go, look at the weapon. Lei Shen pointed at the long sword and bracelet beside the corpse of the wolf-headed monster. Hee, it's clearly an exceptional piece of equipment. Qi Yi picked up the long sword and bracelet, feeling quite satisfied. He glanced at Lei Shen, just in time to offer him a weapon, and then handed over the long sword. Lei Lao Di, this long sword is for you. Yi Go, are you really giving this to me? Yes, we are a team. And you are my good brother. But this is yours. No buts, just take it. A good sword deserves a worthy brother. You are the son of a martial arts master. I believe this sword will bring you good fortune. Qi Yi said, his tone both earnest and playful. Lei Shen happily accepted the long sword, swinging it around and feeling invigorated. Noticing Bai Jie's unwavering gaze on the bracelet, Qi Yi smiled and took her delicate hand. This bracelet is for you. May it bring you good luck. Bai Jie looked at the exquisite bracelet in her hand, excitement illuminating her face. Brother Qi Yi, this must be worth a lot, right? Oh, this? Qi Yi replied, slightly bewildered, gently tapping her nose. I'm not sure, but it should be worth something. Really? Bai Jie exclaimed with delight. As soon as we reach the survival base, I'll sell it for some money, hee. Upon hearing this, Qi Yi's expression instantly stiffened, feeling both amused and exasperated at her. Thank you, Brother Qi Yi. Bai Jie joyfully pecked his cheek and then hurried over to Li Xian Rou. Xian Rou, look at my bracelet, isn't it beautiful? If I find something good in the future, I'll have Brother Qi Yi get one for you too. Lei Shen bounced over to Qi Yi's side, teasing, Yi Go, this girl is truly a treasure. She wants to sell the gift you gave her. Doesn't that bother you? What can I say? You've seen it. This girl is a natural miser. Qi Yi shrugged helplessly, shaking his head with a wry smile. I knew something felt off from the very beginning. Lei Shen patted Qi Yi's shoulder, offering sympathy. To ensure everyone's safety, Qi Yi decided to cast the soul-summoning spell, conjuring 2 new skeletal warriors. Meanwhile, he needed to enhance their strength to ensure they could face the impending dangers. With a hum, as Qi Yi's soul-devouring spell unfolded, 2 brand-new skeletal warriors materialized, replacing the 2 that had fallen, bringing the total number of warriors back to 4. At that moment, he noticed that this spell consumed even more divine energy than the last. Young master, the stronger the warriors, the greater the consumption. However, you can absorb the energy of deceased beings and convert it into cultivation power, Ji Xian explained. Thank you for the guidance. I can feel my strength increasing. But there is always a sense of discomfort within me. Do not worry, young master. Once your divine energy mastery breaks through to the advanced war general level, I will advise you on the next steps. Can't you tell me now? Young master, this is your father's instruction. Please understand my difficulties. Sigh. It's always my father, such a buzzkill. Qi Yi couldn't help but feel some uncertainty about his identity as the divine son, his heart inevitably simmering with impatience. Yet, after some time together, he found Ji Xian, this virtual intelligence, to be quite trustworthy. At the same time, a particularly unique skeletal warrior caught Qi Yi's attention. You did well. He approached the skeletal warrior that had never fallen in battle, reaching out to pat its small head. It suddenly became excited, its eyes glowing with enthusiasm. Hey, don't react so dramatically. It makes me shy, Qi Yi said with an awkward smile. Yigu, you can feel shy too? Lei Shen laughed while shouldering the long sword, then asked, where should we head next? Well, let us fill our stomachs first, then leave this place. The others had grown accustomed to Qi Yi's abilities, no longer finding them surprising. After a brief rest and a meal, the group set off. Previously, Qi Yi had learned about cosmic metals, and from Ji Xian, he discovered that the long sword he had just given to Lei Shen was crafted from the legendary Xian Tai. Xian Tai is a metal frequently mentioned by Earthlings and is exceedingly precious there. This long sword originally belonged to the wolf-headed monster, likely obtained from some ancient ruins. In the cosmos, metals are categorized into 6 grades: A, B, C, D, E, and F, with higher grades indicating greater rarity and value. Grade A and B metals are relatively common, while grade C and above are exceedingly rare, typically used to forge divine weapons, spacecraft, or other treasures. Each grade is further divided into levels 1 to 9. The long sword in Lei Shen's hand is manufactured from a 8-grade Xian Tai, which is quite standard, adequately meeting his current combat needs. However, Qi Yi was also curious about his brother Lei Shen's martial prowess, or rather, his abilities. He silently mused. To reunite with Lei Lao Di again, united as brothers, we shall undoubtedly achieve great things. Bai Jie, entwining her arm with Qi Yi's, softly inquired, Brother Qi Yi, where are we headed now? I don't know, we'll take it one step at a time. Qi Yi, under the protection of the 4 skeletal warriors, led by Jie, Lei Shen, and Li Xianro into the underground mall. After all, the surface was rife with monstrous beasts, and there were unknown dangers lurking. The underground mall might hold some food. After all, humans are as essential as iron and steel, and while Qi Yi and Lei Shen could endure, the 2 lovely ladies could not withstand hunger. Chaos, cries and wails. Upon entering the mall and gently pushing open the fire door, Qi Yi was met with a bustling crowd, filled with tension, fear, despair, and the sound of weeping. Yigo, look, there are actually people here, Lei Shen said cautiously. There really are, Bai Jie exclaimed with delight, but upon spotting the 4 skeletal warriors, she couldn't help but remind him, Brother Qi Yi, are you really planning to bring them along? Chapter 24. The truth behind the door agreed. I was nearly scared to death before and even accidentally harmed them. Lei Shen thought Bai Jie had a point. Listening to his companions, Qi Yi turned to the 4 skeletal warriors and commanded, you 4 stay right here. Don't go out. If you scare the crowd, you will be beaten. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they swiftly hid behind the door, stacking one atop the other. Quiet, everyone. Please remain calm. A sudden male voice echoed through the mall, capturing everyone's attention. Qi Yi's group turned to see a tall man attempting to pacify the crowd, seriously announcing, we are in contact with the military, and the building's security team is fully grasping the situation. At that moment, a beautiful young woman in the crowd shouted, people are dying. It's the apocalypse, and you're still spouting bureaucratic nonsense. What are you security guards doing? Hurry and find a way to open the door. We need to leave. This is the only route to Hoshi Street Park. The man shook his head repeatedly, waving his hands as he explained, we've tried. But this door requires a specific fingerprint to open, and our manager is not present. Moreover, these doors are made of iron and weigh several tons. I am powerless. Just as the woman continued to rant, the man grew stern. Ma'am, please cooperate with our work. Qi Yi and his companions blended into the crowd. Learning that the man's name was Zhang Biao, the head of security, he was domineering, a bit of a snob, and someone who loved to nitpick. As the investigation deepened, a colleague from the company caught sight of Zhang Biao frequently behaving inappropriately towards female employees, revealing his dubious character and lecherous tendencies. Qi Yi's eyes widened in shock as he brought Lei Shen to the heavy iron gate. He pushed it slightly, only to be met with a piercing voice. Hey, who allowed you to approach the gate? Do you want to die? Bai Jie and Li Xinro trembled involuntarily. The voice belonged to Zhang Biao, whose sharp gaze was directed at them. With his long knife slung casually over his shoulder, Lei Shen turned to confront Zhang Biao with a cold glare. Clearly intimidated by the imposing presence of the bald Lei Shen, Zhang Biao hastily softened his tone. My apologies. I was merely agitated for your safety. Please don't take offense. Although I'm not fully aware of the situation, as the head of security, I must ensure your safety. With a grim expression, Lei Shen understood that Zhang Biao would undoubtedly be a formidable adversary. Fool. Quite the sense of duty, aren't you? I, Lei Gu, have a penchant for dealing with meddlesome individuals. It was evident that the mall was filled with survivors with nowhere to go, some armed. And Zhang Biao was no exception. He had a gray shield at his feet, presumably his defensive weapon. Zhang Biao approached them, his gaze lingering momentarily on the alluring Bai Jie before shifting to Lei Shun, asking curiously, "Brother, are you also a gene-mutated warrior?" Lei Shun casually picked his nose and disdainfully flicked away the residue, responding, "I am your Lady Yi. What's it to you? Do warriors need to report to you? If you want to fight, believe me, I'll end you with a single blow." "All right then, Lady Yi, we are all civilized individuals." Zhang Biao dismissed him, a lecherous grin creeping onto his face as his eyes returned to Bai Jie, sparkling with an unsettling gleam. "Ah, you seem familiar. You must be Secretary Bai of General Liu. What a pleasure to meet you. As the head of building security, it is my duty to protect the safety of the public." Bai Jie felt a wave of unease wash over her, inching closer to Qi Yi, gripping his sturdy hand for reassurance. Noticing his girlfriend's distress, Qi Yi's gaze sharpened as he fixed his stare on Zhang Biao. Bai Jie discreetly informed Qi Yi that she had previously worked with General Liu at Ping An Life Insurance, making her acquaintance with Zhang Biao rather unsurprising. Zhang Biao's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible hint of menace before he regained his composure. "Ah, we are all on the same side. Why not join us? I haven't seen you before." He then proceeded to boast about having slain a Taotai beast, a particularly large one, detailing the terrifying hunting process in a manner that suggested they were far more formidable than anticipated. He struck his shield lightly, the clang resonating proudly as he declared himself a mid-tier warrior. "I am Zhang Biao. Consider my proposal. In case of any trouble, I will protect you. Following me is the right choice." Sure," Qi Yi agreed with a fleeting, enigmatic smile, just as Lei Shun was preparing to dissuade him. Suddenly, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed from the escalator, and a bespectacled man came into view. "Yes, boss, it's bad." The bespectacled man was none other than Li Mu, who shouted as he ran, "The Taotai beasts have breached in." From upstairs, the roars of multiple Taotai beasts could be heard. "Everyone, remain calm. Let us block all the fire doors. I need a few strong ones to help me secure the entrance to the underground mall," Zhang Biao commanded, banging his shield to assert his authority. Soon Li Mu, armed with a sword, joined his ranks, clearly recognizing Zhang Biao as his leader. Amidst the chaos of their organization, Qi Yi called out, "Lei Laodi, Bai Mei, Shinro. Follow me." After saying this, Qi Yi and his companions approached the heavy iron door. He reached out and urgently said, "Lei Laodi, give me your hand, quickly." "All right." Lei Shun, feeling slightly awkward, complied. Qi Yi grasped his hand and gently placed it on the door, unleashing his spiritual awareness. At that moment, Lei Shun could distinctly sense the weight of the massive iron door, approximately 40 centimeters thick, equipped with a complex password system. Behind it lay an escape route leading to the outside world. Even more enticing was the hidden vault beyond the passage, which contained at least 1,000 tons of gold. "Hey, what are you two doing?" Bai Jie, unable to tolerate the mysterious interaction between Qi Yi and Lei Shun, hurriedly interrupted. Lei Shun awkwardly withdrew his hand, finally understanding why Zhang Biao was so wary and reluctant to let anyone near the door. To Lei Shun's astonishment, his brother Qi Yi possessed the ability to bestow others with spiritual perception. Lei Shun kicked the door in frustration, cursing the design. "Damn it. Who designed this? The door is too heavy. It's impossible to push open. Is there a way to open it?" Qi Yi inquired. "There is, but it's not just us two. My Bai Mei and that Shinro are both ordinary people and should stay here. First, we need to deal with those Taotai beasts and then get the manageress fingerprint." Just moments ago, Qi Yi had received a prompt from Ji Xian, indicating that there was a primary monster upstairs, whose bones could enhance Lei Shun's strength. As an intelligent life form, Ji Xian could easily open the door, but for Qi Yi's brother Lei Shun, this was a chance for growth. Thus, Qi Yi collected his thoughts calmly. For his brother's sake, it was necessary to take the risk. "Bai Mei, you wait here with Shinro while I and Lei Shun go find that security manager. It is often said that men are drawn to mature women. And Bai Jie was a prime example. Understanding, considerate, and capable, with a spark in her eyes." Soon, Lei Shun and Qi Yi arrived at the underground entrance of the mall. Upon seeing them approach, Zhang Biao introduced, "This is my little brother, Li Mu. Let us get acquainted." "Boss, no need. We know each other." Li Mu shot a glance at Qi Yi. Zhang Biao placed his hands on both Li Mu and Qi Yi's shoulders, adopting a leader's demeanor. "That is excellent. We will weather this together." You say we will hold this place. Qi Yi chuckled. Yes. Do you have a problem with that? Zhang Biao replied with an air of authority, to which Qi Yi awkwardly responded, haha, no problem. Qi Yi approached Lei Shun and, taking advantage of their defensive stance, encouraged him to join the fight against the Taotai beasts. According to others, Zhang Biao intended to wait for military rescue. However, Qi Yi understood that the world was currently contending with Taotai beasts and monsters. Waiting for rescue was nothing more than Zhang Biao's deceptive scheme. With so many young women and beautiful girls around, it was clear that Zhang Biao had his eye on them, his lecherous demeanor unmistakable to Qi Yi and Lei Shun. There are so many Taotai beasts. They are coming. What do we do? The survivors guarding the entrance cried out in terror, their bodies paralyzed by fear. Chapter 25, Concealed Depths Boss. What is that thing? This time, it was Li Mu who screamed, stepping back in fright. Damn it! Zhang Biao, the captain, kicked Li Mu, only to suddenly see four skeletal figures cloaked in black, wielding daggers, and with blue flames flickering in their eyes. This sight sent waves of unprecedented terror through everyone present, causing beads of cold sweat to break out on their brows. Instinctively, Zhang Biao grabbed Li Mu, exclaiming in shock, "What the hell is that?" As the crowd panicked, Qi Yi approached them calmly, saying, "Don't be anxious, they won't harm you." Then, Lei Shun swung his long knife, teasingly addressing Zhang Biao. "Captain Zhang, are you so eager to prove yourself that you've gone pale with fear? To be a captain, one must remain composed and understand their situation. If one merely seeks to flaunt their prowess or instigate trouble, causing harm to others is undeniably your fault. What manner of warriors are you?" Zhang Biao questioned loudly, pushing aside Li Mu as he addressed Qi Yi. "We are warriors beyond your reckoning." Qi Yi's gaze was sharp as he fixed his eyes on the advancing Taotai beasts, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth, ready to unleash a massacre. At that moment, Lei Shun understood the unspoken cue and, with a swift motion of his blade, unleashed his martial power, crackling with energy. Countless bolts of lightning enveloped him. Despite his baldness, the regal aura emanating from him was undeniable, exuding an air of superiority over all malevolence. Qi Yi was momentarily taken aback by Lei Shun's extraordinary abilities. "Lei Laodi, you possess remarkable power, while concealed. Compared to Brother Yi, you're still a tad lacking," he chuckled. Lei Shun shyly scratched his head, responding, "Then let us, as brothers, stand united in battle." As the Taotai beasts swarmed, Qi Yi vowed that this time, he would not allow his skeletal warriors to fight alone. "Brothers, the hunt begins." With a surge of intent, the four skeletal warriors were imbued with fervor, their speed and attack power enhanced by 5%. With a command, Qi Yi led the four skeletal warriors into close combat against the Taotai beasts. The battle erupted with ferocity. Lei Shun executed a sweeping kick, sending one Taotai beast flying. With his lightning-infused blade, he cleaved through the air, and the heads of two Taotai beasts fell silently to the ground. Qi Yi praised Lei Laodi. "You possess such terrifying strength." Lei Shun replied, kicking another Taotai beast away, "Brother Yi, it's mutual." The four skeletal warriors, under Qi Yi's leadership, fought with unyielding spirit, each Taotai beast falling to their relentless assaults. At that moment, Ji Xian interjected, "Young master, Earth harbors secrets unmatched by other planets, notably the cultivation of tranquility. The strength of Lei Shun stems from his mother, Yin Fanyu, a paragon of grace, and his lineage as the son of a master of Huaxia martial arts, endowing him with formidable mental fortitude. Lei Shun's mental state data, if quantified, stands at an impressive 53%, while yours, young master, is merely 12. Thus, I must convey that while Lei Shun may lack in other aspects compared to you, it is this mental prowess that positions him as a potential leader on a global scale." Upon hearing this, Qi Yi, who had once perceived himself as invincible, began to reassess his own capabilities. The level of one's mental state directly influences the genetic and cerebral limits, forming an essential part of one's strength. Ji Xian had previously urged Qi Yi to remain on Earth due to its unparalleled environment for cultivating mental tranquility, a key factor in the genetic mutations experienced by Earthlings during the Great Nirvana. With newfound self-awareness, Qi Yi's confidence surged, invigorated by the prospect of battle. Lei Shun's blade cleaved through adversaries, the power of lightning eliciting cries of agony from the Taotai beasts. Qi Yi's fist struck with formidable force, complemented by the four skeletal warriors, blending offense and defense seamlessly. Spectators were awestruck by the ferocity of the two youths, particularly the combination of Lei Shun's lightning abilities and the skeletal warriors, drawing envious glances. Soon, the crowd witnessed Qi Yi's eyes ignite with blue flames. his fists moving with the grace of a martial arts hero, unstoppable in their advance. With a swift motion, Lei Shun leaped into the air, executing a horizontal slash that obliterated several beastly soldiers in an instant. Zhang Biao, frozen in fear, muttered to himself, "Goodness, these two are astonishingly powerful. Their martial prowess is beyond comprehension." The Taotai beasts, now panicked and disoriented, attempted to flee, emitting sounds akin to retreat. In that moment, Qi Yi needed to ensure everyone understood that these skeletal warriors obeyed his commands, earning their trust. Block their escape. Not a single Taotai beast shall escape. Let them have no way back. With that, the four skeletal warriors soared into the air, intercepting the fleeing Taotai beasts. Excellent work, block them. Qi Yi and Lei Shen continued their relentless assault, the skeletal warriors obstructing the Taotai beast's path and delivering further punishment. Seizing this opportunity, both enhanced their combat experience and physical attributes. 2 minutes later, the final Taotai beast was cleaved in two by Lei Shen, and silence descended upon the space. Lei Shen surveyed the onlookers, deeming them a useless audience, merely spectators. The crowd observed as the two young men moved with the agility of monkeys. Each leap as graceful as a gust of autumn leaves, their strikes swift and decisive, leaving no trace of the Taotai beasts behind. With all adversaries neutralized, the duo had successfully eliminated the threat. Captain Zhang Biao remained in a daze, feeling overshadowed by the display of power from the two youths. They cannot be allowed to remain. They are simply too formidable. Lei Shun emerged from the encounter with substantial gains, his combat experience markedly improved, especially with the enhancement of his blade. The crowd erupted in joyous celebration. Finally, we are safe. The bald man is so impressive, particularly during the battle with the Taotai beasts. The other man is also quite handsome. Indeed, we are saved. However, while some rejoiced, others like Zhang Biao and Li Mu seethed with frustration. Qi Yi disregarded the cheers, instead surveying the crowd. Zhang Biao appears somewhat defiant. Never mind. We must swiftly assist Lei Laodi in locating that monstrous creature. Qi Yi glanced at the crowd, his gaze resting on the four skeletal warriors, expressing gratitude for their efforts. Upon hearing the praise, the skeletal warriors playfully propped their chins on their hands, adopting an adorable demeanor. No, I asked you not to act that way. Qi Yi found himself unable to resist their charm, almost succumbing to the urge to caress them. Brother Yi, though they are skeletons, they are quite endearing. Lei Shen teased. Soon, Bai Jie approached, exclaiming, Brother Qi Yi, you were incredible just now. I wish I could be that powerful too. Rest assured it will come. Qi Yi replied with a gentle smile, then moved closer to the onlookers who had been mere spectators. Panic. Trepidation. Zhang Biao had not anticipated that Qi Yi and Lei Shun would possess such formidable combat prowess. Even Li Mu was incredulous, questioning if Qi Yi was a monster or merely human. Haha, Captain, I believe I have been of assistance. Lei Shun gestured towards Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao's face turned ashen, feeling eclipsed by the young man's brilliance. Moments later, the marketplace fell silent. With the truth dawning upon the crowd, Qi Yi confidently declared, I believe everyone wishes to survive. To unlock this door, we must unite our efforts. At that moment, someone inquired, what shall we do? Do you have a better plan? Qi Yi, feigning contemplation, replied, a plan? The plan is to locate the missing manager. I wish to know who among you last saw the manager. The crowd fell silent, lost in thought, until a nervous figure in a black hoodie raised his hand, stammering, I know. I saw the manager on the 6th floor, being pursued by a large monster, covered in phosphorescence, with yellow eyes and red fur on its head. It was quite terrifying, though I'm not entirely sure. Qi Yi paused momentarily. This fellow seemed to have stumbled upon a stroke of luck, as it appeared the security manager had met his demise. The target was now confirmed. Who among you is willing to accompany me to find the manager? That is our chance for survival. The moment he finished speaking, the atmosphere grew tense. Silence enveloping the space as everyone hesitated to respond. After all, it was a perilous task, fraught with danger. At that moment, the bespectacled Li Mu stealthily slipped to the back, anxious to avoid drawing attention to himself. Qi Yi shook his head, expressing disdain for the group. A bunch of worthless trash belongs in the garbage bin. He believed that by vanquishing the Taotai beast, he would bolster morale and gain trust. Yet he tragically underestimated human nature. At that moment, Lei Shun, with a hint of mischief, teased softly, Brother Yi, the people here are as fierce as wolves and tigers. Are you truly comfortable leaving your girlfriend and Shiner here? Hearing this, Qi Yi smiled and playfully patted his shoulder, retorting, I've made arrangements. I'll leave 2 skeletons to protect them while we go investigate. Bai Jie instantly blushed, surprised by the man's thoughtful consideration. Chapter 26. Love at first sight, I'll accompany you. Bringing along a bunch of useless individuals won't be of much help. Trash belongs in the garbage bin. Suddenly, a girl clad in a red outfit and tight pants emerged from a corner, her high ponytail swaying as she carried a sharp foreign blade on her back. Her bosom was exaggeratedly ample, captivating to behold. Trash belongs in the garbage bin. Qi was taken aback, realizing that she had echoed his own sentiments. I am Ouyang Shui, a highly skilled warrior. The girl confidently introduced herself, her long figure striking and her personality exuberantly bold. She continued, a group that can't even match the little skeletons you rely on is simply laughable. Lei Shan stole a glance at her impressive figure, earning a fierce glare from Ouyang Shui. Well, do you find it appealing? If so, welcome aboard. Lei Shan quickly corrected himself, noting that this lady not only possessed remarkable courage but also exuded a wild charm. Such a beauty, both regal and vibrant, made Lei Shan ponder. Is this what they call love at first sight? Ouyang Shui is stunning, perfectly aligned with my tastes. Noticing his brother's infatuation, Qi intentionally cleared his throat. Brother Lei, do try to maintain some decorum. Saliva, my friend, saliva. Lei Shan quickly regained his composure, swallowing hard. He then inquired of Zhang Biao, Captain Zhang, would you care to join us? Startled, Zhang Biao jumped as if startled by an arrow. I'll pass. I must ensure the safety of this area and protect the civilians. Very well, but you must hold the fort. I will. Zhang Biao exclaimed, visibly anxious, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. With that, 2 skeleton warriors were left behind to guard by Jie and Li Xinro. Qi, accompanied by Ouyang Shui and Lei Shan, navigated the stairwell, flanked by a small skeleton on either side as a protective barrier. The sound of their footsteps revealed an imperceptible tension in the air. Brother Lei, Ouyang Shui, you two focus on support. Leave the main offensive to me. Qi instructed, showing consideration. Ouyang Shui scoffed. Who would have thought you could be so caring towards your teammates? Qi hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, the trio collided with 4 Taotai beasts. The confrontation about to escalate. Brother Yi, there are so many Taotai beasts. Lei Shan expressed concern. Haha, there are just as many upstairs. Ouyang Shui unsheathed her blade, ready to engage. Qi urgently directed, Brother Lei, coordinate with Ouyang Shui. I'll leave the rear to you. Thank you. Ouyang Shui looked perplexed, sensing that the little bald-headed man had an air of lecherous intent. The tension between the 2 sides intensified, the atmosphere electric. Lei Shan swung his long blade. A flash of lightning slicing through the corridor, aimed at the Taotai beast at the staircase. The enemy retaliated, parrying the lethal strike with a short sword. Clang. The metallic clash sent sparks flying, the impact causing a tremor in the air. At that moment, the skeleton warriors dashed along the wall, charging up the stairs with fervor. Ouyang Shui, dropping her jaw in astonishment, turned to Qi, asking, is your friend always this formidable? How can those little skeletons be so powerful? Don't be fooled by his unkempt appearance. He possesses many hidden talents, Qi teased. Ouyang Shui hesitated but ultimately conceded. Well, I hope it's not just empty bravado. With a flourish, Lei Shan wielded his long blade, creating a whirlwind of motion around him, his defense impenetrable. As the son of a martial arts master, he was already formidable in combat. Now, enhanced by genetic mutation, he moved with remarkable agility, especially in the presence of a captivating woman. Brother Yi, protect my little Shui. I'm about to unleash my full power. Lei Shan's martial prowess surged, diminishing the enemy's combat effectiveness by at least 35%, leaving the Taotai beasts bewildered. The 2 skeleton warriors swiftly leapt aside to avoid friendly fire. Upon hearing Lei Shan refer to her as Little Shui, Ouyang Shui felt her cheeks flush with indignation. Hey, little bald head. Who do you think you are calling your little Shui? Do you dare to provoke me? The winds howled as Lei Shan, grinning, unleashed a flurry of strikes, cleaving through the Taotai beasts as if they were mere stalks of wheat. The one most affected by the emotional turmoil was Ouyang Shui, her eyes wide with disbelief at the bald man's extraordinary strength. You dare call me your little Shui? Just wait until I settle the score with you. Qi refrained from intervening, not wishing to overshadow his brother's moment. Once the battle concluded, Lei Shan leaned against the wall, panting, is it over? What a thrill. The 2 skeleton warriors nodded, giving him a thumbs up. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A Taotai beast that had not fully succumbed suddenly leaped, lunging at the unsuspecting Lei Shan. Brother Lei, behind you. Qi feigned panic, shouting. In a moment of peril, Ouyang Shui deftly sliced through the air, her blade piercing the Taotai beast's throat with precision. The creature was pinned against the wall. Resolutely, Ouyang Shui walked toward the beast she had just slain, extracting her blade and using a handkerchief to meticulously wipe away the blood. Thank you, little Shui. Lei Shen expressed with gratitude. You are not allowed to call me little Shui. Humph. Ouyang Shui shot him an annoyed glance. Qi Yi rushed over, relieved to see Lei Shen unscathed. Little Shui, I didn't expect you to be so impressive. I suppose it's acceptable. But what is your name? Ouyang Shui inquired of Qi Yi, just as Lei Shen interjected. Little Shui, I am Lei Shen, and this is my older brother, Qi Yi. Baldy, I didn't ask you. Ouyang Shui huffed. Even if you didn't ask, I must speak. As Lei Shen and Ouyang Shui exchanged banter, Qi Yi chuckled. All right, brother Lei, remember to take good care of the young lady. Ouyang Shui sensed something amiss with this comment. The trio arrived on the 6th floor, where they spotted a corpse lying in the hallway. Ouyang Shui identified it from a distance. That's the security manager. Qi Yi examined the bloodstains on the floor. He must have died not long ago. He likely met his end during this ordeal. Soon, they discovered numerous human corpses on this level, the scene grotesquely tragic. Lei Shen clenched his fists tightly, feeling a surge of sorrow and helplessness. Witnessing the innocent civilian's tragic demise ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within him. You all go ahead. I will ensure it pays for its sins. Those who harm our Huaxia shall perish, be they monsters or demons. They will all meet their end. Lei Shen's anger boiled over as he offered a moment of prayer for the deceased. At this moment, Ouyang Shui felt a ripple of admiration for the bald young man. What is happening? Why do I find myself appreciating this bald head? These damned monsters are utterly lawless. Qi Yi sighed. Brother Yi, can this manager's fingerprints still be used? Lei Shen, gripping his long blade tightly, surveyed the surroundings with a fierce gaze, when suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from above. There's movement upstairs. Shall we return home? What if Ouyang Shui becomes a bit anxious? At that moment, Lei Shen reassured her, Don't be afraid, Xiao Shui. Yi Ge is exceptionally strong, and of course, I will protect you. Ouyang Shui had intended to say something, but upon seeing Lei Shen's innocent expression, she was rendered speechless. Let us go, shall we? Let us take a look. Qi Yi led the way, aware that the high-level beast general was crucial to Lei Shen, and with it so near. They had to take a gamble. As he opened the door, they were greeted by a horrifying sight. Numerous Taotai beasts were hauling human corpses, and some were even devouring them. Damn it, a bunch of brutes. Qi Yi fumed. Soon, countless Taotai beasts turned towards them, dropping the corpses they were handling to let out ferocious roars. Heavens, they are eating. Ouyang Shui felt nauseated upon witnessing her kind being consumed by these grotesque monsters. Drawing her sword from her back, she assumed a combat stance. Lei Shen gently cautioned, Xiao Shui, do not stray too far from me. I worry I might not be able to protect you in time. Thank you. Ouyang Shui replied gratefully. Qi Yi then solemnly issued his orders. From now on, everyone must remain focused and prioritize eliminating these repulsive Taotai beasts. Attack. Chapter 27. The fierce armored beast. What a nuisance. This creature is on par with me. Ouyang Shui gripped her sword tightly, faced with a Taotai beast of equal rank. The two stood off, and her hands felt unresponsive. Xiao Shui defeated. Believe in yourself. Lei Shen yelled, having kicked a Taotai beast away. He valiantly stood on the front lines, blocking most of the enemy's assaults. Qi Yi led a skeleton warrior in the charge, while another supported Ouyang Shui as a vanguard, drawing significant attention from the enemy and effectively dispersing the Taotai beast's attacks. With heavy strides, Qi Yi delivered a powerful punch to a Taotai beast's abdomen, sending it flying like a shrimp, knocking down several of its kin in the process. Then, with a heavy fist, he struck and crushed another Taotai beast's skull. Ouyang Shui was puzzled. How could this Qi Yi, merely a novice warrior, possess such lethal strength? With eyes wide open, she resembled a ferocious tigress, channeling all her might as she fiercely swung her sword, rendering the Taotai beast utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Lei Shen was confronting 7 Taotai beasts. Although they were 2 levels lower, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Come on, let us settle this one-on-one. I dare you. He taunted. The Taotai beasts seemed to mock him, their red eyes gleaming mischievously. Suddenly, one little creature raised its middle finger in a most vulgar gesture. It was crucial to note that these Taotai beasts, transformed from humans, possessed cognitive abilities. You ugly creature, how dare you insult me? Lei Shen erupted in fury. The creatures continued their mocking. Lei Shen's rage ignited, and like a frenzied beast charged with electricity, he lunged at the Taotai beasts. Just as he approached, one blocked his long blade. Huh, you've fallen for my trick. Lei Shen grinned mischievously, then unleashed a series of precise kicks, striking several Taotai beasts in their vulnerable spots. The creatures, now writhing in pain, instinctively shielded themselves. Seizing the moment, Lei Shen launched a flurry of strikes, severing the heads of several Taotai beasts from their bodies. Yes, I did it, he exclaimed with exhilaration, glancing at the battlefield, realizing there were still 30 or 40 Taotai beasts left. At this rate, his teammates would be overwhelmed. After some contemplation, Lei Shen approached his comrades. Xiao Shui, I'm here to protect you. He adopted a strategy of relentless defense, determined to safeguard the beautiful Ouyang Shui. Qi Yi called upon his psychic energy to launch a soul attack against the Taotai beasts, diminishing their strength and morale. Lei Gu, their combat power has diminished. Speed up a bit. Ouyang Shui noticed the Taotai beasts indeed seemed weaker, allowing her to face their assaults with greater composure. The skeleton warrior beside her glowed with an intensified blue flame, clearly indicating an increase in combat prowess. Clang, clang, clang. The skeleton warriors near Qi Yi appeared to enter a frenzy, their attacks fiercer than ever, their terrifying visages glaring at the Taotai beasts. The warriors leaped into the air, flipping and unleashing a dazzling barrage of fireballs, akin to meteors, obliterating a majority of the Taotai beasts. Afterward, they brandished their short swords, diving down to the ground with a thunderous crash, sweeping away the surrounding Taotai beasts. Well done, Qi Yi praised. Meanwhile, Lei Shen remained undeterred, expertly harnessing the power of lightning to unleash a group assault on the Taotai beasts, his long blade cutting through them effortlessly. Wow, so cool. Ouyang Shui and Qi Yi were immediately captivated by Lei Shen and the skeleton warrior's prowess. Use the little skeleton as a shield and eradicate them completely, Qi Yi excitedly commanded. After several rounds of combat, Ouyang Shui's agility improved, her combat strength not only intact, but enhanced as she integrated into the team. Through continuous battles, Ji Mingyue, under Lei Shen's protection, had transformed, her combat experience elevated, becoming a pivotal force within the team. Suddenly, the entire staircase trembled, a wave of pressure sweeping in, causing the Taotai beasts to halt their attacks and retreat in terror. A 2-meter-tall humanoid monster appeared before them, its body covered in countless hard scales, resembling a lion or tiger, with wild golden eyes and a pair of terrifying fangs, wielding a spiked club. Whenever it moved or growled, its imposing presence instilled fear. Soon, the Taotai beasts knelt before it, their faces filled with awe. Qi Yi's excitement surged as he inquired. Naima, look, is this the great beast? Indeed, young master, it's called the Meng Jiaxiu, and its defensive capabilities will pose a significant challenge for you. Then it's settled. If we kill it, we can help Lei Laodi ascend to greater heights. Qi Yi signaled for the team to gather around him. The Meng Jiaxiu, with its formidable defenses, posed a daunting challenge. Without giving them time to devise a strategy, the Meng Jiaxiu raised its spiked club, and the kneeling Taotai beasts sprang to life, seizing their short swords and charging with all their might. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, Qi Yi and his companions rejoined the fray. Discovering that the Taotai beasts were even stronger than before, their attack power significantly increased. Yi Gu, bring your little skeleton to take down the Meng Jiaxiu. Leave these Taotai beasts to me and Xiao Shui. Hurry, Lei Shen suggested. After several skirmishes, everyone's stamina was waning, and if they continued to engage, they would be doomed. Qi Yi nodded, boldly confronting the Taotai beasts to create openings for the two skeleton warriors. At that moment, one skeleton warrior leaped off the ground, charging at the Meng Jiaxiu. Clang, clang, clang. It engaged the Meng Jiaxiu head-on. The Meng Jiaxiu, with a fierce demeanor, swung its club with the force of a thunderbolt, instantly obliterating that skeleton warrior. Damn it, another one bites the dust. What a tragedy. Thankfully, Qi Yi could invoke the Wraith Curse to summon more warriors as replacements. New skeleton warriors emerged in droves, joining the battle. Each newly summoned warrior was merely a fragile life under the relentless blows of the Meng Jiaxiu. However, Qi Yi noticed one particularly resilient skeleton warrior that had never fallen, displaying an extraordinary strength. This little fellow possesses remarkable vitality. But the Meng Jiaxiu is just too tough. The entire body felt stiff and unyielding, making it impossible to take action. Due to the repeated use of Wanghun Zhao to summon energy entities, undead, the mental energy consumption was immense. Qi Yi assessed the number of opponents. If these two undead warriors were to perish, there would be no means of replenishment. He needed to identify their weaknesses. Even the lower regions of the Mengjia beast were fortified with phosphorus and potassium, leaving no opportunity for a sneaky assault. The Mengjia beast skillfully evaded the encirclement of the skeletal warriors, its target fixed firmly on Qi Yi, and it swung its massive wolf-tooth club down with a roaring wind. Qi Yi, having exhausted much of his mental energy, had no time to dodge and could only grit his teeth and brace himself for the impact. The tremendous force of the wolf-tooth club sent him flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times. Frenzied, the Mengjia beast offered no respite. In the blink of an eye, it reappeared before Qi Yi, bringing its club crashing down once more. This is it. With this blow, will I be disfigured? Qi Yi's eyes widened as he faced the incoming club. No. The Thunder God, witnessing this scene, was too late to rescue his brother. In a moment of crisis, a resounding crash erupted as the special skeletal warrior charged forward, colliding with the Mengjia beast and sending it staggering several meters, the club narrowly missing Chen Xiu's gaze. By the heavens, the little creature saved me. Qi Yi quickly rolled to evade the Mengjia beast's assault. Despite the battlefield being littered with corpses, he was utterly fatigued. Swish. Crack. The skeletal warrior glared with murderous intent, seemingly enraged that the Mengjia beast had nearly slain its master. It leaped high, thrusting its short sword fiercely at the Mengjia beast. The Mengjia beast raised its club to block, but was shaken by the sword's fierce force, causing it to lose grip on the weapon. In an instant, the Mengjia beast nimbly flipped backward, reclaiming its club and entering into a fierce standoff with the skeletal warrior. Both sides bearing fierce expressions, unwilling to yield. After being saved, the previously untouched skeletal warrior refreshed Qi Yi's perspective on life. Gao-ao-ao-ao. The Mengjia beast raised its hands above its head and let out a deafening roar, a wave of deathly aura emanating from it. No. Is it about to unleash its full power? Qi Yi furrowed his brow. Die for me. The Thunder God dispatched the last of the Taotai beasts. Surprised by Ouyang Shue's formidable strength. Chapter 28. The special skeletal warrior watching Qi Yi nearly get struck was genuinely alarming for the Thunder God. Thankful that Qi Yi remained unharmed. The Mengjia beast appeared bewildered. It had clearly dispatched several skeletal warriors before. Why were there still two left? And one of them was particularly troublesome? This fellow seems to be counting my little skeletons, Qi Yi mused. At that moment, Ji Xian, the intelligent life form, prompted, Young Master, eliminate the Mengjia beast quickly. We cannot allow it to strengthen, or all efforts will be in vain. If this continues, should the Mengjia beast grow stronger, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, its enhancement would hinder the Thunder Goddess' power increase. Suddenly, Ouyang Shue swung her strange blade with all her might, charging at the Mengjia beast. As she closed in, she twisted her wrist, elegantly spinning, and slashed at the Mengjia beast, which narrowly evaded the attack. Bang! The strange blade struck the ground, and Ouyang Shue supported herself on the blade, leaping up and delivering fierce kicks to the Mengjia beast, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. You ugly beast, quite adept at dodging. You can't be killed this easily. Ouyang Shue exclaimed. Thunder God, lend a hand. Chen Xiu urged the four adorable companions, saying, Now is the time, little ones, finish it off. Having just caught his breath, he could not afford to let the Mengjia beast recuperate. Upon hearing this, they surrounded the Mengjia beast, cutting off its fixed target. Clang, clang, clang. The two skeletal warriors advanced as vanguards. Ouyang Shue attacked the lower half of the Mengjia beast, while Chen Xiu struck at its upper body. And the Thunder God unleashed a penetrating attack with the power of lightning. To maximize the Team's attacking strength, Qi Yi invoked Wang Han Zhao, enhancing the mental energy of the Thunder God and Ouyang Shue. After a round of support, Team Attack Speed, 15, Weapon Enhancement, 5, was achieved. The skeletal warrior's berserk strike probability increased by 50. Thud, thud, thud. The team continuously alternated their positions to attack, leaving the Mengjia beast exhausted. However, its phosphorus and potassium defenses were formidable. Feel the love from Brother Lei. The Thunder God stepped forward to Ouyang Shue's left, grasping her delicate left hand. Don't misunderstand. Lend me your strength. Ouyang Shue blushed slightly, nodding in agreement. With a powerful gesture, she assisted the Thunder God in soaring through the air. In midair, the Thunder God gripped his long blade tightly, roaring as he dove toward the Mengjia beast. Distracted by the little skeletons, the Mengjia beast was caught off guard as a blade sliced into its back, blood spattering forth, eliciting a furious roar. Now's the moment. Qi Yi placed all his hopes on the untouched skeletal warrior. Despite his reluctance, for his brother the Thunder God, go forth, little skeleton. Should you perish, I will burn paper money for you every year. May you journey well. The special skeletal warrior nodded resolutely, prepared to sacrifice itself, charging forward and severing the Mengjia beast's arm. The Mengjia beast glared furiously, its left arm lost, descending into a frenzy. Its right hand swinging the wolf-tooth club violently at another skeletal warrior. At that moment, Ouyang Shue swung her strange blade, attempting a sneak attack on the Mengjia beast. However, the beast countered with its club, violently slamming her against the wall, leaving her gravely injured and spitting blood. Brother Yi, go help take care of Shue. The thunder god, his eyes aflame with rage, declared, "Beast, how dare you harm my woman? Today, it shall be either your death or mine." Qi Yi hurriedly rushed to assist Ouyang Shui, fortunate that her strange blade had absorbed much of the Wolf-Tooth Club's assault. At this moment, the thunder god's concern, coupled with his fury, propelled him to newfound strength, lightning coalescing around his blade. As the special skeletal warrior prepared for its final assault, he poured all his might into an assisting strike. Witnessing his skeletal warrior embrace death with courage, Qi Yi felt a wave of sorrow wash over him for the first time. "Farewell, my companion. All this time, you have been the finest. Now, it is your time to sacrifice for the greater good. Ah, kill, kill, kill. Little skeleton, you shall always be the greatest." Hearing the cheers, the warrior triggered an inspiring aura, enhancing speed and strength by 5. The special skeletal warrior activated a berserk strike, accumulating speed by 10 and increasing combat power by 23. Boom. In that moment, the thunder god swung his blade at the Mengjia beast, the blade wind crackling with lightning, successfully striking the beast. At that critical moment, gurgle gurgle, the previously untouched skeletal warrior's strength surged, blue flames igniting its form, its movements bewildering the Mengjia beast. "What is this?" Qi Yi was momentarily stunned. Swish, crack. The skeletal warrior moved with lightning speed, nearly imperceptible, swiftly wielding its short sword, gliding past the Mengjia beast's body and landing perfectly. Subsequently, the Mengjia beast's head thudded to the ground, its body collapsing, blood staining the battlefield. Not only Qi Yi, but the thunder god and Ouyang Shui were left dumbfounded. This little skeleton was extraordinarily fierce. Qi Yi rushed to the still warm Mengjia beast, calling, "Brother Lei, hurry." Upon hearing, the thunder god hesitated for a moment, then, regaining his senses, grabbed his long blade and rushed over. "Brother Lei, sit in the pool of the Mengjia beast's blood. Focus and concentrate, quickly. Do not ask why." The thunder god, puzzled, dared not question further and complied. At that moment, he felt as though he were immersed in a world of thunder and lightning, distinctly sensing the vast power of lightning. Meanwhile, the deceased Taotai beast also manifested in this space. Buzz. Suddenly, Qi Yi entered this realm accompanied by a strange and beautiful woman, clad in battle attire. Extraordinarily lovely, yet seemingly otherworldly. "Brother Lei," Qi Yi called out. "Brother Yi, where are we?" The thunder god asked, bewildered. "She is my wet nurse, named Ji Xian." Qi Yi chuckled. "Since you are my brother, call her wet nurse, and soon you shall understand." "Wet nurse?" Lei Shun gazed at the breathtaking beauty and involuntarily exclaimed. Suddenly, a multitude of images and knowledge surged into his mind, devoid of pain, instead bringing a refreshing clarity. At that moment, Ji Xian waved her hand, and countless runes flew into Lei Shun's consciousness. "Human, this is the ancient heart technique. Do not resist this force. Embrace it and merge it with your martial skills." Indeed, Lei Shun felt the power brought by the runes, soft yet firm, akin to Tai Chi. Qi Yi addressed Ji Xian, saying, "Wet nurse, please take care of my good brother. I shall step outside to guard." Just then, the Taotai beast was disintegrated by a bolt of lightning, transforming into dust that Lei Shun absorbed. Upon returning to the real world, Qi Yi noticed the myriad questions reflected in Ouyang Shui's eyes. Supporting the injured Ouyang Shui, she inquired, "Yi, what has happened to Lei Shun? Are you worried about my brother?" "No, not at all," she replied. "Hee," Qi Yi teased, "truly, you have betrayed your concern through your expression." Upon hearing this, the young woman's cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Qi Yi discerned that she seemed to harbor feelings for Lei Shun. "Haha, having known him for merely a few hours, my younger brother Lei truly possesses charm. Fear not. He is fine. We are here to guard him while he comprehends a new world." "A new world?" The young woman looked perplexed. Qi Yi merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Unexpectedly, the unique skeletal warrior exhibited astonishing strength. Not only could he sense it, but he could now also see the evident growth of its power, especially the enhancement of its defenses. Compared to other skeletons, it was undeniably the leader of the pack. Noticing the time, he realized it was time to return to the underground market. Otherwise, Bai Jia would surely worry. At that moment, a 5-pointed star insignia suddenly appeared on the forehead of the special skeletal warrior. "Wet nurse, what is the meaning of this?" Qi Yi inquired telepathically. Ji Xian explained. "Young master, this is the star insignia, indicating that it has gained your recognition and has merged with you. The star insignia signifies the birth of the leader among the warriors. It shall become your formidable ally." Qi Yi observed that the unblemished skeleton's forehead radiated a dazzling 5-pointed star, its eye sockets ablaze with intensified flames. exuding an aura that overshadowed other skeletons. Oh, that shall be my trusted aid. The unblemished one seemed puzzled by the new change on its forehead, touching it curiously. Qi regarded the star atop its head, already knowing the answer within. Your life is remarkably resilient. From now on, you shall be called Luo Sha, and together we shall fight. At that moment, Geely reminded. Young master, should you not reward it? Reward? Qi quickly rummaged through his storage ring, discovering a pair of exquisite curved blades, crafted from C3 grade metal, perfectly suited as a reward. Luo Sha, these blades are yours. I hope you shall not disappoint me in the future. Qi mused that if he could properly cultivate the Wanghun Curse secret technique, he might one day command a formidable army. Huh, Yi. I have advanced to the senior warrior level. Ouyang Shui exclaimed excitedly. Congratulations. Chen Xiu inquired with concern. Shui, are you injured? Thanks to you, I'm not dead. Chapter 29. The truth revealed to Lei Shen Shui. What are your plans moving forward? Plans? Let's take it one step at a time. Then how about joining us for mutual support? Just as Qi Yi extended an olive branch, he caught a glimpse of Lei Shen, who was engrossed in his training. Ouyang Shui's face flushed, particularly recalling the moment Lei Shen had suddenly grasped her hand during the previous battle. Qi Yi scratched his head, feeling slightly awkward. If you join us, my younger brother Lei will surely be delighted. I have a map to the survival base. We can forge a bloody path together. Then, all right. Ouyang Shui shyly agreed, unable to resist clarifying, I join, but not because of that bald head. Women may feign toughness, yet their hearts are tender. Qi Yi understood well. Others might not see it, but the young woman had clearly been moved. Meanwhile, Lei Shen, deeply engrossed in his training, felt a surge of joy upon hearing the affirmation from the woman he admired. At that moment, Ji Xian interjected, focus on your training, do not become distracted. Or do not blame me for being impolite. Through some understanding, Lei Shen learned that this fierce beauty was, in fact, the intelligent life form Ji Xian, who had been concealed in the void, invisible to ordinary people. It turned out that Qi Ye's so-called search for a security manager to obtain fingerprints was merely a ruse. His true aim was the Meng Jia beast, which possessed formidable defensive attributes, a treasure trove for Lei Shen in his current state. Its blood could assist Lei Shen's genes in mutating once more, and its flesh could accelerate cellular division. Currently, Lei Shen's brain capacity was merely at 5. And with Ji Xian's assistance, he believed he would ascend to new heights. Shui, come lend a hand. Qi Yi decided to carry his brother, as Lei Shen was presently in a deep state of meditation, akin to a vegetative state. Considering that Bai Jie and Li Xinro were awaiting them in the underground market, he swiftly made his decision. Yi, will the bald head be all right? Ouyang Shui worried for the first time about a man, especially a stranger. Fear not. Your man is fine. Qi Yi, noticing the little beauty's affection for Lei Shen, teased her. At that moment, Ouyang Shui's face flushed crimson, and she retorted playfully, if you keep saying that, all right, I will cease the teasing. Qi Yi said, while heaving Lei Shen onto his back, brother, I have done my best. Although Ouyang Shui did not voice her thoughts, she secretly chuckled behind him. This battle made Qi Yi acutely aware of his shortcomings, yet unexpectedly, the skeletal warriors possessed a unique leader. This indicated that as his strength grew, he would be able to control more warriors, even commanding his own undead army. After the battle, Qi Yi also recognized the immense energy demands of the Mind Masters. The process of forging the true divine body was progressing slowly. Reflecting on his parents, one trapped in the dark universe and the other missing, he could not help but lament that his current cultivation was far too slow to achieve the reunion he sought. Observing the two skeletons before him and the Lei Shen on his back, Ouyang Shui was filled with questions. Who were these two? One wielding the power of lightning, the other capable of summoning the undead. What kind of extraordinary abilities are these? What has happened to that little bald head? He was lively moments ago. Why has he now become a living corpse? Despite her own genetic mutation, granting her agility and strength beyond the ordinary, this was her first encounter with such terrifying abilities. Meanwhile, within Lei Shen's consciousness, Ji Xian diligently guided him. This young man's comprehension was exceptionally outstanding among Earthlings, a true gem. Ji Xian had agreed to assist Lei Shen because she recognized the young bald head's remarkable potential. In the future, during the battles among the stars, Lei Shen was likely to become an invaluable ally to Qi Yi. She also understood that even as an intelligent life form, her abilities primarily centered on self-preservation. The current situation indicated that to genuinely assist Qi Yi, she needed not only to continue mentoring this young master, but also to seek powerful allies for him. After all, having more friends meant having more pathways. What is it, boss? If you have something to say, just say it. Are we really going to stay here forever? In the underground market, Li Mu cautiously asked Zhang Biao, who appeared quite irate and was in a foul mood. In the midst of the clamor, Zhang Biao understood that everyone was murmuring and questioning him. Why didn't he accompany Qi Yi to search for the manager to obtain fingerprints? Everyone thought that they should heed the words of those two youths, but regrettably, they all acted like timid turtles. However, Li Mu voiced what he had heard. Grasping Li Mu's shoulder, Zhang Biao exclaimed in anger, "Are you questioning me?" "No, boss, I'm not." Li Mu stammered. "You fool. These ungrateful wretches don't even consider who protected them in the first place. How dare they question me with such nonsense?" After saying this, Zhang Biao shoved Li Mu aside, took up his shield, and strode toward the crowd. He bellowed, "Shut your mouths. A bunch of ungrateful wolves. If you want to leave, get off my territory. If you seek death, then get out now." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. What is with his tone? Is he trying to drive us away? At that moment, Zhang Biao's rage peaked, veins bulging on his forehead. "If you're unsatisfied, then get lost. Isn't there someone who wants to join Qi Yi? Go on, follow him to feed the monsters. Do you think this is your home? You think you can just leave at your whim?" A burly man stepped forward. Zhang Biao glared at him and approached, threateningly lowering his voice. "If you have the guts, say that again, and I swear I'll end you." "What's the matter? Want to fight?" The burly man scoffed. With a loud thud, Zhang Biao raised his shield and struck the man on the forehead, knocking him to the ground, where he curled up in pain, blood streaming from his head. "Bah!" Zhang Biao sneered, spitting on the ground and kicking him. "Don't think just because you're strong, I won't dare to hit you." The burly man had not anticipated such strength from Zhang Biao, a true product of genetic mutation. Surveying the surroundings, Zhang Biao angrily chastised, "Damn it, a bunch of idiots. Who are you talking about? You just assaulted someone. That's against the law. I'm talking about you fools. Try saying that again." The argument escalated, with Zhang Biao relying on his strength and achievements, undeterred. Previously, the ground had trembled, and the golden opportunity to slay the monster leader had passed. Zhang Biao slammed his shield on the ground, shouting, "Haven't you realized? It's been so long, they're dead. The bald man and Qi Yi's crew have all been killed. You be quiet." Bai Jie stepped forward, pointing at the two skeletal warriors guarding her. "Brother Qi Yi is not dead, and neither is Brother Lei. Look at these skeletal warriors, they are still protecting us. And so what? They are already dead." Zhang Biao laughed coldly, greedily eyeing Bai Jie. "Little beauty, I'll deal with you later." Suddenly, the surroundings fell eerily silent, and everyone turned to look behind Zhang Biao. His expression twisted, resembling that of a villain. He taunted the crowd. "What's wrong? Why is everyone silent? Afraid, are you? Just now, who did you say was dead?" "Fool, I said Qi Yi and Lei." Zhang Biao hesitated, as a familiar voice echoed from behind, causing him to panic. He turned around nervously, only to see a skeleton-wielding twin curved blades staring intently at him. He stuttered, Qi Yi, were you just calling me a fool?" Qi Yi's voice was low and chilling. After entrusting the unconscious Lei Shen to Ouyang Shui, he tightened his grip on the long knife, his icy gaze closing in on Zhang Biao. Chapter 30. HR Alliance Li Yao. "No, I said I'm the fool." Zhang Biao was so frightened by the skeletons that he collapsed to the ground, his face filled with terror. "You wish I were dead, don't you?" Qi Yi shot him a disdainful glance before walking toward the gate. Bai Jie joyfully laughed, eagerly following Li Xinrou's small hand. Seeing Qi Yi and the others return unscathed, the crowd felt both joy and concern. At that moment, Ji Xian in the void merely glanced at the heavy gate, instantly unlocking the password. With a rumble, the two heavy doors slowly opened, and Zhang Biao's face displayed shock and a complex expression. The crowd that had lingered erupted into joyous celebration. Qi Yi turned to tease Zhang Biao. "Our captain has nothing to say?" Zhang Biao's face contorted, his expression complex and awkward. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. "I knew this security guard had terrible character. Right, pretending to be important, thinking he has something. Exactly, almost got us killed. Look, gold. Haha, we're rich." As the doors swung open automatically, they revealed a trove of gleaming gold, igniting the crowd's greedy eyes, who rushed to seize it. Zhang Biao watched the frenzied pursuit of wealth, his heart bleeding, a mix of lewdness and awkwardness on his face. As Qi stepped out of the unlocked gate into the park of the back street, he was surprised to find that Bai Jie, who usually valued money above all else, did not join in the frenzy for gold. Looking around, Li Xinrou remarked, It's eerily quiet here. I feel the same. Something is off." Ouyang Shui agreed. Qi Yi gazed toward the sky, where fiery clouds danced ominously, smoke swirling around the nearby buildings. He turned to Luo Sha, the skeletal leader, and whispered, "Luo Sha, help carry Lei Shun. Then he instructed his teammates, everyone stay quiet. It's still safe outside. After walking for a while, Bai Jie suddenly gasped, "Ah? There are monster corpses. There are dead people over there. What do we do? Are we going to die?" Li Xin whispered in terror. A heart-wrenching scene unfolded. Corpses littered everywhere, the atmosphere thick with blood and horror, enveloped in an eerie environment. Silence. If you don't want to die. Qi Yi warned the crowd behind him to be quiet. He speculated that this place had previously seen many Taodai beasts or other monsters. Unfortunately, those people hadn't survived. Remembering his own near brushes with death, he felt a shiver down his spine. Thud, 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 a series of footsteps approached. Bai Jie whispered, "Brother Qi Yi, look. Someone is coming from ahead." Qi Yi immediately became alert, and the four skeletal warriors entered a state of readiness. They appeared to be survivors from a fierce battle. A muscular man with a square face approached, handsome and imposing, wielding a long sword, followed by a group of sturdy men armed with weapons. At that moment, the crowd that had rushed for the gold followed closely behind. "Make way, everybody, get out of my way." Zhang Biao suddenly became overly excited, bursting through the crowd, shouting, "Huh, big brother, it's me, Biaozi." The handsome man, with a calm smile, replied, "Oh, Biaozi, I see you're still alive. Brother Li Yao, I knew you were blessed and had a long life. I'm so glad to meet you again. It's wonderful to be with you again," Zhang Biao exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he met what he deemed a saving grace. The man wielding the sword was Li Yao, a second-generation wealthy heir, a notorious playboy, and a skilled fighter. "Over there," Zhang Biao whispered conspiratorially in his ear with a sly expression. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shui commented, "Brother Yi, that guy seems to be talking about you." "Oof, Zhang Biao is no good," Li Xinro observed, gazing at the man across from them. Qi Yi remained silent, his demeanor composed, eager to see what tricks Zhang Biao would attempt. After a moment, Li Yao glanced at Qi Yi and introduced himself to the group. "I am Li Yao, the captain of a branch team of the HR Alliance. You must have found the previous moments quite harrowing. Biaozi has just informed me of the situation. We too have hunted down a formidable beast, possibly encountering horrors greater than those you have faced. Nevertheless, we should all be grateful to have survived. If you do not mind, join us. You will undoubtedly be safe, provided you follow my lead. The gold in your possession belongs to you. I, Li Yao, will not claim it, and I will escort you to the survival base." Li Yao spoke with a refined demeanor, exuding an impressive aura, embodying the essence of a tall, rich, and handsome figure. His captivating speech drew the crowd behind Xia closer to him, particularly the infatuated women, displaying an eager demeanor. Soon, Li Yao's gaze fell upon the small skeletons, and he pointed, inquiring, "By the way, where do these creatures come from?" "Mind your words, my friend. They are my subordinates, not monsters. This is my martial prowess," Xia retorted defiantly, unafraid of confrontation. "So, you and they are both dangerous entities. These little skeletons might rebel and turn on you any day." Li Yao revealed a sinister smile, attempting to sow discord. "You are inciting division, making me the target of scorn." Xia shot back, "I'm sorry, but I cannot comprehend your words. My team absolutely refuses to accept monstrous professions. That would be a disgrace to humanity." "Suit yourself," he replied dismissively. "Let us do this. Let them decide whether they wish to follow you or me. It is only fair." Upon hearing this, the individuals behind Xia shifted to stand beside Li Yao, embodying a despicable sense of triumph. Indeed, one should categorize trash properly. Xia chuckled softly. Li Yao truly had an imaginative mind. Observing that Thor remained in deep meditation, he chose to avoid unnecessary conflict. "We shall depart," Xia commanded, wishing to avoid further disputes. "Did I permit you to leave?" Li Yao halted them, gesturing to his subordinates. "The 3 women may go, but the men and 4 skeletons must perish." With a roar of fury, the skeletal warriors, led by the fiery-eyed Raksha, prepared for battle, as it was their duty to protect their master, Xia. Just as tensions heightened, Li Xinro stepped forward, addressing Li Yao, "Do not overstep your boundaries. Do not think I am unaware of your schemes. If it comes to blows, do not assume I fear you." "Ai Wei, you have finally spoken," Li Yao exclaimed, a smirk of cunning spreading across his face. "You are my fiancé, as you well know. I would never harm you." "Bah, mind your words. Who is your fiancé?" "Ai Wei, this is the apocalypse, a rebirth for humanity. We can only survive through teamwork. Stop pretending. If it comes to fighting, I shall stand by my side to the end. Ai Wei, you will come to regret this." After a long deliberation, Li Yao considered that if he truly attacked Xia, this woman's personality would undoubtedly escalate the conflict. Should a fight ensue, the capabilities of these little skeletons remained an unknown. Consequently, he decided to let them depart, for attracting the attention of more formidable beasts would be counterproductive. Once they had safely distanced themselves, Li Shinro recounted her story to Chie in detail to avoid any misunderstandings. It turned out that she was the eldest daughter of the Bolognesi family, her real name being Wei Aiwei Bolognesi. She had a half-sister named Vini Na Bolognesi. With her mother surnamed Li, who passed away early, she took on the name Li Shinro in memory of her. Li Yao, the epitome of hypocrisy, constantly vexed Wei Aiwei's father's business, coercing her to become his fiancée while secretly entangled with her sister. Unbeknownst to him, Wei Aiwei discovered their sordid secret. Tired of being a pawn in her family's game, Wei Aiwei chose to escape under the guise of Li Shinro, seeking a life of normalcy. Upon finishing her tale, Wei Aiwei seethed with indignation. Not long ago, her father had tragically perished in an accident, leading to a power shift within the family to her uncle. Having a passion for martial arts since childhood, she had trained for several years. Chie's confusion was now resolved, so that was the case. Bai Jia expressed her sympathy for Wei Aiwei's plight, declaring, "That scoundrel deserves no mercy." Their immediate objective was to vacate the area. "Rest assured, I will protect you," Chia assured confidently, grateful for his reliable teammates, especially the warrior women, which undoubtedly enhanced his combat prowess. Chia stroked his chin, pondering that most of these monsters appeared in populated areas. Let us head towards the outskirts of the city to avoid densely built environments. Chapter 31. The 9 Levels of the Wuchuang Blade. Brother Chia, I am hungry. May we pause for a moment? Bai Mei, let us first traverse the park, and we shall eat shortly. Chia realized that humans, like iron, require sustenance to thrive. After all, Bai Jia and Wei Aiwei were still ordinary individuals. He needed to find a safe place for them to eat. The park was eerily quiet, a stillness that sent chills down one's spine. As dusk descended, a sudden tremor caught Chia's attention. He raised his hand in warning, "Everyone halt." "What is it, Brother Yi?" Ouyang Shui assumed a defensive stance. Shoo bang, bang. A creature resembling the second brother was devouring a gluttonous beast. These mutated monsters could be ruthless, even turning on their kind. The wild boar beast, over 3 meters tall, had its back turned to them, its claws sharp like scythes, and its fangs glistening as it savored its meal. "What on earth is that? It's even larger than the fierce armored beast." Chia whispered in bewilderment. "Is it the second brother? Is it a wild boar monster? Oh heavens! Why are we encountering increasingly larger monsters?" Suddenly, the wild boar beast roared, beating its chest, sensing the presence behind it, and swiftly turned to discover Chia and his group. Whoosh! It lunged forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. It was evident that this wild boar beast possessed at least the strength of a junior beast commander, equivalent to a novice warrior. "This is bad. We've been discovered. Quickly, dodge!" Chia shouted, realizing they had intruded upon the wild boar beast's territory. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the wild boar beast swung its claws, the gust from its strike scattering Chia's team. Why are there so many of these creatures? Is this never-ending? Ouyang Shui was thrown back several meters by the shockwave. Swish! The wild boar beast seized the opportunity, its claws aimed directly at Ouyang Shui, swinging down with ferocity. Clang! 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 Ouyang Shui blocked with her weapon, continuously evading. The wild boar beast launched a spinning dive, akin to a top in the air. This was dire. Ouyang Shui prepared herself to withstand the force of this fierce attack. The wild boar beast's spinning descent exerted at least 7,000 kilograms of force. Buzz, buzz, swoosh. The combination of the wild boar beast's claws and its body rotation pressed against Ouyang Shui's weapon, bending it closer to her chest. Boom. Then, a shockwave tore through Ouyang Shui's clothing, causing her to cry out as she was sent flying. "Oh my goodness, I have witnessed the world's wonders." Chia stared wide-eyed at the spectacle above, anxiously commanding, "Raksha, lead the charge and take down that wild boar beast." Raksha complied, rallying the skeletal warriors to charge forward as Chia dashed, catching Ouyang Shui as she plummeted from the sky, wrapping his arms around her waist. Uft! Ouyang Shui coughed up blood in his embrace, her attire reduced to mere undergarments. "Xiao Shui, please don't scare me. It's my fault for not protecting you." Chia lamented. Ouyang Shui appeared to be internally injured, unable to articulate her pain. Chia hastily brought her to Bai Jia. "Bai Mei, stay with Xiao Shui. I shall handle the wild boar beast." Having spoken, he removed his outer garment and gently draped it over Ouyang Shui's delicate form. "Shinro, please keep an eye on Xiao Shui," he declared fiercely. "Any woman who dares to harm my brother will meet her demise." Qi Yi wielded the long blade of the thunder god, surveying the battlefield. At that moment, the wild boar monster delivered a devastating blow, cleaving a freshly summoned skeleton in two with its sharp claws. "Damn, Another one bites the dust. After all, this wild boar monster was formidable, with tough skin and substantial flesh, particularly its razor-sharp claws, which seemed even more menacing than the previously slain fierce armored beast. I refuse to believe I cannot slay you, Qi growled, joining the fray against the wild boar monster. After several exchanges, it appeared the wild boar monster was relentless. The two sides were evenly matched, and the battle reached a stalemate. Qi Ye's divine consciousness had been excessively drained and was still recovering, leaving him to rely on the skeleton warriors to wear down the wild boar monster. Suddenly, the sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds and crackling lightning. The ground trembled, and a figure soared into the air, enveloped in arcs of electricity. This was a bald man. Lightning flickered around him, as if the thunder god himself had descended. Thunder Brother, you have successfully attained enlightenment. Qi Ye's long blade was inexplicably drawn towards the powerful force of lightning, slipping from his grasp and flying toward the thunder god. Young master, behold the spectacle. Your brother is no ordinary man, Ji Xian remarked to Qi Yi. Clearly, she had assisted the thunder god in his enlightenment, enabling a breakthrough to the initial rank of war general. At this moment, the thunder god glared disdainfully at the wild boar monster, his gaze filled with fury and authority. He slowly raised the long blade that had absorbed the power of lightning, its edge shimmering with dazzling arcs. You wretched beast, how dare you harm my woman? His voice thundered across the battlefield. Qi Yi felt the surge of power. Nanny, my thunder brother has transformed into a strikingly powerful figure. Today, he would let you experience the blade technique I have just comprehended, the ninefold thunderblade. The thunder god suddenly swung his blade, unleashing a torrent of lightning that cleaved through the air, striking the wild boar monster. With a deafening roar, the wild boar monster writhed in the luminous storm, but ultimately could not withstand the might of the thunder, being split in two. The creature's eyes dimmed instantly, blood gushing forth, its body left with only a final twitch. As the battle concluded, the bald man gently descended to the ground, the power of lightning gradually dissipating. Qi Yi clenched his fists, filled with excitement. He had not anticipated the thunder god's swift advancement. At that moment, the thunder god rushed to check on Ouyang Shue's injuries. Upon his arrival, Bai Jie and Li Shinro quickly stepped aside. Qi Yi caught sight of the injured Ouyang Shue cradled in the thunder god's arms. The princess hold unmistakably indicating that Ouyang Shue had accepted him. Haha, it seems Xiaoshua's injury was fortuitous. Qi Yi shared an amusing glance with the thunder god, chuckling softly. Seeing that a skeleton warrior had recently perished, Qi Yi invoked the Soul Curse, secret technique in an attempt to summon another, but found himself utterly drained. Ji Xian explained, Young master, it is inadvisable for you to overexert your physical strength at this moment. The forging of the true god body inherently demands a vast amount of divine consciousness, and the practice of the Soul Curse requires a robust, true god physique. Thus, creating new warriors must be approached gradually. Well, 3 skeletons are quite sufficient. Qi Yi replied with a resigned shake of his head, rubbing his face, suddenly reminded of the injured Ouyang Shue. Nanny, do you have any medicine that can swiftly heal her wounds? Young master, give her this vial of life water, though it may be somewhat wasteful. Ji Xian held out a vial of blue potion, which she handed to Qi Yi, aware that life water could heal most injuries and even restore life. Qi Yi understood the implication of Ji Xian's remark about wastefulness. He passed the potion to the thunder god, whispering, This is the life water provided by Nanny. It can rapidly heal injuries and is said to be quite effective. Having witnessed Ji Xian's capabilities, the thunder god accepted the potion without hesitation. Indeed, its effects were remarkable. Ouyang Shue gradually stirred, her pallid complexion transforming into a rosy hue, her beauty surpassing even her previous allure. Even Bai Jie and Li Shinro, standing nearby, could not help but pale in comparison to her beauty. The thunder god inquired curiously, Brother Yi, who exactly are you? Are you still the same person you once were? Qi Yi decided to no longer conceal the truth and pulled the thunder god aside. In truth, I am the son of the true god, and even the little skeletons were created by me using secret techniques. What? The son of the true god? Stop joking, be serious. The thunder god suppressed his excitement, having witnessed the battles along the way. Brother Yi, is what you say true? In a post-apocalyptic world, human genes could mutate. What was impossible in such a scenario? It seems I must provide you with some tangible proof. Qi Yi chuckled, and Ji Xian understood, swiftly transporting them into a realm filled with fragmented memories and childhood scenes, allowing the thunder god to truly open his eyes. Minutes later, my goodness, I am actually on friendly terms with the son of the true god. The thunder god felt both anxious and exhilarated. Suddenly, Ouyang Shui let out a shriek upon realizing her clothing was missing, her usual strength giving way to embarrassment. Qi Yi quickly led by Jie and Li Xinro away, leaving room for the Thunder God to respond. The Thunder God snapped back to reality and hurried over. Moments later, the circumstances became clear. He too had narrowly escaped death, and Ouyang Shui's face flushed even more, for aside from the essentials, she had been completely exposed to the bald man's gaze. Xiaoxue, you can wear my clothes. I will find you something else later. Ah, what are you planning? Calm down. You wouldn't want to run around in just your underwear, would you? The Thunder God chuckled as he began to remove his pants, soon left in only a pair of red boxers, revealing a robust physique, his well-defined muscles, particularly his chiseled chest and abs, exuding strength and height. Ouyang Shui gazed intently, her thoughts conflicting. This bald man's muscles are truly impressive. Wait, what am I thinking? Meanwhile, the Thunder God appeared calm, though inwardly he was quite flustered. Offering his clothes, Xiaoxue, wear my clothes for now. Don't worry, I'm a man, and it's rather hot. I can't wear a man's clothes. Ouyang Shui's face was flushed with embarrassment. Bai Jie, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward and urged, Xiaoxue, look at how Thunder Brother is. If you refuse to wear them, it means you don't consider us family. Besides, what are you so worried about? Do you dislike his clothes for being smelly? If you do, you can wear mine, and I'll wear his. And no, I don't dislike them. If I must wear them, then turn around. Ouyang Shui's cheeks reddened, feeling a bit shy. At this moment, the Thunder God was secretly pleased, thinking there was hope. He had not expected Bai Jie to have such persuasive skills. Chapter 32. Keeping Secrets. Young Master, although you currently cannot summon new skeleton warriors, we can attempt to use the Soul Curse secret technique to forge some weapons for the warriors, Ji Xian suggested. Qi Yi appeared somewhat surprised. The secret technique can also be used for forging? Ordinary secret techniques cannot achieve this, Ji Xian confidently explained, but the Soul Curse is a divine-level secret technique, and thus it is certainly feasible. Where the heart desires, all things can be refined. Where the heart desires, all things can be refined. Qi Yi approached the corpse of the wild boar monster, activating the secret technique and channeling his divine consciousness to forge. In an instant, a blaze of blue fire ignited in his hands. Initially, he feared it would burn him, but to his astonishment, nothing happened. The surrounding space began to warp, countless runes pouring forth from the void, gradually coalescing into a massive rune furnace before him. Using the remains of the wild boar monster as a medium, the furnace initiated a complex forging process. This spectacular visual marvel could only be witnessed by Qi Yi himself. A low hum resonated as a sword of iron materialized from the void, followed by a small dagger. Is this all that resides in your consciousness, young master? Ji Xian inquired, bewildered by the peculiar items. I am doing my utmost, Qi Yi lamented, realizing that his mind was clouded, unable to concentrate on forging a single weapon. In mere minutes, he felt utterly drained. Yet, he managed to forge 2 more items, Meteor Hammer 2, a common force weapon, and 2 sets of wrist guards. Also common force weapons, enhancing defense by 5. Witnessing the young master forge these, Ji Xian was at a loss, questioning whether coming to Earth had been a grave mistake. However, Qi Yi, feeling self-assured, addressed the 3 skeletal warriors, Meteor Hammers. Each of you take 1. Luocha, make do with the dual curved blades for now. I will assist you in forging later. With a whoosh, the 2 ordinary skeletal warriors eagerly practiced with their meteor hammers, displaying remarkable proficiency. Meanwhile, Luocha, the skeletal leader, meticulously polished its curved blade. Qi Yi approached Wei Ai and offered, here, take this iron sword for your protection. Is this truly for me? Wei Ai responded, surprised yet delighted. Indeed, and here are 2 sets of wrist guards. You and Bai Jie can each take a pair, Qi Yi added with care. What about my weapon? Bai Jie inquired. Qi Yi gently replied, there is none left. However, you have my protection, so fear not. The group was curious about the origin of Qi Yi's weapons, but only Thor understood that this Night Brother's actions might directly impact humanity's future. Thor observed Ouyang Shui donning the outfit he had gifted her. Although it was male attire, it did nothing to obscure her beauty. Ouyang Shui, noticing Thor clad only in boxers, slightly bulging at the front and in a festive red, could not help but stifle a laugh, feeling a mix of embarrassment and amusement. Thank you. Your clothes fit remarkably well, she said with a radiant smile. As long as they fit, Thor replied, his face beaming with joy. Let us proceed. The sun is setting, and we must find a place to eat, Qi Yi commanded. The trio continued their journey, remaining vigilant to their surroundings. Fortunately, thanks to the life water, Ouyang Shui's injuries had healed completely. As they exited the park, The streets were increasingly strewn with the corpses of both humans and monsters, an unbearable stench permeating the air. Soon, they encountered a scene of wrecked cars engulfed in flames. Suddenly, a dozen hybrid beasts, a terrifying fusion of lions and tigers, appeared, devouring a Taotai beast. It seemed that the mutated Taotai had become the primary nourishment for these monsters. We should take a detour, Chia suggested, prioritizing finding a safe place to rest and replenish their strength. After walking for a while, they spotted a conspicuous supermarket. Avoiding the monsters, they stealthily entered, only to find it deserted, devoid of even a single bottle of water. Just then, a skeletal warrior jumped out, making a sound that Chia could not comprehend. At that moment, Luocha directed them to follow the keen-nosed skeleton to a large door of a warehouse. It was clear that this was the supermarket storage area. Luocha, break open that door, Chia commanded. With a swift slice of Luocha's curved blade, the warehouse's lock was severed. As they pushed the door open, they were greeted by a plethora of goods, pots, pans, daily necessities, and food supplies. After surveying the bounty, Chia estimated that it could sustain the three of them for at least 2 years, conveniently fitting into his spatial ring, ensuring they would not face hunger even in a hurried march. As they explored, they discovered another storage area filled entirely with clothing. Clothes! Clothes! Bai Jia exclaimed joyfully. Seeing the assortment, they unanimously decided to change into outfits of their choice, as they had been drenched in sweat and had not changed for several days. Thor and Chia each selected 2 garments, stepping outside to see what other food items were available. The other 3 skeletal warriors were stationed to guard the warehouse entrance. It seemed they would need to camp here for the night, especially with 3 girls in tow. Suddenly, Luocha approached Chia and gestured. Thor, puzzled, asked, "What is it saying?" Both were perplexed as they followed Luocha to the restroom, where water flowed freely from the faucet. Water. There's actually water, Thor exclaimed, praising Luocha. In a post-apocalyptic world, water was more precious than any other resource, and this untainted source was invaluable. Soon, they gathered enough water to last several years for the group. At that moment, Chia stored all the collected water into his storage ring. Upon witnessing this, Thor was astonished. Night Brother, is that the legendary spatial ring? Indeed, Chia replied, feeling comfortable with Thor as a trusted brother. I'll have the caretaker make you one. From now on, you 1T need to carry everything in your arms. A low hum reverberated as Ji Xian's figure emerged from the void, cautioning, young master, creating a storage ring consumes considerable energy. Caretaker, Thor is my brother, Chia smiled. So please make one for him. Take whatever energy you need from me. Young master, are you suggesting I overstep my bounds? Ji Xian pouted, realizing he could not argue with his master. With a thought, the space began to warp. It was only fitting that the friend of a true divine son should possess a means to store treasures. Ji Xian forged a ring for Thor, measuring 700 meters long, 680 meters wide, and 230 meters high. An ordinary challenge, yet such a spatial storage device would be a luxury even in the cosmos. After realizing this, Thor held the exquisite black storage ring with admiration. Haha, now I too possess a storage ring, Thor declared. Remember, you must swear never to betray my young master. Ji Xian suddenly asserted with seriousness. Without hesitation, Thor swore an oath to the heavens. That's enough, Chia interjected, playfully placing an arm around Thor's shoulders. I trust you. My brother, you need not worry. Thor promised to keep Chia's secret and glanced at the time, realizing they needed to return to the warehouse promptly. Upon their return, they found the 3 young women clad in new attire, tight-fitting sports pants and tank tops, showcasing their figures in an alluring manner. Perhaps this was to facilitate movement in the challenging environment of the apocalypse. It exuded an impression of regular cycles, ample volume, punctuality, and fertility. Now that the power system was damaged and unable to provide electricity, Thor and Chia resorted to starting a fire to cook. Fortunately, the warehouse was stocked with pots and pans, and they prepared several buckets of instant noodles, relishing their meal. Are they not eating? Bai Jia asked, eyeing the little skeleton after slurping a noodle. Haha, they probably pour the noodles in one end and let them leak out the other, Chunxiu jested. The group glanced at the 3 little skeletons, finally understanding Chunxiu's comment, and a wave of awkwardness washed over them as they continued to enjoy their instant noodles. After satisfying their hunger, Chia announced, we will stay here for the night and resume our journey tomorrow. After the conversation, everyone sought out a comfortable corner, laying down on cardboard. None could predict whether tomorrow would bring death. The shared sentiment was that one night of comfort was better than none. Chapter 33. The wild boar monster. The following dawn, Lei Shin awoke, his body aching and discomfort enveloping him. With bleary eyes, he pondered the situation. Why was Xiao Shui sleeping on him? How had she managed to do so with Wei Ai Wei in between? His legs felt both numb and painful. Attempting to stretch, he discovered that Ouyang Shui had used his thigh as a pillow, her arms wrapped around him, making soft sounds in her sleep. Qi Yi, who had risen early, found this sight amusing alongside Bai Jia, realizing that Lei Shun was now in quite the predicament. As his vision cleared, he suddenly spotted Luo Sha, the skeletal warrior, squatting nearby, staring intently at him. Speak. Was it you who orchestrated this? Lei Shun's voice was low, fearing to wake the woman atop him. In a blend of surprise and delight, the scene from last night replayed in his mind thanks to Luo Sha's humorous mimicry. It turned out that Ouyang Shui was an unsettled sleeper, rolling around in her slumber. Qi Yi, having stayed awake late, decided to assist his brother, instructing 3 skeletal warriors to shift her position, leading her to mistakenly embrace Lei Shun's thigh as a pillow. Unbeknownst to all, she had rolled onto Lei Shun's chest, maintaining that position as she slept. Gazing at her serene sleeping face, Lei Shun swallowed hard. Though his thigh was sore and numb, her soft touch stirred emotions within him. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. An earthquake. Ouyang Shui jolted awake, realizing the man beneath her. Ah, pervert, she exclaimed, delivering a slap that left a mark on Lei Shun's face. Wei Ai Wei, startled, awoke and quickly assessed the situation. Afraid of further retaliation, Lei Shun pushed Ouyang Shui away and stood up, saying, I am not a pervert. You know what you did. If you doubt me, ask Luo Sha. He knows everything. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Sha and the 2 skeletal warriors dashed outside to keep watch. Come back. Explain. No loyalty. Lei Shun felt embarrassed, scratching his head. Night brother, help me explain. Ah, an earthquake. I'll go see what is happening outside. Qi Yi said, feigning innocence as he walked away with a smile. Pervert. You're doomed. Ouyang Shui glared at Lei Shun, her eyes a mix of fury and warmth. Things were turning serious as Lei Shun was chased around the warehouse, the pair engaging in a comical exchange of playful banter. Suddenly, Qi Yi interjected, All right, enough of your flirtation. Let's go outside and see what is going on. As Lei Shun halted, Ouyang Shui collided into him, only to be caught in his strong embrace. Her cheeks flushed instantly, yet her irritated demeanor suggested she was secretly amused. Wei Ai Wei, sensing something was off, asked, Night brother, what is happening outside? Well, you'll find out once we go out, Qi Yi replied, urging everyone to prepare to leave. They needed to act quickly. Everyone was curious about the unfolding events. Qi Yi exchanged glances with Lei Shun before leading the group outside. Lei Shun lingered, discreetly collecting all supplies in his black storage ring. Ah, splendid. This storage ring is indeed useful. He then hastily joined Qi Yi and the others, the previous disturbance still fresh in his mind. Upon reaching the mall's exterior, they were greeted by a sky ablaze with fire. Brother Yi, look over there. Bai Jia pointed nervously. At that moment, Ji Xian warned, a multitude of monsters is approaching. You must remain vigilant. These creatures are the result of genetic mutations from earthly animals. A transparent panel appeared in the void, displaying numerous red dots that only Lei Shun and Qi Yi could see. The two observed the map, noting the countless red dots, which undoubtedly marked the monsters' paths. Lei Shun, perplexed, asked, What? Do they intend to capture us now? The more there are, the greater our danger. If we engage them one by one, we still have ordinary people among us. We must avoid confrontation if possible. Lei Shun agreed, recognizing the necessity to protect the 3 women and not act recklessly. Suddenly, 6 towering silver wolves materialized, their terrifying presence nearly suffocating. Silver Moon Fierce Wolves, a mid-tier beast general, Ji Xian warned, emphasizing their formidable nature, especially since 2 among them were not warriors. Qi Yi suggested they hide behind a nearby car. Lei Shun peeked out to assess the enemy. 6. Exactly 6 Silver Moon Fierce Wolves, sharp teeth glistening as if they could easily shred a person. Their grouping posed a significant threat to them. The lead wolf howled fiercely, charging forward with a menacing expression, seemingly detecting something, though not in Qi Yi's direction. Suddenly, a scream echoed from a nearby building, familiar to Lei Shun. That must be Li Yao and the others. Ouyang Shui exclaimed. They've been discovered. Thankfully, we didn't remain there, Bai Jia added. Qi Yi assessed the situation. It seems that having many people is not always beneficial. Right now, killing the monsters is secondary. Reaching a safe base is paramount. Thankfully, we have intelligent beings with us. Otherwise, handling this situation would prove quite difficult. Bai Jia, hiding alongside Qin Xiu, counted and remarked, Look, there are 5 wild boar monsters over there. Wild boar monsters? Qi Yi paused, quickly grasping Bai Jia's implication. Indeed, 5 massive wild boar monsters were sniffing around for prey. Their furious roars indicated they were searching for living humans. What should we do? They seem to have caught our scent. Lei Shen asked anxiously, gripping his long knife. Qi Yi grinned mischievously. I've thought of a splendid idea. A splendid idea? To run away? Brother Lei, do I look that cowardly? Then what shall we do? Set a trap. Qi Yi scanned the area, spotting leaking cars with a wicked smile. With the right timing, location, and my little skeletons, we can ensnare the pigs. Observing the initial stage beast-level wild boar monsters, they quickly devised a meticulous plan. As the 5 monsters searched for prey, Ouyang Shui provocatively shouted from atop a car, "You foolish pigs, come here. I'm right here. Come catch me." No sooner had she spoken than the wild boar monsters turned, baring their teeth in fury. One, enraged, rammed a nearby car in frustration. They charged forth like raging bulls. At that moment, Ji Mingyue, on the car's roof, froze in terror, unable to move. "Xiao Shui, what are you doing? Come back." Lei Shen shouted anxiously. Meanwhile, the team was busy setting up traps and gathering gasoline. Hearing Lei Shen's call, Ouyang Shui snapped back to reality, realizing the approaching wild boar monsters, and hurried back to the team. "Xiao Shui, take this." Lei Shen handed her a barrel of gasoline, as each member now held one. The 5 concealed themselves in a safe area. Not long after, 5 wild boars fiercely collided with the vehicles, charging into the trap zone. Now, the voice of Qi Yi resonated like thunder as 7 barrels of gasoline accurately struck the herd of wild boars. In a critical moment, 3 skeletal warriors combined their strength to unleash a fireball. Boom! A sea of flames erupted instantaneously. The 5 wild boars howled in agony amidst the raging inferno, followed by a series of explosions as surrounding vehicles went off with loud bangs. Danger! Qi Yi swiftly shielded by Jie and Wei Ai Wei, while Lei Shen protected Ouyang Shui beneath him. The 3 skeletal warriors braced themselves against a portion of the shockwave. Chapter 34. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. At this juncture, for the sake of safety, the 3 skeletal warriors delivered the finishing blows to the wild boar mutants. The others quickly rose from the ground, the aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. Lei Shen approached and kicked a wild boar mutant's corpse, confirming its demise. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We're setting off." After a brief moment of rest, Qi Yi made arrangements, glancing at a pickup truck and reinforcing its defenses. "Brother Yi, it seems things are quite dire over at the building," Lei Shen remarked, his brow furrowing as the sounds of battle echoed from a distance. "Likely from Li Yao and his group. Should we lend them a hand? Do we really need to go save them, Brother Qi?" Bai Jie chimed in. Qi Yi stroked his chin and listened intently, indeed hearing cries for help from the building across. He hesitated. In this apocalyptic world, any acts of misguided kindness could lead to one's own demise. Surrounded by ordinary people who seemed oblivious to the inherent dangers, he pondered seriously. "Remember, our strength is limited. If we try to save everyone, will we still have time to continue our journey? As the squad leader, I cannot let my emotions dictate my actions." His voice emanated an undeniable authority as he glanced at Lei Shen and inquired, "What are your thoughts, Brother Lei?" Lei Shen, stroking his head, replied with determination, "Brother Yi, I will follow your lead." Qi Yi raised an eyebrow and slowly said, "Rescuing others is not out of the question. However, there is a condition. Xiao Shui by Mei, and Xi and Ro will not participate. I will go with Lei Shen, and the remaining skeletal warriors will stay behind to protect them." Lei Shen nodded in agreement. Recognizing the prudence of Qi Yi's strategy, it was crucial to remember that they were facing the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, which was far more formidable than the wild boar mutants, possessing a significantly higher intelligence. It became evident that the strength of a team stemmed from strict rules and discipline. The vehicle rumbled as Qi Yi drove the armored bus. As they passed the building, he caught sight of Li Yao, Zhang Biao, and others under attack from the wolf pack. Qi Yi noticed that they were exhausted from their skirmishes, presenting a perfect opportunity. He parked the vehicle in a concealed spot and approached the building with the 2 skeletal warriors and Lei Shen. It turned out there was a basketball court nearby, where Li Yao and the others were surrounded. Lei Shen jokingly asked, "Brother Yi, can I punch Li Yao a few times later? Do you have a grudge against him?" Qi Yi chuckled. "Not really, but I just find that kid irritating." Lei Shen responded. Qi Yi surveyed the battlefield ahead and said, "You can decide how to handle this. Let's wait before joining in. Look, those Silver Moon Fierce Wolves are laden with treasures. Do you understand the concept of the clam and the snipe contend?" Seeing the glint of mischief in his eyes, Lei Shen quickly grasped the implication. Ever since discovering the existence of intelligent beings, Lei Shen recognized the value of these mutated beasts, as their bodies could be sold and their tough parts fashioned into weapons. Things were getting increasingly intriguing. The 2 hid in the shadows, with Lei Shen gripping his long knife, ready to spring into action. 5 minutes later, Lei Shen declared, Brother Lei, arm yourself. We're about to strike. Do you see that large creature over there? That must be the leader of the wolf pack. Following the indication, Lei Shen looked toward the basketball court, where a commanding Silver Moon Fierce Wolf was directing the pack. Every time it howled, the wolves changed their attack strategy. Let us move. I'll take on the wolf pack leader, and you handle the rest. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, Li Yao led his team in a fierce battle against the wolves. However, the enemy was overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to defeat them all. The team's combat strength was limited, and many were either torn apart by the wolves or huddled in corners, crying for help. Everyone, gather around me, Li Yao shouted, having just kicked a wild boar mutant away, panting heavily. We must concentrate our strength and carve a bloody path out. Boss, my people have scattered due to the beasts. Li Mu shouted back, Brother, there are just too many. If this continues, we will surely perish. Zhang Biao gasped. What a bunch of useless fools. Forget about them. Li Yao exclaimed, continuously fending off the advancing wolves. Suddenly, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf leader lunged at him. In a moment of peril, Li Yao narrowly dodged. But the fierce wolf's claw cleaved Li Mu in half beside him, creating a grotesque scene of carnage. Li Mu spat blood and fell lifelessly. Unable to utter a final cry, Li Mu, Zhang Biao screamed, panic-stricken as he fled. In that instant, Li Yao's team began to act independently, attempting to distance themselves from the helpless ordinary people. This sudden turn of events left Li Yao shaken, as his own survival took precedence over the fate of others. Boom. Crack. The sky abruptly changed, lightning flashing ominously. Lei Shen swung his long knife, channeling a surge of electric energy that split a Silver Moon Fierce Wolf in two. Many of the fierce wolves were struck by the lightning, and Qi Yi capitalized on the moment, delivering powerful punches that sent ordinary wolves flying. Lei Shen, exhilarated, bellowed, Ha! A bunch of beasts. Witness my ninefold Thunderblade. I shall slay you all. So many of you, they're all mine. Gah! Meanwhile, Qi Yi focused on the wolf pack leader, launching a punch that surged through the air. The wolf leader exhaled its atomic breath, countering the incoming punch wind. Children, the hunt begins. Let us take down that big one. As soon as he finished speaking, the two skeletal warriors erupted with combat fervor, directly targeting the ordinary wolves in their path. In this moment, the enhanced attributes of the small skeletal warriors allowed them to dispatch their foes effortlessly. Brother Yi, slow down those little guys. I haven't killed enough yet. Lei Shen suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. If he didn't keep up, he would be left behind. Qi Yi chuckled wryly. All right, then hurry up. Before long, he and Lei Shen gained the upper hand, as the wolf pack disintegrated under their onslaught. Observing the crowd that had followed Li Yao, many wept with regret at their past decisions. Look over there, could it be him? Qi Yi and Lei Shen. If only we had followed them. All my fault. I was blinded by foolishness. They would have saved us despite our past grievances. At the same time, Lei Shen, fueled by rage from nearly dying at the hands of the ferocious armored beasts, was determined to redeem himself. Swish, clang. With the masterful coordination of his long knife and technique, he deftly evaded the wolves' relentless assaults. As the Silver Moon Fierce Wolves charged, Lei Shen's lightning agility allowed him to expertly dodge their attacks. You fools, I won't make the same mistake as before by stubbornly clashing with you. The wolf leader paused, then erupted in fury, baring its vicious fangs, leaping and slashing down with its claws, only to be met by Qi Yi's countering punch wind. I've blocked it. This creature possesses at least the strength of a high-level beast general. Regardless of your might, my secret techniques surpass yours. Haha, I've understood. In the midst of battle, Lei Shen advanced to the third level of the ninefold Thunderblade, 3 thunder orbs materializing behind him, continuously fueling his burgeoning power. With a swift reverse slash, a 40-meter-long blade wind swept through, instantly bisecting a line of 4 ordinary fierce wolves. Wow! The third layer of the Juchong Leda is truly exquisite. Simultaneously, Qi Yi commanded 2 skeletal warriors to execute a strategic siege against the fierce wolf leader. Unexpectedly, these 2 warriors displayed a valor that rivaled that of the Rakshasa, their meteor hammers swirling with murderous intent, inflicting profound suffering upon the enemy. No more games. Let us end this. Qi Yi invoked his divine consciousness, launching a soul attack. In a mere 3 seconds, he unleashed over 1,000 punches, each infused with the power of secret soul techniques, aimed directly at the fierce wolf leader. With the enhancement of divine consciousness, the 2 skeletal warriors teleported before the wolf leader, restraining its movements. With a thunderous crash, the fierce wolf leader collapsed, blood streaming from its 7 orifices, clearly injured by the mental assault. After the battle concluded, Qi Yi instructed the skeletal warriors to collect the remnants of the fierce wolves, each skeletal figure displaying a satisfied grin as they presented the remains to him. Following the demise of the last fierce wolf, the Thunder God also began gathering the remains to enhance his cultivation. The recent battle had left everyone astounded. In retrospect, their decision to follow Li Yao seemed evidently misguided. Goodness, the abilities of these two are utterly monstrous, Li Yao exclaimed. Soon after, Lei and Qi Yi had amassed a considerable collection of fierce wolf remains, securely stored within their storage rings, confident that these resources would prove invaluable in the future. Both Qi Yi and the Thunder God felt immense satisfaction from this hunting expedition, each having slain a considerable number, with the Thunder God's performance particularly outstanding. Chapter 35. The Insectoid Empress. Suddenly, the earth trembled, mountains split, and daytime turned into night. Skyscrapers collapsed incessantly, crushing countless innocent humans. Run, it's an earthquake. The crowd fled in panic. Just as one calamity subsided, another arose. The Thunder God hurriedly approached Qi Yi. Brother Yi, what is happening? At that moment, the fleeing masses seemed burdened by 1,000-pound weight, collapsing to their knees under an invisible force. Instantly, the entire space warped, with Li Yao and Zhang Biao pinned to the ground by the overwhelming power. The Thunder God and Qi Yi struggled to maintain their footing against the immense pressure. This oppressive aura, could it be that Ji Xian has sensed something amiss? Before he could finish, the ground split open, extending for thousands of kilometers. Suddenly, a shadowy figure soared from the fissure, pausing in the void. It resembled a humanoid form, yet bore insectoid characteristics, crowned with sharp black horns. Its deep compound eyes emitted a chilling glow, its body crystalline and transparent, with thin, delicate wings, clad in a shell adorned with sharp spines. Its limbs crafted with exquisite artistry, yet exuding terror. Heavens, it truly is the Insectoid Empress. Ji Xian gasped, his extensive knowledge as an intelligent being allowing him to identify multiple races instantly. What? The Insectoid Empress. The Thunder God and Qi Yi sensed a grave situation unfolding. Shortly thereafter, data flooded their minds. The emergence of the Insectoid Empress, one of the 6 pinnacle races of the universe, signified the presence of an insectoid hive on Earth. This was nothing short of a catastrophe for the planet. Ji Xian quickly analyzed the Empress, noting that she appeared to be injured, likely disturbed by the recent battle. Could she have just awakened? Regardless of the circumstances, such a situation was not what humanity wished to confront. Naima, do we have any chance of escape? Qi Yi inquired. Young master, you may have a chance. Ji Xian activated a private communication mode, audible only to Qi Yi, and continued. However, the Thunder God, along with those around you, including the women accompanying you, will not survive. What? They will die? Qi Yi thought. Ji Xian responded. Indeed. The Empress's power at her peak should be at the level of a realm master. It's evident that she has been injured, likely hiding on Earth to recuperate. But even so, her strength surpasses that of a 5th-tier stellar being. Therefore, should she choose, she could obliterate Earth in an instant. If my conjecture is correct, this RR virus is undoubtedly linked to her. Hearing Ji Xian's assertion, Qi Yi, in a rush, asked, Naima, the Thunder God is my friend, and Earth is my second home. How can we ensure their escape? At that moment, an invisible web unfurled, the domain of the Empress, within which no one had a chance of survival. Young master, as long as you are safe, I will be at ease. My duty is solely to protect you. Ji Xian explained with concern. No, I am a true son of the divine, flesh and blood. Though Qi Yi understood her good intentions, he felt compelled by a promise made to his companions to keep them safe. Seeing Qi Yi's resolute decision to remain, Ji Xian reluctantly stated, there is one method. Use the soul-devouring flying blade to breach the Empress's gravitational domain. Young master, your current cultivation can only sustain this for 5 minutes. Within that time, they must escape, drawing the Empress's attention entirely to you. The soul-devouring flying blade, forged from Qihun bronze, Ji Xian continued. Young master, you can now control 3 blades. Simply wield them with your divine consciousness. Upon learning the method, Qi Yi addressed the Thunder God. Brother Lei, no matter what happens next, do not look back. Take care of Bai Mei for me. Brother Yi, the Thunder God observed Qi Yi's troubled expression, having remained silent for the brief moments prior. There's no time, we must hurry. Qi Yi interrupted, his divine consciousness expanding as 3 soul-devouring flying blades shot forth. With a thunderous roar, a breach was torn in the Empress's domain, which she neglected to mend, her gaze fixated on Qi Yi. At that moment, Luo Sha drove swiftly towards them. And the Thunder God, unable to divert his attention from Qi Yi, declared, Brother Yi, I believe you will be fine. Just then, Luo Sha exited the vehicle, and the Thunder God threw the unconscious Li Yao into the back of the truck. Bai Jie, noticing that Qi Yi had not boarded, anxiously called out, "Brother Qi Yi, get in quickly. Go, hurry." Qi Yi shouted, aware that his divine consciousness would not last much longer. Tears welled in the Thunder Goddess' eyes. Would they ever reunite? Though he longed to fight alongside Qi Yi, the terror of the Empress was beyond their capacity to resist. They had to trust in Qi Yi's fortune, for he was the true son of the divine. Seeing the Thunder God and the others hesitate, Qi Yi urged again, "If you regard me as a brother, leave at once." With that, he activated the vehicle. The Thunder God realized the vehicle had started at Qi Yi's command. His heart heavy with reluctance as he pressed the accelerator, the truck swiftly disappearing from sight. 5 minutes later, Qi Yi, exhausted and hoarse, felt the Emperor's south domain close once more. Moments later, the Thunder God drove away with the others, hastening to escape the area. The vehicle enveloped in silence as they silently prayed for Qi Yi's safety, particularly Bai Jie. In that moment, she realized she had fallen for that eccentric man. Thinking of the monstrosity above and Qi Yi's desperate shout, the situation appeared dire. "Brother, you will be fine." The Thunder God occasionally glanced at the receding battlefield in the rearview mirror, the helplessness and despair weighing heavily on his heart. Back at the other end, in an instant, the Empress appeared before Qi Yi, her deep-set eyes fixating on him. "You are not from Earth. Do you think that by letting them go, you can evade my control?" The Empress spoke suddenly, her tone soft, her smile a blend of benevolence and menace. "What? She can actually speak the language of Earth?" Qi Yi was taken aback. There's no need for such astonishment. As a pinnacle race of the universe, mastering Earth's language is trivial. The Empress seemed to read his thoughts. She continued, "What do you say? If you submit to my insectoid kin, I shall spare your life today, and Earth shall not become my nourishment. This condition is quite favorable for you." Observing the Empress's demeanor, Qi Yi understood that a confrontation was inevitable. There was nowhere to flee. Only the path of battle lay ahead. However, with his cultivation at the initial level of a battle general, facing a stellar-level Empress was akin to striking a stone with an egg. "Your conditions are indeed enticing, but do you not fear my betrayal? One day, I may overturn your nest and render you a captive." Qi Yi spoke. "As the son of a true god, how could I serve as a lackey for the insect race? Moreover, even if I were to submit, the insect queen might not spare Earth. Furthermore, my parents are still awaiting my rescue. How could I forsake my dream of gallivanting among the stars? Thus, let us engage in battle. I shall not weep until I see the coffin. With your mere initial warrior strength, after I vanquish you, I will proceed to annihilate all of humanity." The queen chuckled. It was evident that the queen was unable to discern Qi Yi's true identity and strength. Clad in insect battle attire, which rustled in the wind, her 6 wings fluttered intermittently. The smile on her face turned cold, a scornful grin, as she sought to eliminate Qi Yi here. "Then let the battle commence." Qi Yi bellowed, determined to defeat this insect queen. Otherwise, his parents would remain in peril, and even his sworn brothers, not to mention the entire Earth, would be thrust into crisis. Despite being injured, the stellar-grade 5th-tier queen remained terrifyingly powerful. She could easily overturn Earth. Just a minute ago, the caregiver Ji Xian detected that the insect queen before them was not her true form, but rather an injured doppelganger, possessing only 70% of her original combat power. The reason for her appearance might be attributed to the divine aura emanating from Qi Yi. This implied that the true battle power of this queen's doppelganger was at the planetary grade 9th tier. Given Qi Yi's current cultivation as a junior warrior of the Divine Consciousness Master, he could only reach the limit of planetary grade 1st tier by defeating a Spirit Consciousness Master who surpassed the Battle God. To eliminate this insect queen's doppelganger, he must find an opportunity to get close and then self-detonate his true divine form, achieving mutual destruction. However, such an outcome would likely result in his own demise. Yet, as the son of a true god, as long as he could obtain a fragment of his body in an instant, Ji Xian would have the ability to resurrect Qi Yi. Nevertheless, throughout the ordeal, the caregiver Ji Xian appeared to harbor concerns. Faced with the sole glimmer of hope, Qi Yi resolutely placed his trust in Ji Xian as his caregiver, relying entirely on her. Chapter 36. The fierce battle. At this moment, the Wanghun Curse secret technique was activated. This life-and-death battle was unavoidable. The Rakshasa, accompanied by 2 skeletal death warriors, merged into a force that became one with Qi Yi. "As your master, I apologize to you, but for the sake of Earth, I require greater power." Whoosh! 6 soul-devouring flying blades emerged simultaneously, instantly coalescing into a long spear, the soul-devouring spear. The spear in Chiye's hand began to glow, transforming from dark red to a blood-like crimson, its blade shimmering with murderous intent. It was a divine weapon, its waves of consciousness tumultuous. Swish! He swung the soul-devouring spear. A terrifying beam sliced through the fabric of space, the divine weapon roaring, its formidable power illuminating like a suspended galaxy. I misjudged. This child cannot be allowed to live, the queen observed, her power surging forth. With her arms crossed behind her, she extended a sharp claw, gently grinding in the void, instantly dispelling the incoming lethal light. That claw, resembling a piece of art, glowed with blue energy, akin to a reaper, dissipating the formidable attack of the soul-devouring spear. Chiye's demeanor turned icy. The queen's strength was indeed formidable. This single blow sent shockwaves across a radius of over 100 kilometers, hoping that Thor, Bai Jie, and the others remained unscathed. If the queen were to revive, not only Earth but the entire galaxy would face catastrophe. Boy, you truly are not of Earth. Let me see just how powerful that spear of yours is, the queen said indifferently. Chie, resolute, realized that his strike had caught the queen's attention. It appeared that her perceptive abilities were extraordinary, making a surprise attack exceedingly difficult. Countless intricate patterns enveloped his body, with dark golden streams interwoven into flesh, representing the fifth tier of the Wanghun curse, battle attire, completely covering his form. Young master, Ji Xian exclaimed, you have broken through to the fifth tier. Caregiver, remember what you promised. Dressed in the battle attire of laws, Chie gazed at his opponent. Since the adversary's power was formidable, there was no need to conceal his own strength. They would engage in a decisive confrontation where life and death were at stake. Neither side wished for the other to leave alive. They could only exert their utmost effort in battle against the queen. Perhaps he was destined for annihilation, for the foe before him was nearly invincible. Chie's gaze remained steadfast, runes shimmering across his form, his true divine body gathering power as his consciousness ignited, preparing for a desperate battle. Intriguing, this hidden talent. Such power is among the finest in the universe. Unfortunately, it cannot be utilized for my insect race. Today, you shall not be spared. The queen calmly began to gather her secret technique. Die! Chie roared, his voice like thunder, resonating through the air. He summoned all the cosmic power within him, his flesh and blood igniting as the soul-devouring spear pierced the air, unleashing the most terrifying strike. The long spear, resembling a wandering soul, coalesced mightily, revealing a colossal golden figure clad in dark golden battle armor. This was the shadow of a god, roaring upward. With a mighty swing, the spear shot forth. The shadow of the battle armor propelled the spear's force downward, akin to a mountain pressing down, countless runes enhancing its might, rushing towards the queen. Boy, you have actually comprehended the power of the laws. What exactly is this divine weapon? The queen was astonished, her figure shifting to evade the frontal assault of the shadow weapon, sidestepping as a claw struck out. Clang! The claw struck the side of the spear, reverberating like a divine weapon, its powerful tremor echoing, unleashing countless energies that nearly shattered the void. Chie staggered back as if struck by lightning, his palms stained with blood. The base of his hand split open. The queen's secret technique was formidable, penetrating through the spear to injure his flesh. Had it not been for the battle attire of laws absorbing 70 to 80% of the force, he would have long since lost his life. Chie was alarmed. Even this queen, merely a doppelganger, possessed such terrifying strength. She could actually barehandedly receive the shadow and the spear's force. How could he contend with that? Young master, drink this life water. Ji Xian handed him a vial of potion, reminding him, do you see the wound on the queen's abdomen? Hearing this, Chie noticed the old scars on the queen's abdomen, which seemed to be protected during combat, and the flowing lines on her abdomen appeared quite pronounced. Caregiver, I understand. Chie consumed a vial of life water, temporarily restoring some strength. He recalled the time when they fled. Ji Xian had not brought any defensive weapons in the haste. Otherwise, an insect queen would not dare to act recklessly. Being an intelligent life form, although she had reached enlightenment, she possessed no offensive capability. Chie pondered that if the opponent could truly receive a blade with bare hands, her power had far exceeded expectations, making it difficult to approach. Who is that child lying on the ground? That previous strike was so terrifying. Had it not been for my shallow cultivation, I might have lost my life. The queen's expression darkened in astonishment. In the next moment, she became serious, her fury erupting as she transformed into a streak of light, seemingly intent on eliminating Chie. In this life and death battle, even as a stellar-grade being, there was no room for error. The queen's secret technique activated. The heavens and earth shifted in hue. and she would show no mercy. Kill! Qie bellowed, his battle spirit soaring, the soul-devouring spear morphing into 6 flying blades, surpassing the limits. Controlling the thought energy to simultaneously command them. The blades circled around him, the divine shadow roaring. Ji Xin gasped. Young master has actually achieved this. The 6 flying blades, akin to celestial swords, instantly evolved into barbed forms, golden light erupting as the 6 blades launched into the vast sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Today, I, Qie Xingjun, shall become a legend. Kill! Qie shouted, fully invoking the Wanghun Curse secret technique, the 6 blades sweeping all before them, even the void twisted in their wake. As his combat power surged to planetary grade, 3rd tier, this was fueled by the burning of divine blood. His hands exerted control over the flying blades, his eyes turning dark and terrifying. The queen charged forward, her claws striking relentlessly, yet her energy was shattered by the flying blades. To his surprise, these blades could penetrate the energy released by the queen, akin to indestructible divine weapons. Every time the Mother Empress sought to eliminate Qi Yi, her rapidly shifting assaults were met with the threat of razor-sharp blades. In astonishment, she exclaimed during her attack, "I never expected you to be a mentalist. Such a weapon cannot be allowed to exist." Raising her hand for a forward strike, she conjured a massive claw of purple flames, unmatched in sharpness, aiming directly at Qi Yi's corporeal form, vowing to capture and slay him. Her speed was astonishing, her offensive prowess far exceeding expectations. The soul-devouring curse, 6th level. Devourer of souls and universe. Qi Yi roared, breaking through with his secret technique. Countless runes shot forth, absorbing the energy forms, souls, within a radius of several kilometers, merging them into his being. The Devourer of Souls and Universe, a principle of supreme simplicity, commanded the return of myriad souls, granting him an immortal body that would endure, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The true God's phantom manifested, his divine consciousness surged dramatically, and the dazzling radiance of the soul-devouring flying blades shone brightly as countless energy forms merged with them, advancing the soul-devouring curse technique. Qi Yi unleashed his full might, a murderous intent soaring to the heavens. What? The insectoid Mother Empress was taken aback, her razor-sharp purple flame claw struck with full force, colliding with the flying blades, and in that instant, the clash obliterated everything within 1,000 kilometers, a scorching wave incinerating all. Uft! Qi Yi spat blood. His body hurled back 100 meters. His hands trembled uncontrollably. The strength of his opponent far surpassed his imagination. Even with his newfound insights, he found himself unable to contend. The Mother Empress surged forward like a specter, her expression grave as she hissed, "Who are you? The power of your secret technique is clearly beyond what Earth could nurture. What concern is that of yours?" Qi Yi bellowed, though his heart stirred slightly. Chapter 37. It is either your death or mine. Could it be that you hail from the primordial universe? The Mother Empress fixated on him, clearly well-versed in recognizing such extraordinary techniques, a rare insight indeed. The primordial universe? Please, continue. I am listening. Qi Yi endeavored to buy time. The primordial universe is the realm sought after by the strong. It holds countless secrets, but alas, you shall die today and will see none of it. The Mother Empress's voice turned frigid. In the blink of an eye, she darted forward, her entire body erupting like a volley of arrows. Qi Yi swiftly transformed the soul-devouring flying blades into a shield, the true God's phantom rising to block the torrential rain of blades while retreating and employing the soul-devouring curse to dodge. However, the Mother Empress's speed was extraordinary, akin to traversing the flow of light, riding the waves of energy towards him. Suddenly, her brow flashed, and an invisible energy shot forth, a mental attack. As Qi Yi evaded, the true God's phantom emitted an energy sphere, bracing with all its might. Lightning intertwined in the sky, thunder roaring as bolts of electricity surged, shaking the very fabric of space and shattering the Mother Empress's mental assault. As a mentalist, Qi Yi naturally harbored no fear of mental attacks. "Kid, I acknowledge your strength, but you are confronting me." The Mother Empress's voice was icy as her 6 wings suddenly trembled, launching into the air, unleashing countless lightning-infused projectiles from her wings toward Qi Yi. Damn, when will this end? Qi Yi struggled to defend himself. The torrents of lightning bore horrific power, each strike potentially fatal. Faced with such a formidable adversary, further resistance seemed futile. As the projectiles rained down, Qi Yi continued to block, sensing his body being shredded. He quickly activated his secret technique battle armor, leaping into the sky, soaring dozens of miles high, narrowly avoiding a lethal strike. "I can actually fly?" Qi Yi marveled. Simultaneously, the Mother Empress dove from the heights, unleashing energy rays. Anything struck would either die or be left maimed. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Qi Yi's eyes as he swiftly adjusted his trajectory, diving downward to confront the Mother Empress. Realizing perhaps only by utilizing the true god's body in self-detonation could they perish together. The Mother Empress's eyes radiated a chilling light as she quickly spun around. While a distance remained, she unleashed her secret technique, her 6 wings quaking, sending a storm of projectiles crashing toward Qi Yi. She was exceptionally cautious, wary of any potential hidden strategies Qi Yi might possess, unwilling to engage in close combat. Something feels off. The Mother Empress furrowed her brow, sensing a looming crisis. Her gaze swept across the void, discovering 3 skeletons emerging from the ether. They had previously remained undetected, but now she recognized them. These were the secret techniques, undead warriors. A sight she had once been fortunate to witness in the universe, and she was startled to find this young man had mastered such a technique as well. Alarmed, she hastily attempted to evade, but it was already too late. These were traps Qi Yi had set during his escape, releasing 3 skeletal warriors, 1 Rakshasa, and 2 ordinary specters. Hidden in the void, they were now laced with divine consciousness, ready to self-destruct. Though reluctant, as undead warriors, it was an honor to battle alongside their master until death. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive sounds echoed, warping the void, rendering the entire sky a blur. The Mother Empress found herself at the epicenter of the explosions, enduring an incredibly terrifying impact. Qi Yi observed through Nai Ma Ji Xian, seeing the distorted void. Witnessing the Mother Empress's scales and armor shatter amidst the storm of explosions, her state one of utter disarray, yet she had not truly perished. Perhaps it was merely a scratch. Human, you have successfully enraged me. The Mother Empress seethed from the explosion's center, clutching her abdomen. It was evident the explosions had exacerbated her previous injuries. Truly detestable. I almost fell into your trap. Today I shall tear you apart. Damn, she's still alive. Qi Yi's eyes gleamed with coldness, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his divine consciousness to fill the true god's body, instantly entering a berserk state, diving from the edge to confront the Mother Empress. In this moment, he exerted every ounce of his strength. For Earth, he must utilize the true god's body for self-detonation. A final chance of survival. Kid, is Earth truly worth your death? To kill me is a delusion. Of course it is, the Mother Empress mocked, her words dripping with scorn. In the next instant, she charged forth, her claws shifting through myriad forms. Though appearing calm, she remained vigilant, wary of Qi Yi's potential hidden tactics. Having fallen for her tricks several times, the Mother Empress grew increasingly cautious, for Qi Yi was unpredictable, and she dared not approach carelessly. The shockwaves from the explosions cascaded, leveling mountains in an instant as the Mother Empress revealed a hidden bone whip from her body. Crack! The bone whip lashed out, its force as fierce as a hurricane, sending debris flying, transforming into a colossal stone insect towering 100 meters. Bearing its fangs and claws, the giant stone insect roared, its voice echoing ethereally, shaking the heavens and earth, charging toward the approaching Qi Yi in a spectacle both grand and terrifying. Meanwhile, the Mother Empress unleashed various secret techniques, each strike lethal in nature. Suddenly, a sea of insects surged, coordinating with the giant stone insect, launching an assault on Qi Yi. Boom! The 6 soul-devouring flying blades whirled rapidly, empowered by the laws, especially unmatched in their might against the sea of insects. This is bad. My mental energy is waning. I must find a way to close the distance. Qi Yi, clad in his law-enforced battle armor, let out a mighty roar, activating the soul-devouring curse with full force, as countless skeletal warriors descended like divine soldiers into the fray. This scene left Ji Xian in utter astonishment, as the Empress compelled Qi Yi to unleash the utmost limits of his secret techniques 7 times in succession, clearly indicating that this was not his final threshold. In the epic struggle between man and insect, the heavens dimmed, and despite the vast disparity in strength, the battle raged on, obscuring the sky and sweeping away the clouds. With a whoosh, a bone whip sliced through the air, nearly severing Qi Yi's arm and leaving a gaping wound from which blood flowed profusely. Fortunately, Qi Yi managed to evade the strike just in time. He retracted his flying blade, consolidating it into the soul-devouring spear, his eyes blazing with determination as he activated his secret techniques to confront the Empress's bone whip head-on. The clash resonating like thunder. At this juncture, satellites orbiting high above were unable to gather any information from this corner of Earth, and even as aircraft approached the vicinity, They were swiftly brought down by an invisible force. Chapter 38. Mutual Destruction. Brother Qi, what has happened to him? Bai Jia asked anxiously from the vehicle. Indeed, what has happened to Brother Yi? Ouyang Shui echoed helplessly. At that moment, Lei Shun remained silent, suffering more than anyone else. His hands gripping the steering wheel tightly as the pickup truck surged forward like a wild horse. The emotional turmoil inside the vehicle was palpable, especially for Bai Jia, whose confusion and despondency were evident. Glancing at the rearview mirror, Lei Shun felt the shockwaves and understood that Qi Yi was in grave danger. He had promised Qi Yi to ensure everyone's safe arrival at the secure base, especially Bai Jia. Seeing the worry in Bai Jia's eyes, Lei Shun finally spoke. Do not fret too much. Brother Yi will surely find his way through this. Their safe departure was the best support they could offer him. Returning to the battlefield, a resounding crash echoed as the Empress swung her whip to collide with Qi Ye's soul-devouring spear. The violent impact caused blood to spill from his nose and mouth, and blood also trickled from his ears and eyes. In this critical moment, Qi Yi exerted all his strength but still could not approach the Empress. Boy, this is where it ends. The Empress shouted, raising her hand for a devastating strike, a terrifying force transforming into a fireball. The fireball, radiating a purple glow, was suffocating. Qi Yi attempted to block it with the soul-devouring spear, yet he was forcefully repelled, his body trembling as he coughed up blood. This time he was flung to the ground, nearly shattering his internal organs. Boy, do you yield? I shall give you one more chance. The Empress called coldly, her gaze chilling, intent on summoning her powers once more. Bah! Qi Yi struggled to rise, spitting out blood. Stubborn fool, do you truly seek death? The Empress remarked icily, sensing a flicker of determination within Qi Yi, as if he were concocting something. Qi Yi remained silent, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his injuries severe. Young master, shall we retreat? We can deal with this insect later, Ji Xian urged anxiously. Milk Mother, do not speak. Qi Yi declared resolutely. As the son of a true god, I cannot abandon Earth. I must rescue my parents. I am a god, not a coward. Just as he finished speaking, he coughed up blood once more. Young master, can you call me Milk Mother one more time? Ji Xian asked gently, her voice rich with emotion. Milk Mother, Qi Yi said earnestly, you are my only kin. If I survive this battle, I shall heed your every command. A humming filled the air. After hearing this, Ji Xian felt a wave of comfort and extended her hand, saying, Young master, give me your hand. Her tone was exceedingly gentle. Without hesitation, Qi Yi reached out, and suddenly a powerful force surged into him. He attempted to pull away but found his hand firmly connected to Ji Xian's. Milk Mother, what are you doing? Qi Yi sensed something amiss. Realizing that Ji Xian was depleting her own energy to rapidly enhance his strength, tears streamed down Qi Ye's face, the pain akin to losing a loved one. Ji Xian's face turned pale as she forced a smile. Young master, this is the culmination of my life's power. As an intelligent being, this is all I can do for you. Do not be sad. My essence and memories will reside within your consciousness. Farewell, young master. Milk Mother is weary and will now rest. Qi Yi was engulfed in regret, despair intertwining with helplessness as Ji Xian's form dissipated into the void, her strength merging with his. He gazed up at the heavens, tears flowing unchecked. Milk Mother, why must you do this? Why deceive me? The Empress in the sky sensed an anomaly, feeling the surge of power emanating from Qi Yi. She approached with a cold smirk. Boy, to perish at my hands is your honor. Today, either you die or I do. Wiping away his tears, Qi Ye's fury ignited. In an instant, his gaze sharpened, revealing a sinister smile as his fighting spirit surged to its zenith, the aura of death enveloping the surroundings. Energy surged within him, transforming into divine will, causing the air to tremble. With a swift motion, Qi Yi lunged at the Empress, seizing her throat, his legs coiling around her. In a heartbeat, he executed a chokehold, the waves of divine will radiating a terrifying energy. You shall die today, he declared with a voice as thunderous as the storm. The Empress found herself ensnared, struggling desperately against the imminent threat to her life. This was the first time she felt the chill of mortality, as she gathered her strength in a futile attempt to escape. Little did the Empress know, Qi Yi awaited this moment, his objective being to unleash the full force of his true divine body. Self-detonation was Qi Ye's final trump card. Ji Xian's power was too overwhelming to assimilate in a short time, and only through self-detonation could he eradicate the insect Empress once and for all. However, eliminating a star-level insect overlord was no simple feat. He had to secure the Empress firmly to prevent her from defending against the blast. To ensure success, Qi Yi decided to sacrifice himself as a catalyst, manipulating the soul's summoning incantation to seize control of the Empress's soul, maximizing the lethality of his strike. Qi Yi tightened his grip, constricting the Empress as her 6 wings thrashed wildly behind her, attempting to shake him off in vain. "Let me go?" The Empress gasped, her body and soul ensnared by an unnatural force, far beyond the capabilities of a mentalist. If this continued, she would perish at Qi Ye's hands. Qi Yi understood that now was not the time to relent. His divine body was gathering strength, and he could not afford to let the Empress escape. Thus, he bit down on her neck fiercely. "Ah!" The Empress howled in pain, glaring around as she slammed against the rocks, but Qi Yi remained steadfast, as if nailed to a mountain. His internal power roared like a raging inferno, his divine will surging, and under the enhancement of his battle armor. The energy gathered for self-detonation reached terrifying heights, enough to devastate at least 1/3 of the earth. "Boy, you shall die," the Empress bellowed, pushed to her limits. Revealing her true form, crystalline and radiant, countless golden energy strands assailing Qi Yi. Her 6 wings transformed into blade-like scythes, plunging into his vital organs, causing Qi Yi to spew forth blood. "Ahaha, I shall not let go." Qi Yi laughed maniacally, as countless runes entwined around him, the energy within him swelling. He tightened his grip on the Empress, regardless of her violent struggles, her attacks failing to loosen his hold. The self-detonation of the true divine body was a perilous gamble, with survival hanging by a thread. "Let it be a death without rebirth," declared Qi Yi with a booming voice. "Even in death, I shall take someone with me. Release me, you shall not." The Empress Mother felt a surge of terror. What on earth did this young man intend to do? "True divine form, explode for me," Qi Yi shouted, and in an instant, his entire body radiated a brilliant crimson glow, engulfing the surroundings in blinding light. "Lei Laodi by Jia. How I wish to see you both, but alas, it is beyond my reach." In this cataclysmic moment, Qi Ye's expression remained serene as he released the Empress Mother and murmured, "Father, Mother, and Nanny, I am sorry. If there is a next life, it matters not now." Boom. Chapter 39. The return of the beautiful young woman. 50 years later, an extraordinarily handsome man traversed the desert, crossing countless mountains. He instinctively surveyed his surroundings, stretched lazily, and gazed into the distance. "It is truly wonderful to be alive. That must be Jiangnan Bay City over there." Just half an hour prior, Qi Yi had awakened deep within the desert, with vast memories flooding in like a tidal wave. He had perished in that great battle. His physical form shattered, yet his life endured. At this moment, he could hardly believe he had come back to life. After the battle against the terrifying insect Empress, at the instant of the self-detonation of his true divine form, a fragment of his body had been enveloped in energy. Over the course of 50 years, this fragment enabled Qi Yi to be reborn. Clearly, that energy had originated from Nanny Ji Xian, who had evidently sacrificed her life for him. Fortunately, Nanny's memories and body data were stored within his consciousness. One day, he would surely resurrect her. At present, Qi Ye's thoughts lingered on the last remnants of consciousness before his slumber. With his strength, he swiftly passed through security and entered Jiangnan Bay City. Indeed, according to the data, this was a world after the Great Nirvana, where humanity had established various bases to combat the myriad monsters plaguing Earth. From time to time, beast tides would strike, leaving humanity in dire straits. Currently, there were 5 major nations on Earth: Huaxia, Yinfan, Malijian, the European Union, and Sui, along with over 20 human bases formed in South America, Africa, and other regions. Huaxia possessed 6 major human bases, and Jiangnan Bay City was one of them. In the past 50 years, viruses had continuously mutated, marking a pivotal era in human history known as the Great Nirvana, and now 50 years had already passed. After grasping the fundamental conditions of this world, Qi Yi continued on his way. Due to his striking appearance, many young ladies passing by cast admiring glances in his direction. Qi Yi realized that the clothing he wore was still transformed from the law battle garment. Thus he needed to purchase a proper outfit. After all, time would soon render him exposed. More intriguingly, he discovered that the Thunder God was still alive and had established the Thunder Martial Arts School. Furthermore, his 9-fold Thunderblade had become the most formidable sword technique on Earth, renowned throughout the land. Not only the Thunder God, but also a powerful figure named Hong, who was a sworn brother of the Thunder God, had survived the Great Nirvana. Together, they founded the War God Palace and established an extreme martial arts school, supplying top-tier talent to the Huaxia military. Thus, the strongest beings emerged on Earth, with Hong of the War God Palace ranking first, followed closely by the Thunder God. The two shared a bond akin to brothers, joining forces to combat the monsters and maintain peace on Earth. Upon witnessing this, Qi Yi was overjoyed. The broadcast screens lining the streets displayed posters of the Thunder God and Hong in all their glory. Indeed, it is the Thunder God. Lei Laodi, your brother Yi has returned. Suddenly, a young man in a suit rushed forward, exclaiming, incredible. A luminous aura emanates from your head. At such a young age, possessing such remarkable physical prowess, you are truly a martial arts prodigy seldom seen in a century. If you were to open the Ren and do meridians one day, would you not dominate the world? I have this secret technique called Heavenly Slaying Divine Skill. Since we are fated to meet, I shall sell it to you for just 200 yuan. What? Are you out of your mind? Qi Yi was taken aback. Hey, little brother, do not walk away. The young man hurriedly pursued him, declaring, the noble task of punishing evil and upholding peace in the world now rests upon your shoulders. I shall only charge you 100 yuan, the final offer. Qi Yi ignored him and continued onward, but the young man chased him for 3 streets. Eventually, the young man, out of breath, shouted, last price, 50 yuan. Just consider it a meal. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Qi Yi paused, scrutinizing him. I truly have no money. You are mistaken. Impossible. The young man, like stone, suddenly knelt and clutched Qi Ye's leg. You are so handsome and charming. Your profession must tell me that you cannot be broke. Qi Yi chuckled softly, concealing his hand and producing a 50-centimeter long wolf fong, which glimmered in the light. I really have no money. Look at this wolf fong. Is it not enough for a meal? Good heavens! The young man exclaimed, recognizing it at once. This is the fong of a silver moon fierce wolf, worth at least 50,000 huaxia coins. You are a good person. Wait a moment. Qi Yi sized up the young man and smirked. Strip off your clothes, and this fong is yours. Really? Without hesitation, the young man stripped down to his underwear. You may go now. Thus, Qi Yi, purely out of goodwill, foolishly accepted the deceptive heavenly slaying divine skill. When he looked up, the young man had vanished, clutching the wolf fong. Qi Yi smiled, aware that the young man was a swindler, yet finding the encounter amusing. Ultimately, feeling rather idle, he actually flipped through the book and unexpectedly grasped its principles. With a few modifications and adding his own secret markings, the book truly transformed into an extraordinary martial art. Qi Yi activated the soul curse to infuse the heavenly slaying divine skill with cultivation laws, seamlessly merging them in just 4 or 5 minutes. Moreover, he was astonished to discover that the remains of the fierce beasts could be exchanged for money. Upon checking his storage ring, he found numerous silver moon fierce wolf remains collected 50 years ago. In no time, he exchanged them at a pawn shop for over 1 million huaxia coins. As Qi Yi exited the pawn shop, a beautiful young woman caught his eye. Oh my heavens, she looks just like her. The woman, clad in a blue and white dress, sported delicate white stockings that snugly wrapped around her snow-white thighs, drawing the attention of passers-by with every gentle breeze. The soft wind carried her delightful fragrance, which was utterly enchanting. Qi Yi paused momentarily, murmuring, this beauty bears an uncanny resemblance to Lei Laodi. Her exquisite legs are simply reminiscent of his. The young woman exuded an aura of cold elegance and nobility, capturing Qi Ye's attention, prompting him to stealthily follow her. Half an hour later, the woman entered an ordinary residential garden guarded by security. Qi Yi approached and politely inquired, hello, young man. What is the name of that beautiful lady who just passed by? Get lost. Who are you? The guard, appearing impatient, warned, are you a cop? Protecting client privacy is our responsibility. Before he could finish, Qi Yi produced several banknotes and handed them over. The guard's demeanor instantly transformed, smiling as he accepted the money. Understood. She is the new resident of our community, named Lei Lei. Everyone calls her Sister Lei. Beyond that, I cannot say. The guard pointed towards a nearby bulletin board and continued, handsome. There is also a rental notice she posted over there. The rent is 10,000 a month. Upon approaching the notice, Qi Yi read, rent, 10,000. Requirements, must be clean and love small animals. Phone, 136XXXXXX. Having just regained consciousness, I sought a place to stay, as having a charming young lady as a neighbor would be rather pleasant. I borrowed the security guard's phone, and the sweet voice on the other end agreed to let me view the apartment. After hanging up, I told the guard, once I settle down, I shall treat you to a drink. He promptly saluted, watching my handsome silhouette with curiosity. Could it be that he fancies the beautiful landlord? 8 minutes later, I arrived at the 28th floor via the elevator and stood before room 2008. This moment evoked memories of a musical genius named Dao Lang. Ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, a woman in her 30s opened the door, revealing the exquisite young lady I had seen earlier. She was the owner of the apartment. Possessing delicate almond-shaped eyes and an alluring figure, radiating an irresistible charm. I wondered if she was single or married. But my first impression of her was one of beauty and familiarity, though I was certainly not captivated by her looks. Upon seeing me in my tailored suit, the young lady paused for a moment and asked, "Are you here to rent the apartment? Please come in. There's no need to remove your shoes. I trust the rent will be agreeable to you." Her voice was soft and enticing, stirring a warm sensation within me. "Indeed, I prefer to remove my shoes. As your floor is immaculate, I am very much interested in renting your apartment. Rest assured, I can pay half a year's rent up front, if that is acceptable," I replied while following her inside. Once within the room, she gracefully seated herself on the sofa and gestured for me to do the same. "Sister?" With such sweet words. "As long as you wish to rent, it's fine by me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lei Lei. You may call me Sister Lei or Xiao Lei." "Then I shall call you Xiao Lei," I said with a smile. Introducing myself, "I am Qi Yi. Having fled from another base. My ID is lost, but my information can be found online. If Lei Lei were to discover my true age, she might find it astonishing that I could easily be her ancestor, for my divine physique rendered me youthful and handsome. In fact, during security checks, I had infiltrated the police database to create a new ID, marking my age as 18. Admittedly, it seemed a tad shameless. 50 years ago, during a battle with the Empress Mother, my body absorbed the energies of our mutual destruction, ultimately granting me her power over the course of 5 decades. During those 50 years, I quietly assimilated these formidable forces, and upon my rebirth, my mental mastery had ascended to the first tier of planetary level. Moreover, my divine physique had been honed to level 20, a fortuitous outcome from near demise. Now, with but a thought, I could obliterate the entirety of Jiangnan Base. Even the likes of Hong, the Thunder God, along with the planet's mentalists, would merely be prey in my hands. However, those were mere words. My self-detonation alongside the Empress Mother to safeguard Earth sufficed to illustrate my true nature. Furthermore, my caretaker, Ji Xian, had even sacrificed her life force to merge with me. Now, I inherited her vast cosmic knowledge, retaining her memories and abilities. Thus, crafting an identity and infiltrating Earth's computer systems were trivial matters for me. As we conversed, my gaze was drawn to a picture frame on the living room wall. In it, a bald man held a little girl, while a beautiful woman lovingly embraced them from behind. The image radiated warmth and happiness. Yet, the more I gazed at the bald man and the woman, the more familiar they appeared, igniting my curiosity. I tentatively inquired, "Sister Lei, is that your family? What a blissful photo." Lei Lei's gaze turned cold as she stared at the picture, and with a smile that lacked warmth, she replied, "That is my mother, Ouyang Shui. But she has been deceased for many years." A tremor coursed through me, and I steadied my emotions to ask, "And the bald man?" Lei Lei's smile faded, replaced by a sneer. "He is my father, the domineering Thunder God. My boyfriend is him. Our father-daughter relationship is non-existent." "What? The Thunder God is your father?" I exclaimed in shock, momentarily forgetting to inquire about other matters. It was utterly unbelievable that the Thunder God had married Ouyang Shui. What a coincidence to encounter the daughter of a sworn brother after 50 years. Unexpected indeed, though it was saddening to learn of Ouyang Shui's passing. Yet, her daughter was just as beautiful, a veritable goddess despite being in her 30s. This led me to ponder Baijia, wondering how she had fared over the past 50 years. "Do you know this bald man?" Lei Lei suddenly asked. "In all of Huaxia, who does not know the Thunder God? He is one of the founders of the War God Palace." I blurted out, then curiously asked, "Sister Lei, since he is your father, why do you refer to him as bald man?" In an instant, Lei Lei's expression darkened. "Our conversation ends here. If you wish to rent my apartment, do not ask what you should not, and speak less. I prefer tranquility." "Understood." I made a gesture to seal my lips. It was evident that Lei Lei harbored disdain for her father, the Thunder God. As his sworn brother, I could not ignore this matter, though the timing was not right. A moment later, we finalized the contract in duplicate. "Here are the keys to the apartment. This is your room, and rent is due at the end of each month. Remember, do not bring friends home. If I see you do so, our contract is terminated." Lei Lei laid down a multitude of conditions with conviction. I had expected the rental property to be independent, but it turned out to be the duplex she currently occupied. The apartment had 2 levels, with a living room, kitchen, and a bedroom downstairs, the latter being the one for rent. I was indeed taken aback and decided to make a jest. "Sister Lei, are you not afraid I am a bad person?" Lei Lei responded with a chilling smile. "You may try." Her tone was heavy. Indeed, as the daughter of the Thunder God, who would dare entertain ill intentions, unless they wished to meet the King of Hell? Yet, it seemed that Lei Lei harbored a deep resentment towards her father. I contemplated learning more about her in due time. For now, I simply desired a good night's rest. As I was about to ascend the stairs, Lei Lei appeared disinclined to converse further. Remaining too long would invoke memories of her painful past, a torment she wished to avoid. Before I could utter anything, she hastily ascended to the second floor. I observed her hurried figure, finding her behavior rather peculiar. I decided to return to my rented room and seek clarity later. Upon entering my bedroom, I was pleasantly surprised by the fragrant ambience. Even the bedding was neatly arranged. Everything I needed was present, and I immediately threw myself onto the bed. The most delightful revelation was the presence of a private bathroom and shower within the room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. I quickly rose to open it. Lei Lei stood there, holding a bathrobe, and admonished, "You must bathe daily. Should I discover you haven tea, you will regret it." With a bang, she shut the door. Bewildered, I held the bathrobe and muttered to myself, "What an odd woman." As night fell, instead of sleeping, I entered a meditative state to cultivate my abilities. Currently, I had attained the first tier of planetary level as a mentalist, capable of delivering a punch with a force of 1,500 tons. In essence, the elevation of the 7 Nights True God Body entails the comprehension of the Wang Hun Zhou secret methods principles, enabling the manipulation of energy within a defined vicinity. The genetic primordial energy stands at an impressive 2,000 tons to 10,240,000 tons, while physical strength mirrors these formidable figures. The flight speed exceeds 400 meters per second, surpassing 20 kilometers per second, and the mental projection extends across 2 kilometers to 18 kilometers. Typically, a forceful exertion can achieve an astounding 8 to 9 times the normal capacity. The distinction between a Xinyan master and a spiritual master lies in the former's possession of extraordinary perception and control capabilities, coupled with formidable physical strength and both offensive and defensive prowess. Thus, the current objective for 7 Nights is to consolidate his strength rather than disperse it, thereby acquiring more Xinyan energy, forging a true God body, and fortifying his divine soul. Chapter 41, Planetary-Level Bodyguard, Xinyan Master. At dawn, the invigorating effects of cultivation are evident. 7 Nights, having remained awake throughout the night, was engrossed in the realm of cultivation, oblivious to hunger and fatigue. The caretaker was indeed correct. Earth is an exceptional place for honing one's mindset. Glancing at the time, although sustenance was unnecessary for survival, he was irresistibly drawn by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. After a brief grooming, he opened the door, and the fragrance intensified. "Awake? Here is the breakfast I just prepared. Would you like to join me?" The voice belonged to his landlady, Lei Lei, who sported a high ponytail and was clad in a sports tank top and fitted athletic pants. The alluring beauty from yesterday had transformed into a youthful vision today. Faced with such culinary delights, 7 Nights could not refuse, as this was the first delectable meal he had savored since his rebirth. Lei Lei displayed an elegant demeanor while dining, in stark contrast to 7 Nights, who devoured his food voraciously, as though he had not eaten in days. "Slow down. There's plenty more if you need it," Lei Lei remarked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "Thank you, Xiao Leijia." 7 Nights, unreserved, cleared the plate, including her portion. Lei Lei's expression shifted to one of complexity, as if she were petrified. What a pitiable child. Soon after their meal, an awkward silence enveloped them, lingering for approximately half an hour. "So, what are your plans next?" Lei Lei finally broke the silence. She had heard him mention fleeing from danger yesterday and felt compelled to inquire, as he was her tenant. And it was prudent to ensure he had a means of employment. "Me?" 7 Nights pondered momentarily before responding with a light-hearted chuckle. "I'm not quite sure yet. I plan to go out and search for a job shortly." Pausing for a moment, he boldly suggested, "Xiao Leijia, since I'm new here, how about I become your bodyguard?" "Don't misunderstand. I mean, given the current chaotic state of the world, finding work might take a while. Rest assured, my bodyguard fees are quite reasonable. They can be deducted from the rent." Upon hearing this, Lei Lei was genuinely taken aback. During this period of great upheaval for humanity, employment was indeed scarce. However, she was somewhat affluent. Although she had no contact with her father, the god of thunder, it was undeniable that he cared for her. Each month, he would send substantial sums in Chinese currency. Reluctant to accept, but recognizing the inevitability of the funds being transferred, as no bank would dare offend the second-in-command of the war god palace, Lei Lei scrutinized her tenant, 7 Nights, and found him to be seemingly harmless. Notably, while others would avoid her due to her identity as the daughter of the god of thunder, this charming young man remained unfazed. The decision to rent was not born of financial necessity, but rather from the sheer size of the house, which felt too isolating for a single occupant. It was rare to encounter someone undeterred by her status, willing to stay, prompting Lei Lei to inquire, "Are you a martial artist?" I suppose so." Seven Knights scratched his head and smiled. "In truth, I am merely a novice martial artist. I wonder if I can catch your discerning eye, haha." The identity of a planetary-level Xinyan master must remain concealed, as his primary focus was to cultivate his mindset and enhance his abilities during his time on Earth. "What? You truly are a martial artist?" Lei Lei asked incredulously. "Indeed," Seven Knights replied, furrowing his brow. "I assure you, I am genuine, and I will strive to improve my skills so as not to disappoint you." Seeing his anxious expression, Lei Lei broke into a charming smile, radiating warmth. "Being my bodyguard is acceptable, but under one condition. You must be available at all times, and if I discover any ulterior motives, I shall not be lenient." "Understood. Thank you, Xiao Leijia." Seven Knights' anxious heart finally found peace, allowing him to devote himself to his cultivation while looking after the daughter of the God of Thunder. Thus, for an entire week, he remained indoors, as Lei Lei chose to stay home, rarely venturing out. Other than ordering takeout and engaging in occasional small talk, their interactions were minimal. Truth be told, being a bodyguard was remarkably leisurely. However, after several days of limited conversation, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, during this time, Seven Knights made significant progress in his cultivation of the Wanhenzhou secret method, breaking through to the 6th level and vastly surpassing his previous capabilities. The 6th level of Wanhenzhou comprises 9 souls. The lower 3 focus on self-cultivation, namely the true form, heart form, and demon form. The middle 3 are unpredictable, including the beast form, hungry ghost form, and hell form. The upper 3 seek transcendence, encompassing the human form, Azura form, and celestial form. Upon reaching the 6th level, one can transform a singular true form into myriad manifestations, evoke the heart form to stir the hearts of others, and conjure countless variations, all while maintaining an extraordinary and enigmatic presence. Practitioners navigate the cosmic balance of good and evil, eluding detection. However, this method demands a vast reservoir of Xinyan energy and cosmic power, and if one is not cautious, they may easily succumb to malevolent inclinations, indulging in bloodlust, lust, strife, and other nefarious thoughts, necessitating utmost vigilance. Seven Knights exhaled a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, the caretaker is watching over me." 50 years prior, Ji Xian had merged her intelligent life energy with Seven Knights, aiding him not only in vanquishing the insectoid queen, but also in breaking through the 6th level without suffering backlash. "Seven Knights, accompany me outside for a moment." Suddenly, a gentle voice from Lei Lei drifted in from outside the bedroom. "All right." Seven Knights responded softly, ceasing his cultivation, and after adjusting his clothing, he stepped outside. Upon seeing Lei Lei's attire for the day, his eyes sparkled. Not only was she beautiful with an outstanding figure, but her fashion sense was impeccable. She donned a silky rose-red tank top, accentuating her curves, while her lower half was clad in tight purple pants, exquisitely textured, resembling battle armor. Particularly striking were her hands. Her skin was as pale as jade, flawless, with not a single pore in sight, and her fingers were slender and delicate, with joints barely visible. Seven Knights momentarily froze, internally marveling. Indeed, Lei Laodi's genes are exceptional. His daughter is equally stunning. After all, I am a planetary-level Xinyan master. I must ensure to negotiate the bodyguard fees with him later. Hiss, where could this young lady possibly be headed? At that moment, it was noon, and the temperature outside was sweltering. The handsome youth found himself momentarily dazed, prompting Lei Lei to notice his gaze, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she awkwardly remarked, "How long are you going to stare?" It had been a long time since she had received such a lingering gaze from a man. Seven Knights immediately regained his composure, clearing his throat in embarrassment. "Ahem, my apologies. I was lost in thought. Xiao Leijia, where are we headed? Are you certain about going out in this heat?" Lei Lei's eyes flickered with a peculiar light as she calmly replied, "Just follow me. Also, as my bodyguard, you must maintain a bodyguard-esque demeanor, speak less, and act more." Seven Knights smiled and nodded vigorously. Of course. I was too talkative." This was Lei Lei's first encounter in over a decade with someone possessing special abilities. Although he was merely a novice martial artist, one must always remain cautious. Utilizing his Xinyan to probe, Seven Knights discerned that Lei Lei exhibited no fluctuations of genetic primordial energy, indicating she was an ordinary person, not a martial artist. Soon, they arrived at a cemetery. Pausing before a gravestone, Seven Knights observed the inscription, which read Grave of Triple X, followed by a male name. At this moment, Lei Lei suddenly spoke. "He was my boyfriend, who passed away over a decade ago. Today marks his birthday." Her tone conveyed profound affection and sorrow for this man. Qi Yi, slightly taken aback, inquired with curiosity. He didn't die from some grave illness, did he? No. Lei Lei firmly denied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He was murdered by my father, without any reason. So, you can still back out now. Qi Ye's heart trembled, feeling a bit dazed, yet he began to comprehend the enmity between father and daughter. Back out. Huh. He chuckled lightly. Come on, Xiao Lei Jia. I'm merely your bodyguard, not your boyfriend. I trust your father wouldn't kill without cause. Lei Lei fell silent, disregarding his words, and continued with her offerings. Qi Yi gazed at the photograph on the tombstone, silently scoffing at the man's appearance. He had a thin, elongated face. No wonder Lei Lao Di wanted to take action against him. Lucky you died early, he mused. If you had encountered me, you would have been reduced to ashes. After the memorial, the two returned to the car, and an air of tranquility enveloped them. After a while, Lei Lei slightly parted her cherry lips and said, Help me leave the city. I wish to see the outside scenery. Qi Yi appeared somewhat perplexed. Despite the fractured relationship with her father, Lei Shun had always prioritized Lei Lei's safety. As the daughter of the second-in-command of Zhang Xingong, every attempt she made to venture outside the Jiangnan Bay City for a reprieve had been thwarted by the military's vigilant security for over a decade. The world outside was fraught with peril, teeming with monsters, and the wilderness was a nightmare for any martial artist. Qi Yi thought it was no big deal. After all, she merely wished to see the world outside. I'll take you out. Chapter 42. A thought to annihilate the fire scale, three-pronged boar. Wow, the long-awaited sea, how beautiful. Lei Lei exclaimed, her arms outstretched as the sea breeze tousled her hair, carrying the fragrance of her locks. Just a moment earlier, Qi Yi had helped her bypass the Jiangnan base's security system, successfully bringing her to the ocean she had longed to see. In that instant, she radiated joy like a young girl, her previous burdens lifted, revealing a pure and brilliant smile for the first time. Soon, they reclined atop a cliff by the sea, surrounded by lush greenery and the scent of fresh grass. At this moment, Lei Lei playfully asked, Hey, do you realize that if my bald-headed father finds out you brought me out, you might end up in dire straits? Me? Perhaps. Qi Yi chuckled, gazing at the azure sky. What do you mean, perhaps? Honestly, thank you. No need for thanks. To die beneath the peony is to be a spirited ghost. You should stop. You're quite amusing. Initially wanting to be angry, Lei Lei could tell that Qi Ye's words were devoid of malice. If her father, Lei Shun, truly sought to harm him, Qi Yi could say whatever he wished. Soon, as the sun set, painting the flowers and grass in golden hues, Qi Yi observed Lei Lei's radiant smile and asked, Xiao Lei Jia, do you know what morning flowers and evening recollections means? You know? Do share. Lei Lei glanced at him before returning her gaze to the sunset. Qi Yi sighed wistfully. When you reach 30, seeking to purchase items meant for 18-year-olds or visiting places you wish to go at 20 becomes utterly meaningless. Life does not grant endless tomorrows. It is filled with unpredictability. To seek osmanthus flowers while carrying wine is not akin to the carefree days of youth. What you have pursued throughout your life was present from the very beginning. It is merely that you were unaware. One cannot simultaneously possess youth and the awareness of youth. Upon returning home, you will realize that what you have longed for is not your hometown, but your childhood. As you grow older, you will discover that the person you once found most bothersome was, in fact, the one who loved you the most. Just like the sunset, it is a daily occurrence. Yet, some things and people only prove their worth once they have truly vanished. Upon hearing these words, Lei Lei shot Qi Yi a glance. Understanding that he was referring to her father, Lei Shun, she then remarked, Qi Yi, today I am allowing you to speak so much merely out of gratitude for bringing me out. I despise him. He has robbed me of my happiness. This is the only time I will say this. If you mention that man again, you can forget about renting my place. Although curious, she refrained from questioning why Qi Yi consistently defended her father. It was likely that even if she asked, the answer would simply be about seeking favor or associating with one of the world's mightiest war gods. Just as they stood to return, distant low growls echoed around them. Qi Ye's expression shifted, and he quickly turned to the source, spotting a herd of fire-scale three-pronged boars several kilometers away, classified as mid-level beast generals. Their bodies were entirely covered in fiery red scales, with three sharply curved horns protruding from their heads, capable of effortlessly crushing steel. They were truck-sized, towering at 5 meters tall, and moved with incredible speed. Now, Qi Ye's mental acuity, perception, and vision far surpassed that of martial artists on Earth. In the distance, a group of disheveled humans sprinted toward them, panting heavily. Judging by their auras, they were all injured martial artists, ranging from mid-level warriors to mid-level generals. It was evident that they were reckless martial artists challenging their limits in the wilderness, provoking the fire scale three-pronged boars, resulting in their current predicament. Of course, Qi Yi paid no heed to the boars. Defeating them would be a trivial exercise for a spirit master of level 2. However, with Lei Lei present, it was prudent to remain discreet. Her safety came first, especially as she was the daughter of a comrade. To Qi Yi's surprise, these individuals were surprisingly agile and still alive. Given the temperament of the fire scale three-pronged boars, their explosive anger meant that any ordinary martial artist would think twice before provoking them, unless they were courting death. Naturally, if the boars dared to challenge him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Just then, Lei Lei asked, "What is happening over there?" "I don't know," Qi Yi replied nonchalantly. "Just a bunch of reckless kids." "Reckless kids?" Lei Lei queried. "Then let us head back. It's getting dark." Qi Yi was not inclined to leave. He actually wished to witness the unfolding drama, and more importantly, he felt a surge of excitement. Having just broken through to the 6th level of the Wang Hunzhou secret technique, he was eager for some action, and these beasts would serve as perfect practice. At that moment, the rumbling and terrified cries grew louder. Among the 6 individuals at the forefront, 5 were male and 1 was female, all in their 20s. The woman had wavy golden brown hair and captivating emerald eyes, evidently of mixed heritage. As she sprinted, her figure was dynamic and appealing, her delicate features contributing to her striking beauty. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this beauty was a mid-level general, the strongest in the group. Though she appeared disheveled, her skin radiated vitality, and Qi Yi couldn't help but steal a few glances. "Oh no, what do we do? There are monsters!" Lei Lei exclaimed anxiously. One of the other group members shouted, "What's blocking our way up ahead? We're surrounded." A melodious female voice responded, "Fools, those are humans. How dare they appear in the wilderness, unafraid of being devoured by monsters?" "Xiao Lei Jia, don't worry. You get in the car first," Qi Yi urged Lei Lei. The group of youths appeared battered, with several wounded and bloodied. From the vehicle, Lei Lei observed Qi Yi outside, unsure if he was trying to show off or if he had lost his mind. They were well aware that if they didn't leave soon, they would surely perish here. Qi Yi smiled faintly, calmly watching the martial artists being chased by the fire scale three-pronged boars. "Hey, you there. Hurry and drive away. We have at least 20 monsters on our tail. If you don't leave now, you'll die here." The speaker is that little beauty. Qi Yi listened, his expression unreadable, neither speaking nor fleeing. Inside the car, Lei Lei was nearly frantic. Suddenly, 2 severely injured young martial artists were knocked to the ground by 2 fire-scaled trident boars, who then swallowed them whole, followed by the chilling sound of their cries. The remaining 3 fled even faster, their faces etched with terror, and in an instant, another youth was struck down by a fireball spat from one of the beastly creatures. Subsequently, another boar used its horn to launch him into the air, while 3 or 4 more fire-scaled trident boars leapt up and gruesomely tore him apart. The remaining little beauty and the man were filled with despair, yet they ran for their lives, knowing that every extra moment was a precious gain. Suddenly, several fire-scaled trident boars shot beams from their horns, and with a swift dodge, the little beauty narrowly escaped. Qi Yi's heart tightened as he muttered to himself, "Oh, quite impressive indeed." He contemplated whether to save them, for it was not in his nature to stand idly by while others perished. Just as Qi Yi hesitated, the man who had been running at the forefront was suddenly struck by a death ray, a gaping hole appearing in his chest. In that fleeting moment, he pushed the little beauty aside, creating a safe distance between her and the monsters. Shortly after, several fire-scaled trident boars, unable to halt their charge, collided with his body. And in no time, he was crushed beneath the stampede. The little beauty, witnessing the horrific demise of the man who sacrificed himself for her, was momentarily paralyzed. He left no words behind, a poignant loss indeed. Though the fire-scaled trident boars had already slain 4 humans, they had no intention of sparing the little beauty, as 4 or 5 of them swiftly lunged toward her. Initially running at full speed, upon seeing her companions slaughtered by the fire-scaled trident boars, she came to a halt, a bitter smile forming at the corners of her mouth. As a martial artist and team leader, she had been fleeing all this time, yet ultimately, she too would fall victim to the beasts. With her squad reduced to just herself, death perhaps offered a form of release. If she returned, she feared she would have no face to show. No longer panicked, the little beauty's face instead bore a hint of a smile, as if she were not facing death, but rather gazing at the beckoning of paradise. What a remarkable girl, how fortunate. Qi Yi's heart softened. Despite the risk of exposing his strength and provoking Lei Lei's suspicion, the little beauty was still a life worth saving. He extended his consciousness, unleashing his power. A dual assault on both soul and body. Just as the claws of the fire-scaled trident boars swung toward the little beauty, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Countless boars, reaching for her, burst apart, their dark green blood splattering across her face. The little beauty witnessed this scene as over 20 more fire-scaled trident boars met the same fate. Their remains flying in all directions, while the man in front of the car bore a fierce gaze, reminiscent of a messenger from hell. Wherever his eyes fell, the monsters exploded in rapid succession, an astonishing display of power unleashed in mere seconds. Suddenly, a colossal fire-scaled trident boar roared from afar. This was not good. It was the leader of the fire-scaled trident boars. The little beauty's heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. It was well known that in the world of monsters, power reigned supreme, with each pack birthing a leader of formidable strength, and this one was at least of high battle general caliber. Tears of compassion welled in the girl's eyes as she envisioned Qi lying in a pool of blood. Yet, incredulously, Qi did not even raise an eyelid. With a mere snap of his fingers, the high-level leader's head exploded. The little beauty nearly screamed in astonishment. This was beyond incredible. Qi surveyed the scattered remains of the fallen beasts, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "A family should remain intact." In an instant, the group of fire-scaled trident boars was decimated by Qi. Inside the car, Lei and the little beauty, now slumped on the lawn, were left in stunned silence. The little beauty could hardly believe it. Was this man a reclusive psychic master, capable of obliterating the bodies of all the fire-scaled trident boars with a single thought? How powerful he must be. Was he human or ghost? Observing the dazed little beauty, Qi raised his head and asked, Aren't you leaving?" Although he had saved her, he had no intention of keeping her there. In a brief moment, the energy forms, souls, of the deceased fire-scaled trident boars were absorbed by Qi, forging his divine body. The two women had not witnessed this entire process. A single phrase pulled the little beauty from her stupor as she gazed at the remnants of the fire-scaled trident boars, now entirely obliterated by this handsome youth. A surge of resentment welled within her. Had he acted sooner, perhaps her companions would not have perished in vain. Yet, she found no grounds to blame Qi. For saving a life was a kindness, while inaction was instinct. They were ultimately unrelated. This young man, though a hidden powerhouse, was under no obligation to assist. In the face of the overwhelming assault from the fire-scaled trident boars, his decision to spare her was already a great mercy. Only then did she take a closer look at him, realizing he was merely a junior battle general, perhaps relying on some secret treasure. Could the psychic master have misjudged? Tears brimmed in her eyes as she spoke in a questioning tone. "This young man, I am a student of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Janet. Thank you for saving my life. Are you a psychic master? How did you come to be here in this desolate area?" Her exquisitely defined features bore an exotic charm. Her voice melodious and captivating, enough to stir one's heart. Though her words were simple, they carried an undertone of inquiry. Were it not for her being a woman, Qi would have had no qualms about dealing with her on the spot. A beauty like Janet, even at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, was a goddess adored by many. She held great confidence in her appearance, yet the youth before her did not even cast her a glance. However, Qi, possessing a divine body and having mastered the soul curse, was already immune to the allure of beautiful women. Ignoring her, he coldly dismissed her with a single word, waste. This icy dismissal ignited a fire within the pitiful Janet. She was, after all, a mid-level battle general. Tears streamed down her delicate face as she did not expect the young man to be so cold-blooded, especially to label her as waste without a thought for her feelings. Though Janet's family was not extravagantly wealthy, they were well known, and she considered herself a prodigy among martial artists. Yet, Qi's icy gaze turned her from a proud swan into mere waste. Such an insult was unbearable. Had she not been severely injured, she would have taught this ignorant youth a lesson. "Do you think I am waste? As the team leader, are you not?" Qi remained expressionless. Gazing at the teammates who had been killed by the fire-scaled trident boars, Janet felt a pang of guilt and shame. Yet as a girl, she too desired dignity. A gentler tone would have sufficed. Upon hearing Qi's caustic words, Janet decided to turn away. Indeed, her earlier questioning had been inappropriate. His act of saving her was already a great kindness, and considering her teammates had all perished, calling them waste was not entirely unfounded. "Stop," Qi suddenly commanded. Janet turned back in surprise. "Young man?" She anticipated an apology from him, but instead, he extended his hand and said, "With your injuries, returning will only render you waste. Your meridians are destroyed, your organs injured. Forcing the absorption of cosmic energy for healing will only worsen your condition. Give me your hand. You truly are a troublesome woman." He discerned that Janet's injuries could not be mended through mere cultivation. If severe, they could even endanger her life. Janet, initially apprehensive about being taken advantage of, felt her delicate hand suddenly grasped by a larger one. In an instant, a gentle energy surged into her body, causing her to feel a tingling sensation throughout. Qi was employing his mental prowess to heal her, restoring her physical state. In that fleeting moment, he was astonished. This energy could actually expedite the comprehension of his soul curse secret technique, its coolness alleviating the subtle backlash of the technique. Qi soon realized that while healing this enchanting maiden, he detected a chilling aura within her. He swiftly consulted the cosmic repository of knowledge from his caretaker, discovering that Yin energy is a type of cosmic energy found within the bodies of women with extraordinary abilities. And it is the sole pathway for the generation of Yin energy. This energy requires a conduit for absorption and cultivation, which could either be a male mentalist or someone possessing a technique capable of harnessing Yin energy. Furthermore, excessive absorption could harm the female's body, or worse, damage her soul. Qi quickly adjusted the absorption conduit, attempting to utilize his method. Surprisingly, he found that his own mental prowess could also convert this Yin energy. This implied that as a mentalist, he too could absorb through his cultivation of the soul curse technique. Ever since breaking through the 6th level of the soul curse, he had noticed certain shortcomings in the technique. While the damage was minimal, it remained a nuisance. The serendipitous discovery of Yin energy was a delightful remedy for this flaw. Of course, the surprise was not limited to Qi alone. Janet, too, was astonished as her body healed at an astonishing pace. Who on earth is this person? This strength is certainly not that of a mere novice warrior. Little did she expect that this handsome figure grasping her hand was solely doing so to heal her. Such power is rare even among warriors. After a few minutes, Lele could no longer bear the sight and exited the vehicle, deliberately clearing her throat. What are you two doing? Witnessing her bodyguard holding the hand of the beautiful girl sent a wave of inexplicable displeasure through Lele. What are you up to? Upon hearing her voice, Janet quickly withdrew her hand, awkwardly hiding it behind her back. Qi chuckled, assuring her, it's nothing, just tending to an injury. Tending to an injury? Lele cast him a skeptical glance, frowning in confusion. Do you think I'm foolish? Clearly, you're taking advantage of the pretty girl. Can holding hands really heal injuries? Are you trying to deceive me? At this moment, Janet chuckled softly, quickly clarifying, Miss, please don't misunderstand. Your boyfriend is merely assessing the severity of my injuries. There are no other intentions. I am not his girlfriend. Lele firmly denied. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky as a warrior aircraft appeared overhead. Seeing the aircraft, Lele felt a surge of anxiety. You two continue your conversation. Fearing recognition, she hurriedly slipped back into the vehicle. At that moment, Janet reminded, the rescue aircraft from the martial arts school has arrived. I must take my leave. Thank you for saving me. Shall we depart together? I cannot. Qi approached her, his expression serious. I do not wish for a fourth person to know about today's events. Can you keep this confidential? Seeing his grave demeanor, Janet teasingly responded, I can. But you must tell me your name. Qi. Qi. I shall remember you. With that, the now-healed Janet summoned her martial prowess and leapt into the air, boarding the warrior aircraft soaring 100 meters high. Through the window, she gazed down at the man below, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. Sister Janet. Do you know him? The aircraft pilot suddenly inquired. Driving your aircraft, Janet replied with a sharp tone, do not ask what should not be asked. Connect me with the Extreme Martial Arts School. As the captain, I must report the incidents that occurred during this training. Chapter 44. The neighboring table, Luo Feng. Speak. What is your true intention in approaching me? Inside the vehicle, Lele was evidently upset, having not anticipated that her tenant and bodyguard, Qi, was an extraordinary powerhouse. As dusk gradually descended, the two remained in a standoff within the vehicle. Qi remained silent in the driver's seat as he dozed off. Noticing his nonchalance, Lele in the passenger seat intensified her tone. Qi, if you do not speak, we shall part ways as strangers from this night forth. Hearing this, Qi opened his eyes, smiling calmly at her. Sister Lele, I acknowledge your beauty and allure, but you must also see that with my strength. If I harbored any ulterior motives towards you, would you still be able to converse with me? Please, what would I want? Even if I sought companionship, it would be with someone like that enchanting girl Janet. Moreover, I can assure you, you are not my type. To be frank, I rent your place not for financial gain or to avoid work, but simply to be your bodyguard. Upon hearing his blunt words, Lele nearly spat blood in indignation. Enraged, her chest heaved, and she seized Qi's ear. Who is not your type? Clarify that. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Qi feigned great pain, responding, Sister Lele. Please be gentle. My ear is about to tear off, truly. Quickly, she pressed. Is your true objective not my father? Seeing her incessantly prattle, Chi abruptly pulled her into his embrace. Enough. His tone was somewhat forceful. At that moment, Lele found herself enveloped in his arms, their gazes locking. She swallowed hard. Their faces mere inches apart. Her breath and the rise and fall of her chest rendered Chi slightly awkward. Taking a deep breath, Chi spoke earnestly yet gently. Sister Lele, I harbor no intentions towards you or your family. You have witnessed my strength. If you remain concerned, upon our return, I shall leave. Seeing that he did not seem to be lying, Lele anxiously and bashfully extracted herself from his embrace. Let me go? She knew that if such a reclusive powerhouse truly intended to harm her, it would be a trivial task, especially given Chi Ye's youth and formidable martial abilities. He would undoubtedly be sought after by prominent families. Throughout their journey, Chi Yi drove while Lele sat in the passenger seat, not uttering a single word. Upon returning to the community and entering the bedroom, Chi Yi deliberately began to pack, preparing to depart. Ever since her boyfriend was killed by her father, this was the first time Lele had engaged with the opposite sex, realizing she had indeed become somewhat willful. Everyone has their secrets. Perhaps Chi Yi was not intentional, as he had not harmed her. I am sorry. At that moment, a gentle voice of apology resonated from behind Chi Yi. He paused briefly, then resumed his pretense of packing, sighing, The one who should apologize is I, for intruding upon your life. I am truly sorry. Seeing that he genuinely intended to leave, Lele suddenly grew anxious. Mischievously, she tossed aside the clothing Chi Yi held. He just apologized to you, and if you leave, who will protect me? Effective. Chi Yi half-heartedly replied. Please let me go. I am but a drifter destined to wander through life. No. Lele suddenly wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist, sobbing. You are bullying me. You men are all the same, irresponsible. Chi Yi was momentarily petrified, perplexed. Shouldn't the plot have her begging me to stay? Why is she suddenly crying? The depths of a woman's heart are as elusive as a needle in the ocean, especially since she is the daughter of his sworn brother. Seeing her in such distress, Chi Yi felt a pang of compassion. Do not cry. I shall stay. Really? Truly. I am afraid of you. That is more like it. Lele tilted her head, gazing at Chi Yi, and suddenly broke into laughter. Seeing that her face bore no traces of tears, Chi Yi suddenly realized that he had fallen into a trap. He had thought he was the one digging a pit, only to find himself jumping right into it, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. At that moment, he felt two soft cushions at his waist and hurriedly removed Lele's hand, creating distance between them. Well, I believe you now, he said. Lele beamed with a mischievous smile. Teasing you. Haven't had any experience with women, have you? That's a bit much. Chi Yi thought, surprised at how open this woman was, transforming from someone who seemed to be in despair to a playful little imp. Oh, are you upset? Lele placed her dainty hand on the man's shoulder. Chi Yi felt a bit awkward and reminded her, Sister Xiaolei, it's nearly 8 o'clock. You should go to bed. With their misunderstanding resolved, the situation finally came to a close. Lele refrained from pressing further, and various tests confirmed that Chi Yi indeed had no motive for wrongdoing. Some matters he would discuss with Lei Shen later. For now, he needed to focus on his cultivation. At that moment, Lele suggested, how about we go out for a late-night snack? I'm hungry. Can't we eat at home? No. All right then. Chi Yi had initially wanted to stay in and cultivate, but this little girl was intent on going out for a snack. Reluctantly, he yielded. Perhaps he owed her something from a previous life. On the bustling streets of Jinghua Shuiwen night market, various vehicles lined the roadside, and the atmosphere was vibrant. Filled with young men and women chatting and enjoying late-night snacks, the air thick with youthful exuberance. While searching for a spot, a tall woman brushed against Chi Ye's arm, throwing him a flirtatious glance. Indeed, being handsome garnered attention wherever one went. At that moment, Lele caught sight of it, and playfully remarked, Haha, you certainly attract the ladies. Chi Yi chuckled and couldn't help but glance at the beautiful figure once more, thinking to himself that the woman was a martial artist, possessing the strength of a high-level warrior. Goodness, upon probing with his divine sense, he detected the presence of Yin energy within her. Since saving the lovely Janet by the seaside, Chi Yi had come to realize how crucial Yin energy was for his cultivation. To achieve perfection with the Soul Curse secret technique and maximize his power, such energy played a key role. Hey, what are you thinking about? Lele waved her delicate hand in front of his eyes, pulling Chi Yi back to reality. Soon, the two found a large food stall and ordered their favorite dishes. Observing the lively night market, the crowd began to swell with martial artists, strong men, beautiful women, elderly folks, and children. Humanity was undergoing a great rebirth. With monsters struggling to survive in the cracks, this place could be deemed a paradise on Earth. Apart from the beautiful night scenery, the stars twinkled faintly above, allowing them to enjoy the view while savoring their snacks. At that moment, they overheard a conversation from the neighboring table. Luo Feng, the college entrance exam is approaching. Are you ready? Dad, I believe in my brother. He should be fine. Xiao Feng, don't put too much pressure on yourself. We'll head back after the snacks. It appeared that the neighboring table was a family discussing the upcoming exams. A man in a wheelchair looked at the young man beside him, evidently Luo Feng. The questioner was an elderly man, clearly the father of the two brothers, while the woman referred to as Xiao Feng seemed to be their mother. The late-night snacks here were quite affordable, accessible to ordinary people. The young Luo Feng continued, Dad, Mom, don't worry. I will get into a good school and won't let you down. Brother, you must believe in yourself. The young man in the wheelchair patted his brother's shoulder, adding, Brother, I believe in you. You will always be my pride. Luo Hua, you and Mom should eat first, Luo Feng said, standing up towards the man in the wheelchair. I'll just go to the restroom. Qi Yi listened to the family's conversation and perceived them as an ordinary household, their bond rather touching. However, this scene of happiness reminded him of his mother, taken away by his grandfather in the depths of the universe, and his divine father, trapped in the endless dark cosmos. Waves of melancholy surged in his heart. The path of the stars was fraught with battles, and he needed to elevate his cultivation to gain the strength to fight. Nevertheless, the young Luo Feng, with a single glance, appeared to be a promising martial artist. At that moment, as Luo Feng stood up, he nearly collided with a burly man who was scanning the area. The man swung his powerful fist, cursing, Damn it, watch where you're going, you little brat. Before he could finish his sentence, the burly man struck Luo Feng squarely in the chest. The tremendous force caused Luo Feng to stagger back several steps. A flicker of anger flashed in Luo Feng's eyes as he clenched his fists, seemingly choosing to endure. Excuse me. Coming through, he muttered. A few of the burly man's companions stood nearby. Qi Yi noticed Luo Feng's strong desire to retaliate, but he restrained himself, mindful of dining with his family. Although the burly man was not a martial artist, he possessed considerable strength. Luo Feng was no pushover either, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. The burly man sneered, choosing not to strike again, merely casting a disdainful glance at Luo Feng, taunting, trash. His gaze shifted to the woman beside Qi Yi, his lewd eyes roaming over Lei Lei without restraint as he moved closer. Qi Yi deliberately stood up, stretched lazily, and raised his middle finger at the burly man, then dismissed him with a contemptuous wave. Enraged, the burly man shouted, You little punk, and threw a powerful punch toward Qi Yi's chest. However, the punch landed on him as if hitting a mud cow, producing no effect whatsoever. The burly man was left in shock. He had always been a top fighter in the street, yet this strike had yielded no results, inciting his fury. In the Great Rebirth, the laws of survival were cruel. Even if one harmed another, as long as it did not lead to death, it was merely a matter of a year or so in confinement. The burly man roared angrily, throwing several more punches at Qi Yi, the wind from each punch fierce. Yet, every strike returned without effect. Seeing the opponent's ignorance of the impending danger, a chilling light flashed in Qi Yi's eyes, and his disdain grew. No longer toying with him, he effortlessly seized the burly man's fist and coldly smiled. Trash, have you never faced death? Chapter 45. Who are you? Why must you kill him? What a dreadful fellow. The burly man found his wrist firmly grasped by Qi Yi, struggling in vain as if his wrist were locked in a steel vice. At that moment, the burly man failed to comprehend the horror of Qi Yi, believing it to be a mere coincidence, and erupted in a torrent of coarse language. Damn. Kid. You're looking for trouble. Dare to touch me, and I'll take your life. You're just a bug trying to shake a tree. You have no idea of my power. The more the burly man cursed, the more it ignited Qi Yi's fury. He was already displeased with the way the man leered at Lei Lei, and Qi Yi felt an overwhelming urge to tear him apart. However, amidst the bustling night market, he had to figure out how to deal with him. With a slight exertion of force, Qi Yi twisted the burly man's arm, breaking it with a sickening crack. Ah! The burly man screamed in agony, nearly fainting, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like pearls. He considered himself a strong figure among thugs, a half-baked martial artist. Even a heavy blow wouldn't harm him. However, tonight, this young man crushed his fist and twisted his arm effortlessly, making him finally realize the terror of this youth. Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. The burly man immediately changed his tune, crying out for mercy. As a half-baked martial artist with a punch of 500 kilograms, his physique was exceptionally strong. Even 100 ordinary boxers would struggle to injure him. But tonight, this youth's gentle touch left him in excruciating pain, making him understand that he had kicked a nail. Nearby, Luo Feng was entranced, forgetting about the restroom entirely. The young man appeared to be around his age, and without showing any martial artist prowess. Yet he had the burly man begging for mercy, which was unbelievable. It was normal not to see martial artist strength. After all, Luo Feng was just an ordinary person. He felt a surge of adrenaline, developing a sudden admiration for this unfamiliar youth. Luo Feng was displeased with the burly man. And now that someone dared to step up and deal with him, it was immensely satisfying. The robust man initially intended to flaunt his strength, aiming to humiliate the youth and tease the enchanting lady beside him. To his dismay, upon making a move, he was horrified to discover that the seemingly worthless individual he had scorned was, in fact, a hidden master of martial arts. Truly, it was akin to a mouse provoking a cat, a reckless endeavor that could lead to his downfall. The pain he felt was profound. Should he continue to act arrogantly and refuse to plead for mercy, he might very well meet his end here. In this era of great upheaval, where martial artists are revered, many privileges are accorded to them. Could it be that this young man is indeed a martial artist? Yet, he had never encountered him before. Observing the once arrogant man now reduced to a pitiful state, Luo Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. Luo Feng hailed from an ordinary family, burdened by a younger brother who had been rendered disabled by a car accident. Many looked down upon them, and even the woman he admired dared not confess her feelings. His only path to success lay in excelling at the college entrance examination, which would enable his family to rise from their plight. Thus, he devoted himself to relentless study, striving to stand out. Luo Feng gradually realized that this youth was far from ordinary. With ease, he had subdued the robust man without breaking a sweat, indicating that he too was a martial artist, and a legitimate one at that. As he witnessed the robust man being effortlessly taken down by the youth, a crowd began to gather. While others may have perceived this as mere conflict, Luo Feng understood that the youth was protecting the stunning lady, who likely held great significance for him. "Are you Brother Qi?" Suddenly, a familiar voice, gentle yet tinged with shyness, called out from behind Qi Yi. This voice was unmistakable to him. He turned to see a familiar figure, her face lined with wrinkles that spoke of the passage of time. Although she had crossed the threshold of 70, the woman still retained her charm, her voluptuous figure and subtly upturned lips, though not a stunning beauty, exuding a certain allure. Qi Yi instantly recognized her. Bai Jie, 50 years later, had unexpectedly appeared before him. Bai Jie, with tears brimming in her eyes, gazed at the still youthful and handsome Qi Yi. Heavens, he truly is my brother Qi Yi. With a swift kick, Qi Yi sent the robust man sprawling, and their eyes met, flooding their minds with memories of the past. Bai Jie had once thought she would never see this man again. To her astonishment, Qi Yi was dining at the very roadside stall she operated. At that moment, Lei Lei rushed over, playfully grasping Bai Jie's hand. "Aunt Bai, I haven't come to see you in ages. You don't care about little Lei." "Aunt Bai." Qi Yi was taken aback. "Aunt Bai, why are you crying?" Lei Lei asked, noticing Bai Jie's tear-filled eyes. "What did you just call him?" "You heard wrong." Bai Jie quickly wiped her tears and replied. "Auntie just stepped out of the kitchen for some fresh air." She continued, "Little Lei, you should have informed Auntie before bringing friends for a meal." Seeing the changes in Bai Jie, the wrinkles on her face filled Qi Yi with guilt, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Time had flown, and the past lingered in his heart. Once, they stood side by side. Since Qi Yi's battle against the insect queen, they had struggled to survive. Their reunion, 50 years later, was both a surprise and a bittersweet experience. They stood facing each other, unable to mask the awkwardness, shyness, and emotional ripples on their faces. In that moment, they exchanged a smile, burying their feelings deep within, mindful of the presence of the daughter of the Thunder God. Knowing some matters could not be easily explained. Fortunately, through their exchanged glances, Bai Jie discerned that Qi Yi preferred to keep his identity concealed. She remained the vibrant woman she was 50 years ago. It was effortless, reassuring, and still comforting to be around him. Qi Yi nodded, preparing to invite his old friend to sit down and share a meal in celebration of their reunion. "Scoundrel, how dare you break my arm? Without it, how can I lead my subordinates? This is my means of making a living. I will take your life." The robust man glared at Qi Yi's back, striding toward him with heavy steps, the ground beneath him cracking under his weight, resembling a human tank. "Be careful," Luo Feng cautioned from the side. Lei Lei and Bai Jie turned to look, their expressions unyielding and cold, having witnessed Qi Yi's prowess. The robust man was truly courting death. Qi Yi wore a serene smile, as if everything was under control. The robust man's fist, propelled by fierce wind, threatened to tear through the air. clearly intended to deliver a lethal blow. Observing Qi Ye's calm demeanor, Luo Feng felt a twinge of concern. That punch could fell a bull. He could not remain idle. Out of goodwill, he prepared to intervene. In Jiangnan, killing in the city was strictly prohibited. Luo Feng reasoned that even if he wasn't a match for the robust man, he would not dare to kill him. Before Luo Feng could act, Qi Yi casually picked up a cup of water from the table, took a sip, and then gently spat it out, directing a stream of water straight at the robust man's head. With a whoosh and a bang, the water shot forth like a bullet, swift and precise. The robust man's head exploded instantaneously, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Heavens, this is monstrous. A mere mouthful of water proved to be so deadly. Who exactly was this youth? Qi Yi remained unfazed as the onlookers scattered in terror, shouting, "Murder! Murder!" Despite his head being obliterated. The robust man's body continued to surge forward, only collapsing at Qi Ye's feet after running several steps, a headless corpse spewing blood. Qi Yi remained as calm as ever. It took Luo Feng a full 5 minutes to regain his senses before exclaiming, "You've killed him. Do you realize you will be arrested? This man is the local bully. Is that so? Just now, you were going to intervene, weren't you? Your name is Luo Feng, right? Don't misunderstand. As a neighboring table, I inadvertently overheard your conversation with your family." Qi Yi maintained his composure, never hesitating to eliminate evildoers. "Who are you? Why did you have to kill him? This will only bring you disaster," Luo Feng asked, his tone a blend of inquiry and concern. Suddenly, a voice boomed above them. "Don't move. Hands on your heads, squat down." A squadron of combat aircraft hovered overhead, and special police officers descended like mushrooms after rain, their voices ringing out. These officers were all mid-level martial artists, leaping down from high above, their guns aimed directly at Qi Yi and the others. The incident at the night market had evidently alerted the rapid response team. Luo Feng's family was filled with dread, quickly covering their heads and crouching down, including Luo Feng's disabled brother. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged, clearly the leader of the special police team. He surveyed the headless body on the ground before fixing his gaze sharply on Qi Yi. Yet, Qi Yi, Lei Lei, and Bai Jie stood upright, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. The middle-aged man's demeanor changed upon spotting Lei Lei, the beautiful lady at his side. After all, she was the daughter of the Thunder God, one of the two most formidable figures globally, wielding considerable influence in Huaxia, and no one dared to overlook her presence. "Captain Li San," Lei Lei stated calmly, gesturing toward the headless corpse. "This man was a rogue. He just attempted to harass me and was eliminated by my bodyguard. You have no objections, do you?" Li San, captain of the special police team responsible for the region's security, merely sighed after glancing at Luo Feng, who was crouched on the ground, without offering further comment. He then commanded, "Dispose of this body. We are withdrawing." Once the special police departed, Luo Feng was left astounded, realizing that the youth was indeed the bodyguard of the beautiful lady, possessing an unfathomably powerful background. How could such a situation be left unresolved? Just as he looked up, the youth approached him, saying, "Get up, the police are leaving. Follow me." Bai Jie and Lei Lei found themselves in a state of confusion, pondering the intentions of Qi Yi. Did he harbor malicious intent towards this unfamiliar youth? The two approached a grand tree, where Qi Yi introduced himself, saying, "My name is Qi Yi, fear not." Suddenly, a swift palm strike was unleashed, its force transforming into an invisible energy that surged into Luo Feng's body. In an instant, Luo Feng was engulfed in unbearable pain, and his family looked on in horror, his younger brother anxiously calling out, "Brother, don't come near, I'm fine." Luo Feng gestured for his family to maintain their distance, as he realized that despite the excruciating pain, the strike had awakened a powerful force within him, coursing through his meridians and targeting the Bai Wei acupoint. It was evident that this young man named Qi Yi bore no ill will. Qi Yi discerned that. As he had suspected, Luo Feng possessed an extraordinary genetic makeup, perhaps truly the chosen one. His consciousness traversed within Luo Feng, aiding in the unblocking of his internal organs, altering his bodily structure, forging his genetic traits, and expanding his cerebral domain. Within 10 minutes, Luo Feng's cerebral domain expanded to an astonishing 22. His future, whether as a martial artist or a top-tier psychic, was now laid out before him. Soon, all signs of pain vanished from Luo Feng. "You may leave now," Qi Yi said coldly, then instructed, "I want you to fail your college entrance examination, if you wish to achieve greatness." "Why?" Luo Feng questioned, bewildered, fully aware that the examination was a pathway to success and happiness. "There is no reason," Qi Yi replied, his profound gaze emanating an oppressive force that nearly suffocated Luo Feng. "This is the answer," Qi Yi smiled. Failing the examination will lead you to enroll in an extreme martial arts academy, becoming a martial artist. That is your true path. Very well. My words must have resonated within your soul. Oh, by the way, from now on, we are strangers, as if we have never met. Do not speak of today's events to anyone. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Hearing Qi Ye's admonition, Luo Feng experienced a moment of enlightenment. Both his mind and physical prowess undergoing a transformative leap. Despite Qi Ye's youth, his demeanor and actions reflected those of a seasoned warrior, imbued with the wisdom of a sage. Soon, Qi Yi and the two women vanished from sight. If fate allows, we shall meet again, Luo Feng echoed those words. Feeling invigorated, Qi Yi, no, I should call you Brother Yi. After escorting Lei Lei home, Bai Jie borrowed her bodyguard Qi Yi for 2 days. Citing the need for help in her kitchen, under Bai Jie's guidance, Qi Yi accompanied her to a high-end entertainment venue that offered a comprehensive array of services. This establishment attracted individuals from various sectors of society, each guest more extraordinary than the last, with consumption levels far beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Reunited after a long separation, the two naturally indulged in merriment. The patrons here were all distinguished figures. Upon learning that this lively venue was operated by a friend of Bai Jie's, Qi Yi felt a sense of gratification, knowing that his brother, Lei Shun, had not forgotten his earlier promises to Bai Jie, who had been treated like a younger sister. However, Bai Jie was solely focused on making money, indifferent to romance, and only acknowledged the existence of this venue, which was being managed with remarkable efficiency. Of course, Bai Jie had also invested a bit in this lavish establishment, which was renowned for its scale and popularity. Approaching the bar, Bai Jie asked, Brother Yi, what would you like to drink? This was a title Bai Jie could never forget. Gazing at the woman whose beauty had faded over the years, Qi Yi fell into contemplation. After decades apart, their reunion filled him with a sense of guilt. He replied, bring me whatever you enjoy. Observing the man's youthful visage while feeling the weight of her own aging, Bai Jie lost some of her former confidence. It is known that a dashing youth would not be attracted to an older woman. Even a mere glance could be disconcerting. Suddenly, Qi Yi, with his gentle strength, pulled her into an embrace and kissed her cherry lips, weathered by time. In an instant, Bai Jie's eyes widened in shock, staring at Qi Yi's blissful expression as he closed his eyes. Soon, a gathering of onlookers grew in number. What the hell? Desperate times call for desperate measures. He's actually kissing her? Exclaimed a young man in a suit. Ah, you don't understand, replied his companion, who, despite his advanced years, acknowledged that the older woman's figure was comparable to that of a young girl, exquisite and captivating. Just close your eyes, beauty transcends gender. I see it now. That guy is indeed closing his eyes, haha, laughed the suited youth. Upon hearing this, Qi Yi abruptly opened his eyes and shot them a fierce glare, causing them to fall silent, as if faced with death. Not wishing to harbor violent thoughts, Qi Yi, to prevent Bai Jie from misunderstanding, widened his eyes and meticulously explored every corner of her mouth. This scene evoked envy among the spectators, with one lady exclaiming, now that's true love. I long for a man like that. At that moment, music filled the air, and Bai Jie, her cheeks flushed, was ignited by the man's actions, quickly becoming immersed in the moment. 5 minutes later, at the bar, Qi Yi held the woman close and gently inquired, Bai Mei, have you been well these years? Bai Jie, blushing, playfully scolded, you were so naughty just now. With so many people watching, aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Qi Yi interrupted. 50 years ago, you were mine, and 50 years later, you still are. You're truly mischievous. Bai Jie raised her glass, taking a small sip. Look at me. I'm practically ancient. You don't find me repulsive? Hee hee, no matter how old you become, you will always be my woman. Qi Yi replied playfully. Chapter 47. A post-coital smoke is worth 1,000 lifetimes. Bai Mei cheers. Brother Yi cheers. From their initially awkward encounter, the two soon let go and reveled in their drinking. In this lively venue, onlookers might think that this aging woman was merely a case of an old cow indulging in tender grass, but they had no idea that Qi Yi was old enough to be their ancestor. After a few drinks, Bai Jie's face was tinged with a rosy hue. After all, she was an ordinary woman who could hardly withstand the effects of alcohol. Little did they know that Qi Yi had discreetly used his consciousness to dilute the alcohol for her enjoyment. At that moment, the bartender waved, hey, you two have already consumed over 500 drinks. Can you settle the bill? The bill? How much is it? In total, it's 1,050,000. What? 1,050,000. Qi Yi was instantly taken aback, realizing that his current fortune barely amounted to that sum, and this round of drinks had effectively drained his resources. Subsequently, Under the bartender's watchful gaze, Qi Yi paid with a heavy heart, looking at Bai Jie, who was now tipsily flushed. He scratched his head in resignation. Heh. In this one meeting, I've emptied my coffers. What a predicament. At that moment, Qi Yi recalled the earlier incident where he had assisted the young man, Luo Feng. Although he was unsure of his motivation, an instinct whispered to him that this young man would prove to be of great significance in the future. Without further contemplation, Qi Yi resolved to escort the inebriated Bai Jie away, for continuing to linger would only lead to an inability to settle the bill, a particularly embarrassing predicament. Upon exiting the lively venue, Qi Yi felt a moment of disorientation and murmured to himself, "Where does Bai Mei reside?" Building 108 by the West River Lake. Came the answer. Just then, Bai Jie, heavily intoxicated, seemed to have overheard him and slurred, "Qi Yi Gij, I live," before drifting off into a stupor. Building by the West River Lake? Qi Yi swiftly lifted her into a princess carry, chiding gently, "You silly girl, I told you not to drink so much. And now look, the fun is over." In no time, the location of the villa by the West River Lake was pinpointed. With no one around, Qi Yi leaped into the air, soaring with Bai Jie in his arms. As a planetary-level mentalist, harnessing cosmic energy to achieve flight was a trivial feat for him. Bai Jie, still dazed, clung tightly to Qi Yi's neck and murmured in a haze, "Why is it so chilly? It feels like we're flying." Qi Yi shook his head slightly, smiling silently as he gazed down at the myriad of lights below, the city's edge shrouded in darkness, creating a stark contrast. 3 minutes later, they arrived above the villa. Qi Yi paused, recognizing that this must be Bai Mei's residence. With a swift descent, they landed by the 3-story villa, approximately 400 to 500 square meters in size. The decor, though conventional, exuded a sense of care and thoughtfulness. Using his mental energy, Qi Yi scanned the interior and identified a bedroom filled with feminine essence, concluding it was Bai Jie's regular quarters. Upon gently pushing open the door, a delicate fragrance wafted toward him. This was Qi Yi's first venture into Bai Jie's bedroom. 50 years prior, she had expressed a desire for a home of her own, and as a formidable woman, she had indeed achieved it. However, the aroma within the room ignited a fire within Qi Yi's heart. He felt his pulse quicken, blood surging as he found himself in a euphoric state, especially while cradling Bai Jie's slender waist. Despite her nearing 70, her skin was remarkably well preserved, and she was still his former beloved. Yet, feeling a twinge of impropriety, he quickly suppressed the surge of emotions within him, astonished by the intensity of his reaction toward Bai Jie. It even filled him with a thrilling excitement akin to a reunion after a long separation. "Qi Yi Gij, I don't want to miss you again," suddenly Bai Jie, in a dreamy state, seemed to lose her senses and captured Qi Yi's lips with her own. That kiss reignited the sparks that had previously settled. Amidst their fervent embrace, items in the room clattered to the floor, yet they remained undisturbed in their passion. In the heat of the moment, Qi Yi was enveloped by the delicate fragrance exhaled by Bai Jie, reminiscent of orchids, tenderly caressing his senses, intoxicating him further. He gazed into Bai Jie's enchanting face, desire surging within him, difficult to contain. Despite the passage of time, in the eyes of his beloved, Bai Jie remained stunningly beautiful. Bai Jie, overwhelmed by an intricate web of emotions, gazed dreamily at Qi Yi's handsome visage, reflecting, "To think I could reunite with him like this, from now on. I shall never let go." In that instant, Bai Jie deeply felt the happiness of 50 years past. Qi Yi's warmth brought her endless joy, transforming the initial comfort into exhilarating thrills. Unable to restrain herself, she whispered, "Ah, darling, love me fiercely. Qi Yi Gij, I adore you. I am so happy. Hold me tight and love me well." Bai Jie's murmurs were so sincere that Qi Yi felt a deep resonance within his heart, realizing this was no mere whimsy but the true voice of her soul. After a while, they leaned against the headboard. Bai Jie's fair and delicate form embraced by a gentle hand. Reflecting on their recent fervor, Bai Jie hurriedly retrieved a cigarette from a drawer. Shaking out a single stick, "Qi Yi Gij, would you like one?" Qi Yi chuckled softly. "Ah, you understand me well, Bai Marin." Indeed, after such an encounter, a smoke was akin to divine bliss. Subsequently, Qi Yi revealed his true identity as the son of the true god to Bai Jie, marking her as the second person to know, aside from Thunder God, after 50 years. He did not wish for regrets, for he had a mission, and parting would inevitably come in a few years. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie felt a mix of joy and melancholy, a painful sense of longing. She believed Qi Yi's words, for his extraordinary abilities were beyond doubt. Remaining composed, she asked, "Qi Yi Gij, if you venture into the cosmos, will we still meet?" "Do not worry," Qi Yi reassured her. gently patting her fragrant shoulder. "You are my woman. I will definitely return." Bai Jie sighed playfully. "I fear that when you come back, it will only be to offer me incense." She reminded him that he was not a warrior, and an ordinary person's lifespan was but fleeting. Qi Yi tenderly stroked her forehead. "Do not think such thoughts. As long as I am here, you will not perish. In a few days, I will help you enhance your body." "Really?" Bai Jie exclaimed, excitement lighting up her eyes as she straddled Qi Ye's lap, gazing at him animatedly. Seeing her captivating figure, Qi Yi embraced her tightly. "No more waiting. I shall help you enhance it right now." The next day, as the sun rose high, Bai Jie donned a snug pink camisole that revealed her fair skin and slender waist, paired with a minuscule purple skirt. Her shapely legs were ensconced in gossamer, transparent stockings. She sat gracefully at her vanity, refining her already stunning appearance. Meanwhile, Qi Yi regarded her with an appraising gaze. Bai Jie blushed as she softly exclaimed, "Qi Yi Gij, please don't stare at me like that. It makes me shy." The previous night, amidst the tumult of emotions, Qi Yi had employed his mental prowess to alter Bai Jie's genes, endowing her with the genes of a mutated warrior. Now, she appeared as youthful as she did 50 years ago, perhaps even more radiant than before. However, to attain a longer lifespan, Bai Jie needed to transcend her own limits and become a true ability user. "Bai Mei, you are already beautiful enough," Qi Yi said with a faint smile. Patting the edge of the bed, "Come here, I will teach you the 5 hearts to heaven cultivation method." The nurturing spirit had once mentioned that this method was best suited for earthlings. Years ago, to aid earthlings in their great rebirth, she had chosen to disseminate this technique. And now many earthlings had made significant advancements through it. Bai Jie, smiling brightly, rose to her feet, her figure exquisitely curvaceous, embodying a blend of mature grace and enchanting warmth, her celestial beauty harmoniously merging with her charming demeanor, making her both ethereal and captivating. Now, Bai Jie was extraordinarily beautiful, exuding femininity, wisdom, confidence, and resilience. Sitting at the bedside, her allure was fully displayed, compelling and irresistible. Qi Yi gently prompted, "Come sit on the bed, cross your legs, and focus." The first step is to attempt to absorb cosmic energy. Those with mutated genes must cultivate using the 5 hearts to heaven method to enhance their innate energy and augment their physical attributes. This would attract cosmic energy, enabling rapid accumulation and exertion of power. As she deeply comprehended the mutated gene, she lifted her left foot to her right thigh, the sole facing upwards. Then, she mirrored the action with her right foot to her left thigh, achieving the posture of both soles facing the heavens, with palms upturned toward the sky. Resting naturally on her thighs, she had thus achieved the position of 4 hearts to heaven. The Bai Hui point atop her head would be regarded as the heart of the head, marking the path of cultivation. Shulangjira must delve deep into their hearts to cultivate the 5 essential hearts: reverence, Jing Xian, sincerity, Cheng Xian, faith, Xian, determination, Ju Xian, and perseverance, Hung Xian. These must converge at the Bai Hui point, allowing a connection with the cosmic energy, thereby honing both body and mind, and nurturing one's unique abilities. This process is of paramount importance, akin to laying a foundation. Should the Tao heart waver, it would lead to collapse. Upon grasping this, Bai Jie entered a meditative state. Waves of pleasure surged through her body, cold sweat beading on her forehead. An inexplicable energy merged with her essence, dissipating the clutter of thoughts in her mind, leaving her with an unprecedented sense of emptiness and fulfillment. She yearned for this energy to bring a more intense impact. "Chia Gij, I can feel the energy of the universe. Do not speak, continue to meditate." Bai Jie did not disappoint, as the energy within her intensified. The feeling of comfort gradually heightened, guiding her into an ethereal realm, where she seemed to float amidst a kaleidoscopic world. The pleasure emanating from her feet expanded throughout her body, her fingers and spine occasionally trembling, followed by a wave of heat and pain, ushering her into an entirely new domain filled with stars. Soon, her cultivation advanced once more, her cells rapidly dividing, experiencing constant evolution and enhancement in bones, blood, organs, and skin. After a while, Chia's divine sense detected that the woman was gradually exuding yin energy. It is known that yin energy can balance and compensate for the flaws of the Wanghun Zhao secret technique, rendering it more perfect and its power more controllable and formidable. At that moment, he realized that Bai Jie was beginning to comprehend the essence of genetic primal energy cultivation, as the cosmic energy continuously transformed her body. Suddenly, a powerful force surged closer. "Not good, it's already at the door." Crash! The energy violently burst through the bedroom door with the force of a raging tide. Adulterers! A handsome young man exclaimed, his face flushed and nearly contorted, struggling with the suppression of his emotions. His presence was as cold as frost, with anger and a terrifying aura igniting the air, enveloping the villa in an extreme chill. This individual was one of the 3 elite guards of the Zhan Shengong, known as Bing Shan, whose strength surpassed even that of the war god. On his way to the villa, he sensed a formidable power lingering in his mother's bedroom. Upon discovering a stranger lying in his mother's bed, he was consumed with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. Faced with this sudden confrontation, neither man wished to exchange words. Only battle awaited. "Who are you? Who are you?" Jie and Bing Shan shouted in unison, both seething with anger. However, Jie felt a tinge of embarrassment at that moment, for the stranger's words implied that Bai Jie was married. This was a disaster. He had unwittingly stumbled into a scene of infidelity. In that instant, Jie realized the awkwardness of his predicament, yet Bai Jie had not disclosed her marital status. At this juncture, Bai Jie was deeply immersed in meditation, and it was crucial that her path as a warrior not falter. Bing Shan observed his mother, drenched in sweat, her hair disheveled and obscuring her face, her attire revealing and indecent, an evident consequence of the stranger's presence. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the so-called adulterer. The image of his mother was tarnished, igniting a furious blaze within him, poised for confrontation. "Bastard, today shall be your last." "Brother, it's a misunderstanding." Jie, feeling guilty and exceedingly awkward, recognized the impropriety of his words. This was dire. He could not wash away this shame even if he jumped into the Yellow River. How could Bai Jie not have mentioned her husband? "Bai Mei, continue your cultivation." Jie turned to the meditative Bai Jie. At this moment, Bai Jie's heart stirred. After all, Bing Shan was her secret. In her current state of meditation, she could not speak, thinking to herself, "Jie Gij, Bing Shan is your son. Be gentle and do not harm him." Yet, Bai Jie could not voice her thoughts, as the two had yet to recognize each other, now standing face to face. "Kid, if you want to fight, let us take it outside." Jie resolved to move the battlefield outside to avoid disturbing Bai Jie's meditation. Buzz. Bing Shan pursued to the outside, taking the initiative to strike, launching an attack on the adulterer with a powerful punch that unleashed a dazzling force. "Come on. Let me see how much you weigh, you pretty boy." Jie scoffed with a sneer, effortlessly deflecting the attack with a kick. The fury of Bing Shan, one of the elite guards of Zhan Shengong, was akin to a wild beast, chasing outside the villa and evading the eyes of the neighborhood. 2 streaks of light chased through the air, with Bing Shan striking with deadly intent. His rage burned fiercely as he sought to eliminate the adulterer. Yet each of his blows seemed to be effortlessly countered by his opponent. This time, he unleashed his ice-based abilities. However, Jie's movements were as elusive as the wind. As a planetary-level divine mind master, the attacks that followed were mere tickles to him. "Is that all you can do? Run away?" Bing Shan yelled in frustration, his thoughts activating, and his battle armor rapidly forming around him. His right leg shot out like lightning from behind, striking with the ferocity of a scorpion's tail. This was Bing Shan's Hei Shin armor, a battle suit that fused with the body, rendering his combat power and defense terrifyingly formidable. Boom. At this moment, clad in the Hei Shun armor, Bing Shan chased after, his punches striking like cannonballs, transforming into countless ice spikes aimed at the adulterer. Jie chose to evade rather than retaliate, fully aware of his culpability. Had he not inadvertently placed a green hat on this pretty boy? He swiftly dodged, effortlessly twisting in midair. The palm Bing Shan unleashed met him head-on. Boom. Like an ice beast colliding with a mountain, a thunderous sound erupted, dust soaring into the sky. The attack veering off course. In truth, it was not Bing Shan's aim that faltered, but rather Jie's divine mind that forced the power to alter its trajectory, striking the mountain instead. Simultaneously, Jie flew backward, casting a sly smile at the pursuing pretty boy. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding. We can discuss this." "Die." Bing Shan's eyes blazed with intensity, rage surging forth as an icy blue lightning coursed from his body, transforming into ice-like runes that crackled with electricity. With a sweeping motion, he propelled forward. The air crackled with sparks, the chilling electric light breathtakingly fierce. A bolt of ice-blue lightning surged toward Jie. Unfazed, Jie lightly shook his right arm, absorbing the lightning effortlessly, letting it pass through him as his divine radiance enveloped him, effortlessly dissolving the electric charge. With a resounding boom, Bing Shan pressed on, sweeping his right foot horizontally, freezing the air as it rushed toward Jie. Crack! Jie shattered the attack with a single palm. "Do you ever stop?" Chapter 49. Look at what you've done. He is your son. High above the villa, 2 streaks of light, one fleeing and one pursuing, engaged in a deadly race. Upon creating some distance, a gust of powerful energy surged from behind. Xie hastily bent down as an icy energy wave swept over his head, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar. This force measured 266,000 kilograms and traveled at a speed of 600 meters per second. Should an ordinary warrior be struck by it, they would be reduced to nothing. Bing Shan rapidly unleashed countless ice energy spheres, hurtling toward the adulterer at 600 meters per second. Xie remained calm. With a flick of his right hand, he summoned a shimmering wall of air, radiating brilliant light and shielding himself. Bang, bang, bang. The multitude of energy spheres was effortlessly blocked by the air wall. Bing Shan halted, tension gripping his heart. These were countless attacks surpassing that of the war god, yet they were easily resolved by the adulterer, indicating that the man's strength was far beyond his own capabilities. From childhood, he had been taught by Bai Jie, as his father passed away early, yet he was a stalwart man, his father a hero in his heart. Upon returning from his mission, he had intended to share dinner with his mother, only to be confronted with the shocking realization of her betrayal against his deceased father. Entangled with a stranger, this left the icy heart deeply wounded, akin to a thunderbolt on a clear day, yearning to exact vengeance upon the lecherous man before her. In retribution for her father's honor. Who the hell are you? Apologies, but I was unaware that Bai Mei had married and become dazed. I beg for your leniency. The brazen demeanor of Qi Yi seemed to indicate that his words were spoken with deliberate malice. However, upon closer inspection, the young man clad in the black divine armor bore an uncanny resemblance to his younger self. Yet, upon hearing those words, the icy heart was consumed by an uncontrollable fury. This scoundrel was undoubtedly provoking her. Tolerance has its limits, and with a thunderous roar, she declared, "You scoundrel, I shall slay you today." Perhaps anger clouded her judgment, for she remained oblivious to the terrifying prowess of the man she condemned. "You dare show me disrespect." Qi Yi, unwilling to relent, decided to engage this surpassing war god, demonstrating who the true master was. Serendipitously, having acquired a secret technique from a beggar, he resolved to test the might of his modified Zhantian Shenji on this opponent. Qi Yi levitated, wielding the sword of energy, as cosmic forces surged, twisting the air with sword energy, transforming it into a vast ocean of might that surged forward, aiming directly at the icy heart. This was a clash of powerful swords, with the energy sword colliding fiercely with her extraordinary abilities, radiating blinding light and unleashing countless ripples of energy. The icy heart retaliated with a sweeping force, conjuring numerous icy blades that slashed through the air, causing the atmosphere and stones to crack and shatter incessantly. Suddenly, the sword of energy erupted with divine brilliance, emitting a soft chime as a phantom ascended towards the heavens, its form expanding instantaneously, resembling a deity, blocking the sky with an astonishing aura of ferocity. Good heavens! What extraordinary power is this? The oppressive force was such that even the pavilion master might find it challenging to contend with. What have I encountered? The icy heart was astounded, nearly gasping for breath. Qi Yi's Zhantian Shenji, though still in its rudimentary form, already exuded a terrifying aura, indicating its immense power. This divine technique, fused with the spirit-vanquishing incantation, possessed the ability to sever the heavens. If perfected, it would undoubtedly add a life-saving skill for future battles among the stars. The phantom wielded the sword, cleaving the void with a thunderous crash, sending the icy heart hurtling away, her internal organs nearly shattered, and fortunately, the black divine armor absorbed 90% of the impact. Had it not been for the armor, the icy heart would have surely perished on the spot. At this moment, she realized her entire body was bound, unable to move, suddenly aware that the phantom possessed spiritual attack capabilities. Moments later, a deafening roar echoed as the icy heart was struck down by the terrifying abilities of the scoundrel, crashing into the ground and creating a 5-meter-deep pit in the villa's courtyard, dust and debris scattering in all directions. With a cough, she spat blood, collapsing weakly at the bottom of the pit, lamenting in despair. How powerful! This man is not beneath the pavilion master. Who exactly is he? Why must my mother act in this manner? Where did I go wrong? Father, it is my inadequacy that has brought disgrace upon my mother. At that moment, Qi Yi appeared, stepping through the void and materializing beside the icy heart, his aura even more imposing. Hey, pretty boy, do you finally realize your mistake? I told you this was merely a misunderstanding. Moreover, Bai Mei has been mine for 50 years. You were merely fortunate, and now I have returned. Gazing at the battered figure on the ground, Qi Yi found it nearly impossible to look on. He had not anticipated that his initial use of Zhan Tian Shinji would be so fearsome, especially with that phantom conjured from spiritual energy, which reminded him of his battle with the insectoid Empress 50 years ago. However, the reason the battered figure still lived was that Qi had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, knowing that the boy clad in black divine armor was clearly protected from harm. Coughing violently, the icy heart struggled to breathe. She had never imagined that such a powerful being could be hidden on Earth. Her previous battle had merely been a ruse played by this scoundrel. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoed from behind. Qi's heart raced. It was Bai Jia's voice. He turned swiftly. Bai Mei, what has happened? Bai Jia did not respond, rushing over with a complex array of emotions in her eyes that sent chills down his spine. With a resounding slap, she struck Qi's face, and then, with tears welling in her eyes, she rushed to help the icy heart. Son, what has happened to you? She glared at Qi. Look at what you have done. You struck him with such ferocity? He is your son. In that moment, Qi felt as if struck by lightning, his heart shattered, as if doused in cold water. The gravely injured icy heart, upon hearing these words, was stunned into coughing up more blood. What? This scoundrel is my father. Why are you still standing there? Bai Jia cried. Come here and save our son. Stunned, Qi slapped himself in realization. He had nearly killed his own son. Those 2 slaps had been far too gentle. Seeing the anxious man approach, Bai Jia urged the icy heart. Son, you must not come to harm. Do not frighten your mother. Qi swiftly lifted the icy heart, feeling both anxious and awkward as he reassured. Son, I am sorry. Your father did not mean to hurt you. Do not worry. I am here. There will be no more accidents. Suddenly, Bai Jia kicked Qi's rear, sobbing. Qi, he is your son, Bingshan. If anything goes wrong, I will not let you off the hook. All right, it was not intentional. Rest assured, he will be fine. After calming the situation, Qi carried the icy heart and dashed towards Bai Jia's room. The icy heart, bewildered in Qi's embrace, marveled at having such a youthful father, feeling as though he could be his brother. However, he was even more astonished to see that Bai Jia appeared rejuvenated. A beauty unparalleled. Fate had played a jest upon him, nearly leading to his demise at the hands of his own father. Can you believe it? Had it not been for Bai Jia's timely intervention, he might have been on the brink of death. Chapter 50. Father and Son Recognition and the Severing of Celestial Powers. The pulse is stable. The body is healing remarkably well. Qi had just utilized his spiritual energy to heal the gravely injured icy heart, and the results were as he had hoped. Reflecting on the near tragedy of almost killing his own son, Qi felt a chill run down his spine. After years apart, he had not expected Bai Jia to have given birth to such a handsome son, the icy heart. Although the icy heart did not inherit his divine bloodline. Through spiritual resonance, Qi sensed that their genes were 99 similar, undeniably proving him to be his biological son. Being one of the 3 elite guardians of the Earth's might, it was clear that the icy heart had inherited his father's genes, affirming his physical prowess. However, while the icy heart had reached such heights under Hong's guidance, it was merely a fraction of Qi's potential, and he intended to cultivate the icy heart to be even stronger. At this moment, Qi gazed at the icy heart lying on the bed, overwhelmed by a complexity of emotions that were difficult to articulate. No wonder he had always felt a peculiar familiarity during their battle. The icy heart's face was flushed with embarrassment as he lay on the bed, unable to fathom that he had such an extraordinary father, whose strength even surpassed that of the 2 founders of the War God Palace, making him all the more formidable. Soon, Qi succinctly recounted the events that had transpired, including his near sacrifice 50 years ago to save the Earth. After all, this was his biological son, and Qi held nothing back, even revealing his brotherhood with Thor and his identity as the son of the true god. Upon hearing this, the icy heart was left dumbfounded, the reality of it all far surpassing his understanding. This sudden arrival of a father exuded an aura of authority at every moment. Having nearly struck his son dead, Qi stood up, casting an angry glance at Bai Jia. Come with me. We need to have a serious talk. This is quite concerning. Bai Jia shivered slightly, urgently blinking at her son lying in bed. Son, help me. Otherwise, your mother will be scolded. After all, this was a secret deeply hidden in her heart, never revealed to Qi, nearly resulting in a grave error. Bingshan understood without words, but hesitated to speak. Having witnessed the prowess of his unexpectedly formidable father, he pulled the quilt up higher and thought to himself, Mother, may you seek your own fortune, for I wish to live a little longer. Heartless, Bai Jia muttered. Although Qi was still simmering with anger, he could not forget that she was his beloved. He raised his voice once more. Why are you not coming out yet? Hearing his voice, Bai Jie hurriedly followed him outside. Gazing at the deep pit outside the villa, their hearts were unsettled. That pit had nearly become their son's grave. Bai Jie looked at Qi Ye's cold back and, without uttering a word, boldly poked him gently on the back, saying, "Brother Qi Yi, I apologize. I did not mean to hide this from you." Upon hearing her soft confession, Qi Yi's heart softened. He turned to gaze at her, saying, "You must have endured great hardships all these years, raising our son alone." His words were devoid of reproach, filled instead with tenderness, causing Bai Jie to embrace him and weep uncontrollably. With a sigh, he gently brushed her silky hair, watching as tears welled in her eyes, softly wiping away the droplets at the corners. "This cannot continue," Qi Yi advised softly. Since their parting, Bai Jie had discovered her pregnancy. For decades, she remained unmarried, raising Bingshan alone and educating him into adulthood. However, she had never disclosed to Qi Yi, the brother known as Thunder God, that Bingshan was his son. When they fled to the Jiangnan Bay City, they had parted ways with Thunder God. Hence, while Thunder God was aware of Bingshan's existence, he was unaware that Bingshan was Qi Ye's son. With her strong character, Bai Jie embarked on her own entrepreneurial journey, ultimately achieving her current success. Though Thunder God often assisted her financially, his daughter, Lei Lei, frequently visited, affectionately calling her Aunt Bai. In discussions about this matter, Bai Jie mentioned that Thunder God had killed his daughter's boyfriend, the specifics of which remained unclear, resulting in a rift between father and daughter lasting over a decade. Hearing this, Qi Yi, recalling Lei Lei's words, thought, "It seems Thunder God is not one to indiscriminately kill. There must be more to this story." With the barrier in their hearts lifted, Qi Yi playfully covered Bai Jie's jade-like face with his hands and planted a firm kiss upon her. Seeing the gentleness in his expression, Bai Jie felt overwhelmed and pressed her lips against his, exploring further. Thus, the two exchanged tender affections on the balcony, their lips igniting with passion. Suddenly, a cough interrupted their heated kiss. Bingshan emerged from the bedroom, awkwardly announcing, I'm hungry. Our son has returned," Bai Jie quickly interjected, wiping her lips and shyly responding, "You catch up with your father. I will prepare a meal for you." Stealing a glance at his mother's bashful figure, Bingshan chuckled to himself. Qi Yi hastened over, concerned, "Shan, you have just recovered. You should rest with your father." Bingshan scrutinized this handsome young man before him. "Are you truly my father? You look just like me. If your mother says so, then it must be true. All right, you win." This was indeed Qi Yi's son, decisive and assertive, causing Qi Yi to laugh heartily. The unexpected arrival of his son brought him immense joy, and the two engaged in light-hearted banter as they assisted Bai Jie. After a hearty meal, the family conversed late into the night. The following morning, Qi Yi kissed the sleeping Bai Jie before descending to the villa's courtyard. Upon seeing the large pit, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Father, you wake up quite early," came Bingshan's voice from behind. Qi Yi turned around. "Shan, you are also up early. Is there a mission at the War God Palace today?" "No, not really." Bingshan seemed preoccupied. Noticing the slight smile on Qi Yi's face, he asked, "Shan, if something is on your mind, feel free to share. Your father will do his best to help you." "Really?" Bingshan laughed gleefully, grabbing his father's hand with excitement. "Dad, about that ability you used to fight me yesterday. Can you teach me?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yi initially wondered what was amiss, only to realize that his son was keenly interested. It is known that the improved Zhan Tian Shinji is virtually invincible on Earth, comprising 7 techniques, with greater mastery leading to enhanced combat prowess. Each technique, when executed, can triple the power output. Once mastered to the 7th technique, one can unleash a devastating strike of immense power. The 7 techniques of Zhan Tian Shinji are Su Ing Ji Shu, Xing Chun Jiang Lin, Yu Ming Nu Lei, Lian Yufan Tian, Bing Feng Qian Li, Jing Tian Yi Zhan, Zhu Shun Huang Han. How could a son seek knowledge from a father and not be answered? A wave of comfort surged within Qi Yi. This was the essence of Zhan Tian Shinji. "Shan, although you may seem ordinary, as my son, you are indeed worthy of practicing this secret technique. This is a method cultivated solely by Qi Yi, accessible only to those of his bloodline." He then touched Bingshan's forehead, infusing him with a powerful runic energy that swiftly merged with his being. Qi Yi was taken aback. "Goodness, Bingshan is truly my son. Bai Jie has not deceived me." Chapter 51. Bestowing the secret technique focused and in meditation, cultivating and refining pure cosmic energy is essential for mastering the Zhan Tian Shinji. Qi Yi personally guided Bingshan, finding joy in his son's quick understanding. The Zhan Tian Shinji is distinct from other secret techniques, demanding a high level of cosmic energy. The absorbed energy requires secondary refinement. In truth, Practicing the Zhantian Shinji is straightforward. It involves forgetting previous techniques and merging them, achieving a state of egolessness. Using cosmic energy as a node to facilitate the flow of energy throughout the body, thereby opening the heavenly gate for the dispersion of power. Thus, one can commence the practice of Zhantian Shinji, maximizing the potential of their genetic origin. This divine technique, uniquely created by the Father, does not require the learning of guiding techniques or the practice of the 5 hearts toward heaven method. This divine skill will gradually merge with your genes, achieving a unity of heaven and man. Shan your body is naturally aligned with the ice attribute, and the Zhantian Shinji is inherently yin. This practice suits you perfectly, Qi explained while guiding, his serious gaze revealing deep affection. This was Qi's first experience as a father, suddenly blessed with such a significant son, thus he devoted himself to teaching. Although the War God Palace's techniques are formidable, they serve primarily for self-defense. As time passed, the techniques Bingshan had learned previously would become increasingly inadequate. Sooner or later, Qi would depart Earth, and at that time, only Bingshan could protect Baijia. The depths of space are fraught with peril, a reality Qi had long anticipated. After all, he must fulfill his mission alone, and perhaps one day, he might perish in the struggle among the stars. At the very least, he must leave behind a safety net. In that moment, Bingshan sat cross-legged, focusing and gathering energy. Thanks to a solid foundation and his father's genetics, his practice flowed seamlessly. Unfortunately, his mother, Baijia, was an ordinary human. Otherwise, Bingshan's physique would be even stronger. Soon, having forgotten his previous learning, the heavenly gate swung wide open, leading him into the phase of comprehending the Zhantian Shinji. In Bingshan's consciousness, he vividly perceived another version of himself, seamlessly blending martial techniques, strength, swordsmanship, marksmanship, and hammer techniques, as if drawn from a martial arts novel. What thrilled him further was that his body's movements generated a powerful aura, causing numerous objects to levitate. With a mere twitch of his ear, he could capture sounds from miles around. This Zhantian Shinji is truly extraordinary. I've become a mentalist. Bingshan was elated beyond words, continuing to delve into the understanding of his mental power. At this moment, he had reached a profound level of mastery in movement, capable of unleashing 4 to 15 times his physical strength in an instant. The realm of body techniques is classified into 4 levels: foundational, subtle, perfect, and artistic. Bingshan comprehended this clearly, yet he realized that as he advanced in cultivating the Zhantian divine skill, even the artistic level could scarcely encapsulate his experience. This demanded profound insight, which, although challenging, promised a bright future. Beyond the artistic level, there are realms that are beyond verbal expression. At 4:40 p.m., a sudden surge of energy erupted, and pure cosmic energy flooded into Bingshan's body, materializing into a shadow behind him. Witnessing this scene, Qi could not help but smirk, exclaiming, "My son is truly extraordinary. In just a few hours, he has mastered the first technique of the Zhantian divine skill, the shadow technique." Bingshan finally spoke. "Father, my fist's wind can reach 39 times my normal strength, yet my leg's wind is 68 times my normal strength. By the way, you once mentioned that you would leave Earth one day. Can I accompany you and Mother?" Hearing his son's subtle request, Qi smiled gently, saying, "We'll discuss that when the time comes." He continued to advise, "Shaner, as you cultivate this divine skill, you are now a mentalist. You must keep this a secret for the next few years, even from your master Hong, and certainly protect my existence. Although you cannot directly use the Zhantian divine skill, you can utilize it to mimic previously learned techniques, thus concealing your true capabilities. The Zhantian divine skill is a secret technique refined by Qi Yi, incorporating the soul-cursing runes. As Bingshan is Qi Ye's son, he may not become a mentalist. But the Zhantian divine skill is more than sufficient to elevate him to the status of a mentalist." Qi Yi had his own plans, intending to keep his son's brilliance hidden so that he may venture further. After all, the martial world is not solely about combat. It is also about interpersonal relationships. And one must not overshadow Lei Shun and Hong. Earth requires a leader, but that leader is certainly not Bingshan, truly the son of Baijia. Bingshan possessed insight and responded without inquiry, "Father, your words are etched in my heart. I must return to the War God Palace shortly. The master has assigned a new task." Qi waved his hand. "Go ahead, but be cautious. Aren't you going to give me something?" Bingshan teased. At that moment, Qi appeared struck by lightning, momentarily dazed, rubbing his brow. Indeed, what gift should he bestow? It must not be something trivial, considering their reunion. After much contemplation, Qi Yi recalled the power he had retained from his battle with the insect queen 50 years ago. I am truly a genius. How could I have overlooked such a simple matter? He exclaimed. Shaner, quickly bring your black god suit to your father. Dad, what do you want with the black god suit? Bing Shan asked, his body trembling slightly at the thought of relinquishing it. The black god suit is a complete battle armor that integrates with the wearer's skin, absorbing a small amount of blood to perfectly bond with the body, covering it as closely as skin itself, capable of changing shape according to the wearer's will, and usually concealed beneath the skin. Were it not for this suit, Qi Yi might have faced the tragedy of an elder mourning the loss of a youth. Once he received the armor, Qi Yi activated it with his mental energy, swiftly infusing it with the residual power of the insect queen. In that moment, Bing Shan's black god suit became even more radiant and imbued with formidable ice attributes. This was Qi Yi's unique technique of merging energy with objects, allowing weapons to evolve and greatly enhancing their defensive capabilities. This is the gift your father gives you, Qi Yi said with a smile. After the transformation, the black god suit shimmered in a striking blend of icy blue and blood red, its defensive power surpassing all previous iterations. Bing Shan eagerly donned the armor, immediately feeling a powerful oppressive presence and an inexplicable aura of terror, igniting within him a fervent desire to conquer. Come now, strike me with your full strength, Qi Yi suddenly declared. Just as he finished speaking, Bing Shan hesitated, expressing his concern. Father, I cannot. My punch could exceed that of the war god and be fatal. Stop hesitating, Qi Yi replied sternly, exuding confidence. Hurry and strike. With your meager skills, you could not possibly injure me. At that moment, Bai Jie, watching from the second floor, shouted, Son, don't be timid. Give your father a good beating. He can take it. Eventually, Bing Shan's mixed emotions surrendered. All right, father, I shall not hold back. He transformed his right hand into an afterimage, executing the Zhan Tian divine skill with a swift downward strike. Boom. Instantly, debris erupted around Qi Yi, dust swirling as he braced himself against the impact. Soon, as the dust settled, Qi Yi remarked, Shaner, your strength is merely average. You must strive for greater power. Stunned by his father's unscathed condition, Bing Shan exclaimed, Father, are you even human? Enough. Qi Yi waved his hand. Didn't you say the master has given you a task? Off you go. Are you truly unscathed? Bing Shan still harbored some concern. Then, I shall take my leave. Hurry along. Stop dawdling, Qi Yi urged. After Bing Shan departed, Qi Yi erupted in frustration, having suppressed his pain earlier, nearly failing to maintain his composure. Bai Jie chuckled softly from above, noting how Qi Yi, after 50 years, still clung to his pride, suffering for it. Gazing at the alluring woman, Qi Yi smirked. You enjoyed the view, didn't you? Soon, I shall ensure you cannot rise from your bed. Observing the now youthful Bai Jie, radiant and enchanting, with her flirtatious demeanor, he lifted her delicate form and laid her upon the bed, climbing in beside her, holding her tightly as they kissed passionately, one hand slipping beneath her skirt. Chapter 52. The Enigmatic Mentalist. The two immersed themselves in their affection, entwined in a dance of love and passion, a tempest of emotions. Thus, Qi Yi indulged in days of uninhibited pleasure, feeling liberated and rejuvenated. After a few days, Bai Jie roused him, saying, Qi Yi, it's time to wake up. If you don't get up soon, are you not concerned that Lei Lei might grow suspicious? Bai Jie had initially intended to borrow Qi Yi for 2 days, but their time together had extended beyond expectation. As former lovers reunited after 50 years, they rekindled their old feelings. However, Qi Yi advised Bai Jie to refrain from revealing the truth to Lei Lei for now, believing the timing was not right. As a tenant and protector, he feared that if he did not return soon, Lei Lei might become wary. In a haze of sleep, upon hearing Bai Jie's words, Qi Yi sprang from bed. After all, he had spent the past few days reveling in Bai Jie's company, accumulating significant dark energy and enhancing his secret techniques. Through recent trials, he discovered that dark energy could not only mend flaws in his techniques, but also strengthen his body, akin to dual cultivation. However, unlike dual cultivation, dark energy worked wonders solely for Qi Yi. Simultaneously, extracting dark energy from Bai Jie greatly benefited her, effectively detoxifying her body and enhancing her ability to absorb cosmic energy in the future. Thus, dark energy proves to be a unique byproduct generated by female warriors after absorbing cosmic energy. The two hurriedly tidied themselves, enjoying a delightful breakfast before Qi Yi dashed to Lei Lei's residence. Watching the man's retreating figure, Bai Jie murmured to herself, such a charming man. Like a gust of wind. Then she resolved to resume her cultivation. Upon returning to the Huayuan community, Qi Yi rushed upstairs, and as he opened the door, a wave of heat hit him, tightening his chest. A foul, acrid odor permeated the air, reminiscent of gas, yet distinctly different, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Gazing toward the living room, he found Lei Lei slumped on the sofa, her spirit visibly depleted. Upon seeing Qi Yi's arrival, a strained smile struggled onto her face. "Xiaolei, what troubles you?" As Qi Yi extended his hands, he gently grasped her jade-like arms, utilizing his mental energy to assess her condition. Her pulse was erratic, and her body temperature soared to a staggering 60 degrees. Could it be that she ingested something unsanitary? Alarmed, Qi Yi pondered the situation. Lei Lei, not a martial artist, possessed an unusually potent yin energy within her, akin to a volatile bomb ready to detonate at any moment. It was evident that this was the crux of the issue. Suddenly, Lei Lei's warm body nestled into Qi Yi's embrace, causing him to shudder back to reality. He looked down to find her enchanting, crystalline eyes fixed upon him, brimming with tenderness, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Xiaolei Jia, what have you eaten?" Qi Yi inquired softly. "I don't know, I'm so hot," Lei Lei exclaimed, her body ablaze. Her mind clouded as if she were adrift in a boiling pot of porridge, utterly oblivious to the cause. Naturally, her life-imbued softness pressed against the firm contours of the man's chest. Qi Yi quickly realized that this young lady must be experiencing a genetic mutation, her body suffering a backlash akin to a martial artist going astray in their practice. Her mutated abilities remained unexpressed. Her supple lips brushed against Qi Yi's cool ones, stirring a fervor within him, but he snapped back to his senses and promptly pushed Lei Lei away. "Xiaolei Jia, it appears you are undergoing a genetic mutation, leading to a dysfunction in your bodily mechanisms." Lei Lei's erratic behavior stemmed from her body's scorching heat, which clashed with Qi Yi's icy demeanor, causing her to lose control. The woman remained silent, desperately trying to suppress her abnormal state, her delicate tongue voraciously caressing her fingers. With her eyes tightly shut, she fantasized about sharing an intimate moment with Qi Yi. This awkward scene was more than Qi Yi could bear. Otherwise, it might lead to unintended consequences. He also sensed the peril of Lei Lei's bodily transformation. If she couldn't suppress it, she might become an uncontrollable beast like the one that plagued 50 years ago. It was clear that external intervention was necessary. Failure to act swiftly would yield dire consequences. Lei Lei was the daughter of his brother Lei Shan, inherently gifted with extraordinary genes, though her genetic potential had only recently manifested. "Fear not, I am here for you," Qi Yi reassured her, wrapping his arms around her to encourage her to relax. At that moment, the woman trembled slightly and murmured in response. Qi Yi released his hold, and with a flick of his mental energy, her clothing was torn away, revealing her alluring form. This was essential for the forthcoming procedure to unblock her meridians, guiding cosmic energy in the correct direction while absorbing her yin energy without setting her clothes ablaze, thus not interfering with her transformation into a martial artist. As she opened her eyes, Lei Lei's shimmering gaze remained fixated on Qi Yi, her eyes ablaze with an unsettling intensity. With a soft sigh, she slowly raised her hands to cover her modesty. "Do not fear. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to expedite your healing," Qi Yi soothed. He swiftly employed his mental prowess, sending an invisible energy coursing through her meridians and vital organs, employing a secret technique to swiftly extract her yin energy from the cosmic energy surrounding them. Ordinarily, yin energy could not merge with cosmic energy unless one's bodily functions were in disarray, akin to a pressure cooker, allowing for their convergence. After a while, though it was a treatment, Qi Yi's mind buzzed, his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest. Lei Lei's eyelids fluttered, her hands dropped, and her body suddenly softened. Qi Yi hurriedly caught her, feeling her arms wrap around his waist as she nestled into his embrace. "Xiaolei Jia, rest for a moment," he urged, promptly shedding his outer garment to cover her delicate form before laying her down on the sofa for her to recuperate. She opened her eyes, smiling at Qi Yi with a flushed face, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Qi Yi, akin to a guardian tending to a younger relative, displayed a gentle smile. "I shall fetch some warm water for you to wash your face." He sighed inwardly. These troubles never cease. What a burden. It was not just Bai Jia but also Lei Shun and this young lady, and one could only wonder what Lei Lao Di was up to. Had it not been for him, surely her daughter would be in peril. Qi Yi's heart was heavy with concern. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. Lei Lei's genetic mutation had rendered her muscles more supple, granting her enchanting abilities, which explained her current distress. This young lady demonstrated remarkable tenacity. Upon realizing something was amiss with her body, she refrained from calling Qi Yi for assistance, perhaps due to the differences between men and women. Thankfully, there was no harm done, and he had returned in a timely manner, maintaining control of the situation. Thus, it became apparent that Lei Lei was no ordinary martial artist. Not only had she inherited Lei Shen's genes, but she had also acquired mesmerizing abilities, making her a standout among martial artists. Moments later, Lei Lei regained some strength and changed into a loose tank dress. At that moment, she was so embarrassed that even her neck turned crimson. She could not lift her head, having been exposed before this man. Yet, he displayed remarkable composure, refraining from taking advantage of the situation, truly a gentleman. Xiao Leijia, drink some water to soothe your throat, Qi Yi offered, pouring 2 glasses of water, handing one to her. You have awakened your mesmerizing abilities, capable of converting cosmic energy into enchanting techniques to strike your foes. Of course, at present, you are a mental energy practitioner. With diligent training, your future is bright. Before he could finish, Lei Lei mischievously smiled and unleashed her enchanting technique upon Qi Yi. He remained unfazed, sipping his water with a smile. Your mesmerizing abilities are ineffective against me. Later, I shall teach you the 5 hearts towards heaven practice method and other guiding techniques to begin your training and fortify your soul. Referring to the knowledge base of a nurturing figure, the Megu-type mental energy practitioner possessed mesmerizing abilities, distinct from other practitioners, with their soul being their greatest weakness, requiring fortification. Qi Yi currently had no gifts to offer, so he would first teach her commonly used earth training methods, with other teachings to follow later. A grateful smile spread across Lei Lei's beautiful face as she excitedly exclaimed, "Then let's begin now." Chapter 53. Deceived into apprenticeship as Lei Lei practiced. She could not help but inquire, the 5 hearts towards heaven method is truly remarkable. It allows my body to swiftly absorb cosmic energy without backlash. It feels wonderful. Qi Yi interjected, Xiao Leijia, simply using the 5 hearts towards heaven method is insufficient. Here, I have found a suitable guiding technique for you called Xingyin. When combined with Xingyin, your training speed will increase significantly. Without it, your daily training time cannot exceed 3 hours, at least for now, given your cell's limited capacity. With it, you can extend your training to 5 hours daily. Do you understand now? Lei Lei's eyes widened in realization. Qi Yi continued to explain in detail. The guiding technique accelerates cellular fission, enabling the absorption of more cosmic energy. It is akin to accelerating the primal energy of your training. Imagine if a person typically could consume 1 portion of fruit. Through the guiding technique, they could consume 5 or even 10 portions in a day. No wonder I feel like my cells are popping like popcorn. Lei Lei laughed, continuing her practice. Soon, she exclaimed, "Wow," with the guiding technique. The energy absorbed by my cells can reach 2, 3 times, or even more. This means my year's worth of training might equal a decade for ordinary martial artists. The Xingyin guiding technique is indeed powerful. Qi Yi clapped his hands, smiling. Exactly. It seems your comprehension is quite high when it comes to guiding techniques. Aside from the War God Palace's Hong, the next in line is your Lei Shen. They are currently the strongest practitioners on Earth. Don't you want your father, Lei Shen, to assist you? Qi Yi tentatively suggested. Upon hearing the name Lei Shen, Lei Lei's expression shifted, and she ceased her training. Qi Yi, I wish to take you as my master, Lei Lei suddenly spoke. In that moment, Qi Yi was somewhat taken aback. He had clearly noticed the woman's irritation. How could she so abruptly switch to seeking apprenticeship? It was utterly bewildering. Huh. Qi Yi smiled at Lei Lei. Are you serious? Lei Lei fixed her gaze upon him and replied, Do I appear to be jesting? Not at all. But how can you be certain that I possess the knowledge to teach you? I, Qi Yi, have long embraced a carefree life, reveling in my solitude. Moreover, with my meager skills, how could I possibly instruct the daughter of the Thunder God? I wish to live a few more years, Qi Yi replied diplomatically. Hoping to dissuade her. With a mere thought, I can slay the fire-scale tri-guild pig. How could I possibly teach anyone? Lei Lei smiled faintly, remaining silent as she prepared 2 cups of tea. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she handed a cup to Qi Yi, saying, Drink the tea first. We will discuss the rest later. Qi Yi, not overthinking, accepted the tea. Thank you. In that instant, clatter. The woman suddenly knelt gracefully. Thud, thud, thud. Lei Lei bowed 3 times, exclaiming, Master, please accept your disciple's respect as you drink tea. At this moment, Qi Yi was left in a daze. Realizing he had been outwitted, this woman was quite clever. Taking on a disciple was hardly his intention. He preferred the freedom of solitude. Ultimately, he disingenuously stated, Ahem. Let us not do that. I have rules for accepting disciples. Besides, you cannot impose your will upon me. Master, as long as you accept me as your disciple, I can accept any rules, Lei Lei insisted earnestly. Qi Yi, not pondering too deeply, quickly enumerated a few stipulations. As my disciple, first, if you marry in the future, My consent is required. Second, when I say 1, you cannot say 2. Third, obedience is paramount. Fourth, what is yours is mine, and what is mine remains mine. Hee. Can you manage that? This was hardly a set of rules. It was nothing short of brazen mischief, and any rational person would refuse. However, Lei Lei blurted out, I can manage that, master. Drink your tea. She fixated on him. Qi Ye's hand trembled, sensing something was amiss. How could she agree to such absurd stipulations? Yet he could not pinpoint what was wrong, so he filled the pit he had dug for himself. Soon, with bated breath, he drank the tea and consented to take Lei Lei as his disciple. Master, thank you. I now have a master. I shall become the strongest spirit manipulator. And I will make that bald man apologize to me. Lei Lei exclaimed, revealing her inner thoughts. Bald man. Luo Feng was taken aback. The girl had sought to apprentice herself to him for the purpose of defeating her father. Although it was admirable, the relationship between father and daughter seemed exceedingly strained. Observing Lei Lei's profound and cold gaze, one could sense a deep-seated resentment. What enmity led her to desire such a confrontation? As her master, Qi Yi declared, Now that you are my disciple, you must not harbor hatred for your father, nor entertain thoughts of killing him. Otherwise, our bond as master and disciple shall end here. Master, you are bullying me, Wu. Lei Lei suddenly began to weep, as if an immense grievance had descended upon her. Burying her face in the sofa and sobbing, Qi Ye's heart softened. All right, let us leave it at that for today. We can discuss your issues with your father later. But you must not entertain thoughts of violence. He is still your father. Tomorrow, I will take you out for training. It is getting late, and I need to rest. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Yes, master, Lei Lei exclaimed, suddenly springing up from the sofa. Qi Yi could only sigh, realizing he had taken on a fiery disciple. And there would be challenges ahead. The next morning, contemplating whether Lei Lei had integrated her training from the day before, Qi Yi decided to assess her abilities. For training in the real world could be perilous. Ever since agreeing to take Lei Lei as a disciple, the weight of responsibility had increased significantly, and safety was paramount. Observing this woman, Qi Yi couldn't help but think of his son, wondering what the Ice Princess was up to and if she missed her father. Seeking a tranquil park. Deserted in the early morning, he chose this setting for the evaluation. Lei Lei was currently channeling her energy, manifesting her enchanting abilities, her body reaching its zenith. Thanks to her master's guidance, she had attained the strength of a novice warrior, seamlessly integrating her spirit and enchanting powers within her being, ready for assessment. He was curious about the long sword she wielded. When he inquired why she favored it, she simply replied, Swords look cool. Indeed, they did, but not merely cool. They were breathtakingly beautiful. In that moment, Lei Lei thrust her sword forth, the blade shimmering like a dream, as though a celestial being had descended, unstoppable. Qi Yi stood transfixed, unable to utter a sound. However, Lei Lei sensed his presence. Her enchanting power surged forth, intertwining with her spirit energy, inducing a trance-like state. The wind swept through, stirring a whirlwind of leaves. The sword's aura was breathtaking, yet it bore a sense of melancholic lethality. Lei Lei skillfully reversed her grip on the sword, holding it level with her chest, her gaze unwavering on Qi Yi, determined not to be underestimated. She understood the caliber of man she faced. Once unleashed, she would be formidable. In that moment, Qi Yi transformed. A profound light radiated from his visage. He resembled a long-concealed sword, meticulously honing his edge, his brilliance yet to be revealed, thus remaining unseen by others. With a hum, he condensed his energy into a spear. At this moment, even the air seemed to solidify. His hand reached into the void, grasping the spear. A single thrust to the throat, leaving no trace, would surely send shockwaves through the heavens and earth, invoking awe and despair. However, this was merely a test for his female disciple, and he naturally aimed to maintain a certain dignity. Lei Lei wielded her longsword, unleashing a captivating glow aimed directly at Qi Ye's throat, even before the sword reached him. The murderous intent shattered the air. Qi Yi deftly shifted his stance, retreating 100 meters until he was nestled against a tree. Lei Lei altered her swordplay, launching an enchanting strike. At that moment, her lethal aura seemed to ignite the hormones of men, rendering them immobile. Of course, this had no effect on Qi Yi. He feigned a lack of escape, suddenly sliding up the tree trunk. Master, take this, Lei Lei cried, soaring upwards, her longsword transforming into a radiant arc. Her form melded seamlessly with the sword. The sword's energy surged, causing leaves to cascade around her. For an ordinary warrior, enduring this strike would shatter their very soul. Qi Ye's arms trembled, deftly evading the sword's energy, landing lightly on the fallen leaves. Lei Lei continued her relentless assault, executing a somersault in midair, unleashing another sword arc that morphed into countless illusory lethal energies, raining down upon Qi Ye's head. This sword strike, infused with spirit energy, was potent enough to rattle the souls of ordinary beings. Qi Yi, taken by surprise, had not anticipated such a varied display from his disciple. She was now capable of challenging foes beyond her level. Resolving to cease evasion, he braced himself for her blade, testing her mettle. With a resounding bang, sparks flew. The spear and sword clashed, unleashing a shockwave akin to cannon fire, instantly altering the atmosphere. Qi Ye's spear met Lei Lei's sword edge with perfect timing. In the instant following the brilliance, the sword energy dissipated into the ether. "Master, I have lost," Lei Lei declared. Qi Yi smiled. "Who said you lost? I now announce that we shall embark on our training journey." "Haha, thank you, Master," Lei Lei exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she basked in his acknowledgement. Chapter 54. My woman, do not dare to desecrate. "Aunt, your face." Lei Lei had assumed that her master would take her alone for training. However, she was taken aback to find her aunt, Bai Jie, had also arrived, and under Qi Ye's assistance, she appeared rejuvenated, now an exquisite beauty. Lei Lei was astonished. How could her aunt have been so stunning in her youth? What kind of miraculous medical skills did this master possess? It is utterly terrifying that my aunt has, overnight, transformed into a martial artist, much like myself. As myriad thoughts swirled within her mind, Lei Lei found herself genuinely admiring Qi Yi, the master. Yet she could not help but wonder why he chose to assist Bai Jie. However, some matters need not be probed too deeply. For who among us lacks their own secrets? Even a fool could discern the tenderness in her aunt's gaze towards her master. While Lei Lei and Bai Jie engaged in light-hearted conversation, a jarring alarm pierced the air, accompanied by a sharp and arrogant voice. "Stand aside. All of you. Clear the way for me, you bunch of trash." As they turned to locate the source of the commotion, a blurred figure barreled down the street, moving with such speed that pedestrians scrambled to avoid it. Even their keen eyes could not discern the identity of the oncoming individual, a testament to the swiftness of his movements. Utilizing his concealed prowess, Qi Yi quickly locked onto a target. The individual was a portly youth, his face marred with pockmarks, exuding an unsettling demeanor. Surprisingly, such a figure moved with agility that even Bai Jie and Lei Lei found challenging to contend with. He was a martial artist of advanced warrior rank. Qi Yi scoffed at this revelation. Bai Jie, sensing something amiss, paled and hastily stepped aside. As the rotund youth approached, his repugnant visage was enough to inspire distaste. Preferring to avoid confrontation, Lei Lei chose to step away. Although Qi Yi was unafraid of the portly individual, he considered the innocents around them and decided to grant him a clear path. The youth, emboldened by the fleeing crowd, became even more arrogant. Upon glancing upwards, he caught sight of Bai Jie, who was clad in a form-fitting blue and white martial artist uniform, her delicate armor accentuating her feminine allure, captivating all who beheld her. To his astonishment, she was merely a junior martial artist. The youth's heart raced with excitement as he exclaimed, "What luck to encounter such a stunning beauty, and a martial artist at that. Allow me to cherish you, my dear." Before he could finish his sentence, the youth lunged toward Bai Jie, his hand reaching for her ample bosom. A glance to the side revealed Lei Lei, and he thought, "Ah, another beauty. I shall indulge her first, and then turn my attention to you." He disregarded Qi Yi entirely. The force of his grasp, should it connect with Bai Jie, would undoubtedly cause her harm. Unprepared for such brazen behavior in public, Bai Jie was infuriated, knowing that such actions were absolutely impermissible under the law. A wise woman does not suffer indignities lightly. She deftly pivoted on her toes and retreated several paces to evade the youth's lecherous hands. The youth, anticipating her evasion, erupted into laughter. "Oh, how spirited. Your quickness is commendable." Leaning forward, he twisted his wrist, his restless hand darting toward her once again. His coarse fingers nearly grazed Bai Jie's bosom, brushing against the warmth radiating from her tension. Just as he reveled in the proximity of his intended conquest, a blur registered before his eyes, and Bai Jie vanished. Fuming, the youth seethed, for in his domain, few dared to challenge him openly. Bai Jie, a mere junior martial artist, had somehow eluded him right before his eyes. In his mind, junior martial artists were inconsequential. He had been confident in his ability to seize her, yet he had not anticipated her swift disappearance. So much so that even his advanced warrior senses had failed to detect it. At that moment, a tall and handsome figure appeared before him, wearing a faintly contemptuous smile, with Bai Jie standing slightly behind him, visibly anxious. The youth realized that this delicate man had intervened and rescued Bai Jie. "How dare a junior warrior like you meddle in my affairs?" He spat, enraged. Do you know who I am? I am the one who has offended even the infamous Yu Ming Ergue. You must be tired of living. As he glared at Qi Yi, the youth boasted about his identity. Attempting to intimidate his opponent with the name of Yu Ming Ergue, Qi Yi could hardly suppress his laughter. For this individual was merely a small-time thug affiliated with an underground organization, notorious for harassing women and terrorizing even the stray dogs on the street. The leader of Yu Ming Ergue was Li Yu Ming, a gaunt figure, while the second in command was Li Ergue, the very youth before them. They operated under the auspices of a local crime lord, engaging in nefarious activities such as illegal gambling, human trafficking, and loan sharking, instilling fear in the hearts of the populace. The crude attempt at assault had nearly harmed Bai Jie, and Qi Yi was determined not to let him escape unscathed. Bai Jie was infuriated, her body trembling as she recalled the reputation of Yu Ming Ergue, notorious figures believed to be untouchable even by military forces. Although the laws in Jiangnan Bay City were stringent, power often resided in the hands of those with connections, allowing some matters to be swept under the rug. The tragic tale of a wealthy family brutally slaughtered, their daughter subjected to horrific indignities, had incited public outrage. Yet, the HR Alliance had employed the finest lawyers to secure the release of Yu Ming Ergue, highlighting the grim reality that fairness often hinges upon power. With laws designed for the ordinary citizen. With a sigh, Bai Jie acknowledged that although Qi Yi was formidable, his identity precluded him from revealing his true strength, and she resolved to let the matter slide. Lei Lei, however, was seething with indignation, particularly given her aunt's near victimization. She was unwilling to tolerate the audacity of the youth. Yet, with Qi Yi remaining silent, Lei Lei could only simmer in frustration. Seeing the fear etched on Bai Jie and Lei Lei's faces, the portly youth grew even more brazen, declaring, "Ladies, I have decided that today, you shall be mine. Boy, if you know what is good for you, you'd better step aside and pretend nothing has happened, or I will ensure you suffer immensely. I am not someone you can afford to offend. However, given your current demeanor, I could consider taking you under my wing, allowing you to enjoy these two beauties after I am done." Bai Jie was incensed, itching to deliver a resounding slap to this scoundrel. Qi nodded. "Have you finished your tirade? If so, you may depart." As Li Ergue continued to harass Bai Jie and her companion, a growing crowd began to gather, murmuring among themselves. "Who is this guy? He dares to offend Yu Ming Ergue. Wow, did you see those two beauties? They are divine. Who's that skinny guy beside them? Is he brave or just foolish? With his slender build, he seems destined for trouble." At that moment, a young man crossed his arms and remarked sympathetically, "No need to watch any longer. If I were that boy, I would avoid confronting this thug. With his advanced warrior strength, a single punch could fell dozens of bulls." Another chimed in, "Indeed, this thug possesses remarkable skills. If this boy continues to be obstinate, he may end up regretting it. That girl clearly has no sense. How could she offend such a formidable figure?" Li Ergue, noticing the growing crowd and their reaction to his reputation, reveled in their admiration, his grin widening. Simultaneously, he resolved to thoroughly humiliate the delicate man, seizing both beauties to torment them, ensuring that everyone would witness the consequences of crossing Yu Ming Ergue, thereby instilling fear in others who dared to defy him. Bai Jie overheard the crowd's comments, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, yet she felt powerless to respond. Lei Lei was incensed, wishing she could intervene, particularly given the crude and vile remarks from the onlookers. I have not finished speaking." Li Ergue glared at Qi Yi, tauntingly declaring, "Is this your bravado? Have you never encountered a true threat before?" Faced with such humiliation, Qi Yi maintained an impassive expression. Upon witnessing the scene, an onlooker could not help but exclaim, "Coward! If you lack the courage, do not embarrass yourself here. If you won't fight, then be gone. We await the live broadcast from Yi. Perhaps we can partake in the spoils. How shameful. You all may leave now." In a fit of rage, Qi Yi unleashed his divine will, and the previously insolent onlooker met a swift demise with a resounding explosion of flesh. Someone has died. The remaining crowd, terrified, scattered in confusion, unaware of what had transpired. "How dare you defile my woman?" Qi Yi's tone shifted dramatically as he summoned Li Ergue to him with a wave of his hand. Li Ergue screamed in horror. In a cacophony of power, Qi Yi's will surged forth like an immense pressure, instantaneously compressing Li Ergue into a sphere, and upon retracting his divine thought, Li Ergue's body expanded violently, bursting into a shower of blood and flesh. Li Ergue had no time for regrets before being utterly annihilated. Furthermore, Qi Yi invoked the soul-devouring curse, obliterating Li Ergue's very essence, rendering him completely non-existent. Chapter 55. His mind is disturbed. Trash like him should not exist in this world. Qi Yi stretched leisurely, remaining calm as he stood there, resembling a grim reaper, coldly gazing at the remnants of Li Ergui's shattered form scattered across the ground. Suddenly, Qi Yi's demeanor darkened, his profound gaze akin to an unfathomable black hole. The ground was stained crimson. With a mere thought, he could take a life. What had Qi Yi endured? Bai Jie could not help but murmur. The man's silhouette was close, yet seemed galaxies away, creating an insurmountable distance that rendered one unable to approach. Such a chilling and inscrutable presence evoked deep respect from all angles. Li Ergui had never anticipated his demise would come at the hands of such an individual, remaining oblivious to the identity of his transgressor until his last breath. The fleeing crowd turned back to witness the scene, utterly bewildered. Yet there was no doubt that Li Ergui had perished at the hands of that young man. What kind of wrath would this young man endure for slaying Li Ergui? It was known that Li Yuming, Li Ergui's brother, would surely go mad seeking vengeance for his sibling's death at the hands of Qi Yi. Furthermore, the influence of Yuming Ergui was not to be underestimated. As a member of the underground organization, the Quanglong Gang, and an HR Alliance member, even with a lowly status, it would certainly challenge Qi Yi's standing. As it concerned the dignity of both factions, rules were rules. Otherwise, who would fear the forces at play? Onlookers in the distance shook their heads, recognizing that although Qi Yi had relished in his victory over Li Ergui, youthful arrogance would inevitably come with a price. Despite Li Ergui's vile nature, his brother, Li Yuming, was a formidable warrior of high rank, and it would not be long before he learned of his brother's demise. The unfolding drama promised to be increasingly captivating. What was unexpected was Qi Yi's decisiveness and ruthless methods. Had he spared Li Ergui, there might have been room for negotiation, but alas, such was not the case. Moreover, Li Ergui's death would undoubtedly attract the attention of the military. Despite being a nefarious villain, the law stipulated that martial artists committing crimes must be tried by a military court. Indiscriminate killing would land one behind bars. Bai Jie had not anticipated Qi Yi's brutal nature, publicly executing a lecherous man, and began to grow concerned. Yet, the thought of how dare you defile my woman brought her solace. At least this man had not made the wrong choice. It seemed that Lei Lei's father was the second in command of the Zhan Shengong, and should the situation escalate, it would likely fall upon Lei Lei to seek her father's assistance, particularly as Qi Yi was her master. Observing Lei Lei's triumphant expression, one could not help but find it both amusing and perplexing. Contemplating the HR Alliance and Quanglong Gang, Bai Jie could not suppress a frown. In contrast, Qi Yi maintained an air of indifference, utterly unfazed. He had never regarded the Jiangnan-based city with any significance. After all, had he merely slain a piece of trash? What was there to fuss about? Suddenly, a regiment of soldiers clad in battle armor and wielding advanced weaponry appeared, their synchronized footsteps resonating through the street. One soldier confirmed Li Ergui's death, and they promptly surrounded Qi Yi. Bai Jie whispered to Lei Lei, "These are soldiers responsible for maintaining safety in the city. They are directly affiliated with the Zhan Shengong and the military district. All crimes, big or small, must pass through them. Lei Lei, should you call your father? We cannot allow them to take away Qi Yi, as he is your master." Lei Lei was momentarily stunned. Her aunt Bai Jie referred to her master as Qi Yi so affectionately. Was it truly so? The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing, and curiosity bubbled within her. Could it be that her master was indeed older than her aunt? She shook her head, attempting to dispel such thoughts. "Aunt, please remain calm. I trust my master. Let us observe the situation first." Facing the encircling soldiers, Qi Yi recognized that they symbolized the righteous force of humanity's resistance against evil. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire for conflict, for he was not a demon. He scrutinized the soldiers. Each appeared vigorous, equipped with standard battle armor, their eyes reflecting the marks of battlefield experience. Most of these soldiers possessed the strength of novice to intermediate warriors, with their armor significantly enhancing their survival rates. One soldier stepped forward. It was the previously encountered Captain Li San, whose sharp gaze scanned the bloodstains on the ground as he sternly demanded, "You again? What exactly happened here?" Qi Yi replied with an impassive expression, "Nothing much, just dealt with some trash." This audacious attitude blatantly disregarded the laws of Huaxia. When questioned about the murder, Qi Yi maintained a stance of righteous indignation, nearly inciting Captain Li San to spew blood in frustration. Captain Li fixed a stern gaze upon Qi Yi, pressing further, "Be honest. Do you realize that in addition to killing a martial artist, you have also taken the lives of several civilians? Do you not understand that murder, especially that of a martial artist, must be tried in a military court?" Qi Yi remained impassive, stating, "I am aware, but they were merely trash. it is of no concern. Such audacity was intolerable. The other soldiers could no longer stand by. And even Bai Jie nearly lost her composure. Could he not be a bit more discreet? To murder and remain so nonchalant was infuriating. You, Captain Li San, finally provoked, erupted in anger, bellowing. You are so arrogant. Do you think you can act without consequence? If you do not clarify today, even Jesus cannot save you. Do you believe I will not send you to the military court right now to experience its severity? I would have him save me. Even Jesus cannot save himself. Qi Yi replied, inspecting his nose and flicking it away. If I say I killed him, will you believe it? Is there any law? Which of your eyes saw me commit murder? Evidence is paramount. If this continues, I shall accuse you of defamation. Moreover, this loser brought his demise upon himself. Who knows what transpired before he was struck down? With such a unique perspective, Bai Jie and Lei Lei were left in shock. What is happening? Did he or did he not kill? The soldiers were left bewildered, but observing Qi Ye's demeanor, it was evident he was but a novice martial artist. Li Ergue, being a high-ranking warrior, clearly implied that this young man was not his match. Who would admit to murder? Furthermore, it was merely a report made by someone unaware of the full circumstances. However, genetic testing confirmed that the blood on the ground matched Li Ergue's. He was undoubtedly dead. Captain Li scrutinized Qi Yi closely. He bore no weapons and had access to nearby surveillance, which revealed a blind spot, obscuring any view of the event. Yet, it was evident that Li Ergue had been a couple of levels above this young man, making it hard to believe Qi Yi had killed him. Li Ergue's death was indisputable, but it seemed unlikely that this youth was the perpetrator. After all, there were no signs of struggle, and a single fatal blow was beyond the capabilities of this young man. Captain Li, filled with skepticism, gazed at the composed Qi Yi and remarked, I shall grant you one more chance. Do not compel me to make it difficult. Though both were connected to the deceased, Captain Li had no personal ties with him and would never show favoritism. Qi Yi pointed at Bai Jie and Lei Lei, exclaiming, in truth, I am the one who has taken a life. They can testify to this. Sir, you must believe me. My earlier claim of innocence was deliberate. Captain Li was perplexed and turned to the two women, asking, is what he said true? Bai Jie and Lei Lei simultaneously shook their heads, gesturing towards Qi Yi and then drawing circles near their heads, as if indicating to the captain that he was mentally unstable and they would testify otherwise. Chapter 56. Once you join the military, do not harbor any illusions. The soldiers present could not help but curse inwardly. Is this some kind of farce? Qi Yi let out a cold smirk, fixing his gaze on the captain, saying, whether or not I killed, you do not believe. You may decide for yourselves. Captain Li was distressed. He wished to avoid offending the powerful Quanglong gang while not wanting to provoke the HR alliance. Moreover, this mentally unstable Qi Yi was also the bodyguard of a beautiful woman, making it all the more precarious. Especially considering that capturing someone with such mental anomalies would not gain the trust of either faction. After all, neither side was one that a mere captain like him could afford to offend, yet Qi Yi was exasperating him. Caught in a dilemma, the captain could not discern whether Qi Yi was genuinely mad or merely feigning insanity. Ultimately, he spoke in a grave tone. Take the three of them back and hand them over to the military's major crimes unit. The death of Li Ergue was unfortunate, but his brother Li Yuming was not to be trifled with, having two major factions supporting him. If the situation was mishandled, it could escalate to higher-ups. Thus it was best left to the military's major crimes unit. Qi Yi was not surprised by this decision. It was precisely the outcome he desired. It was akin to a journey, and he could take the two women along for their training, thus shortening their travel time. Captain Li cast a glance at the beautiful woman beside Bai Jie, pondering, that lovely young lady seems familiar. Strangely, he did not recognize Lei Lei. She had become a more radiant and delicate figure, possibly a Megu-type mental adept, which contributed to his failure to identify her. Soon, the trio was brought to a tower that soared like the starry sky. It was the military stronghold. Upon entering the tower, they encountered fully armed soldiers and officers bustling about, including several battle-level warriors, though their ranks were not particularly high. Lei Lei and Bai Jie could not help but marvel at the military's formidable strength. No wonder they could contend with monsters. What they had previously only witnessed on television was now unfolding before their eyes, truly an eye-opening experience. At that moment, an officer approached and addressed Captain Li. Captain Li, I shall take these three. You may go. He blocked Qi Yi and the others, and Captain Li, visibly tense, saluted, Yes, Commander Qinling. Commander Qinling nodded, turning his gaze towards Qi Yi and the others, stating, We, the inspectors, are already aware of the events that transpired. However, he wishes to meet this young man. Commander Qinling was a mid-level battle general, one of Earth's most formidable warriors by current standards. Yet, who exactly was the inspector he referred to? Noting Qi Ye's expression of confusion, Qinling smiled kindly and said, "Do not be anxious. The inspector is already informed of what just occurred. He merely wishes to converse with you. Please follow me." "Am I really anxious?" Qi Yi chuckled coldly, thinking a mere inspector was not worthy of his concern. Even if it were Hong from the Battle God Palace, it would be the same. Qinling sighed, finding this individual quite immodest. He wondered what the inspector wanted with him. The military's inspector desired to meet Qi Yi, and Qi Yi was equally curious to meet this significant figure. Upon hearing Commander Qinling invite Qi Yi inside, Bai Jie and Lei Lei expressed concern for his safety and wished to accompany him, but were stopped by Qinling. They could only watch helplessly as Qi Yi followed Qinling away. Arriving at an exceptionally spacious military conference center, Qinling gestured towards the door, saying, "The inspector is inside. Please enter." He then departed. Qi Yi knocked on the door, and a commanding voice from within responded, "Come in, and kindly close the door behind you." Once the door was closed, Qi Yi saw a figure clad in military attire gazing out the window. The uniform was snug and well-fitted, and the man's silhouette was tall and robust. To Qi Ye's astonishment, the voice was remarkably familiar. He recognized it immediately. Taking a seat, Qi Yi smiled and remarked, "Enough of the charade. What business do you have summoning your father?" The man was indeed his son, Bing Shan, who had unexpectedly become the inspector. "Son, you are that inspector, correct? Speak quickly. Your father is rather busy," Qi Yi reiterated. It had only been 2 days since they last met, and he could tell that Bing Shan's cultivation had grown. Bing Shan dashed over to Qi Yi, saying, "Father, at the very least, as your son and an inspector, grant me some respect. In fact, I witnessed you take down Li Ergui through the Tianyan satellite. Your ability to kill without a trace is unparalleled. Such a minor character's demise is inconsequential. You brat, were you monitoring me?" Qi Yi raised an eyebrow with a smirk. In truth, it was not that Bing Shan was intentionally watching. He merely noticed an unusual energy signature nearby, prompting him to use the Tianyan satellite to observe his father's confrontation with Li Ergui. Upon realizing the situation and seeing his father's puzzled expression, Bing Shan smiled. Desiring precisely this reaction, he hoped to persuade his father to join the military and work together. "Shaner, if you have something to say, do so swiftly. Your mother is waiting outside," Qi Yi urged. "Father, can't we chat a little longer?" Bing Shan protested, but Qi Yi pressed on. "I see you have encountered some trouble. Are you seeking my assistance?" Bing Shan's brow furrowed, surprised by his father's perceptiveness. He nodded and said, "Actually, I would like you to join the military, if you agree. I am confident that with your strength, becoming a military commander would be effortless." Qi Yi paused, taken aback. It seemed this boy had ulterior motives. However, accustomed to freedom, Qi Yi was not inclined to entangle himself in such matters. As for becoming a commander, he had no desire for such ambitions. His primary purpose for remaining on Earth was to cultivate his mindset and solidify his foundation. Most people, upon hearing such generous offers, would scarcely hesitate to agree. Yet Qi Yi was no ordinary individual. Even if he were given the entire Earth, he would remain unfazed. "Shaner, remember this. I will grant you anything you desire. But I have no interest in joining the military." "Why not? This way, we could fight side by side, vanquishing monsters to protect Earth." Bing Shan pressed, a sense of urgency in his tone. Qi Yi stood, lightly flicking Bing Shan's forehead, and shook his head, saying, "You are short-sighted. I did not come here for such trifles. Also, stop parading around with the title of inspector. Tell me, how is your mastery of the Zhan Tian Shun technique progressing?" Bing Shan appeared somewhat embarrassed, having spent the past few days contemplating how to persuade his father to join the military, neglecting his own training. "I have been practicing," he sheepishly admitted, yet he remained persistent. "Father, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Consider it. You have defeated one of the 2 ghostly figures, Li Ergui. Joining the military would ensure that no one would dare to harass you. My concern is not for them, but that you might inadvertently wipe them all out. Earth is currently besieged by monsters, and now is the time to utilize your talents." Qi Yi's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he replied, "You may abandon any thoughts of having your father join the military. Furthermore, I expect you to comprehend the second strike of the Zhan Tian Shun technique within 6 months. Or else I shall have to discipline you. I shall take my leave. Father, won't you consider it?" Bing Shan looked at him helplessly, but ultimately had to relent. After exiting the conference room, Bai Jie quietly inquired, "Qi Yi, what did they discuss with you?" "Haha. Your dear son wishes for me to join the military as a commander, but I declined." "What? Shaner is the inspector?" Bai Jie whispered in astonishment, quickly covering her mouth. realizing that her son Bing Shan had achieved remarkable success, thanks to influential connections. Seeing the two engaged in hushed conversation, Lei Lei approached and inquired, "Master, what are you discussing?" However, due to Qi Ye's subtle intervention, their conversation remained obscured from her ears. "It's nothing of consequence," Qi Yi replied nonchalantly. "Your abilities are rather inadequate. When you venture into the desert region for training, remember to safeguard yourselves. I shall assist you in enhancing your strength, lest you be easily bullied by any riffraff." Chapter 57. The Prelude to the Storm. Qi Yi had his reasons for not agreeing to Bing Shan's request, and Bai Jie felt it inappropriate to pry further. "So, are you really going to let me and Xiao Lei go for training?" She pondered. "Let us find a place to rest for the night." Observing Bai Jie and Qi Yi engaged in light conversation, Lei Lei interjected. "I have a villa that I purchased with my boyfriend, but unfortunately, he is no longer around. We can stay there for a night." Qi Yi nodded. He was aware that Lei Lei's boyfriend had been killed by her father, although the specifics remained unclear. It was evident that Lei Lei was beginning to come to terms with her loss, as acknowledging the reality of her boyfriend's death was a significant step. However, Qi Yi had unwavering faith that Lei Shun was not a man who indiscriminately took lives. Perhaps Lei Lei's boyfriend had committed unforgivable acts, inciting Lei Shun's wrath, and thus, his fate was deserved. Without hesitation, Qi Yi and Bai Jie followed Lei Lei to a grand villa in the city, exuding luxury. It was apparent that this young lady possessed considerable wealth, prompting Bai Jie to cast an envious glance her way. Lei Lei gestured towards the interior, saying, "This is the villa we purchased together. Come with me." Qi Yi noted that although the location was not in a bustling area, it was serene and elegant, providing an ideal environment for cultivation, especially for mental fortitude, which was essential for martial artists. Without a solid foundation of inner strength, even the most formidable warriors risked collapse. Unexpectedly, Lei Lei and her deceased boyfriend had acquired such a remarkable residence, one that could not merely be measured by monetary value. It was fortuitous that her boyfriend had passed. It provided a convenient excuse for their stay. As they approached the entrance, a security guard approached them. Recognizing the trio's unfamiliar faces, "Excuse me, I don't believe I've seen you before. Do you have any friends residing here?" The guard's voice was warm and familiar, devoid of the condescending demeanor often exhibited by others. Lei Lei produced her access card, saying, "Uncle Zhang, this is my access card. I am Lei, the owner of that villa. This is my master, and this is my aunt. We might be staying here for a few days." The guard, Uncle Zhang, nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, Miss Lei, my apologies. I didn't realize. Why isn't young Master Qinshan with you?" "He is deceased," Lei Lei replied flatly. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang refrained from further inquiry, realizing his curiosity had led him to overstep. At that moment, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Zhang's face, suggesting that he believed Qin Shun had met his just deserts. Bai Jie leaned closer to Qi Yi and whispered, "It seems that Xiao Lei still harbors resentment towards her father." This prompted Qi Yi to consider the necessity of a conversation between the father and daughter. Perhaps, in the future, he could arrange a meeting with Lei Shun to discuss the matter at hand. Just then, a middle-aged man approached, exuding an aura of menace. His long hair obscured one eye, and he carried himself with a casual arrogance. Noticing Uncle Zhang conversing with Lei Lei and the others, he shot a disdainful glare at Qi Yi, then barked at Uncle Zhang, "You blind fool, can't you see I'm back? Hurry up and open the door." The man's crude demeanor elicited a slight frown from Qi Yi, though he deemed it unnecessary to engage with such a lowly individual. At that moment, Qi Yi's senses revealed that the middle-aged man was indeed a mid-level battle general, explaining the palpable aura of violence surrounding him. Bai Jie and Lei Lei remained oblivious to the man's true strength, as he was several realms above them. It was clear that this man was not a benign presence. His ire directed at Qi Yi and the others under the guise of reprimanding Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, eager to placate the man, responded, "My apologies, Mr. Li. I truly did not see you arrive. It seems you are unfit for this job. If I hadn't just killed 3 high-level beast generals, I would have slapped you for your incompetence. And you, at your age, still trying to chase after young girls. Are you hoping to seduce those 2 beauties?" His words were laced with contempt, but the claim of having slain 3 high-level beasts did lend him an air of authority. Qi Yi assessed the situation, realizing that this man, Mr. Li, would likely achieve a breakthrough to high-level battle general status by the end of the night, bringing him closer to becoming a war deity. Uncle Zhang, while enduring the man's tirade, maintained a facade of cordiality, saying, "Mr. Li is truly exceptional, a blessing for the nation. These 3 are also property owners here. They just arrived, hence the conversation." Though his words were respectful, his thoughts were filled with disdain for the middle-aged man, who had bullied him mercilessly over the years. Bai Jie leaned in and whispered to Qi Yi, "He is Li Yuming, the brother of Li Ergui." These two, known as the Yuming brothers, are notorious for their heinous deeds, with even the military unable to rein them in. They have engaged in unspeakable acts, and even our Bing Shan cannot contend with them. I recall seeing on television how they killed over 100 monsters in the wilderness, gaining the attention of the HR Alliance, which led to their invitation to join. If I'm not mistaken, Li Ergui's demise would certainly have reached Li Yuming and Qi Yi. I suggest we avoid this man. It was shocking to witness such scoundrels receiving protection from powerful forces. It was a clear case of birds of a feather flocking together. Qi Yi mused that having eliminated Li Ergui, he now had another reckless adversary presenting himself. No matter, let him come. I relish dealing with scoundrels. It makes things far more interesting. Qi Yi spoke without lowering his voice, inadvertently drawing Li Yuming's attention. Li Yuming cast a glance at Qi Yi, recognizing him as a novice psychic warrior, much like his brother, who had made a fatal mistake. He then sized up the two beautiful women beside Qi Yi, concluding that his brother had spoken the truth. A woman is a knife at one's throat. Indeed, these two were captivating. Though Li Ergui had perished, as an elder brother, Li Yuming would fulfill his brother's desires, allowing him to indulge in ways that would please his deceased sibling. A sly smile crept across Li Yuming's face as he moved swiftly towards Bai Jie. Qi Yi, observing Li Yuming's lightning-fast approach, felt a twinge of astonishment. Li Yuming's prowess was significantly superior to that of Li Ergui, with both speed and strength evident. Yet, even so, it was insufficient to pose a threat. Qi Yi stood firm, effortlessly drawing Bai Jie into his embrace, evading Li Yuming's grasp. This scene left Lei Lei utterly dumbfounded, prompting her to wonder if her master and aunt shared a deeper connection or if Qi Yi was merely protecting Bai Jie from Li Yuming's advances. Li Yuming found himself momentarily bewildered, having been so close to capturing Bai Jie, only to find her vanished in an instant. He was taken aback, unable to comprehend how a novice warrior could escape his grasp so effortlessly. Li Yuming halted, turning around, retracting his outstretched hand. Qi Yi's expression darkened. "You are indeed the elder brother of Li Ergui. If you wish to hasten your journey to the afterlife, feel free to challenge me." After a moment's contemplation, Li Yuming considered the proximity to the military district, deeming it unwise to engage in a brawl. Moreover, this Zhang Shu had close ties with the military, and should the situation escalate, the repercussions would be detrimental. After all, they resided in the same villa area. He could wait until the stillness of night to launch a surprise attack, compelling these two lovely maidens to kneel before him and sing of submission. Li Yuming chuckled coldly, dismissing Qi Yi entirely, allowing him to continue his pretense of bravado. It was a fleeting moment of arrogance, but come nightfall, he would send him to the crematorium. After all, this was merely the prelude to a tempest. As Qi Yi watched Li Yuming's retreating figure, he remained unfazed, while Lei Lei fell into contemplation. Li Yuming, the second ghost, exhibited such restraint. He departed silently after the death of his brother, demonstrating remarkable forbearance, indicating he was a formidable character. Lei Lei whispered, "Master, are you not concerned about provoking him and facing retaliation?" Retaliation? Qi Yi scoffed with disdain. Based on his earlier strike, that fellow was already a dead man walking. Upon hearing this, Lei Lei felt a twinge of awkwardness. Indeed, this talented master was known for slaying others, while they were afforded no chance to plead for mercy. Chapter 58. The Daughter of the Thunder God. Upon entering the villa, Qi Yi guided Lei Lei and Bai Jie in enhancing their cultivation, imparting a profound understanding of the methods of training. One was his disciple, and the other his lover from 50 years ago. He treated them equally, empowering them to grow stronger. While it might not directly aid him, it was crucial that they possessed the ability to protect themselves when danger arose. After all, he could not be by their side at all times. Only by becoming stronger could he face various threats with composure. Qi Yi began to devise plans to establish his own faction in the future, aspiring to perfect his mental cultivation, conquer the universe, rescue his biological father from the abyss, and reunite with his mother. This was his ultimate goal. Within the villa, Qi Yi busied himself, employing his mental energy to expedite the cultivation of Bai Jie and Lei Lei. This method was not akin to hastily pushing seedlings. A portion of his mental energy would broaden their cognitive limitations. Soon, with Qi Yi's mental energy augmenting their training, Bai Jie advanced to the rank of intermediate warrior, and Lei Lei followed suit, both women proving themselves equal to the task. Generally, ordinary warriors required months or even years to break through their limitations. Yet Qi Yi's mental energy could facilitate their advancement. Of course, there was a hint of selfishness. The yin energy emanating from the two beauties was vital to Qi Yi, compensating for the flaws in his cultivation methods and allowing him to thrive. Qi Yi was cautious not to absorb excessive yin energy, as too much could harm their souls. With their current strength, while they could fend off ordinary human warriors and equally ranked monsters, they would inevitably yield to those more formidable. Qi Yi was unwilling to let his efforts go to waste. Thus he imposed strict expectations upon them. As anticipated, the more diligently Bai Jie and Lei Lei trained, the denser the yin energy they produced, which Qi Yi unreservedly integrated into his own body. His cultivation progressed as promised, and Qi Yi adeptly utilized this power, enabling rapid absorption of cosmic energy for Bai Jie and Lei Lei. With a wave of his hand, he placed his palm atop their heads, and two streams of radiant mental energy flowed from his hands, infusing Bai Jie and Lei Lei's bodies. After half an hour, both Bai Jie and Lei Lei experienced another surge in their cultivation, surpassing their limits. With a substantial influx of mental energy, Lei Lei and Bai Jie's cells underwent double division, strengthening their bones, organs, and skin, significantly enhancing their physical and spiritual essence. The most remarkable transformation was in Lei Lei. Her beautiful eyes gleamed with a sharp radiance. Her alluring aura deepened, exuding a captivating power akin to cold stars, penetrating the hearts of those who beheld her. Lei Lei, now an advanced warrior, possessed the spirit of a mentalist, granting her the ability to challenge opponents beyond her current rank. She truly was a child of destiny. Although their powers had increased, combat experience and skills required practical enlightenment. Otherwise, superficial strength would be easily manipulated. Regrettably, the use of mental energy was limited. Only Qi Yi could wield it. If they could acquire mental energy for a period, their combat experience would undoubtedly improve by leaps and bounds. Currently, the only way to enhance their combat experience was to venture into the desert to hunt beasts. Whether they could undergo a transformation hinged on their talents and opportunities. With the power of warriors already at their disposal, Lei Lei and Bai Jie could venture out alone to hunt beasts, facing minimal risk of being overpowered by foes of equal rank. As their companion, Qi Yi could assist them only to a certain extent. Exhausted, Qi Yi waved his hand, saying, "I will rest for a while. Tonight, Li Yuming may seek revenge. Stay alert, and call for me if necessary. You two should be able to handle it together. Especially you, Xiaolei. Remember, you have a trump card. If you cannot win, do not hesitate to call for me." Bai Jie asked anxiously, "What if that fellow is stronger than we anticipated? He is an intermediate battle general. Can we manage?" Qi Yi replied coldly, "If you cannot withstand even 3 or 4 exchanges, then going to the desert to face beasts would be a death sentence. If that is the case, it would be better not to embark on this training journey at all. Rest assured, Annie." Lei Lei nodded, understanding that if she wished to thrive as a warrior, she must rely on herself, for Qi Yi would not always be by their side. Qi Yi expended his mental energy to help them gain combat prowess, desiring them to possess the strength to fight. Relying on Qi Yi's protection would only be detrimental to themselves. Now an advanced warrior with the spirit of a mentalist, Lei Lei was one of a kind, endowed with the ability to challenge foes beyond her rank. Qi Yi held high expectations for her. If she could not handle Li Yuming, then his investment in her would be in vain. Bai Jie, puzzled, asked, "Xiaolei, what is your trump card? Show us." Lei Lei chuckled, "Auntie, I'll tell you shortly. It's a secret. Don't blink." Qi Yi calmly stated, "The battle between humans and beasts has not yet truly begun. Protecting the earth is a shared responsibility. Your path as warriors will become increasingly brutal. Not only must you contend with the heavens, but you must also fight against beasts. And most terrifying of all, against other humans. I can protect you for a time, but not for a lifetime. Moreover, one day, I may be killed. When that time comes, who will protect you? Thus, you have no alternative. This is also a form of training. Master, do not worry. If Li Yuming dares to come, I will ensure he meets a disgraceful end. If Xiaolei cannot manage, before Li Yuming can strike, I shall resign to being an ordinary person and will not drag anyone down." Qi Yi nodded. This disciple was not in vain, possessing a strong spirit. Truly the daughter of the Thunder God, she was indeed a person of great potential. He hoped she would surprise him. Bai Jie, inspired by Lei Lei's determination, raised her head proudly, saying, "Brother Qi Yi, rest assured, if Xiaolei is so audacious as her aunt, I shall not lag behind. If he does not come today, it is fine. If he dares to come, Lei Lei and I will deal with him." "Yes, we will deal with him." Lei Lei chuckled. Qi Yi felt a tinge of awkwardness. Amidst such serious preparations, these two were a delightful pair. He directly ascended to the third-floor room, his voice echoing down, "Remember, if you cannot win, just call for me. I can assist even then. Lei Lei, remember, In dire situations, you may use your trump card. I do not wish for you to be taken advantage of. Bai Jia exclaimed, Brother Qi Yi, how about we share a room for mutual protection? How naive. A lone man and two women. You want to sleep with Xiaolei? Qi Yi's voice carried a playful note from upstairs, followed by a sharp sound as the bedroom door was abruptly shut. In the hall, Lei Lei giggled, asking, Auntie, you aren't having an affair with Master, are you? In the dim light of the room, the lively banter between Bai Jia and Lei Lei filled the air as they playfully teased each other about their respective strengths and weaknesses. Bai Jia, holding onto Lei Lei's delicate hand, urged her to reveal her secrets, but they were both caught up in a moment of mirth. Choosing to keep their cards close to their chests for the time being, Lei Lei proposed, Aunt, let us occupy the bedroom on the first floor and set some traps. Bai Jia readily concurred, aware that should Li Yuming make an appearance, the first floor would be the quickest to respond. Regardless of whether he came or not, it was prudent to be prepared, especially given the formidable nature of their adversary. The two women agreed to look out for one another, and with the traps in place, they could rest assured. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Qi Yi was engrossed in practicing the soul-summoning incantation. Having put aside the forging of the divine body for the time being, recently, he had been focusing on cultivating his mental state, swiftly harnessing the Yin energy he had absorbed. Indeed, the correct method of cultivation brought immense satisfaction. His current strength exceeded 4,000 tons per punch, and he had reached the second-tier level of a mentalist, with a mental amplification range of up to 100 kilometers. Yet, he felt a growing understanding within him. His strength predominantly stemmed from the energy of the cosmos, and now, the abundance of Yin energy provided yet another source for his cultivation, enhancing his capabilities further. Should he achieve a new breakthrough, it would grant him additional means of self-preservation within the universe, as well as bolster his offensive prowess. As the two women sat quietly in the first-floor bedroom after setting their traps, Bai Jia could not help but admire Lei Lei's intelligence and bravery. You are truly remarkable. Lei Lei, while my curiosity about your secret weapon is piqued, what stands out more is the courage and determination you exhibit. I believe that no matter what unfolds today, you will find a solution. Lei Lei smiled and nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Aunt. I believe my master's words hold great wisdom. We must always be prepared to face any challenge, whether it be from monsters or humanity. The responsibility to protect Earth cannot be taken lightly. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, causing Bai Jia to tense. She tugged at Lei Lei's sleeve and whispered, Little Lei, I sense something foreboding. It feels as if something is drawing near. Lei Lei immediately became alert, channeling her mental energy to keenly observe her surroundings. Her heightened awareness, sharpened through training, allowed her to detect even the slightest shifts. Listen closely. It might be Li Yuming, Lei Lei whispered. We must remain vigilant and be ready for any unexpected developments. Just then, a violent explosion erupted outside, shaking the entire building. The two women sprang to their feet, rushing to the window to assess the situation. Under the cover of darkness, a figure approached swiftly from a distance, emanating a powerful aura of darkness. Lei Lei's eyes quickly adjusted, allowing her to discern that it was indeed Li Yuming. He has arrived, she murmured, preparing for battle. As Li Yuming's silhouette emerged more clearly in the night, a cold smirk adorned his face, revealing his confidence in the impending confrontation. Accompanying him were several hulking monsters, their formidable presence indicating they were his reinforcements. You two possess quite the audacity, Li Yuming's voice resonated, low and chilling. You dare to set traps for me. It seems you are truly eager to challenge me. With her weapon gripped tightly, Lei Lei's gaze remained resolute. Li Yuming, we will not only protect ourselves, but every individual here. Your intentions for coming here will not succeed. Li Yuming scoffed, do not presume that you can thwart me. Today, you shall learn who the true master of this world is. With that declaration, the battle commenced. Lei Lei and Bai Jia swiftly engaged, utilizing the traps they had set and their own exceptional combat skills to confront Li Yuming and his monstrous allies. Bai Jia provided strategic commands, ensuring Lei Lei was prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, while Lei Lei deployed her combat prowess and intellect to repel the adversaries. Despite Li Yuming's formidable strength, Lei Lei's secret weapon displayed astonishing might. As the confrontation intensified, Lei Lei successfully breached Li Yuming's defenses, forcing him onto the back foot. Ultimately, after a fierce struggle, Lei Lei and Bai Jia emerged victorious, standing over Li Yuming, who lay defeated, disbelief etched across his face. He gazed at Lei Lei, filled with resentment and fury, yet he could only concede defeat. You have truly won. Li Yuming's voice weakened as he spoke. Exchanging glances, Lei Lei and Bai Jia understood that this battle had come to an end. They exhaled in relief, their hearts brimming with confidence for the future. Qi descended from the upper floor, surveying the chaotic aftermath of the battle with a smile. It appears you both have performed admirably. Though this adversary was not overly strong, your efforts are commendable. Remember, this is merely the beginning. Greater challenges await you. Continue striving to become true warriors. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lei Lei and Bai Jie felt a renewed sense of anticipation for what lay ahead. This trial had fortified their resolve and aspirations, instilling a belief that they could face any challenge the future might present. The battle had concluded, but a new journey was just beginning. Lei Lei and Bai Jie would persist along this thorny path, dedicated to safeguarding the earth and challenging themselves relentlessly. The end. I await you all in Daqin.